My professional life has revolved around Formula One for almost 20 years now, but the sport never had to conform more to a new world order than in 2020. It's remarkable how quickly everything was changed, and it's remarkable how quickly its sister, Formula Student, was changed. And it was changed by you, the teams and the organizers who both worked tirelessly to keep the spirit alive. This is an unprecedented international effort. This is a common vision of a university, of competitions and of teams. This is Formula Student Online.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first ever official Formula Student Online. To the left of me is my trusted colleague and friend, Mr. Roland Kósa, or Rocky.
And to the right is János Kuhn, the amazing speaker and commentator.
So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all of our viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in to FS Online's live-streamed marathon broadcast of 12 hours, which we have just started. So, before we go into our detailed program, I would like to introduce you what this competition is and what FS Online really means. As you know, all of the physical competitions have been cancelled this year, but some of us have felt that we need to give something back to this community and we need to keep the spirit of Formula Student alive. So, first of all, I would like to thank our fantastic and amazing host, the Széchenyi István University, for allowing us to be here in the studio and for allowing us to broadcast this amazing day's program.
Because this is where we are at the moment. In the city of Győr, you might know this location if you're so good and amazing to take part in the Formula Student Symposium. And they are the ones who gave us the opportunity in this very good studio, with this very nice LED background, with this very nice guy who's also my friend, which I didn't say, to host this first ever FS Online event digitally to you in your homes all around the world. But we don't only have an amazing host, we also have great cooperative partners who made this available. And first of all, I would like to mention the organization where you can hear this man's voice, Formula Student East.
Formula Student East is the Hungarian station of the Formula Student Worldwide League, and it has been organized for the past couple of years. And I think many of you know me from here. Many of you know the guys who are behind FS East. They were responsible for the statics and also some of the overall organization of this event. So thank you very much to the FS East organizers for helping us out here.
But the only way to beat a global pandemic is to go global ourselves. So we don't only have organizations from the East, but we also have organizations from the West being part of this event, and that is FS Netherlands.
So FS Netherlands is very surprisingly, the Dutch station of the Formula Student. Wow, that's just mind-blowing information going out really to the internet now. And they have been helping us out with our communication. Their communications department has been amazing. They were responsible for our magazine, which you can see on our website, formulastudentonline.com, which features all of our teams and the detailed schedule of today. And they were also the ones who reached out to many of the professionals with whom you can read interviews in our amazing magazine to make sure to check that out. And they've also been helping us out in the statics as well. So it's quite a hugely intertwined cooperation between us. But there is also another Dutch partner. And
yes.
I think Roland would
and
be
as you know,
that.
Yeah, and as you know, in a Formula Student events, usually the teams are also very much there and strongly support the organization of the event. And this was also the case at FS Online, because we had the amazing MI Team Delft supporting us with
our driverless simulator, which is unique and self-developed, and you will see it in action in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes for the first time ever in our live show at FS Online.
So a big dankjewel to all of our Dutch supporters and helpers and everybody who's taking part in the organization. But we don't stop at the Netherlands. We can all go all the way to Germany and reach our big hands out. And thank you very much to FastTube.
Yes, FastTube has been instrumental in helping us out with our R-Factor simulator. They have provided us with the EV mod for the simulator, so the EV car that you will be driving is the work of FastTube. But we not only have EV cars in our simulator, but we also have combustion cars, and we've also had help there from
DRF Liga.
Yes, DRF Liga is a Hungarian simulator modder team, and they have created us our combustion vehicle mod. So whoever is driving the combustion vehicles in the simulator, give a big, huge shout out to DRF Liga. They were amazing in helping us out with that.
So, and if you look behind us, you can see our sponsors, maybe also there. And our distinguished sponsor of the first FS Online is the MVM Group. Thank you very much for your support in the name of everybody who's taking a part of this event. It's much appreciated.
Especially appreciated in these tough times. And this just shows the dedication of MVM, who has been helping out the Hungarian Formula Student movement for a number of years. We also have sponsors. And the first sponsor that I would like to mention is probably the longest serving supporter, sponsor of the Hungarian Formula Student movement, and this is
Audi Hungária. Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much to Audi Hungária for their support. And last but definitely not least, PricewaterhouseCoopers. I said it without any issues.
Great job, man.
Thank you very much for PwC as well for supporting our event.
But the whole day is not going to be us talking in front of this amazing LED screen and calling names and sharing thank yous. But the whole day is going to be about the teams and the judges and the competition itself, what we all live for and we all crave so much this year, because we cannot be there physically, but we can be here digitally. So let's go through the program very quick. János.
Absolutely. Let us do that. So, as you can see now, we are in the introduction part of our day, but we will soon start our autocross events. As you know, Formula Student Online has 3 categories: driverless, combustion, and electric. So we're going to be starting with the driverless autocross event. That's going to be the first live-streamed event in the day. By the way, when I say live-streamed, I don't just mean that we are live right now. Every competition element is going to be happening live. So the drivers in the combustion and electric classes are already in their homes, already sitting in their simulator, waiting for that green light. And the algorithms are also waiting for the green light in the driverless category. So driverless autocross is first, and then we're going to move on to...
And then we are going to go to the autocross event and the dynamic events of electric vehicles, if I'm correct. Where we will have the first drivers driving on the virtual Zalo Zone map of the Formula Student East competition. And we will see who can beat their physical time and who can beat the digital time setup.
It will be very interesting to compare reality and the virtual world with each other, which we can do here quite well. And then after the electric cars, we're going to move on to the combustion class. And that's about as far as our program has been simple, because from there onwards, things get very, very complicated.
Parallel, I could say.
Parallelizing everything here.
Oh, yes.
So, what are going to be our parallel programs, Roland?
So our parallel programs are going to be, I have to cheat a little because it's a pretty complicated story that we have right here. We are going to have the presentations, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are.
And we are going to start with the...
With the Concept Design Challenge.
Thank you very much.
So, well, just helping you out there, as always.
That's just going to happen all day.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure that I'm going to need some of the encouragement as well. So, Concept Design Challenge is going to be our first live-streamed static event. In these static events, we are going to have Zoom calls to the teams, and they are going to be presenting their concept design presentations and their business presentations live in front of our judges. They're going to be connected to our judges, and we're going to also show you the Concept Design Challenge Q&As. So about 20 minutes for each team, starting at 10:40, and the first presenter is going to be Dynamis PRC. And then we wanted to mix it up a little bit. We didn't just want to have presentations one after the other. We wanted to mix it up, and we mixed it up with the dynamics. So which dynamic event are we going to see between the CDCs?
Between the CDCs, we are going to see the dynamic events of the, if I'm correct, the electric vehicle class and
Yes.
group. And then we will, if I'm correct, go into the combustion parts as well.
Yes. I would like to mention it here that we are not only streaming on YouTube, we are streaming our live studio broadcast on YouTube. But because of the parallel events, we wanted to make sure that if somebody is more interested in the dynamics, or your team is participating in the dynamics and not in the static finals, then we wanted to make sure that to give you the chance to be able to follow them there as well. So be sure to check out our Twitch channel, which we have posted to, which the link we have posted to all of our Instagram and Facebook pages into the posts that are highlighting our broadcast. So you can check out the entire non-commentated live stream of our dynamic events in the Twitch channel that we have set up. So we're going to be alternating between the CDC and the group stages for a while, but then we wanted to mix it up even more.
Oh yeah, we are going a
Yeah.
bit crazy, and we are going to go to the Race of Champions, if I'm correct. Am I saying it right?
That's the Race of Champions is going to be the entire group stage, so
Yes.
that's what's going to happen there. But I wanted to mention the surprises that we have, which I'm going to actually ruin now.
That's why I didn't mention it, Jan.
Yeah, well, I still haven't mentioned it, so we can still keep it a surprise
Well,
if we want to. But I think it would be easier if we let our audience know that we will also have some studio interviews. When I say studio interviews, first I mean virtual studio interviews, because we're going to be in the studio, and two of our guests, the first two of our guests, are going to be joining us through a Zoom call. The first guest is going to be Daniel Bereznai, who is a Formula One esports racer, racing for Alfa Romeo Racing. And our second studio guest is going
to be Sándor Kling, who is going to talk about a little bit how to get from Formula Student to Formula One, because he's been supporting one very famous Formula One team for the past years. I could even say its names. I don't know.
I think we can say
it's
their
Red
name.
Bull Racing. Ooh,
Absolutely.
crazy.
Wow.
So we're gonna talk to him as well in the early afternoon.
Yes. And so once the Concept Design Challenge and these interviews have been broadcast, we are also going to follow this up with some statics and some driverless. As you know, in our driverless category, there is an autocross and there is a track drive event, which we are broadcasting today live for you. So the autocross is going to be happening very soon, in about 10 minutes. And then the track drive is going to be happening in the afternoon from 2 o'clock onwards. Every track drive is going to take about 10 minutes. And then after these 10-minute blocks of track drives, we will each have a business presentation.
Yes. So we're going to hit the business side of the story at around 2 o'clock, alternating between these two events. And then we're going to have a little more studio talk, if I'm correct.
You are
included,
absolutely correct.
sprinkled up. And then we are going to reach the Race of Champions.
The Race of Champions.
Knockout stage.
Knockouts. We're going to knock you out with
Well, not
fun
you.
and, well, hopefully not you
Yeah.
or not each other. But it's going to knock out everybody basically with the fun and the excitement on the Race of Champions stage. So this is going to be basically the dynamic finals. Instead of endurance, we have this event where we have set up a Race of Champions style race circuit with two parallel layouts, and we can almost see wheel-to-wheel racing there. The drivers are not going to be driving right next to each other, but they're going to be on two separate tracks, but parallel to each other. It's going to make a lot more sense than what I have just said here once we see the track layout.
Yes, and then we are going to enter a category which is a fun category.
Absolutely.
If I'm correct.
Absolutely.
Because the amazing teams have sent in some funny videos. Ranging from medium to high laugh velocity, and we are going to have a commentator little session about that. In the meantime, while we are having fun and you guys are having fun, the judges are going to be working hard to put together the results, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are.
And then we are going to have the award ceremony, and that is already going to be like 8 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, so in about 12 hours from now.
Yeah, we can even. Can you imagine getting to 8 o'clock, Roland?
Whew, that's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a bit more wrinkles and a little bit slower speech, if I'm correct.
Probably. But yes, our closing program item is going to be the award ceremony, where we are trying to actually recreate some of the fun of an award ceremony. This is, I think, the toughest task that we have today, because Formula Student award ceremonies are legendary. With the vibing crowd and you can feel the energy. The air literally vibrates. Recreating that in the studio.
It's not going to be
job.
easy. I mean,
Yeah.
usually on a Formula Student award ceremony, there's half-naked man running up with beers in their hands. I'm not sure we can guarantee you that experience, but we will do our best to make it as energetic as possible. And if I'm correct, the teams also prepare some surprises, so we might be able to check how they celebrate. If you didn't do that and you're a team, it might be the time to be optimistic about your performance on this event.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend for teams who haven't sent in these cheer videos, you might still have the chance to do that. So if you feel like you're going to be on the overall podium, make sure to send in your video.
If not, you can also celebrate that you're participating on FS Online, which is amazing and great. This schedule is going to be available somewhere on the platforms of the internet.
That is absolutely correct, Roland. Thank you very much for pointing it out.
Tell the viewers where it is.
I am going to tell the viewers. The viewers can find this schedule in multiple places. We have posted this to our Facebook and Instagram channels. We have also posted this into our magazine, which is online on formulastudentonline.com. Make sure to check it out. It's an amazing document, and you can see it there. You can see our schedule there, and everything is detailed there. So all of the exact time slots, which we are trying to adhere to the best of our abilities, are in there. So make sure to check it out on Facebook, Instagram, and the formulastudentonline.com website.
And you can also check us out if you're watching us from YouTube. You can also go on Facebook Live, if I'm correct, because we are also present
absolutely.
there.
So we are all over the internet.
And it's very important. You know, we are sitting here in a studio. We have some cameras, some amazing camera guys, some nice people around us. But, you know, the FS vibe can still come through interaction channels online. So you please write in the YouTube commentary box, in the Facebook chat box, wherever, just get in touch. Facebook Live comments, Instagram tagging is also an option. And it's also encouraged to... Actually, we're going to give you 2 tasks.
Yes.
Task number 1 is to send us a picture of where are you watching us from. I mean, probably this is the first and only time in the world of Formula Student where you can experience Formula Student from the comfort of your bed. You don't have to get up in a tent, you know. You don't have to wait in line for showers.
Don't even remind me of tenting. Like that is one of my pet peeves. Tenting is something that Formula Student has completely ruined for me. I'm never gonna go camping again.
So this is probably one of the first times that you can do this. You can get a bowl of chips. You can sit down in your garden, open up a beer at 10 a.m. if that's what you feel like, and be a part of this event. And if you do this, send us a picture, please. Post it online. Post it on Instagram with the hashtag FSOWatching. And also, you know, the dynamic events are about the fun and the cheering and the crowd shouting.
We want to make sure that you guys at home have a chance to cheer for your drivers and give them some encouragement. So make sure to post some of these cheers, some of the cheering videos or cheering pictures that you are doing at home, and make sure to use the hashtag FSOCheering for that at the Instagram feed of us. All right.
Well, it's 8:50, ladies and gentlemen.
It looks like we are ready for driverless autocross.
Yes. So as promised, we are going to start with our first dynamic event. We're going to have 4 teams with us, if I'm correct, and all competing in what environment exactly? Janos?
In the virtual autocross environment of FS Online's driverless simulator.
So how the commentating is going to happen is you are not going to see us during the event because obviously the cars are more interesting than us. And we are going to see a simulated environment for each run. This simulation was modeled and specially made for these teams. And in this environment, the algorithms that the teams created will show their best abilities in the next couple of
Absolutely.
minutes.
So I wouldn't want to go into the details of this driverless simulator because, well, I'm not a technical expert on driverless, but we are going to have one of our technical experts on driverless here in the studio after all of the driverless events have been run, and she is going to introduce it to you. But what you need to know about this, simulator is that it is very similar to what the industry is using for proving the real autonomous algorithms of real self-driving vehicles on the road. So this way, it's very safe to test it out. If anything goes wrong, it goes wrong virtually and not in the real life. So this is something that's very valuable to the teams for their professional lives because Formula Student is all about education, as we know. So
And also, if you think that this simulation is going to be a fun little ride for a fun little car, it's not. As I heard, it's a harsh environment. The algorithms have to face as close to reality as possible. And it's not going to be easy for the cars to go and do their laps.
yes, they might make it look easy because they're well prepared, but it is actually quite difficult to create something like this because we have been able to replicate multiple different environments in this challenge. When I say environments, I mean weather conditions. The teams have already had 2 competition days before with multiple runs, each with different track layout and each with different weather settings. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be like today. I can see a little bit of overcast in the studio,
Yeah.
but we'll see. We'll see what our driverless challenge is going to be throwing at the teams today.
Well, we take it obvious, but some people might not know that this competition is also going for points, and also this driverless competition is how many points is that altogether in the competition? About
Let
should we check the rules?
let me bring something up here
Okay.
where we can check the exact point numbers. We don't want to give you false information. So,
no, and I just got into this question unprepared, but I will tell
Absolutely.
you it is 400 points. Is it?
yes, the virtual driverless event
Oh my God.
altogether is
a
400
lot.
points. Yeah, that's a lot of points for this. So there's a lot at stake here, and our teams, I am pretty sure, are very eager to get going. But who are our driverless teams, Roland?
Well, our driverless teams, as I said, it's going to be, where I'm right there, it's going to be 4 of them with us today. And these 4 teams are going to, I can share the order, right? Like
Absolutely,
who's-
absolutely. Order is
Okay.
not...
So we have E-Force driverless with us. First, who are coming from which country?
from Czech Republic.
The Czech Republic. And then we have E-Ignition Hamburg. Surprisingly, they come from Germany.
Wow.
I know. And we also
Newsflash.
have the amazing KA Racing. I miss your beer, guys, very much. I wish we
I do
could have
too.
some
I do
right
too,
now.
actually. Last year's, I'm not going to forget last year's FS East award ceremony where they actually handed me a beer in front of 2,000 people and do what you can with it.
And you did what you could.
I did what I could.
All right.
I chugged it, guys, so
just to be on the safe side. And we are going to have the 4th team from Delft, the Netherlands, the MI team Delft, trying to compete on this amazingly tough
yes.
event.
Just one comment on the MI Team Delft. They're only participating in the dynamic events. Of course, they were helping us out with the simulator, but don't think that this has helped them out anyway possible because getting the driverless simulator up and running and getting their algorithm up and running are 2 separate tasks.
2 different
so
stories.
it's not as easy as you would think. And Roland, I think I heard from our background team that E-Force is ready to go.
E-Force is ready to go?
I think we are ready to begin the driverless autocross. So
do it.
Let's do this.
This high five is for eForce. And now let's switch on to our track, onto our digital track, if we can do that, and check out what it looks like. First of all, it's going to be a bit shady. As you said, there's a little bit of an overcast.
Yes, so the exact weather conditions are sunset with some lens flare. Lens flare is important because our simulator, to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, and then I might be corrected later on in the broadcast by Zsófi, but the simulator can replicate the inputs to the sensors that the cars would have on them, and lens flare can somewhat disturb the cameras that a driverless car would have on itself, and this can impact the sensing algorithm. So this is actually quite a challenge for the teams, even though it looks like it's just very easy.
Well, it's not. It definitely is not. It's actually, I'm not sure if we're gonna when we're gonna switch on the screen. It's not. We've been actually. I've been working for a company doing films, and they are doing autonomous driving, and that's a big company, and they've been working a lot, and it's not always working. So
Yes.
don't be surprised. Obviously, this is a bit different environment because the hardware failures are basically not present,
They're not present now.
non-existing. But this puts more task and more pressure on the algorithm team. I mean, you cannot blame the chassis, you cannot blame the wheels, you cannot blame the engine. Now we're going to see your algorithm, and we have
the feed to the driverless, so you can see eForce driverless on the track right now. The car models, by the way, and they have started the first ever autocross lap on the driverless simulator of FS Online.
The driverless teams or all the FS teams might be very much familiar with the blue and the yellow coning. There is the first turn that we are doing, going nicely. I'm not sure, can we see speed? No, we cannot see speed.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can. It's
4.9.
It's meter per second.
5 meters per second, yes, which is a slow and steady pace.
Well,
which is quite important because at least the car is able to sense even the sharpest corners, and I haven't seen any cones hit so far, which is a very nice job, very, very safe run, very nicely done by eForce's driverless effort. A little bit of a wider line there with a cone being caught, but that's fine. At least we don't have to have our volunteers run out and collect the cones. But the car found its way back on the track, which is a very good effort.
Yes.
As some of our viewers might be familiar with this.
And the first lap was, I think, 1 minute to 12. That's what I saw.
That's roughly what the time was for our first driverless run. So I think we should congratulate eForce Driverless for completing the driverless challenge, driverless autocross challenge at Formula Student Online.
Oh, yes.
So now our simulator team is working hard on switching over to the next team who is coming up in the driverless simulator, and they are going to be Ignition Hamburg. So they are getting ready in the simulator.
So they are a team of 70, all the way from Germany, if you don't know them. And they have been participating in driverless challenges since 2017. And they don't distinguish between the electric team and the driverless team. And currently 8 people are sweating palms and foreheads because they've been developing the driverless software. That's what they told us. And this is based on ROS. What is ROS? We don't know.
ROS is probably something that I don't know if I should be familiar with it because I'm not actually a I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can say that that's not something I'm familiar with.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's some sort of a software-related item, which was surprising for an algorithm. And I think Zsófi might know the answer to that as well later on.
We're gonna ask Zsófi and come back.
Yeah, I think to be honest, at this point, Zsófi might have more questions than some of the teams in the Concept Design Challenge Q&As.
And this might say, and they have a combination of 5 leaders and camera systems. Obviously, they will not use these systems at the moment. Only the algorithms behind it. So we are connecting to the server, and they were 3rd place on Formula Student East and 5th place on Formula Student Germany last season. So they have some pretty high reputation. And also they at Ignition always say, never leave a team member behind and the car only in FS East. This joke will haunt them. And also we're gonna see this in the fun video commentary section.
Yeah, to find out what they mean by this, you should stick with us until the end of the broadcast, because in the fun videos, this is going to be very well explained. So this joke has some meaning to it, which I think everybody who has been at FS East last year will fondly remember, because that's something we have never seen at a Formula Student competition. So,
I think the car is up and running, and don't be surprised, not everybody built a red little Formula Student car. It's just, you know, this is oops, there's a connection timeout. This is a simulation, and obviously we are focusing on the technical parts of this event and the amazing people who've been putting this together, and the judges are focusing on the technical parts. So the shows and the looks are not developed, and hopefully they don't have to be developed, because next year there's going to be amazing Formula Student events, and this commentary will happen on a concrete area, probably in the Zolo zone with nice sunshine and some water in our hands, and talking happily about driverless challenge.
Absolutely. So we do hope that we're going to have physical challenges and physical competitions as well. But don't you just say that this is the first and only FS Online, because we might have some surprises for
my God
here. So I am letting you into some little secrets.
All right, I'm excited.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, the most important thing is to have everything ready and running. And obviously, as you can see right now, we have a very little delay, and this is going to happen all out of the day. So we would like to ask for your patience, because, you know, connecting 2 points of the world, even though we are living in a very connected world, is not that easy. And then we might switch up the programs a little, or just put in a different stories.
So as I can hear from the background crew of FS Online, Hamburg has been experiencing some connection issues, which is expected, because just to give you a little bit of a hindsight, the algorithms are actually not running on the team's own computers. They're running in a Google Cloud because of the extremely high computing power that this requires. So we're not only connecting your and the team's actual server, we're connecting through Google's cloud. So
we are already through California. Crazy.
Yeah, so we're traveling all around the world. I mean, this is the most global Formula Student event that can happen. There is some technical issue with Hamburg. We are trying to fix that, and we hope that Ignition Hamburg can also run in our real live-streamed live event. From what I understand from our background team, KA Racing is preparing in the background. So once we get the go-ahead from the team in the background that the car is set up and it's okay, then we can switch to the screen and we can see KA Racing's effort for the driverless competition.
Yes, so now that I've given a very detailed introduction of Hamburg, let's go to Karlsruhe a little bit. I've never been to Karlsruhe. Have you been to Karlsruhe?
I think we drove past it on the way to
I drove past Karlsruhe, obviously.
Well, that's
not on the way to Hockenheim. That's the French border.
Yeah, okay.
Well, geography failed. Anyway.
Whatever.
But we see the car. Car number 420.
I think we should talk about cars because of that we're a little bit better. So we're ready with the driverless. So guys, go ahead once you're ready.
Yes. So as you can see, we wanted to show the sponsors of the teams who are participating on this event, because they are an important part of this ecosystem. And the car has started. Whoa! This speed is double or triple of the previous one.
The speed is higher, but I've seen a couple of cones being hit at like the apex was clipped just a tad too much by the algorithm. But it's very nicely done. Wow, that complex technical corners are really nicely tackled.
It's going smoothly.
Very, very smoothly.
It looks like a guy's behind it, but it's not. That is amazing, really.
Yeah. So wow, KA Racing has done really well with their algorithm, and
And there is 9 people doing the DV, and they've been present. Oh, whoa, that was over. That's it.
That was over.
That was a quick
very
one.
quick lap. Yes.
It's a quickie. Okay.
Well, Roland, if something is going twice as fast as the previous one, then we're going to have, wow, half the
Even
time.
half the
That
time?
is
Oh my
insane.
God.
That is absolutely insane.
I mean, this is a virtual event, but physics and the general rule of time and life is still applied. So we had 9 people. They've been working on this, if I'm correct, and they've been doing this since 2017. I think we can feel and smell the experience.
Yes,
3 years. And they say the motivation of DV development: machines are safer drivers than humans. Time to get rid of them on the streets. Wow. And
KA Racing, we're going to have a word about
KA
that.
Racing, I'm not sure if your drivers think the same, but the nickname of the software was Gunther. So we saw Gunther driving with a crazy, amazing speed right
Well,
there.
Gunther has definitely got some skills, guys. So congratulations to KA Racing for completing that great driverless autocross run. I just want to explain why we have the overlay on the screen. You can see that the borders of our screen are white once we go live. You can see that again. The driverless simulator has been developed very rapidly. So as you know, the whole competitions idea started in somewhere around March. So the driverless simulator has been set up from there onwards. And this is not an easy job to pull together such a complex software so quickly. And the teams behind the simulator, integrated in a single car, and we want to display the sponsors of the teams using this overlay.
Yes, yeah, and everybody focuses on the cars. I haven't realized the white background, so don't worry about that.
Yeah,
Everybody wants to just see the cars themselves. And here we have Formula Student Team Delft from the Delft University.
They're already on the track.
They're already on the track, and
they're off.
And their team of 50
go.
is excited. Yeah, the speed, they are more on the safe than sorry side, and that is good because if you don't hit a cone, that's the most important thing. And this.
Well, if you want to talk about safe algorithms, then not hitting a cone is quite a sign of building a safe algorithm, Roland, because that's when you know that it wouldn't hit.
Yeah, and
pedestrians, for
actually,
instance, on the road.
what I wanted to say is that they started developing the system last year, ladies and gentlemen. And they are a cooperation between MIT from Boston and the TU Delft, because some of the team members moved to MIT to do their masters. And they became third at FSG in their first year. So as you can see, this strategy they chose to be reliable and safe is working. I'm not sure if any cones were hit. It's 1:04 was their time, and they stopped.
I don't think that that cones were hit, but they were quicker than eForce Prague, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, MI Team Delft has what a career move to go from TU Delft for your bachelor's and go to MIT afterwards to your master's. But I think we can see what happens there when you've got so many talented guys working together, because their algorithm and their simulator are both working really well. And I want to also highlight that the simulator was not just the work of MI Team Delft. The guys behind FS East, the Association for Vehicle Engineers in Hungary. This was a joint effort between the Association of Vehicle Engineers in Hungary and the MI Team Delft guys. So the simulator was really an international effort, just like FS Online.
Oh yeah, flying through continents. So we have, if I'm correct, one team left.
Yes,
are we going to have them back?
Yes,
Do
so
we know
Ignition
anything about
Hamburg is working on connecting again. I think we're gonna need a bit of time, but they will be able to go live again. And we can see what their algorithm is going to do. We hope that they don't forget their vehicle on the driverless track.
Let's hope they won't. Also, I wanted to check, the Instagram and the Facebook feed that we have, if we are getting any pictures, because right now we have some time. Nobody's on the display.
Yes, so
if
at Formula Student Online is where our viewers can find our Instagram channel, and Formula Student Online is also our tag on Facebook. So Formula Student Online is the official name of our Instagram account. Yes, absolutely.
Let's check this. Formula Student Online. Let's see. And they are loaded and they are ready to go. So a big round of applause.
Congratulations,
to the
Hamburg,
team.
for the quick troubleshooting.
Yes,
It's
we are
almost as
happy.
quick as when you got back to your car to FS East.
We are happy that you're here. And as I said, they've been participating since 2017 in this competition. So we are going to probably see a competition 2K Racing because they are the same year. But yeah.
They're also taking the safe, the slow and steady approach, or the safe and steady approach. What we can see, it looks like the car is basically pegged at 3.9 meters per second.
No, they're constant.
They are very constant,
fuel
but
efficient
they are
probably.
super energy efficient.
Yeah.
I mean, efficiency is the way to go
Oh, yeah.
for the future. So they're halfway there, or actually they're all the way there because
Yeah.
they also have a driverless car. So welcome to the future by Ignition Hamburg.
And you can see, safety is a #1 priority. And as other teams also wrote, this is what also TU Delft wrote, that why they are developing this car and why they are taking part in this event is because they want to have a safer mobility. And obviously, we can see this. And I'm not seeing any cones hit, and I'm seeing a very constant, nice and comfortable drive. I would be sitting in that car and feel safe. And that is very, very good. So we can see the sponsors on the right, as I said, and this is car number 478 that we are seeing. Okay.
And with some cones knocked over in the end, the car is slowly coming to a stop. Of course, it's very important that in the driverless challenge, the cars have to come to a safe full stop at the end. That's the only time when the competition lap is actually counted. So it's in the rule set that at the end, the car has to come to a full stop. And speaking of full stop, the autocross driverless event has arrived to its full stop because we had all of our 4 teams running. Roland, are you keeping up?
Oh yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations!
Absolutely. So congratulations to all of our teams who have participated in the driverless autocross, and we will see you again in the afternoon for the driverless track drive. Of course, that's going to be a much longer event where the teams will complete a lot more laps, and you will see that broadcast in the afternoon from around 2 o'clock. So make sure to keep tuned in to Formula Student Online's live broadcast.
Yes, so right now, if I'm correct, the autocross for electric vehicles in a simulation is going to start in about 10, 12 minutes, if I'm correct?
Roughly, we've got 8 or 10 minutes to evaluate or think about what's going to happen during the day because what we have planned, of course, is we wanted to make sure that for every eventuality that might occur during the day, as we have seen some connection issues with Hamburg, these might happen. We wanted to have ample time to do this. So, the dynamic events are going to start soon. They are preparing the simulator, which is running in rFactor 2.
But if I'm correct, right now we are going to have a little. I'm not sure what's
just a very short transition screen.
Yes, a short transition screen.
Right
so
now.
let's do the trend.
Let's transition into the dynamic event. So,
do you feel the dynamism? I feel it. I feel it, man.
I mean, it's touched me completely. So
crazy.
Yes. So just a short introduction of our dynamic events. So dynamic events are going to be happening in our simulator, which is an rFactor modification. So rFactor 2 is one of the best renowned simulator packages that is available to drivers. It's used widely for driver training and in competitions as well, in esports competitions especially. So esports has been quite an emerging field for the past couple of years. It's kind of been a subculture so far, but I hope that with FS Online's entire live broadcast, we can help to get this out into the spotlight and give it a little bit more spotlight than previously.
And it's going to be a very interesting and exciting perspective to see. The first time I drove a Formula Student car was with the Arabona Racing team, an amazing team. I'm not sure if you know them. The perspective that we are going to have, that we never have on a Formula Student event, is that we are going to see the driver's view. We're going to see what he or she sees while driving. And what decision he or she is making, and obviously we can judge it or applaud it or be happy about it. So this is going to take up most of our time in the next couple hours.
Absolutely. So this, of course, gives us this unique perspective that we never get in, or hardly ever get in Formula Student races. If some teams mount cameras on their cars, we might be able to get some of these perspectives, but normally that doesn't happen. And sometimes those teams forget to actually hand in the footage at the end. So
and obviously
you have the footage, but we can't show it. So that's sometimes an issue.
Yeah, and obviously we don't see it live. I mean, that's the huge difference. And this is going to be probably a big difference for the drivers themselves, because what happens here is that basically in the session, essentially, we are comparing the skills of the drivers. If I can say this, Janusz, I'm not sure.
Absolutely.
But I think I can. Is that obviously we did not simulate each and every car ever present on these competitions, because that would be a huge next steps and a huge effort. But still, we have amazing drivers whose skills we are going to compare. But they can make small adjustments. They can put the cars to their fields a little bit, if I'm correct.
So we, of course, in the really short development time that was required to run the competition on this day live, we haven't been able to integrate every single team's cars into the rFactor simulator. That would have required a huge manpower. So the basic car itself is actually shared amongst all the drivers, but the setup they could fiddle with. So they could actually kind of tailor it to their own fields, make it a little bit more oversteery, understeery, depending on their driving style. And I hope that we will see much different driving styles going on in our dynamic event. And just if you allow me one more comment, Roland.
Oh yeah, do comment all day.
Do comment all day. Yeah, I can take it. Yeah,
that's
what we're here
just
for.
Go out.
Yeah, you can just leave and
No,
I'll take over for 12 hours. Yeah, thank you very much, because that would be kind of a.
Yeah, we have a little whale simulator.
Yeah, we've got some whales in the studio here as well, but don't mind them. Yeah. So. What was I going to comment on?
I don't know.
You don't know, but
you kept it a secret.
I think, I did keep it a secret. So, as I mentioned, this is a very detailed simulator. Lots of parameters were required to accurately model the cars. As far as I'm concerned, I think we are soon going to show the live feed of the autocross. Behind us, you can already see one of the drivers on there, driving for number 90.
That's a German team. Zwickau is in Germany. Crazy.
Yes.
Geography day all day. They have 35 team members, and they took part in FS UK last year. They came third. In the Czech, they came first, and in Spain, they came sixth.
Absolutely.
So
they moved up the world ranking ladder to place number 4, I think, in the world ranking list. I hope I said that correctly. I want to give a huge shout out to Zwickau. They have helped. Back in my days in Formula Student, they have helped Arabona Racing team out hugely in our 2017 season. So a little belated thank you. We have thanked you guys already, but thanks very much again, now that I can do this for you guys. So the background info I was going to share is that we have a Zoom call set up for the drivers. So at some times you will see the drivers' images as well in a small screen in our live feed.
There is the man.
There we go. So Eric, we can see Eric already driving on the simulator.
And we also have some sound. Now he's speaking.
Yes.
Oops.
Okay.
He's not happy.
Yeah, the slight issue is that the cones have been knocked down from the track. So we need to rely on the driver's skill to follow the white lines. Of course, it's not easy to stay within the lines and stay within the cones on the simulator, because a very, very crucial feeling to the driver is removed by moving this into the simulator world, which is the feel of the G-forces of the car and feel of the movement of the car. But to allow the drivers to get used to this, we have allowed them pre-qualifying runs and pre-qualifying practice runs during the week. So actually, the mod was available from the 4th of August already, and they have been practicing for the entire week.
Oh, nice. Probably parents going, don't play so much video games. But it's not a video game, because this is a real competition, and we are seeing real drivers who are normally driving their cars. And Eric is doing that normally, if I'm correct. So what's going to happen before we go on to the actual measured laps? Then they will reset the map, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So all the cones will be in place.
The driver changes will happen through a change in the simulator. So the simulator team, who are responsible for running the simulator in the background, they are going to be placing the drivers on the track, and we are going to be seeing next Team FSB on the track. So soon, once Eric is done with his lap,
Okay.
we will see FSB's first driver. And Roland, you were very...
Zvonimir Ercegovac is going to be racing. Sorry, Zvonimir, if I butchered your name, please excuse me. But we are going to have this amazing driver with us.
I deliberately allowed you to say the driver's name.
Thank you
because
very much.
You were extremely confident in the morning when you were preparing that you can go through the driver's list without mistakes, and
because his nickname is Zvone, I could say I know
but
him.
that's easy. But you kept that information to
Well,
yourself.
I'm sorry, because we asked for some info from the teams, and we are going to say them. He's physically located in Zagreb, and he has years of simulation, and he has debatable years of simulation experience. Let's say 2 years of driving in rare occasions, driving on his homemade simulator. And this is his first year driving on a Formula Student event, so big round of applause. These are still the warm-ups that we are seeing.
Yes. Yeah.
So people still warming up, but if I'm correct, in a couple minutes we will start the real deal.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Of course, this is relevant because in Formula Student, in a physical Formula Student competition, you also have tests as well. So we wanted to make sure that the connections are right. We wanted to make sure that the drivers are comfortable on the track and they know their way around. Of course, they have been able to practice on a certain layout of this track during the week. And now we are soon going to go into the hot laps of each driver. Wow,
that was a hot effect.
That was
created.
Your sound effects. I mean,
I'm a
Roland,
CGI. This is our Croatian friend, if I'm correct. This is Zvonimir, is it?
So far I'm seeing that this is Sven from
Sven
Default
Helms?
Dynamics. Yes. So
Sven, thank you for
187.
letting us to your. Is this your bedroom or your living room? It's amazing. We have little rockets in the background.
Oh yeah,
really
well,
like
that's a
it.
space shuttle.
It's a space shuttle,
Really
man.
cool.
I
Really
think
cool.
he's hearing us. I'm not sure. Oh, but there's a guy. What the hell? And
We've
there's
got
a woman.
We've got spectators on the track as well, so we wanted to make sure that not only us are spectating and not only our viewers are spectating on YouTube, but
hey,
everybody is spectating. Hats off to you, Sven.
Yes.
So we've got some virtual spectators as well, so that the
That
drivers
is
feel at home,
hilarious.
really.
That's hilarious.
So
We got some creepy guys looking at you driving like, hey. Okay. So we're still doing warm-ups, and in a couple minutes we will get into the real deal. I think it's 9:25 is the scheduled start, where we will have the EV driver 1, 2, 5.
yes, so in about
coming in.
2 or 3 minutes, we will move into the real deal autocross and the hot laps.
Yeah.
of each
Janos,
driver.
where can I check if we got any pictures sent or anything?
So
You can
from
check
the
it only?
desktop, I think it's going to be a bit difficult, but
Oh,
from
God.
our phones, which we are allowed to use now because we are an online event, and these are actually our tools of commentating. We can check some text. So
And also, we have some questions here in the YouTube channel chat. Sorry for neglecting these. And we will. I hope it will be brighter for the track drive race. It is. Amazing effort by all DV teams in these difficult environments. That's the amazing message Formula Student Netherlands is sending to you guys.
thank you very much for FSN for tuning into our broadcast, and thank you for getting into the YouTube feed for sure, guys. We will be routinely checking the comment section online, and we will be responding to some questions if
Here's
they appear.
a question. We might not know all the information. I certainly will not know all the information. What are the track limits? That's what they are asking. And also, are there controllers' keyboards allowed?
Yes. So basically, first of all, the track limits. The track limits are marked by these red cones, which the drivers can knock over. Of course, our officials are counting and watching the cones which were knocked over by drivers. So that's something that's happening. That is the order which we are using to account for any mistakes that the drivers have made during their times. And of course, these penalty times are going to be added.
I'm sorry for stopping you and answering this question, because we are going to start right now with Eric Vogt. A big round of applause to Eric. Woo! Go, Eric. You are the first one to officially take part on the Ultracross of Formula Student Online. And we are excited about your start. And here we go, Eric Vogt.
It's green lights and go ahead. So Eric is on the track right now.
Oops, that's a cone.
That sounded like a cone to me.
There's Eric.
Eric is very carefully through the first couple of turns and a short straightaway. Of course, this is quite a technical track. This is last year's FSC's track. Some cones have been caught by the car, I guess. But this is familiar sight to everyone who has been to a Formula Student competition. So cones being dragged by cars is something that we see regularly. And it's a lot of fun to watch where they end up at the end of the track. And we've got a long straightaway.
So yeah, as Janos said, this is the real track of last year's Zalazon Formula Student East track. So if Eric was there last year, I'm not sure if he was, then he already knows this place. But it's not an easy, and it's a very technical track with a lot of turns. As you can see, the simulation is also counting with the lights. So there are some parts where it's not that easy to see. And
of course, just like in real life, if you drove in the sunset in the afternoon at FS East, you would see this. Bit of an off-road event going on here with the cones run over.
Eric.
And now across the finish line and the measuring gate. So
it's 1:24, 1:31. Is
for the first lap. Of course, this is not adjusted with the cones, so the cones, the penalty times for the cones will be added to this time later on. Now Eric is on his second lap, of course, and we have some kind of
we're seeing Zvonimir right now.
Yes.
Obviously, he's very exciting. Don't get us wrong, Zvonimir, but we will probably want to get back onto Eric and see what he is doing. And Zvonimir is starting at the moment.
Yes.
Okay, crazy. So, Croatia, let's go. Make some noise and let's go.
Okay, we're waiting for the lights to go out. And
there's Zvonimir. He's got the gloves, man. I mean, look at
wow,
that. He
okay.
is a pro.
Super prepared driver there.
He is a pro.
We can also
man.
check out the different setups that drivers are using.
Ooh, look. I mean, that's a whole built car. And here we go.
Also, we just gave a really good excuse for all the drivers to request some presents from friends, girlfriends, families. Hey mom, I need this for the competition.
Yeah, it's educational.
I need a new steering wheel for my simulator at home because this is an educational competition. So all of you guys are welcome. Zvonimir is really tackling
So
the
Zvone,
turns.
yeah, Zvone is hitting it, and they've been competing for a long time, since 2006 in FS UK. And normally, if we would not be watching the simulation, we would see an electric car with a monocoque chassis, 2 E motors inside, and now we just hit a couple cones. And they are driving rear wheels independently. They have a CFRP monocoque with aluminium honeycomb as core material. And the suspension system would be the double unequal length wishbone type. Well, obviously.
Obviously, of course. You know that one, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Well, I wanted to add that it's actuated by push rods.
Oh wow, thank you. Of course you would know that by hand.
Yeah, well,
Off the top of your head,
obviously. So here we have Zvonimir.
So
He finished?
Zvonimir has finished, and
Nice.
we are preparing for the run of
Daniel Rötgen.
no,
Cedric
actually
Heberstreit.
Heberstreit
No.
from Hercules Racing.
Ah, sure.
If they can connect properly to the simulator.
That's
Wow.
what we can- Wow, he's actually sitting in
Okay.
a Formula Student car. Love
So,
it, man.
it
And he's
seems
COVID ready.
Very super COVID ready.
Super
Absolutely
COVID ready.
COVID ready. So
Okay. That is Hercules Racing Team. Starting, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
all right, so Hercules is on the track. Very fast into that right-hander. A little bit of an understeer from the car, and one cone hit there, at least one.
Well, this actually Cedric's first. He's a new member. This is his first Formula Student event he's participating. Probably when he joined the team, that's not what they told us in the recruitment, that you will be sitting in a garage, driving online. But this is still happening, and we have Hercules Racing and the amazing group of friendly guys watching him drive. So he hit a couple cones in the beginning. Let's go, Cedric. We'll give you all the support.
Make sure that you cheer for your team using the FSO cheer hashtag on Instagram. We haven't seen a lot of contributions yet, so guys, make sure to use that to show us how you are cheering for your
Cedric
team.
in this case.
Yes.
For your team in that case. Yes. We are killing those cones.
Yeah.
Cone massacre is happening at the moment, but that's okay. I mean, it happens. Happens in real life, happens in the simulation.
And there we go.
That's it.
Finished with their measured lap.
Congratulations,
And now-
Cedric, your first ever
congratulations.
Formula Student lap done.
Absolutely, congratulations for that, and hopefully you will get to participate in a physical event soon as well, because that's also something to be really mindful of.
But here
So-
comes team number 4, the number 4, car number 42, Ampera Racing, Lerson Keller Machado Correra Jr. There's an older one, but he's the junior competing right now.
So he's a junior, yes.
Oh, nice. Here we see. When I said the name, I expected a mustache, and it's there. So we're
Okay,
happy
Ron,
you're
well,
consistent.
we have brought you the most PC broadcaster from a student ever.
Yes.
Just with that comment. Wow, quite the pace there from Larson. What do we know about
I will
Ampere
check.
Racing? Have
Ampere
they sent us
Racing.
into? Have they
Universidade
sent us any-
Federal de Santa Catarina. They're from
info.
Brazil, ladies and gentlemen. We are going all the
Wow.
way to
Okay,
Santa Catarina,
that-
Brazil.
That must be.
Oh my God.
What time is it there?
I got no
That's-
idea. It's
that's-
minus like
6 hours. It's
not
probably
4 or
like
5.
Let's see what the time is, because we need to give them credit for this, for staying up.
Crazy. 5 a.m. You're
Uh,
driving. Probably your neighbors are like, "What the hell is going
Yeah,
on?"
that's actually they're 5 hours behind us.
Whoa,
So
4:30.
it's like 4:30 in the morning. Thank you very much for getting up so early or staying up so late, depending on what your working schedule is. It does look like Larsson has put in a lot of practice laps because he's doing really well in the simulator. Not a lot of cones hit, and the lap is complete. So,
Ooh, nice.
Congratulations.
Nice. They came fourth on FSA Brazil in 2019, so obviously we can see where the results come from. So very, very, very good job. And this is the first Brazilian team I've been ever commentating, so I'm honored.
And I think that's the first one for me as well. I don't think that Brazilian teams have traveled so far.
How do you say
so
thank you in Portuguese? Obrigado, maybe?
You're the language expert of the two of us.
Maybe obrigado
so
is the
I'm going to hand that over to you.
Well, so here we have the next one. Ivan Fresov, Formula Electric Muddy. Ivan Firshov, извините, пожалуйста. And there you go, Ivan. He's
very focused. Ivan is very focused.
Well, as he should be. He's driving his nice green car, car number 77.
And his hobbies are go-karting. And he has a story for apparently every situation. Well, one more situation that you're going to have a story for from now on, Ivan, is competing in an online event of Formula Student.
Yeah, that's good. He's doing nice. He's doing good.
He is doing well. Yeah, he is doing well. Taking it more safe through the cones so that to avoid
not hitting them.
To avoid getting off track. And he's also in his actual role in the team, he's also the mechanic, so he's responsible for brake system and pedals.
And this is going to be next session. It will be his third team, and he's fond of cars at all sizes and types. Ivan always has new stories. There's lots of inside team jokes about him. Easy breezy everyman. This is what the team wrote here, and we are happy that we can see you driving. And you know what I like about Ivan? He chose his T-shirt to match with the car, man, and that is
absolutely that dedication.
Attention to all details. That is what it is,
every single
my friend.
detail. And with that,
except these cones.
yeah, those cones were just very annoying there. And congratulations on that.
Congrats.
I think I can see the time as well because now we are getting some time so far. So of the 5 drivers that have run so far, I have 4 results which have not been yet corrected with the down or out or off-course penalties. Ivan did an 88.237, and then Ampere Racing's driver did a 72.038, and then Hercules Racing team was 88.6. FSB Racing was 68.568, so they were by far the fastest so far. Of course, we will see what their final result is going to be with all the cone penalties added. And then Eric Vogt at the beginning was 84.131.
So right now, the lap record is held by FSB Racing, 68, obviously without the counts, 68.568. So
and now Matthias Henschel from DHBW Engineering is going to be doing his best to improve upon that.
Yes.
So we're just waiting for him to get on the track and set everything up.
Is he driving already? Because we heard the start.
He is getting ready.
Matthias Henschel.
We've seen number 25, Pro Racing, had some technical difficulties joining. So they will not be driving as of now. DHBW Engineering is getting ready.
But that also happens on Formula Student events. I mean, teams
Absolutely.
can't start their cars, it's not working, so they get to the back of the line. It's the real deal. Whoa, wow, it's a bit shaky start. Maybe there are 2 cars in each other.
Okay. I think we're going to be resetting the simulator for now.
Sven Hems is going to be coming. So we have Matthias and Fotis put in the back. Default Dynamics is going to be the next one, if I'm correct. But we will see what happens.
Just like in a real event, we need to, of course, contact our background staff to know what exactly is happening. So we can't see everything. We don't know what's happening in the pits in a real event. We don't know what's happening in our virtual pits now. So we need to contact our our team. And Matthias has set up their connection.
Matthias
and so
Henschel.
Matthias Henschel from DHBW Engineering. Let's see what they will be doing on our track. So.
Also, if you want to hear information about your team, you should send us the form that we sent you so we can tell you some.
So we were at a team who hasn't done their homework and hasn't sent in.
But DHBW is not that team.
Not that team.
They are a
Perfect.
team of
Okay.
110, so there should be enough people to do this.
Wow, that's a huge team. That's
Yeah.
impressive effort to coordinate everyone.
So Matthias is the component responsible and motion controller for first autonomous vehicle. So Matthias is very much familiar with the digital environment. He's working on, and they came second in Spain and fourth in the Netherlands. Chocolade, or what?
Everybody who has been to a campsite in Formula Student will know what Chocolade is. It is that hellish song that some team, and I don't want to point fingers at DHBW Stuttgart, some team plays full tilt from their speakers at 6 a.m.
Chocolade, I have to check this, guys.
Don't check it. Please
No?
don't check it
It's
because you
so
don't know,
bad?
you don't know the song Chocolade.
But only with Nüssen, please. I'm not
Only
sure
with
if this-
Nüssen, please. You should. I'm gonna let you into this secret soonish, Roland, because it's actually an excerpt from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Ah, yeah.
But
Okay, then
from
I know
the-
this.
But from the German version.
Yeah, the German humor. Top of the iceberg is the German humor.
Yeah,
So-
the PC broadcast continues.
Oh well, sorry, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's
yeah,
feelings.
no, I don't think that you are. Okay, so Matthias has finished their lap in the meantime. While we were focusing on Chocolade a little bit, with a time of 69.224.
Yes.
69.224. That's very close to Zvonimir's time. And
But
so
you cannot beat the Croats, not yet. Oh,
yeah, and
here
then
have
we're back
Sven.
with Sven.
The
Sven
Rocket
Helms.
Man is on the track, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go, flying to the moon. It's Sven Helms. So he's very concentrated, as you can see. And we need a cone or two. That's
Some
okay.
cones, but that's fine.
Happen in the best teams as well. Oops, there's the guy. Oops, another cone.
Another cone,
And a
another
woman.
cone, and another cone.
So,
It's a good thing that the volunteers don't have to actually collect all the cones now, because they would
Yeah.
have the most job that I've seen in an FS competition so far. That would be a marathon run by the volunteers already. Also, an interesting fact that the teams have completed over 10,000 laps in the simulator by now.
Crazy.
And we have calculated, just by a rough calculation, in a single physical event, they would complete about 1,600 laps on the track if we calculate
Altogether,
everything with
everybody.
endurance, autocross, all the teams. If we calculate with like 40 or 50 teams, so this means that by the end of the weekend they should be at around 12,000, 13,000 laps, which means that they run the distance of 10 whole FS East events
Wow.
for FS Online.
congrats.
Congratulations, Sven, for completing your lap in
Nice.
the virtual autocross event of Formula Student Online.
And that's a scene, Sven didn't use a wheel.
Yes, Sven used the computer.
He had a
because-
little joystick.
Yeah, well, whatever feels comfortable, whatever feels right for
Yeah.
the drivers, we have left this up to them.
So next year we're
completely.
gonna see guys sitting in the cars with controllers in hand.
Who knows?
Who
there
knows?
have been a lot of studies from
Yeah?
some manufacturers actually who thought about using a joystick for real cars on the road as well.
Hmm.
So that would be very interesting to see.
Okay, let's
Okay,
see.
and
Daniel
now
Rutgen.
Daniel
Rutgen,
Rutgen from
and-
BRS Motorsports.
Oh yeah. Hit it, Daniel. We have a second driver I can see. And an interesting perspective for the camera, but that's okay.
Well, we can at least ensure that it's him
Oh yeah.
driving and not one of the Formula One drivers maybe who they could have also brought in.
Hired.
Of course, if a Formula Student team has the budget for a Formula One driver,
They're
then
doing something very well.
They are doing
then.
something really well.
Yeah.
And Daniel is also doing really well on the track, so I haven't seen a lot of cones so far. And they've done a really good job with their livery as well. Shows off their colors, the BRS Motorsport colors on the car. And very delicately guiding the car through the complex turns of the FSE's track, and now we got to the slalom, which was actually quite tricky last year as well in the physical event because it's very tight.
So let's go, Rutti. That's his nickname, and he's driving in a workshop right now. And he has got simulator experience in amateur FS driving. He's a test driver as well, and he's since 2018 a teammate. He's the team captain.
The team
Whoa,
captain as well,
team
and
captain's
took
flying
off,
away.
flew off to the stars. So congratulations, Daniel. Congratulations, Ruthi, if I can say that, and congratulations for completing your time. Thank you. Roland, you are so kind for allowing me to use the driver's nicknames.
I'm not PC, but kind.
Well, at least you're gonna have something. You've got something in the mix. And that Ruthi's time was 70.724 with.
And here comes David Kudelka, eForce FFE Prague Formula. We are going to see compete. I'm not sure if they sent in information.
Let's see if they sent in some information.
I don't see anything. So let's just make something up. No, I'm just kidding.
Just make something up?
Yeah.
I think they might have sent in some information through the driverless.
Oh, they found them. No, I found them.
You found them? Wow,
David
okay, Roland, that's perfect.
I'm good at something. Finding names.
Yeah, being PC, but finding names for sure.
He likes to be called Kudi. Oh, he's got a VR glass, man. Look at that. Fancy
wow,
man.
Okay, so we're getting more and more serious with the setups here, guys. Yeah. We've got VR glass and the racing seat and racing everything.
Driving from home from his comfortable chair. They found him lost, dirty and starving and brought him into the Formula Student hood as a brother. He's nearly no simulator experience, but a lot in triathlon, and he is the newbie cutie. All two girls in our team are in love with him. So shout out to Kudi.
Shout out to Kudi.
Kudi, the Master of Cones.
Master of Cones and the Master of Girls, from what we understand.
Yeah.
So
amazing. I want to see some pictures still. So ups, and that was it? No, it's not.
That's it. Yes,
that's it.
That was the end of the lap, and Kudi's time was. Let's see how well he can impress the ladies with the time that he's done. We're soon going to have it on our screens, and as soon as that happens, we will share that information with you, the viewers.
And if I'm correct, we have E101, Cure Mannheim, Mark Ulrich, preparing for us.
Absolutely, he's at the start line already. Also, quite a setup.
Nice. He also has 3 screens. He was a bit unsatisfied with something. Don't be. Focus on the driving, sir.
Always wait for the start signal, guys. Always wait for the start signal.
Okay.
Yeah, he's also got a. That's either an ultra extra super wide monitor or 3 screens.
Well, probably 3 screens.
Probably 3 screens. I don't know. You're more of an expert on this stuff.
Well, I am. I'm a simulator expert.
I am. Well,
No,
I can
not.
see that. Of
I'm
course.
not.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Taking a very nice line through that quick right-hander corner, braking into the twistier parts of the track. This perspective is actually quite helpful because last year when I was commentating on the event physically, it was not easy to see where the drivers were going and what the drivers were doing. But now it's much easier for me to do so. And a couple of cones knocked over there, and the last right-hander turn and through the finish line.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, Mark, for completing your lap. Meanwhile, Kudi's time was 72.84 in the previous
Okay, so we
lap.
still have the FSB Racing with Zvonimir as the fastest.
And not anymore. Not anymore, because Mark has just beat that with
on.
a 67.178. So
Congratulations, Mark.
Congratulations, Mark.
You are the one holding it. And we went to
Number 31.
number 31, Too Fast E-Technology, Gravita Graval. Hi, Gravit. Show us what you got.
There we go. Not a racing seat, but a racing steering wheel, which I guess is a bit more important to going fast on a simulator track. Next up is going to be Loughborough Motorsport. So, Garvit is for sure concentrating and taking very cautious lines through the through the cones here. Obviously,
I'm getting some crazy information.
You've got
Yeah,
some fun
he's-
information for us.
He's driving from Munich, actually, and what the team wrote about him that he loves electric shocks, especially on his tongue, and that is why he drives that crazy. I'm not sure if I should have said this this information in the PC section of our story.
Well, but that is not the PC. My left is not the PC section anymore.
Ah,
so,
yeah, sorry.
So that
Sorry.
is the non-PC section. For that, everything goes basically.
They are first place on world ranking.
Yes, they are first place. I was just going to go into
They
that.
have 5 wins in a row.
they have
Australia,
5 wins in a
FSC,
row.
Austria, Germany, and Spain.
Absolutely,
God.
absolutely. They dominated last year's FSC Dynamics with incredible times. Incredible times. I was always surprised. I never knew.
Well, that was very fast.
That was very
David.
quick as
we
well.
couldn't even
so-
finish our sentences.
Exactly.
What the hell?
So they're showing some skills. 68, 570, 565 with no cones, no off courses. So the corrected time is also 68, 565. I guess that's a really good approach here to be on the bit of a cautious side because these cones are not deformable like the ones in real life. So they can throw you off the course quite quickly. And when you're off the course, you incur a lot more penalty than if you just hit some cones. So let's see what Loughborough Motorsport can do.
Jack Lancelot. What a cool name, man. Here we have, if I'm correct, Jack Lancelot with us.
You are correct.
Yes, love to be correct. Luke
Oftentimes you are.
Motorsports. Oftentimes, well. They are from Loughborough University from Great Britain. 25 people. Jack Lancelot Womblalot. That's he's from North Wales. He's got 5 years and 0 years. I'm not sure what it is. Hopefully not a prison sentence. And they came 4th on the Formula Scene in the UK. And they would be.
Congratulations, guys.
Oops. Okay.
That's a cone which threw them off, which threw Jack off the apex there a bit, but he has found his way back on the track.
Yeah.
Do you know any more fun information? from
Fun
Loughborough?
information, they use a single MRAX 228 hybrid space frame. Was that fun enough for you?
That was fun enough for me.
Yeah, I
Although
like
not
it.
as fun as their previous combustion setup, which used the Triumph 3-cylinder engine, which had the
Whoa.
absolute most unique sound on the.
But I have to tell you
FS3.
this year they switched from combustion to electric. As you can
Yes,
see, the category.
I could see from the category as well as from MRAX because I actually know that MRAX is the brand of the motor that, that
really?
they use. Wow, you see?
I also knew it. I just
You also knew that. You
wanted
just
to point
you-
out
yeah,
to
you
the
just- you-
people who
you-
don't know it.
You wanted to allow me to shine in
Yes.
the light. Thank you, Roland. You are
That's-
so kind.
That's
You're
my
so
role
kind with me.
here. So, and now we're going to have the next from UPC Eco Racing, Pau Ortega Gomez, if I'm correct.
And
Nice.
you are.
I am. I like to be.
So Jack's time was 70.298, but unfortunately he hit 3 cones and there was an off course and a jump start as well. So his corrected time was 88.298.
So his nickname is Pantu Maka, and he's in Barcelona at the moment. He's driving from the amazing city of Barcelona. Have you been? You should go.
I have
It's
not been
amazing.
to Barcelona.
It's amazing.
I should
The
visit. for
patatas
sure.
bravas is fabulous.
Oh, don't even get me started on food.
Well, we got some
Yeah.
candies. So 4 years of simulator experience, and he's been driving for 3 years Formula Student cars. And fun fact, this man is the chief of the driverless department, and he calls himself a driver. What a shame. That's what
That,
the team
I see an
brought.
oxymoron there. That
Well.
he's a driver and he's also the head of the driverless department. But I guess if you're a driver, you know what to feed into the algorithm, and then
Yeah.
you can let the algorithm know how to
Maybe he's
quickly drive around.
He's copying himself.
He's just building a robot of himself. That's kind of
Yeah.
an inception.
But he's doing good. Have you heard any cones hit?
I have not hit many cones. From what I see, there was a jump start and a bit of a late braking resulted him skidding off the line, and that's why he hit a cone here. Wow, on the limits of grip and through the finish line. What was the time? Let's see what was the time for car number 12. We're gonna soon have it on our screens and we can share it with you. So make sure, drivers, that you don't jump the start. It's a 5-second penalty. So so UPC Eco Racing's time was 69.921.
But they jumped.
But they jumped, unfortunately, so
And
the corrected time was 76.291.
Here we have Kaiserslautern Racing Team, Khalil Majoub. I hope I didn't ruin your name, and I'm sorry if I did. And let's see. What you gonna do when they come for you? This is Lauten
And
Racing
the
Team.
lights are green, and off we go.
His nickname is Lilo. He's driving from Kaiserslautern. We don't know why he's so fast. He's just a savage kart driver.
A savage car
Look at him.
driver.
He's driving savagely. I mean, you can see he's got.
Yeah, but he's not savage to the cones, which is very advantageous for the team. So he's not yet at least. So
Not yet.
we might see some cone killing in the
pain the devil.
in the second part of the
I
course.
really
but
like
so
the
far-
old school engineering drawing board in the background. I think it's very fancy.
Yeah, I've never used one of those. So
No?
no, I don't actually intend to, but
Ah.
it looks really cool. So
It is fancy.
maybe I would get it
Oh,
for my
ooh,
living
ah.
room. Oh,
Yeah, he
avoid the
tried to
cone
corrigate here and. Oops.
okay, let's see if we can
Come
find his way
on,
back to the track.
All right. He's going to.
Cone was stuck, unfortunately. So
Ah, but he was doing
Yeah,
so
he was
good.
doing really
He-
well.
Well, the problem was I'm not a driver myself. I drive cars, but my personal vehicles. And the problem was that he tried to corrigate the mistake he made, and then he just.
yeah, a
lost.
bit of an overcorrection.
Lost
So
off.
that's
And
unfortunate. Little bit of a drift as well. So
That's okay.
that's
It's okay,
fine.
Lilo.
That's
okay.
that's completely okay. We like seeing drifts. I like seeing drifts on Formula Student tracks. So last year I think YTU was the one who. Okay, Lilo has a bit of an issue turning into the finish line, but we've seen some reversing, which is something unusual because that's not something that we see
It
in
says
physical.
Khalil should drive well. He's the VD guy. If he crashes other cars, he has to bring a crate of beer. I think he cashed enough cones to.
to count for a car?
Well,
Or at least
probably.
half a crate of a beer can
Yeah,
go. So,
yeah. That
so
would suffice.
Karat, you can request half a crate of beer from Lilo after this performance, I think. But congratulations for completing
Yes,
your lap.
man. Thank you very much. And now we're going to have E-Eagle Trento Racing Team, Mirko Paoli. I think they are from Italy. That's my guess. I'm not sure. Eagle Trento.
Okay, nice. And
University
we
of
have
Trento, Italian. Yeah.
replaced the screen, the Zoom screen, on our live feed, so you can see the time
look at it.
live as well.
I can see a face of sheer commitment. Oops.
Absolute commitment, and something seems to be
That was
stuck.
okay.
No, it was fine. It's just that the internet
just
connection
us.
was a little bit
Yeah.
iffy from the team side. Of course, this might happen, as with all live streamed event, but at least they stayed on the track,
And that's the
we haven't
most
seen
important
any
thing.
issues. Yes.
Mirko Paoli, Mr. M, is driving. He's driving from Sant'Orsola Terme. I don't know where it is, but it sounds like a very nice place. And he's got 5 years of experience of driving vehicles of this sort, and
Very
1
nice.
year of simulation experience.
Very nice acceleration out into
doing
the
good.
straight. He's doing well through the chicane as well, or the slalom part. The slalom bit is actually really tight, so every driver who goes through that without a cone hit or off the course is quite skilled in simulators. Very nice lines there,
Mr. M
and through
is
the finish
skilled.
line. Don't hit any
He's
cones.
He's
and
waving. He's got time
Waving
for
to
waving.
us, yeah, he's
And if he,
for
yeah,
sure.
because he finished.
Congratulations, Mr. M,
Wow.
for completing your time.
Well, I think that was very
That
fast.
was a
I'm
very, very
excited
nice-
to,
very, very
excited
nice,
to see if they can beat
Run. Let's see if they can
Pure
go
Mannheim.
the Mannheim. And indeed, we don't yet have Mannheim's corrected time yet, but Mr. M's corrected time is 67.836. 67.836 is the corrected time, and I think that is the fastest
Might
so
be,
far.
yeah, because and here we are in Hungary, if I'm correct. This is Baldi Gergely from BMW Formula Racing Team from Budapest.
It will be very interesting to see what he does because he is actually an esports
Is he?
racer for the Mira team, the Hungarian Mira team's esports category. Mira was, of course, founded by Norbert Michalis and a couple of guys who had Formula Student experience. So I think this shows to you how far Formula Student can take you. You can have your own racing team later on. I think one cone was hit by Gerge, but he is doing otherwise really well. Slight oversteer onto the straight ahead of our course. This is the faster section of the track, and now going into the tighter bends with the slalom soon, braking hard into the slalom, and guiding the car.
Ah, you can see
Gingerly.
the hand movements are
Hand
also
movements are right.
stronger,
And very
yeah.
extremely focused look on the driver's face. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. And it does look like his experience has paid off because he is doing really, really well in the simulator. And we're done with his lap. So that looks like a 65.380.
Oh
for
my
me,
God, you gotta be
which is
kidding
2
me.
seconds faster than everybody else so far. And even with the
Cones hit.
cones hit, I
One
think that
cone,
might
I think.
that might be still the fastest time that we've had so far in the Formula Student Online
Go Hungary.
live autocross event. Yes, indeed, one cone hit, 66.38. Congratulations to BME Formula Racing Team. And now,
They are the record holder, and now we're gonna have Fabian Otten from Écurie et Formula Student Team RWTH Aachen EV. Oh, that's a long name, guys.
I always have trouble pronouncing your name, and they always get on the podium. And last year, I also said that you guys are killing me with the name. But
Yeah,
still.
yeah. 70 guys. Fabian Otten. He is in Aachen. He started when he was 6 years old with FN 2005 on PS2. Passed for a few years and then came back to in 2015. And he's been participating in Astora online event for Assetto Corsa Competizione and was in the top 12. Therefore, being
sound
invited to drive physically at Paul Ricard.
Whoa! Okay, somebody has some credentials for,
But he could not
for
go.
online racing.
Could not go due to monetary issues. That's the downside of the story.
Well, but it sounded so good until then. Why did you ruin it?
I'm sorry. Well, he's probably also
Well,
disappointed.
we have to
but
congratulate him for getting so high with the sim racing. He is very fast, very fast.
Oops,
One
we
cone
hit
was
the
hit, but
cone.
he was really, really fast through the straight line and was very quick through the chicane
can
as well.
Aachen beat Budapest? That is
Let's
the question.
see.
Can Aachen beat Budapest?
This is a fight of
Oops,
the
that's-
teams.
that's-
Another cone there.
Too much cones at the end.
And yes, and the final time was 67 seconds. So
So hit the top three, top five.
yeah, it sounds like that.
Congrats, man.
That is going to result in, I think, a 70 because I've calculated about 3 cones. So
Yeah.
yep, 3 cones. Oh my God. Okay, I could be an official as well.
Ah, you are.
So who is coming up next?
We are going to have
We'll see. Well, let's-
Martin Butner, I think. That's the schedule from Race Tech Racing Team. We'll see. Somebody is starting, but we don't know who's that yet.
Let's see who is next because we've got some issues connecting.
Is it Daniel? We always see Daniel Röttgen. For
Race
some
Tech,
reason.
Race Tech, I think he's the
Ah,
default
oh,
driver.
there is-
Race Tech
yes.
Racing should be on the track. Yes.
Yes.
And we've got the live feed back from Race Tech Racing. Martin Butner is on the track right now with Race Tech Racing. I remember Race Tech very well because they had some really, really cool parts in their car in 2018 when I was judging in Formula Student East. They had some cast, if I remember correctly, aluminum and magnesium parts in the rear of the vehicle. It was super impressive. And they were doing really well last year in FS East too. So
But they are
let's see.
famous for this, no? I mean, they are from the Bergakademie Freiburg.
Absolutely.
And they've been doing this funny and very exciting and a new material handling for all of the years. I remember them from back in 2012, 13.
From
whatever.
your years,
From
way,
my, you
way
know,
back
Back in the old days.
in the your.
Yeah, back in the old days. When you were in high school, you know. Then,
Unfortunately, I wasn't. I'm not that much younger
Sure.
than you are. And through the finish line with a couple of cones. Let's
but
see.
you can see
what the time
FS
was.
East was put up there. And
Yeah,
that's
they're
a man of sheer
year,
commitment.
last year, I think they came 3rd overall in the electric category at FS East because that seemed to be the sign
Yeah.
for that. And Martin Butner's overall time was 82.737 because unfortunately there was one off course for him. So the regular time would have been 67.737. So it does look like taking it a little bit more cautiously in this race really pays off, just like in real life.
You sound like dad right now.
Well, thank you for putting me into the dad position. That's absolutely perfect for my image.
So, here we have a living room and an amazing driver, Dynamics PRC Marco Mandelli.
So Dynamis is from Italy,
Yeah.
and they did really well at FS East last year as well. I'm pretty sure that they were on the podium
They're from Milan.
2. Yes.
110. His name is Mandarino.
Mandarino.
Mandarino, 5 years of similar experience. Only virtual driver for this competition. So
Okay.
he's normally not a driver.
He is really going fast on the straight line. Very nicely braked into the tighter section.
And it says Avanti Savoia.
Avanti Savoia.
Avanti Savoia. So let's go, Marco.
Let's go. Remember, guys, that the FSO Cheer hashtag is live on Instagram. So
Yeah.
make sure to tag your images if you're cheering for your team from home. Even if it's just the one of you from the team, make sure to tag the picture and post it into a story or as a post. Very
was
nicely.
that it?
That was it. That was it.
And no cones hit.
It looked like it. So this
Oh
might,
my
we
God,
might, we
look
might
at
be
that.
in for a new first place.
Mandarino.
for
That was
of course.
Forza.
66.902. The overall time was 66.902, and that is only slightly slower than that of BME Formula Racing team. And now we've got the final driver, Alvaro Torres,
Arus
from Arus E team.
Let's see. Let's go, Alvaro.
And a nice start. Alvaro is very, very focused. Does look like he's also in his living room.
Yeah.
Very nicely guiding the car through the cones. It's also
Alvaro
great to see
is
that we can
hitting
see the steering wheel movements of the driver, so we can see when he's overcorrecting for a slide. This is something that you don't really see on the real track.
yeah.
And for sure, the drivers must work really hard with that car, because that was a right-hand corner and he was oversteering the entire way through that. So congratulations on pulling that off. Very skillful driving. Nicely done. And off we go.
And if I'm correct, they are from Andalusia. So this means Spain. And yes.
Wow, this seems to be a really quick lap and no cones hit so far. So let's see what the final time is going to be. And across the finish line. 105.637. Wow. Okay. And that is a fitting end to the electric autocross, because if that time was correct on the screen, it's 65.636 with no cones, no off courses, and no jump starts. So it does look like the fastest time for our virtual autocross event at Formula Student Online was 65.636, posted by Alvaro Torres
in
of
the electric
RSE.
category. So
In the
congratulations,
electric category
Spain.
so far.
This was an amazing result and an amazing drive. So this was the first ever electric autocross in the Formula Student history. We connected Brazil with Germany, with Italy, with Spain, with Hungary, with Britain. This is fabulous. I mean,
All
we
over,
see living
all
rooms of
over.
people who we would never see in our
Absolutely,
lives.
absolutely. In
Love
different
it.
time zones, different parts of the world. So, yeah, what an event, really. What an event, what an
man.
autocross event. And don't you leave us from the stream, because we are continuing. I could finish that word, thankfully. We are continuing with the combustion category very soon. So the simulator is being restarted for the combustion category.
Are we going to have a break now?
We're going to have maybe a small break, but not a break from the commentary. So
Oh, yeah,
we're
amazing.
gonna
I
be-
know. I never want to
we're
stop
gonna-
speaking, man.
we're not going to stop speaking.
It's a
Roland,
job.
this is our job for the entire day. We're not going to stop speaking. We are going to stop speaking very soon. Don't worry, all of our... I'm just going to go out to the viewers. We are going to stop speaking very soon once we go into the statics for the
Yes.
CDC event.
Where the amazing
So-
presenters will start
Will take over.
speaking.
Yes. So I can see that in the background, the simulator is being set up for the combustion category. So we had 21 entrants for the electric category. We're going to have in altogether 13 entries for the combustion
Yes.
racing. It's going to be interesting to see which simulator is the faster of the two.
Oh, yeah.
Because last year, if I remember correctly, at FS East in the real event, TU Munich was the fastest in the autocross. I remember that there was a huge shootout with them between, I think it was Delft and TU Munich last year. And I think Green Team was probably part of this as well. But definitely there was a lot of back and forth between the fastest times, and I never thought that it could go faster, but they actually did go faster. So we can see some warm-up laps in the background for the combustion category, just like it was for the.
And in the meantime, if I'm correct, we have the Rennstall Esslingen. They're doing their EDE presentation.
Yes, so the engineering design events.
And you can see that on Twitch right now?
No, so the engineering design events are not broadcast because of some. Teams develop very, very specific equipment with very specific sponsorships, and we don't want to share this with the world. Engineering design finals are not public in the competitions either, so in the real competitions either, and so we decided to keep with that tradition here at FS Online as well. So the design events are happening in the background. That was a hell of a challenge to bring together, by the way. I just want to mention a couple of the technical challenges behind this, behind bringing together so many different feeds from so many different parts of the world. The engineering design challenge, there are different judges for different categories of the car. So for aerodynamics, for chassis, for suspension, for lots of other elements of the car, subsystems of the car, and these all have separate Skype sessions for each team. So 7 Skype sessions per team, and there are 7 teams in the final. So there were 49 different Skype sessions organized. So that was a hell of a challenge to get through, but we've done it, and hopefully the engineering design event finals will happen without faults either. So soon we are going live with the combustion autocross. Definitely stay with us. And I'm just going to quickly check if we've got some cool hashtagged content.
That's what I'm trying to check as well, but I'm not a social media wizard myself, so I'm trying to figure this out. Maybe it's because of my age, you know. FSO watching.
Mr. Boomer.
Mr. Boomer. I'm not a boomer. Come on. I'm just an, I don't know, X.
Yeah, so guys, make sure to post your pictures on Instagram with the hashtag FSO watching to show us what kind of watch parties, even if it's a virtual watch party, that you have organized for FS Online. And make sure to cheer your drivers with the hashtag FSO cheer tag during the day.
Yes.
So the first entry for combustion categories autocross is going to be Cardiff Racing. He's soon finishing his warm-up lap, and then we're going to go live with the combustion autocross. So just some background information before we go live. Here we can see some pit images in the background in our very cool studio with a picture-in-picture on our amazing LED wall behind us. That's something to behold, right, Roland?
I love it.
That is something to behold.
It's very
for sure.
nice.
That does sound like.
And here we have Cardiff Racing in their cars.
Is getting ready to race. They are placed on the start line.
I'm not sure if the aerodynamics of a TV is normally allowed in a car. Probably not.
Probably not, but still.
I'm not an expert, but.
Well, you can say that pretty confidently, I think.
I can. I've seen
Even I'm not an expert, but still. Cardiff Racing has a really cool simulator setup at home, by the way, and off we go. Off we go. Go Cardiff.
You hear the sound?
Yeah, we can hear some of the sounds now. Yes,
I love
absolutely.
It. Love it.
So, Cardiff Racing with a simulated Formula Student car at home.
Henry Toury, also known as Sodi, due to being wider at the back than the front. Okay. I should read this information before I read it up.
Yeah.
He's an expert at WAN parking, so no cones hit, and he's honed his skills at the Maldonado School of Motoring.
Maldonado School of Motoring. It's a good thing that we don't have anybody else on the track, because probably they would be knocking them out one by one. So Henry's definitely taking nice lines. So far I haven't seen any cones being massacred, so the Maldonado School of Driving looks to only apply for drivers.
He's doing good.
And
I like his car. It's nice and red and well designed.
Yeah.
And his time is old. Has he hit any cones? I don't think.
I haven't seen any cones hit yet, and I haven't heard any cones hit yet, which is a better indication to us, I think, probably. And that's a finish.
Whoa!
Let's see what we have.
7.674.
And then the combustion categories autocross. Henry Dury's time is coming in soon. Next one is going to be Theo Bruno Racing.
6.73.
So congratulations, Henry, 67.673. That's a very strong time already. So I think we can safely say that the combustion car is going to be faster on the track than the electric.
Or Henry is an amazing driver.
Or Henry's an amazing driver.
never know, man.
We will soon find out.
We'll
very
soon
soon find
find
out.
out.
Let's see what Mate is doing from Theo Bruno. Mate Eckler.
T.O. Bruno Mate Eckler.
As far as I'm concerned, it's their team captain.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I will check this for you.
They have been here for our amazing conference FS Symposium in both last year and the year before. So, Theo Bruno, big shout out to you guys for committing to the symposium so much.
Oh yes, his nickname is Dekeler. It's a combination of his surname and Celery. Okay, Celery. It's 4th year of simulation experience, while other members are working on the car. Matej sits in a rebuilt Dragon 5 in the sim. FS driving since 2018, and last year he went into grass with the Dragon 9 and damaged the front wing. Well, sorry for ruining your reputation.
Oh well.
Everyone was very happy. He can drive loaded teams when he spills out all the equipment. Thank
Okay,
God.
it does sound like he keeps his Formula Student racing spirit when he's driving a team van.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure why he got his nickname after celery. Celery is one of the least remarkable vegetables. So
Is it?
I think so.
Maybe he loves it.
Well,
But his
sorry
time
for-
is remarkable.
yeah.
Was it his time?
That's 103.005. That's 63 seconds.
No
That is the
cones
fastest-
hit?
that
Did
is the
you hear a
fastest-
cone?
I did not hear any cones. We'll see if there were any cones hit.
Let's see.
63.005.
63.005.
No cones hit, no mistakes during the. It does look like that simulator driving while other team members were building a car has paid off for the autocross at least.
Congratulations, Matej.
Congratulations, Matej.
I hope you're not going to get any more trouble for driving your simulated car. While the others are
I think you have just shown them up.
Yeah, you're just like, this is what I've been working for. I knew it all the way. And now comes FS Usured Lev Matushkin from Russia.
So, combustion category, Lev is taking a. Does look like there is some sort of a connection issue.
What's happening, Lev?
Uh,
His name is Ilyova for friends, X was for you. And he's in Yekaterinburg, Russia.
Wow, Yekaterinburg is.
It's not
That's
yeah, that's why we
that's
see
a distance. That's
That's
a
why
distance
we have a
for
little
sure.
lag.
There is a little bit of a lag.
But that's okay. I mean, Yekaterinburg, it has to travel a lot. It's okay.
Yeah, even signals have to travel quite a distance
Oh, yeah.
from Yekaterinburg through servers and.
Lev is
stuff.
checking the left and right of the map.
Yeah,
and
it does
hitting
look like
a lot of
Lev
cones.
wants to explore the entirety of Zala Zone test track.
I think I will really give him a new nickname, Off-Road Lev. It's going
Yeah.
to be his, oh,
And there is a
but the
spin.
donut. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Let's see
He's
if
hitting it.
the donut pays off.
Ah,
Okay.
okay,
Are
well,
we
we're
going
gonna
to
see.
have him reverse?
It's okay, Lev.
No.
Ah, don't be so hard on yourself.
Okay. It does look like Lev is trying to find his way back to the track, which is not easy. It can be pretty disorientating to be on the track. Speaking from experience, if you
Yeah.
just see cones, there's no roads that
Yeah,
will
true.
guide you. This setup is actually on the skate pan of FS East of the Zala Zone test track, which is a 300 meter diameter concrete platform. So the dynamic platform is quite appropriate for organizing races, Formula Student races. It looks like Lev has kind of left the track.
It's okay, Lev. Still a
We
congratulations.
feel you. It does look like there were some connection issues.
And thank you for being with us.
But thank you
from
very much
Yekaterinburg.
for being with us.
I will check where Yekaterinburg is in exactly.
Yekaterinburg is really far away,
Yeah,
just from the sound of it.
just from the sound.
Now we,
Sounds far away.
I think the next team that's
behind
kind
Kazakh.
of gonna
Oh,
come
that's-
up is going to be Hawks Racing, 169 Hawks Racing, and their driver is going to be Adam Wilewski.
Adam Wyzylewski, and Yekaterinburg is on the other side of the Ural Mountains, so that's far away.
I think the Ural has blocked the.
Again, here we have Adam Wilewski, Hawks Racing. Let's see what information they were kind enough to share with us and what we can take. Oh, nice.
So Hawks did have a lot, some technical difficulties last year in FS East. Hopefully, this year at FS Online, everything will go smoothly for them. Very blue car. That's what we can. That was a very professional comment from my side.
I loved it. I loved it. Adam, he's the suspension specialist and has some simulator experience. And
Big speed carried through the straight line for sure.
They came second on design in FS East last year.
I remember them being very good at the static events, but I feel like they had some technical difficulties in the dynamic. But of course, my memory might be failing me. So if I say anything incorrect about last year's FS East, that might just be because it was so long ago.
It was so long ago, but so good probably. So,
we are coming to the end of the lap, and Hawks has already finished. That was a real quick lap for sure.
Man. Are you under 60 or not?
I don't know if that was under 60, but it was definitely very close to 60.
Let's see. Can anybody go under 60?
I think that's going to be the big challenge today.
Yeah.
Last year,
61,906.
61,906. Okay.
Now comes.
Let's see what a Hungarian driver can do. Marcel Gömbös.
Gyerünk Marci, as the Hungarians would say. And this is the BME Motorsport, yes?
BME Motorsport, this is the combustion effort of the Technical University of
He's
Budapest.
a 19-year-old man from Budakalász, and he's got 4 years of simulator racing experience. And he's been an FS team member with BME Motorsports for a year, and he hasn't really driven a Formula Student car yet.
But virtually he has, and he seems to be doing quite well so far. Very focused look on the driver's side. It's really great to see that the drivers are taking this event very seriously, just like they would a normal event. And you don't normally see that. You don't normally see their faces in the...
No. He even has the gloves on, man. He's that good.
Very professional, and that does look like a sports seat as well, at least if not a racing seat, a sports seat for sure. Very professional setup, very nicely.
He might go under 60?
Will he go under 60?
I don't know. I have the feeling that he's there.
Last year that was the barrier as well for FS East. Yeah, but many teams went under 60 in the end. But let's see. This last bit is very tricky. It caught out a lot of drivers last year. And across the finish line, no cones hit so far, or a single cone hit.
One single cone hit. Marcel, let's see, Marci.
We're
62,954. Yeah.
So
maybe it was my Hungarian side saying that it's going to
We're very optimistic, but we can be optimistic for another Hungarian driver now, Roland, because the next one, there's a Hungarian attack at FS Online. The Hungarians are Hungarians are coming. So next one is the local racing team, Arabona racing team from Széchenyi István University. Szevasztok srácok, Miki hajrá, Miklós Jecs is their driver right now.
Let's go, Miki.
He has a nice setup at his home. Extremely focused. So Miki has some experience with simulator driving, I know that for sure. And he has been Arabona Racing Team's drivers for the past 3 years. Very successful driver for the team, consistently pulling really nice lap times. So took this competition very seriously as well. I'm expecting a lot here.
But Arabona Racing Team didn't give any information, but maybe all the information is in your head. So what was their last year's result in FS East? What happened?
Last year's result in FS East was very memorable for me because they were overall third in their combustion category. There was a huge cheer there, yes. So that was one of the best results of Arabona Racing Team so far. Best result, definitely in a world ranking event. So congratulations from the FSO commentary team, guys, for your last year's performance.
Oh, yeah.
Miki is already coming towards the end of the lap, and
that is 59.7.
There we go. We've got the first driver below 60 seconds. Congratulations, Miki. Very nicely done.
Miki, you gave me goosebumps.
Yeah. Let's see if we have any cones hit. No cones. No off courses. No jump starts. So we have the first time under 60 seconds. Let's see how many other drivers can go under 60 seconds.
Congratulations.
59.799. Congratulations. Congratulations.
If you want to drive so well, you should come to the city of Győr and learn from this guy because he's obviously very good. The next driver will be the Team Bath Racing, Sam Baxter. My first workplace was in Bath. I used to work in a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Did you study there?
No.
Okay,
I just went
to have fun in a restaurant.
Yeah,
that's great.
I was very bad waiter. Okay,
some issues with the cones.
It's okay.
I think that's fine. Sam had a bit of an oversteer from the start, very vigorous start, but now he is doing really well on the rest of the track. Another cone hit, but still, we are still on there. I think the cone is probably stuck somewhere in the car. We can see him pushing it as far as we can see. Very quickly into the right-hander, the
Yeah.
fast right-hander.
He's trying to make up for the cones hit.
It does look like it, but he can make up for it with consistent driving without hitting any more cones. So
Yeah.
hopefully,
Let's go, Sam.
Sam, we're rooting for you. Okay. Let's see what the final couple of corners are going to look like for Team Bath Racing.
Was there under 60?
That we'll see again.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see.
What it ended up being. Congratulations, Sam, for completing the run. And your time has been
Will be 62.241. Nice.
62.241 for the bare time, and then adjusted with the cones hit and the off courses, it's 77.241.
And here we're gonna have Pravega Racing and Prudi Rao is with us. And he will show us what he can do. Let's see if we have some information.
We've got an
of
Indian
them. Yes.
team
From
joining
the
us here.
VIT, University of Vellore, and the name is Prudi Rao, and his nickname is Alfonso, named after Fernando Alonso, who is his favorite driver.
Okay.
Alfonso Fernando Alonso. Okay.
You get the connection. Alfonso
I-
Alonso, that's you can
I
put it
think-
together, right? You can piece it together.
And he is right now in Telangana state in India. And he's has 3 months of simulation experience. He's been driving for 2 years. I'm gonna check where Telangana is while Janusz.
Yeah, because our geography has basically failed us, but the good thing is that we have Google Maps.
Oh
so,
yeah.
I've just given away our secret.
Actually, Hyderabad is the.
Have you been to
capital.
India?
I've been to India. I've been to India once. It's a very exotic and exciting
Beautiful,
country.
exciting country.
Yeah.
I
And that's
really
the middle of
recommend everyone
India.
to
So
go.
we are seeing this drive from the middle of
From
India.
middle of India, connecting through the magic of the internet to your and to your screens in your homes all over the world.
Oh my God.
Those of you who are watching FS online. And we're done
Ooh,
with
whoa,
the
whoa, what's that?
lap.
A
That was
103.
103.191.
Nice.
Congratulations, Prudu.
Congrats, man.
And now we're going to go over to Germany for Rennstall. And Prudu's time was
Esslingen.
63.19 because he hasn't hit any cones and he hasn't been off course. So congratulations, Prudu. Very nicely done. Very nice job.
And also congratulations to the supporters from India, because we've seen some activity from them, you know, like Godspeed, Pravega, and we said some hearts and all that. So keep up the good work, guys.
Good thing to see some activity in the comment section.
Yes.
For sure.
Let's go India. But we have the next driver, Pascal Balauf,
Pascal Balauf from
Rennstall Esslingen.
Rennstall Esslingen, a very nice traditional school established
Student.
quite early, and now they have been a stalemate of the Formula Student competitions in Europe, at least. Let's see what Pascal can do with the Formula Student mod of FS Online in R Factor.
Oh yeah. So,
No finish time yet, but we are at the end of the faster section, and now we are soon entering the chicanes, which caught out a lot of drivers so far, and a lot of drivers in the physical event as
what
well.
the team wrote about him, he's a little bit tall, but still fast. And he's been a Stellardo driver since last year. And apart from driving, he's responsible for test organization, kinematics, and vehicle dynamics.
That's a lot of responsibilities for a driver. To be
But
honest.
he's tall. Tall people can take responsibilities.
How do you know that? I'm sorry to say this, but how do you know? How do you know? You of all people, how do you know this, Ron?
Well, that's my preconception.
That's your preconception, really?
Yeah, because
Based
short
on your
people
own-
can
based on your-
take way more. So
Oh,
probably they can
wow,
take a
okay.
lot. as well. That's-
Nice saving.
thanks.
Nicely saved. Nicely saved. So Pascal's time was 64.201. Congratulations. No mistakes made during your run, Pascal. Very nicely done. It does look like you can take all the responsibilities
Oh
of a driver.
yes, and now we're gonna have FSUPV team, Jorge David Garcia.
So Jorge is getting ready to get on the start line of our simulator. He is sitting in his home right now. Does look like he also has some sort of a sports seat to replicate the experience of sitting in a Formula Student car.
FSUPV. I'm not finding any information about you guys, so please fill it out. No, I found it. Sorry.
we go.
Universitat Politecnica de Valencia, and their main driver is Antonio. Yeah, is his name? No. Maybe he would be some different information.
No.
So anyway, we are seeing him from Valencia.
FSUPV team, there we go. Main driver, Antonio. Well, Antonio is not, does not seem to be driving for autocross right now, but it's Jorge. Let's see, it might have been a last minute change based on some results of the week.
And the info there shared it. If we happen to find one of their team members' tooth in the celebration pool in FS Austria 2019, you will be rewarded a merchandising T-shirt with the FSUPV logo.
Oh,
So if anybody kept a teeth from a party,
there's a lot of disturbing information in that message. But maybe you guys should talk to the guys from Arabona, because I remember that they definitely sweet talked their way into those AVL pools last year. So FSUPV, that might be where you find it.
and that is 60.593 without the cones adjustment. Is that right? Is that
let's see
right?
if that's right. Let's see if that's right. Where are we? That's where we are. 60.592. No cones hit. Congratulations, Jorge. That is a very fast time.
And that is the second time.
That seems to be the second time, yes. Also, I just want to mention that it's 10:30 right now, and at 10:40 we are going to start with the statics. So at 10:40, the first CDC presentation is going to go on. We've got 3 more runs in the autocross, which we can, I think, wait for. So we're not going to have any delays in our schedule so far.
Oh, yeah.
Which is an absolute miracle to my eyes.
We gave a fist bump, but you didn't see it because you are seeing Philippe Clear, CTU Katech from Prague, if my memory serves me well.
Your memory serves you absolutely well.
Thank you very much. They always brought so fast, amazingly speedy cars. So let's see.
Yes,
how the
and
driver
very,
is.
very, sort of their signature paint job was on the car, and it's still on the car here as well. One side of the car is blue, the other side is red.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that reflects the national flag.
And actually, the nickname of Philip is Too Fast for You, and he is right now in Karlovy Vary. I heard it's a beautiful place.
Probably some good beer.
Yeah, well, you're in the Czech Republic, you get good beer everywhere you go. And he has no FS driving experience yet, but he's fighting for
That
a
does
seat.
definitely not look like no FS driving experience to me, because he's doing really well guiding the car through the maze of cones that we have set up in the virtual Zola Zone track of FSE.
Because before every SICK driving, he's watching Fast and Furious 8 to grasp new SICK
Fast and
driving
Furious 8.
styles. But I think it was Fast and Furious, wasn't that?
It was fast, and it was it wasn't too furious because there were no cones massacred in the on the way, but it was definitely fast. We'll see the time very soon on our screen. So we've got 2 more drivers left to go. And the time for CTU Kartek was 63.943 with our sound effect coming from Roland. I'm not sure if you heard it from the
Ooh,
stream.
VR man.
And then, wow, another VR guy from Unimaribor GP Engineering.
Nick Storzak. Let's go, Nick. Let's go. Unimaribor.
Unimaribor GP Engineering.
And they
with
are
their-
also, they have aren't they the guys who use these exhaust systems?
Yes.
Akrapovic.
Akrapovic. Everybody envied you guys every
Oh,
time
yeah.
with your special exhaust systems, and also the carbon fiber constructions of their cars were always very remarkable. So I remember they had some really funky diffusers and rear wings in some competitions.
But they
Nick
wrote
seems
that
to be doing well.
Oh, yeah.
By the way.
And they said they don't talk about last year's results. I'm not sure why. And I see, because here we asked for jokes from the team, and they said best joke or competition results.
So definitely some self-irony there.
Oh, that's nice, that's healthy.
But I think their FS Online competition results, especially in the dynamics, will be less of a joke, because Nick has
he's
done
going crazy,
really,
man.
really well and super quick through the corners.
What?
Very nicely. Let's
don't
see
see
what
the
the time
time.
is. I don't see the time on the screen right now, but we will soon get
I think
it. And
that's under 60.
you feel like that?
That's what I
Let's
feel
see.
like.
Let's see what happens.
But I
Let's
might
see
be
what
wrong,
happens.
you know.
You were very rarely wrong so far.
Oh,
So
thank you.
60.229. So close, so close, but I cannot give you that, sorry.
It's okay.
Something that you said was incorrect. And last but not least, our final entrant for the combustion category is UPB Racing.
Oh yes, and here comes, this is the last and final entry. UPB Racing, Jan Kuips is hitting the track, and his name, well, it says Jennifer Kuips for me, and his nickname is Jan. I don't see the picture.
We don't see a picture.
He is in Paderborn, or she, Jennifer, Jennifer. I don't know. I'm a bit confused right now if it's if he or she is driving.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got 8 years, or she's got 8 years of simulator experience.
8 years of simulator experience. That's gonna be interesting. Let's see what happens. It seems like we don't have a Zoom connection, but what we do have is a live feed of the driver going really fast on the course. And soon coming to the end. Of course, the autocross starting order was compiled from the prequel results, so the faster drivers are running in the later sections. So close to 60, so close to being under 60. 60.192. 60.192 is the last run of the autocross event.
And ladies and gentlemen, yep.
FS Online's autocross.
And it looks like that the current results, it's not official. The fastest combustion car is from Hungary. It is from Budapest, and that is Vid. Is it
Actually, not from Budapest.
Sorry,
from
Győr.
From Marabona Racing Team. 59,799.
Yes.
So, congratulations to everyone who participated in the dynamics. And now we are going to go over to the statics, and we're going to be starting with the concept design challenge. So,
here we are.
Welcome
Concept
back.
Design Challenge.
Next up is going to be the concept design challenge. So this is where we become a more complex broadcast because at 10:40, so in about 5 minutes, we are going to be broadcasting the first concept design challenge presentation with its Q&A section. But in the break between the presentations, we are going to be switching over to the group stages of the Race of Champions format of our dynamic events. So the way this is going to be happening is that we're going to have one block of a concept design challenge presentation with 10 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of judging, exactly 10 minutes presentation and exactly 10 minutes judging. So the teams, you must make sure that your presentation fits into the 10-minute time slot because the judges will be cutting you off at the end of your 10 minutes to keep to our strict schedule. Then you'll have 10 minutes of Q&A time, which will also be broadcast live to our main feed on YouTube. And then in between two teams' concept design challenge presentations, we will be switching over to the dynamics, which can be followed live on Twitch as well. So on Twitch, you will not hear us commentating on the dynamics, but you will be able to follow the action. And in some 10-minute breaks in between the concept design challenges, we will be coming back to you from here.
Yes, but we probably have viewers who were not a part of the concept design challenge, who are from the outside. So could we tell them what the concept design challenge is about this year?
Absolutely. So normally in a regular Formula Student event, you would have engineering design, cost and manufacturing, and business presentation as statics. But it was very difficult to replicate the cost and manufacturing event without actual physical cars present, because there it's a huge deal to check the car's bill of materials to see if everything that was accounted for in the bill of materials. So we thought it would be nicer to give a more industry-relevant topic and industry-relevant challenge to the teams, and this was the Concept Design Challenge. In the Concept Design Challenge, electric teams have to come up with an alternative energy storage method to their normally used batteries in the car. So this means that they have a chance to include hydrogen, fuel cells, or any sort of supercapacitors, whatever it might fancy them. Of course, the judges will evaluate this and they will see how well this integrates into their vehicle concept.
And we will talk about this more in detail with Barna Hanula, I think, in the afternoon.
Yeah, we will talk about the combustion part of the Concept Design Challenge,
Yes.
because the combustion teams had a different task. They had to integrate an up to 48-volt hybrid system into their vehicle concept.
And we don't really have more time, because now we're going to actually see these designs,
Yes,
what the teams
absolutely.
came up with.
So we've got 2 more minutes to be joined in by the first team of the CDC. I'm just going to double check with the studio
It is.
if we can join in. We can see in our background screen, we can already see the beginning of Dynamis's Concept Design Challenge presentation. CDC will be very interesting for those who have more of an engineering background, for sure. So the team is doing the final checks with the judge that is present, and then soon we are ready to switch over for them. So once we get the go-ahead, we will do that.
As you said, that this is really live. I mean, the judges are seeing what is happening at some point of the world. Probably this is going to be Greece first. Judge
Dynamis is, I think, from Italy.
Okay, that's what I meant to say. Italy, and but previously, there's been a lot of different entries to this competition, and most of the statics were pre-recorded
Yes.
for judging. So we
Yeah.
were going to see the best of the best. Now.
Yeah, so this is only the finals, and I think the team is ready. So I want to ask if they can hear me, if they can hear the studio, because if they can, then we can switch over to them and hand the word over. So Dynamis, can you hear me?
Can we hear them?
We should be able to hear them. Yes, last time we checked, we heard them. The team, I got a message from our background crew that the team is ready to present. So if they are ready, we can switch them into our live broadcast to keep with the time. It's 10:40, so exactly now we should start the presentation. As far as I'm concerned, we can see their screen in the
screen.
in the live stream.
Yeah.
In the live
Crazy.
feed.
The screen and the screen.
The screen in the screen.
And we're still there.
We've got screenception, so
Oh my
we're
God.
still there. There was some issue with Zoom. If the team is ready, they can talk in, and we can hand the word over to them. So.
Okay, we are ready.
Absolutely perfect. Welcome, guys, to the FS Online Concept Design Challenge Finals. I am handing the word over to you, and your 10 minutes starts now. Good luck.
Thank you. So, dear judges, dear public, I'm Niccolò Campanini, Technical Director for Dynamis PRC. And today, together with my colleague Stefano, Mario, and Mattia, we will introduce to you our concept design idea. We started this project by looking at what could become an energy storage bottleneck in the future. We realized that the main limits are conventional energy storage medium, such as lithium-based batteries or supercapacitors. Those technologies rely on scarce resources, and their price can easily increase in the future due to the unavailability of the base resource. For all these reasons, we develop a solution that completely removes any kind of energy storage based on those technologies. Our solution is the aluminum air flybrid system. The system is divided into 2 main parts. The first one is the aluminum air battery, which is the main power source. This battery is based on a non-rechargeable chemistry, which allows a very high energy density to be obtained. The second part of the system is a flywheel energy storage, which allows the recovery of energy during braking, even with a non-rechargeable main battery, before achieving a higher total efficiency. The flywheel and the battery are linked together by an hybrid energy storage controller, which divert power from one to another and interface them with the original AMK inverters of our car. The system is built as a drop-in replacement for the accumulator currently mounted on our electric car. Their sizes are comparable, as well as their output voltages and maximum power output. This allows us to convert the original car into an aluminum powered one easily. Since the 2 accumulators are electrically compatible, and since the effects of the flywheel on vehicle dynamics are negligible, no modification have to be made to other parts of the car. The most notable difference between the 2 systems is their nominal energy. The aluminum air battery provides up to 3 times the energy of the original battery in the same size, thus allowing 3 endurances to be completed on the same battery. Now, a more detailed view of the system.
Aluminum air cells works thanks to a chemical redox reaction, in which the air reduces the aluminum and produces aluminum hydroxide. With this reaction, it is possible to obtain a much higher energy density compared with the generic lithium-ion cell. Another strength of these batteries is the aluminum hydroxide produced and can be transformed back into pure aluminum. Moreover, the aluminum is the third most abundant element on the Earth. Unfortunately, these are primary cells, and so they are not rechargeable. To apply this system in automotive field, it is necessary to standardize the accumulator container, especially in its dimension and its position in the vehicles. To have an idea, Alcoa Finergy, the pioneer company in the application of these cells in the automotive field, found out that with a 90 kilograms accumulator container, a car can last up to 1,600 kilometers. Moreover, the accumulator container has to be in an accessible position of the car. In this way, when the battery is drained, the user reaches a gas station. Here, a mechanic replaces the old accumulator container with a decoded one. This process is much faster than a traditional recharge. Later on, the mechanic will change the anode of the exhaust battery, making it available for the next user. This system has a smaller impact on infrastructures. It's less expensive and less time-consuming. There is no need to modify the electric grid and to add charging stations. In our Formula Student vehicle, the anode replacement is done manually. This process is made easier thanks to a dedicated cap. The anode is attached to the cap through a special flap on its top, so, pulling the cap, the anode is extracted manually. Nowadays, a mass production of aluminum air cells for automotive does not exist. The cell is very simple. It's mainly an aluminum foil, a graphite foil, a plastic protective net and case, and electrolyte. Because of its simplicity, this technology could be easily scalable to mass production, and there would be no loss of quality. Aluminum air cells are relatively new technologies, and in the future, important development could occur. We are still far from the theoretical energy density. New theories show that the nominal voltage of the cell could increase, changing the electrolytes with acid or basic solution. Moreover, it could also be possible to reach higher current density values. This would lead to a reduction of the dimension and weight of the accumulator container. However, the reaction produces aluminum hydroxide, and if it remains suspended in the electrolyte, it could cover the ended surface and strongly reduce the conductivity of the cell. To avoid this problem, we develop a system for filtering the electrolyte. It keeps it clean, and so the cell can work at maximum performance. The aluminum hydroxide, which remains in the cleaner filter, can be transformed in 2 steps in pure aluminum, and can be used to produce new anode. The first step consists in heating the aluminum hydroxide, and the second step is an electrolysis reaction. Even the remaining part of the exhaust anode can be heated to remove the impurities, and then melted and used to create new anode. I leave you to my colleague Mario for the flywheel system.
The flywheel stores kinetic energy during braking and uses it in acceleration. It is a power buffer, and therefore it ensures high efficiency. It has a high specific power, a low mass, and a high moment of inertia. It is able to withstand frequent charge-discharge cycles, satisfying the power peaks and reducing the stress on the accumulator container. It can store up to 20 watt-hour, while it can deliver a nominal power of 10.5 kW up to 32 kW during the peaks. This is possible thanks to a permanent magnet synchronous machine that works as a motor during braking and generator during acceleration. Obviously, a rotating mass at high speed must be well regulated to be safe. We propose the following rules to be added. The maximum energy is set at 66 watt-hour, as it is a safe limit, but it is also the energy needed to perform an acceleration event in 3 seconds at maximum power. The maximum speed has been fixed both for safety reasons and because it allows the realization of the system even with a low budget. In addition, the maximum power was defined based on the acceleration that the mechanical parts can withstand. Another important constraint concerns the requirement for the system container. It should be made of a metal alloy at least 5 mm thick that has to be ducted and resistant enough. It is possible to use an equivalent material, and the equivalency must be proven with an appropriate ballistic test. The maximum moment of inertia is also indirectly defined, leaving the teams to choose the geometry of their flywheel while respecting safety constraints. A final safety aspect is the discharge of the system in case of emergency. This is done thanks to high power resistors cooled by the ESG cooled circuit. That's all for the technical part. I leave you to my colleague Mattia for the economic valuation.
Our production strategy consists of 3 phases. The first one is the design phase, in which we analyze the concept and we understand how to develop it in the best way. This phase is completely done internally to the team. The second phase is the production of all the components of our vehicle. It is usually done in outsourcing because it's not our main focus. So we found 2 new companies that could help us: Real Air for the battery pack and Punch Flybrid for the flywheel system. For the manufacturing of generic electronic components, such as HESC, the sponsor that we already have, are able to cover our new needs. In the last phase, the assembly phase, we assemble the vehicle and its component and test everything. This process can be done internally because we have the necessary skill and competence to do so. In this table, we can see the development time, the human resources, and the cost of our designing details. The values are estimated from the experience and the data collected during the last season. We can notice that the human resources needed during the first and the last phases are almost the same, while their total cost and their total development time are different. The electronic engineer are the most expensive cost in human resources, while we can notice that in the design phase needs more than twice the time of the assemble phase. This is the estimated total cost of the new energy storage system divided in outsourcing and human resources cost. Even if this solution is more expensive than the lithium battery pack, thanks to our shell orders and liquidity, we could support the cost of the project. If we consider the sustainability of our new battery pack, we can say that the all-air cells are much better than the lithium battery pack. The main advantages are in the production phase, as the environmental and economic impacts are much lower. And the recycling process is much easier. Thank you for your attention. We remain available for more information.
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for keeping the time. My first question would be that component you mentioned early in your presentation, which is responsible for the energy distribution between the flywheel and the battery. What will be that component? Which circuit will you plan to use, and which strategy to distribute the energy between the components?
Okay, I can answer you. So this component is the hybrid energy storage controller. I'm right? Okay. So we integrate in this component the inverter for the PSMS machine in the flywheel, and through the use of power semiconductors such as MOSFETs or IGBTs, we can link in a different way the DC bus going to the AMK inverter, to the battery or to the flywheel with different approaches. One of these approaches can vary between teams. For example, you can spin up the flywheel at the start of an acceleration and then use it during the phase. This can help because you can build a battery with a lower power output, but you can still obtain the 80 kilowatt hour in output, or other approaches can be also implemented.
Mm-hmm. And do you really need an extra component for that, or can you manage the energy flow with the controlling of the inverter of the flywheel?
We think that we need an extra components to keep the battery safe from over voltages or other destructive how can I say?
Behaviors.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Clara, do you have any questions for the team?
No, not at the moment. Not anymore.
All right, it does look like that the judging has been concluded for the team from Dynamis, and we are live now with our dynamics, as you can see here, some teams are running on the track. Some group challenges. Let's see. Let's see what's what. Let's see what's going on. Right. Looks like Alvaro Torres is running their practice laps with a bit of a drift and a spin out onto the grassy fields into the Race of Champions format. So just some heads up about the Race of Champions. This is a track which crosses over into itself. So basically, this allows us to run 2 cars simultaneously on the same track. It does look like this is a practice session already. So 2 cars can run without ever being on the same actual physical line together. You can hear the whine of the electric motors that we are so accustomed to in the electric category at Formula Student. That is us.
Oh my god.
Surprising that we're back on the stream again.
Yeah, crazy. I was on a break, but I miss you so much, Jenny, so I came back.
Thank you. I mean, I would come back for you as well, so don't worry about it.
That is lovely. That is lovely. These are warm-ups, if I'm correct, that we are seeing the Race of the Champions format, and this is what you promised, that we will see the track itself, because this is too...
If you can explain it better than me, I would be...
Did you explain it already?
I would be really happy. I tried to explain, but I don't think that
it's
I did it
two
justice.
overlapping tracks and that are allowing a competition that is not wheel to wheel, but very nicely compare the skills of the drivers. This is my outsider view.
That's very good. I think that kind of puts it into perspective for everyone. So these are warm-up laps of the group session for the Race of Champions format of our race. So we have switched back into our dynamic stage right now. So this is the break in between 2 different CDC presentations. So.
Yeah. And in the meantime, if you're supporting for Hawks, they are doing the engineering design event at the moment, so think of them. And
yes, make sure to, Hawks guys, if you're watching, make sure to send either FSO cheer hashtags or FSO watching hashtags onto Instagram so we can check you into our Instagram feed.
Yes. Do you know who is going to be the next presenter?
The next presenter for Concept Design Challenge is going to be Too Fast if they join us. But in the meantime, we are going to be at the group stage of the Race of Champions format. So just to give you a little bit of a context about the group races, we've got a knockout final, which is going to be a simple knockout. So two drivers are racing all together on the Race of Champions track on the parallel layout. And we go until best of 3 races. So if the same driver wins twice in a row, then of course they advance towards the final. If there's a dead heat after 2 runs, we're going to have a third one that decides everything. So that sounds very serious. And in order for us to be able to group together the drivers, we have the group races now, based on whose results we will create our groups for the afternoon session, for the final afternoon session. And so these group races do matter. This is what decides who gets into the knockout stages and who will be able to advance through to our live-streamed electric and combustion finals for the challenges.
And if I'm correct, in 1 minute, we will start the first EV group. Am I correct? Yeah.
We are starting exactly at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So please tune in. Keep with us. Just because these are some warm-up laps, it doesn't mean that there's not going to be any competition. There are warm-up laps everywhere. So we need to let our drivers get familiar in their surroundings, even in the live stream as well. So even though that they have had access to this track before, now we want to make sure that they know what's going on. Of course, here there are no cones, but I'm pretty sure our officials will be watching if the drivers use the wall to accelerate them through corners, which you can do in sim racing. At times, yeah.
So in real racing, it's pretty
in
dangerous.
real racing, it would be. Yeah, I mean, unless you're in NASCAR.
Oh, yeah,
because in NASCAR, you've got a bodywork which you can mash up pretty much.
Mash up. Well, but this is Formula Student, still the first ever Formula Student online event. So if you tune in right now, what we've been through in the morning, we did the autocross, electric and combustion, and before that we did the first ever online driverless challenge with 4 teams each. Am I correct?
4 teams.
Each
4
team
teams
finished, yeah?
Each team did finish,
Nice.
Yeah, so we got, there was no DNFs in the driverless category, which is a welcome change. Yeah, it looks like it has been a success so far.
But you know what that shows? That shows that the guys can do a good algorithm, so congratulations. And obviously if you take out the car story or the mechanical part, these things work pretty stable. And actually Karlsruhe had a very, very strong result.
Karlsruhe had a really quick lap.
They were going like 12 meters per second. I'm not sure how much kilometers is that. Do you know?
You have to multiply it by 3.6, so that's about, 40 kilometers an hour.
Yes,
so
that's what I just wanted to say.
They would be eligible to drive in the city in Hungary.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean,
cool.
You can drive up to 50 kilometers an hour in the city in Hungary. So Karlsruhe, if you're ever around, you can take your car around here in Jur.
Yeah,
we'll lead you on shopping.
Yeah, come and do that. So now we're gonna have the EV Group 1. The question is, how do we know which teams are on the track? How are we gonna do that? Yeah,
we will be guided by our officials from the background. And also, as this is the CV and EV runs, we will see the liveries of the teams as well. So we'll see who's on the track and we can guide you through who is where exactly.
Yeah, and it's not just the officials who are guiding us and helping us, but we also have amazing organizers. So thank you again for everybody who's supporting this event. And we have sponsors. We have the MVM Group with us, and we have Audi Hungaria, and we have PricewaterhouseCoopers who are giving their support to this event. So, and obviously the host is the Széchenyi University. We are right now sitting in the city of Győr at the university. They are the hosts of the event, and we had some amazing contributors as well in the name of Formula Student East, FS Netherlands, MI Team Delft, and Fast Tube, and also DRF Liga was helping us out.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for that, and thank you for all the teams. I think altogether we had more than 45 applying teams?
Yeah, so we had 45 teams on the starter list of FS Online, and it does look like most of them showed up, so they kept through with us in the preparation stages, which were actually quite long. So about a month ago is when they sent in their first videos, and ever since then we have checked their results.
And
so
I think the first car is on
the race. It does look like we've got the first group race on the track. And here we have 2 cars on the track right now. One is for UPC Eco Racing, and the other one is for Aros.
Aros? Yes.
Okay.
Judging by the sound, electric cars.
We
is
did
what
start
see.
with electric cars, yes.
And also judging by our Excel sheets, that is what is happening.
Yeah, well, we are keeping our times like a Swiss clock.
We are a Swiss-Hungarian clock. Amazing.
A Swiss-Hungarian clock?
Yeah, a Swangarian clock.
Swangarian, wow.
That's a
Okay,
new
that
word.
does sound
Weird, but
that does sound weird, but whatever. We've just invented a new word,
What
a new
else?
nationality.
And we have a cheering crowd, as you can see here in the Race of Champions map track. So tell me something about the track, Janusz. What do you think? How difficult is this compared to like an autocross track?
I think it's a mixed bag because it does look like it is a little bit tighter than the turns are a bit tighter than there are more complex turns than in the autocross event, but it might be that the track layout itself and that there is actual tarmac and barriers that they might help orient the drivers better than just the cones themselves. So when you have to look out from the cockpit view on the Zalazon track, all you see is a maze of cones in front of yourself, and it's very difficult to actually know which cone is guiding you where. But here, it does look like that this track layout is helping the drivers quite a bit.
Cool. Are we gonna have a first-person view in this track?
We might have a first-person view, but I think it's more spectacular to see the the entirety
Amazing.
of apparently Wembley Stadium, where the
Wembley Stadium. You
where
guys hired. We rented Wembley Stadium.
There we
for
go.
This.
We
my
went
God.
all out. We went all out.
Oh my
We
god.
went absolutely all out.
That is crazy. Here in Deur, in Wembley at the same time. Phew. I'm not sure who we are seeing right now. That is.
It does look like it is UPC Racing and WHZ Racing on the track. So we have to expect two teams on the track now, running in parallel.
And how we get? This is first-person view. You see, I requested first-person view, and it's happening.
I wish. I hope that everything comes together for you so well.
Well, it does. I'm here. I'm sitting next to you. Amazing time. So, but the question is, for me, who are we seeing right now? How can we say that? How can we tell?
Right now, I will tell you immediately.
Yeah.
So every group has 3 teams in it.
Yes.
And we've got
Upsi,
3
bupsi.
races, therefore.
Ooh.
So we've got in the first group we've got WHZ Racing Team, UPC Eco Racing, and Aarhus. And I think we're coming up to race number 2, which is going to be run between UPC Eco Racing and Aarhus. So they're going to be the ones to go.
Yeah, and now we have some more information.
And WHZ Racing has won the previous. UPC Eco Racing has won the previous round. So
Cool.
that's what happened there. And in 4 minutes, we're going to switch back to the Concept Design Challenge.
Exciting. And who are going to have there?
Too Fast
Too
E-Technology.
Fast
So
E-Technology.
Munich is going to be tuning in.
Exciting. Okay. Wembley Stadium with Audi Hungaria. I think the sponsors
And
are getting
MVM as well.
getting
Yeah,
some
so
premium spots.
our
you know?
distinguished sponsor MVM can already also be seen on the
Yeah.
on the track there in the start-finish straight. So we are getting ready to start the event. There we go.
What is that car? What is that?
That does look like a sort of a safety car, a pace car, as you wish. But we hope that that's not gonna be introduced to the
Competition itself?
to the competition itself, because that would be a bit unfair. Although you could be surprised how quick these Formula Student cars are against actual race cars
Beat
as
the
well.
hell out of that. Come on, easy.
On this tight track, very easily.
Easy.
Very easily.
No problem. So, as we said before, we're gonna have we are having the CDC. We're gonna tune in for that in a couple minutes.
Yes.
Too Fast is getting ready, and I'm gonna check some social media activity.
Do check some social media activity. In the meantime, UPC Eco Racing and Aarhus E are on the track both. So it does look like Oriol Martinez and Fernando Guerrero are driving on the track. Let's see who wins this round and can advance. So now it seems to me that car number 12 has gone into the inside track. And once this race is done, we're going to switch over to Zoom for Too Fast's CDC presentation.
Somebody said it's a C6 Corvette.
It is a C6 Corvette. I just didn't want to mention the.
Did you? Oh, you knew
I don't know. I mean, well.
Well, Corvette hasn't
Now,
paid for us. Now,
after this, I'm of course. It's laughable to say that I knew it before, but I did know it before.
Oh yeah, so
I can live with this commentary perspective.
That's
Okay,
what
it
the
does look
Garvit
like,
said. Oopsie.
Okay, UPC Racing looks like is stuck on the track. There's. Oh, the curbstones might have caught the bottom of the car.
Oh.
So be mindful. All the drivers don't spin on the track because you might get stuck, just like you would in a real event. So this is nothing new. If you are not cautious, you can get into trouble even in the virtual world.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a harsh virtual environment we're talking about. This is not easy peasy.
This is no game. This is no game. This is
reality,
serious stuff.
man,
So we for sure have to account for this, and it does look like Arus has won this challenge with UPC Eco Racing being stuck on the track.
Well, that's not surprising.
Okay, so now I think we're going to go live with the Concept Design Challenge presentation of Too Fast, who are already in the background very soon. It sounded to me like from the organizers that the team is ready.
Yes.
Once we are checked in. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, very good. Can you hear me?
Absolutely perfect. Yes, we can hear you in the studio as well. So it's 11:10. The stage is yours, guys. You have 10 minutes to present your Concept Design Challenge and then 10 minutes for the judges.
Okay, yeah. Hello and welcome from our side too. I'm Marcel. This is
and
Matthias.
I'm Matthias.
And I'm going to talk about playing and costing, and Matthias going to talk a bit about the technical background of our concept. Yeah, let's talk about the situation we're facing. First, we thought about the Concept Design Challenge. We thought about the requirements for future race cars. Yeah, we wanted to be of future race cars to be more lightweight because we saw a lot of potential there. Because right now our actual accumulator is about 25% of total weight, and we could reduce this very, very good. The second thing is we could improve on our safety because the lithium-ion batteries we use now provide a high safety risk. And for the best, if we could be more environment friendly with our future race cars, it would be perfect. So our goal was to develop a new energy storage solution.
Yes, so how to do this? We wanted to select new materials. So to select new materials, we just made a theoretical approach first. So you look at this Ragone plot, we can see here's lithium-ion battery, here's lithium sulfur, here's all solid-state batteries, and here's lithium-air batteries. All these batteries have a higher energy density than our current lithium-ion batteries, so they could be potentially used in our new accumulator. So let's start with theoretically the best ones in terms of energy density. This is lithium-air batteries, and they have a reachable energy density in the reach of gasoline, as you can see here in the picture. However, just one example with non-aqueous electrolyte, this is the most promising right now. It has a 70% round-trip efficiency after 50 cycles. This is really not that much, and it requires air without water vapor to be able to use with it. And apart from this, it's also far away from delivering high power densities. So in 5 years, this won't be available. Let's go to lithium-sulfur batteries. They are of great interest, as you can see here, but due to the low diffusion of the ions into the electrodes, because of the low conductivity of sulfur, currently the maximum discharge available is 2C. But what we actually need is at least 10C. The C rate is 1 per hour, so it means how fast you can discharge or charge a battery. And there are several other problems, such as expansion of the cathode, rapid decrease in the capacity. It's right now is below 50 cycles that you can use it. And even in future, the low conductivity of lithium sulfur can be challenged with add of carbon content, but this will again decrease the energy density, so they won't be worth it using anymore. So we don't believe in 5 years they are available with discharge rates higher than 10C and higher energy densities than current lithium-ion batteries. So let's come to all solid-state batteries. And here let's first talk about solely lithium as active anode material. If you can, to general all solid state batteries, they use solid electrolytes instead of liquid or polymer gel, in which you have in the lithium ion batteries. And you can maximize the energy density with this solely lithium metal as anode active material. However, you have several problems which arise then. So for example, you produce a very thick porous solid electrolyte interface structure on the lithium metal. Like in the picture here, you can see this is first, then it's getting really, really big. So the battery will be swelling. You can also have lithium dendrite formation, which can cause internal short circuits. However, of course, this could be suppressed. These dendrites could be suppressed with solid state electrolytes. But the problem is, even if you could make it a little bit better, it's still less safe than a usual all solid state battery, and it's much more complicated to produce. So we don't believe we will have this in 5 years in a good way, in a more safe way as current lithium ion batteries. What to do about this lithium dendrites and the swelling? The idea is to have a host structure. Host structure is the same as you have with graphite, for example. But the thing is, there's probably a host structure which is more efficient in terms of energy density. So you could improve graphene by substitution with boron. However, this was done only computational so far as some simulation stuff. Potentially, you could double the capacity density of your anode, and probably you could reduce your overall weight of the accumulators or accumulator cells, accumulator in general, sorry, by up to 10%. This is a little bit more than here because our housing is a little bit lighter than in this graph here. Yeah. However, in future, you can also have further improvements with other substituting atoms might be possible. So our conclusion is metallic lithium as anode with a host structure, not without as before, is an early research phase, and it could be available in 5 years, but we cannot be sure because there's no practical proof so far. But there is a practical proof so far for all solid state batteries with a solid electrolyte using lithium, phosphor, sulfur, and chloride. And they could prove it actually with a lithium cobalt dioxide cathode, just the same as we have right now, but they coated it with some lithium nubium trioxide, having the anode with lithium titanate oxide. However, the interesting thing here is that they charged and discharged it with 18C. This means this would meet our requirements of minimum 10C discharge. And they also had a coulombic efficiency of 100%. So what we believe is that cells like this, so all solid state batteries, could be commercially available in 5 years. And you can also see, of course, there is still a huge way to improve it to have less aging, but still this is on a good way. And they could already show that it's working. So let's speak about the conditions the all solid state batteries need to meet. So a minimum peak discharge needed is 10C for us. And what you can see here, for example, is that our current used cells provide higher peak charge than discharge. So charge is 15C, discharge is only 10C. However, there's no electrochemical reason for this. This is because they were just tested to the maximum for the charge peak, but they were not tested to the maximum for the discharge peak. So this is just because we had no special interest in higher discharge peaks than 10C, but we had interest in higher charge peaks. However, there's also a slight difference between all solid state batteries and lithium ion batteries, because if you compare discharge to charge peaks, we think, however, this is all quite new, that you can let's say you have a discharge peak of 12C, we think that you can have higher charge peaks because you can suppress the lithium dendrites. Because currently, if you have a lithium ion battery and you charge it, you have really big problems with dendrites. That's it. So let's talk about the implementation. We need a rules change, so the maximum temperature should be increased to 75 degrees for all solid-state batteries, which is not a problem because they're much more safe than current lithium-ion batteries, still with higher temperatures. And in 5 years, we want to use a cell tap cooling. However, I want to focus here on the future approach, which is we want to first precondition our accumulator to 56 degrees and a really high melting enthalpy of more than 250 kilojoule per kilogram. You might ask why paraffin 26? Paraffin 26 because it's approximately 14 degrees lower than the maximum operating temperature we want to reach, which is 70 degrees. We want to have 5 degrees of buffer. And this is actually assuring that we don't reach the maximum temperature during the race. You always have some delay of cooling due to the limited heat dissipation from your phase change material or your graphite light board sheet to the cell. So you need some temperature difference here. And it's also assuring not to have a cooling before we reach the 55 degrees. So we're not already melting the material before by preconditioning the accumulator. Also, it has a higher melting enthalpy than, for example, paraffin 27, which is kind of in the same range here. So let's last but not least, let's talk about some resources and availability. All solid state batteries, they would probably use similar cathode and anode materials as lithium-ion batteries. This is what we believe, and this is what it looks like. However, you can still make some improvements to environment, because first of all, it might be possible to have lighter batteries, which of course means lighter car, less energy needed. This is pretty obvious. But you can also reduce slightly the lithium content in the electrolyte, which would mean less lithium needed for the battery. And generally, we found a paper like saying performance of lithium-ion battery has highest impact on environmental impact. And this would mean you have potentially longer lifetime of all solid-state batteries because they have a potentially longer lifetime, and this, of course, would make it more environmentally friendly. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Talk shortly about realizability and cost of development. Could you skip the next one?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, do we have time left or?
No, just 10 seconds.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's...
Yeah. Just short about the working hours. We have in general about 768 working hours. And our total costs are around about...
Sorry, but I have to interrupt you because the time's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are our sources, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Clara, do you have any questions?
Yeah, to the point that we couldn't hear about the human resources. It would be interesting how you can manufacture your parts and how many hours you put into your design validation.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
This one?
So, yeah. So we got for general phases, at first a proposal phase, which we thought about 135 hours. And then the development and procurement phase, where we would check up with our manufacturers at first how or what they could offer us to work with. I would test the material samples and we would evaluate the data. And from this point, we would design the cooling concept and simulate the cooling concept. And at the end, design our housing. This phase is around about 170 hours. Then we go in the production phase, where the main part is the making of the accumulator housing and the mechanical assembly of the accumulator. So we get here around about a total of 370 hours. And the last phase, phase 4, is the stack testing, which are around about, the final function tests around about 100 hours. So we end up with 168 hours. Yeah.
Okay. So what effect does your new concept have on your Formula Student car and on your garage or where you're working at?
Yeah, there's several effects. So first of all, our battery will be, we have lighter cells, the accumulator will get lighter and it will get smaller as well. So first of all, if our accumulator is getting lighter, we have the kind of a problem that the center of gravity is going upwards a little bit because it's a very heavy part sitting very low. However, we can have some other parts like some electronic stuff, etc., where we can just put it to a lower level. So we can kind of get rid of this problem. And of course, if we have lighter cells, we can drive faster. Our lab time simulation says altogether we can maybe make up to 10 kilogram less, which means 0.73 seconds faster in autocross. And of course, we also have to have an impact on the X location of our center of gravity. And apart from this, of course, we also have some effects on the aerodynamics because we can make our accumulator possibly a little bit narrower, and also suspension, etc.
You said that the concept is more safe than the previous lithium polymer, ion polymer batteries. What would be the effect of this on your car? Like, what would you do about your safety concept in regards of the new ASSBs?
Basically, the main idea is just to make it more safe, because right now there's always a little bit of the risk that our cells will burn or whatever. So we still think we need to control the temperature of our cells, to monitor it all time. So basically, we don't want to change anything. We just want to have less risk for us.
Okay, thank you. David, do you have further questions?
Yeah, something similar, that the rule change, the allow temperature, the allow greater battery temperature. Is it any performance gain with higher temperature in that kind of batteries, or it can be used with lower temperature as well?
The main problem of all solid-state batteries is that they have currently, and they will also have in 5 years, as we believe, higher impedances than lithium-ion batteries, mainly because of the connection of the solid electrolyte to the electrodes, which is, of course, worse to do than with a liquid electrolyte. So if we increase the temperature, we can decrease the impedance, because if you have an electrolyte increases its conductivity with increasing temperature. So we just need this higher temperature to assure that we can use it. But however, it's just no problem, because they are so much safer that even at 75 degrees, they are still safer than lithium-ion batteries at 60 degrees.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And from battery management point of view, what are the key differences between the conventional lithium polymer batteries and the solid-state batteries?
I don't see that many differences. So we still have to control the voltage. We still have to control that we don't have too high or too low voltages. We still have to control the temperature. So the main thing stay same, because they have the same format. They are still pouch cells, so we can basically do pretty much the same for pretty much things.
And what happens with a solid-state battery in case of temperature runaway?
Temperature runaway is pretty unlikely for solid-state battery, because if you have a lithium-ion battery, usually first you have a decomposition of your solid electrolyte interface. Then you have some continuing processes, and then you have, for example, the separators burning down, and then everything, of course, you have plus and minus combined, and everything's burning down. If you have a solid electrolyte, most of them, not all of them, but most of them have melting temperatures higher than 300 degrees Celsius. So it could happen, but still it's very, very unlikely. But in case it's happened, of course, it could also happen the same, that the separator is burning down. And if this would happen, you would have more or less the same effect. You would also connect positive and negative, and this, of course, makes also fire, but it's very unlikely.
Okay, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Balint, any questions from your side? Well, in that case, thank you for your presentation, and you are going to be noticed about the results soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you, goodbye.
Well, congratulations, Too Fast, for the presentation and
Absolutely.
And answering all the questions. I could give some technical comments if I were a technical man, but I'm not, so I'm not gonna do that.
I'm so excited to hear your technical comments, Ron, but
well,
you just brought my excitement down.
I'm sorry.
But there is something to bring back the excitement, which is the group races that are happening on our Race of Champions layout. So soon we are going to switch into the simulator, and we'll see what's going on.
As far as I know, we are in a group 4. That's where we're supposed to be. If not, then we're
a little behind schedule there. So
okay.
Apparently, group 3 is going to start, which consists of Hercules Racing Team, Too Fast E-Technology, and Racetech Racing Team.
Nice. So, Group 3, this is... Are they all German? I think they are.
Does look like it's a German group.
Yeah. Hercules always, they always, how do you say that in English? Verwirrt. They mix me up. They sound so Greek. I don't know, for some reason.
For some reason.
For some reason. Maybe it's my Greek mythology knowledge that
it might be that.
Says that. And then when we are done with our little session, that's where I am. When we are done with our little session, we're going to go back into the presentations, and we will see the presentation of KA Racing EV. And I think this is a car. Yeah, I'm pretty good at that.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
I would put money on it. I'm that sure, man.
The funny thing is, actually, in one of our exhibitions when I was a Formula Student team member, somebody asked me if we put our car on the water, if it would float. That was a serious question from them because they thought that it was a boat with wheels on it. And I was like, is this serious? And I am not making this up, by the way. Everybody who's listening to the commentary, I am not making this up, for sure.
Well, and I think it is Dominic
Stark, it sounds like, or it looks like that, from Hercules Racing Team, car number 28 on the track.
Okay. And we have some sound. Oh, yes.
We've got
Wembley Stadium is loud.
The whirring of the electric motors, the sound of the future.
It always gives me goosebumps a little.
Really?
No, just kidding.
Okay, because there's a lot of advantages to electric cars, but I wouldn't say that the noise is one of them.
Wow. Noise reduction is one of it.
Noise reduction, for sure.
Okay. So, is anybody just joined in? We are seeing the Race of Champions, and that is sort of like a wheel-to-wheel racing. We have two overlapping tracks right next to each other in a simulation. And this is the group stage, which means the ones who win go into the finals. Yeah.
Absolutely. So. The best of so there are groups of 3, and the best of each group goes to the final. So that's how the system works. And there are, of course, three teams in each group, and the one with the most wins goes through to the final.
Yes. What is the time? Do we know? I mean, not the time of the moment.
Well, the time is 11:31.
11:30. Oh,
thank you for asking.
Thank you, man. What is the time of the racers? What is the best lap? Oopsie, there is a little off-road there. What is the best lap so far? And what is an average lap? How do we know that?
So
do you know that?
Times are not essential for the results here because it goes for actual wins. And it does look like the first round was between Hercules Racing Team and Too Fast E-Technology, and Too Fast has won. So Too Fast has already bagged themselves a win now, and let's see what happens next. So the next race should be between Too Fast E-Technology and Racetech Racing Team.
So what is this one here?
There's one win for
Hercules
Racing Team.
But you just said Too Fast.
That's interesting.
I found a mistake in the system.
No, Roland, you're not supposed to say that.
Oh, sorry.
There's no mistakes in our system.
Okay. There is no mistakes in the system, only in Janos.
Well, thank you. I'm saving you, and then you're throwing me under all kinds of buses and tanks and like literally
cars.
There we go. Now we can see 2 cars running on the track.
Yes.
Just to switch from my mistakes to the exciting things that are happening on the track. So Too Fast and Racetech Racing are on the track.
Okay. So Wimbledon is Hercules and Racetech, and I'm always confused. These names are changing. And the names is Garvit, and he was on the other cross. I remember his name. And Dominic.
Okay, so
Racetech Racing T. The M is
Racing
missing.
T.
Racing T.
Wow,
Yeah,
I could go for some tea.
I could go for some racing tea.
Racing tea. What is a racing tea?
I don't know. It makes you very fast.
Yeah.
We should ask the British.
So, and just to give some more info on the competition itself, you can see that the cars are actually pretty well matched. So there was not a lot of difference in the final straight. So the start-finish straight is actually where the track where we know that the 2 cars have run the same distance. and they are running 2 full laps of the entire circuit, which means that they cross the start-finish line 4 times.
Yeah.
Because once 1 lap is counted from where the car started out, and then went back to that same position. So after the first round, so to speak, it will go cross over to the parallel line, and then with one more round, it will go back to its original location.
Okay.
I don't think that I think I'm just confusing the viewers.
No. Just because my eyes are not lighting up, that doesn't mean other people don't understand.
Your eyes are so expressive if your eyes are not lining up, and it does look like Too Fast has won because we have ended the race, and
Too Fast has won its second race.
Has won its second race, so
nice.
There we go.
That is.
The Too Fast is dominating the category.
Does it mean that they're? Oh no, we're gonna have a race tech and a Hercules as well right now.
Yes, that's for the playoffs.
That's for the playoffs. Oh, now it's fixed. Okay.
Now we know.
Now
there we go.
The mistake wasn't me, not in Janos. I'm sorry. I would like to apologize to the world.
A public apology.
A public apology.
That's
from me to you.
Hopefully, we won't have many of those.
No. But it's okay to make mistakes. This is Formula Students, you know.
Yeah.
It's part
just
of the
live up to them, and that's it.
Yeah.
So that's perfect.
Own your mistakes.
Own your mistakes. So we've got 6 more minutes for until the next Concept Design Challenge presentation, which will be performed by Karlsruhe. Yes.
They're always exciting.
Absolutely.
Exciting guys.
Absolutely.
Let's see if our number of viewers. Yeah, we have close to 300.
There's a bit of a group watching us, which is great. Probably more than what would be at a Formula Student race, where 90% of the team is sleeping throughout the day, or 50%.
We just got a comment from FSAS, the Swangarian clock behind schedule. It caught up to us. This is what happened.
Yeah, but we aren't behind schedule, actually.
We aren't?
We are not behind schedule.
Well,
so that was an accusation that's fallen on the wrong hands.
FSAS, you're wrong. So, and now we're gonna have the group 4. Am I correct?
I think we're still at group 3 with.
We still have group 3. Okay.
With Race Tech
and Hercules. So tell me what's happening. Like right now, Too Fast won 2 races. So what happens if Hercules and Race Tech, you know?
That just decides their places in the overall.
So right now from this group, it's Too Fast, E-Technology.
Too Fast goes forwards into the finals.
Too Fast.
Too Furious.
Too Fast and Furious. Okay. And then we're going to have Group 4 with Ampere Racing, Cure Mannheim, and EQ Race from the student team. You will not see them probably because we
probably we'll have to switch back to the Concept Design Challenge. But you can see them. You can definitely see them on Twitch. So make sure to tune into our Twitch broadcast, where you will be freed of our voices and you will be able to enjoy everything on its own. So you can listen to your favorite music or watch Netflix while watching Formula Student online, or just put it in the background. And you can follow our stream on Twitch for these dynamic events, which are overlapping with our statics finals.
I'm thinking we're not getting any hashtag pictures. And I'm thinking maybe the issue because the people don't know the hashtag. What is the hashtag?
So the hashtag for when you're watching us, if you want to show off your watch party, make sure to tag hashtag FSOWatch.
Hashtag FSOWatch. So right now, if you're hearing this, there are around 300 people hearing this. So if just 10% of those people would be so kind to take a picture and post it on Instagram or Facebook. Hashtag, you know, that's the hashtag, you know, the crossing lines.
Wow, really, this is like some sort of a dance move here.
It is. FSOWatch, FSOWatch, hashtag. So send us some pictures because you are seeing us and that sounds a bit unfair, you know. We want to see you guys as well. Where are you watching this amazing event from? And there's almost 300 of you, so send us some pictures, post online.
Absolutely. And we have another hashtag, Rolly.
What is it?
What if a team wants to cheer for a driver?
Whoa!
Oh my God! They can use the hashtag FSOCheer. I'm going to try to do Rocky's signature dance move. The hashtag FSOCheer is is the one that you can use to show us the love for your driver.
Yeah, do that, please. I mean, they are working, you know, they change their living rooms into driving cars, you know. They are sitting in
They have asked from their parents or from their friends or from their girlfriends or from their loved ones for a brand new expensive simulator equipment for just to use the FSO as an excuse.
In those homes, there is no Netflix, there's no YouTube. The only thing they're doing is Formula Student Online. So you gotta show some support. I mean, they can't really do any multitasking in the meantime. They
have to be focused. They have to be like they were in the race car itself. So make sure to cheer them on with hashtag FSO cheer.
So hashtag FSO cheer, hashtag FSO watch, like watch.
Like watch, like
different.
We're continuing the Swangarian.
The Swangarian.
The Swangarian theme of the broadcast.
The Swangarian theme is going.
Okay. So it seems that in 2 minutes we are going to be switching over to CDC. So we're gonna probably see the first lap maybe of Group 4's run, and then we're gonna switch over from the live broadcast to the CDC. And if you're more interested in the dynamics than in the statics, which is understandable if your team is not in the finals, then switch over to Twitch. Twitch Formula Student Online is our badge there, or name, or nick, or whatever it's called on Twitch. And you can find us there, and you can follow the action of the dynamics.
Oh yeah. I'm actually checking if it's all good. I've never been on Twitch. This is my first time.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
There we go.
Here it is.
And there are some people watching Twitch as well.
So 70, 78, 90, well, 78 viewers.
Perfect.
Perfect.
That's
lovely.
So those who are interested in the dynamics, make sure to tune into Twitch. And right now, we are looking for our next team who is going to be coming on for the statics.
Karlsruhe, K Racing Technology EV. And we're gonna see an amazing.
Roland, I think I'm gonna request a public apology from you right now.
Did I say the
because you said you said K Racing, and it's gonna be actually Karat Racing team.
Oh my God.
Kaiserslautern.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Your geography has failed you. So
go and disappear behind my
You should disappear.
I'm sorry.
In shame. Okay, so I think it's time for us to check in with Karat Racing team. Can you guys hear me, Karat?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes,
perfect.
We can.
And please accept my apology again, Karat Racing. I messed up your name.
All right, the word is yours. Take it away. Good luck with your presentation.
Okay, good morning. This is Mohit and Jan talking from Karat Racing team. And we're going to start our concept design challenge. The objective of our challenge was to come up with a vehicle technology which is lighter, safer, and long-lasting, and cooler. And when I say cooler, I don't mean I mean in terms of temperature. So for that, we've switched from lithium batteries to graphene batteries as our next technology. From our earlier autocross challenges and from our VI grade simulation challenges, we have estimated that the energy requirement would come up to around 7 kilowatts hour. From suppliers and various researchers, we've calculated our voltage to be 600 volts, and that would require the power to come up to 80 watts. For this, we are comparing graphene with our existing lithium-ion batteries. Graphene is essentially a monolayer of carbon on the solid state combined with solid state on the cathode. The anode remains same as that of lithium. The properties of graphene are such that it accepts 2 layers of lithium ions on both the sides, and because of this, the energy density is doubled, as you can see from the existing lithium batteries. The internal resistance is also reduced exactly by half. We will talk about the effects of this later. And as you can see, the discharge rate and charge rate are also increased in the graphene batteries. Calculating the mass from energy density, it comes of our existing cell. It's around 35 kgs, and with graphene batteries, it is reduced by exactly half to 17 kgs. The volume is also reduced by almost to 1/3 of the existing volume. So summarizing the benefits, the mass and volume being reduced drastically, this gives us more room for packaging and more options for packaging, letting us control the moment of inertia as we need. the internal resistance of our battery is also reduced by half, and this has a positive effect in that voltage drop in under high load conditions is low, and making the accumulator system more efficient, as well as a low amount of heat is generated. When talking about accumulator packaging, there are two configurations that we've explored: side mounted and rear mounted. When we mount the accumulators at the side, there is more position for the driver to lie flat, making the center of gravity low, and we have along the z-axis. When we're talking about rear-mounted accumulators, there are no projections on the side and making it more aerodynamically better. But at the same time, the driver has to sit in a more upright position, increasing the overall center of gravity of the vehicle and the driver. Although there is a lower moment of inertia along the x-axis. So now with these two configurations, what we did is we explored, we've simulated the drives on VI-grade simulations, namely the autocross acceleration, endurance, and skid pad. Where in acceleration, earlier we had made a manual data error where we had switched the values of graphene side-mounted accumulator with that of lithium, but now we fixed it. As we can see in all the four race times, one for graphene, our side-mounted accumulator seems to score the best. Even the total dynamic events show that the points for side-mounted was the best among all graphene as well as lithium. So we have chosen the side-mounted configuration as our go-to configuration. This is a picture of our electrical systems and the vehicle. As you can see, the accumulators will be mounted at the side, and they occupy a very small amount of space. When we talk about the regulations, compliance regulations, graphene accumulator is still compliant to the existing Formula student safety rules, and it should not violate any of them. The safety is, as usual, ensured by the shutdown circuit. Even safer is that the thermal energy released due to low internal resistance makes the accumulator cooler than the existing lithium accumulators by default. When we're further talking about influence on the overall vehicle system, naturally the entire vehicle weight is reduced, making it go faster. This is reflected in the performance seen in endurance and autocross timings, where we have a gain of 235 seconds and 7.5 seconds. And also the charging times are, as you can see, the rate of charge is higher than lithium. So it charges really fast in the pits, almost 5 times faster. Also, there is a scope for using regenerative braking because of fast charging. Now, talking about the technological feasibilities of graphene, since 2010, there's a steep rise in the number of patents and papers on graphene ever since the Nobel Prize. This is a clear indicator of the high know-how of the technology, and we can safely move forward with this. Already, there are multiple production techniques for graphene. The earlier ones were mechanical exfoliation, where a strip of graphene is extracted from graphite, but this cannot be used for mass production, and it's only for the lab, though this technique has really high quality. When we're talking about bulk production, we will talk about CVD, which is chemical vapor deposition. This technique is already existing for semiconductors, where it uses hydrocarbons as the initial precursors, where the hydrocarbons are pyrolyzed, and then the gases are deposited on a copper substrate. This can be thin foil as well. From this, graphene is extracted. The main challenges here is to control the flow of hydrocarbons on a very large scale. This is extremely difficult for a large manufacturing facilities, and techniques are still being explored. But as you can see, the research has spiked way early in 2010. So we are confident that this is a technique that can achieve mass production. Already, there are roll-to-roll productions techniques where graphene is produced at a rate of 25 centimeter squares per minute. And as you can see, the costs have drastically reduced over the years from a company called Graphenia, where they are as low as €2 for every centimeter square. This is still high when we are comparing this with lithium, but in a short amount of time of 10 years, because the research is high, the costs have come down drastically, and we believe that they can further reduce. The plan for our organization is a little different. Investment in CVD techniques require a lot of initial capital, where around $20 million. So we will not be doing it directly, and we do not have the know-how yet. So our method would be to go to a tier 2 vendor who would provide graphene for development. Like there are already vendors like Real Graphene who is rolling down graphene for power banks as of now. These vendors will supply to cell developers, where they will manufacture the cell using the graphene as a raw material, and they will provide us with the cells for making our accumulators. And we realistically estimate a timeline of 1 year to configure this along with our control units. Naturally, the costs are a little higher than lithium by 300%, like 3 times higher. But the life cycle is also better. Life cycle is like 3 times higher than lithium. So that is taken as an advanced advantage, where we can reuse the battery again if needed. With this, with all these advanced in technologicals and the early indicators we have seen, we like to believe that the concept electrolyte is feasible, and graphene can be taken as a next phase in energy storage technology. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. And my first question was to your life cycle. Would you reuse your battery? And if yes or no, why would you choose to do so?
Well, if we make a change in our vehicle for the next year, we might not use it. But in case when we come up with a design where we consecutively use it in the subsequent year, like for example, if we are using it in 2018 and there is a possibility to use the same battery from 2018 to 2021, then we would explore using that again. If team cannot afford the funding for a new battery, then obviously we will reuse it. So that is an advantage that we are taking there.
Mm-hmm. Would you, if possible, use this system and this technology you presented next year in your Formula Student car?
If it is available, then yes. If we can configure it in time, we will definitely use it in our Formula Student car. But we have to redesign it, redesign the pods and to accumulate a smaller mass and make some certain changes. But if possible, if given the timeline, we can.
Okay, so concerning your graphene accumulator setting, what materials is the most limited one, and how would you improve this part of your battery?
Well, as I've stated earlier, that earlier graphene used to be made from mechanical exploitation, and the raw material used would be graphite. But graphite is only produced by one country, and it fluctuates a lot. But when we look at CVD, all they use is hydrocarbons, and hydrocarbons along with copper takes up about more than 50% of the cost. Since copper is easily available and also used for PCB circuits, we believe that we should not have a problem with the resources.
Would you recycle your batteries? Or
would I recycle my batteries?
Yes.
You mean reuse it?
No, recycling concept.
No.
Okay. And then on the beginning, you said that because you hardened your internal resistors with the graphene batteries, you get a voltage drop. What is the physical reason behind that?
Well, if we have a low internal resistance, the losses generated due to heat are lesser. And so more amount of energy can be used for electrical purposes rather than being dissipated as heat.
What other effect would the internal resistance reduction have on your overall vehicle?
Can Torben hear us, or can you speak?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, maybe you can answer this question.
Maybe through the lower internal resistance, we have a lower voltage drop, and so we have a more linear behavior of our whole system. Maybe for controlling, maybe we can use it for controlling and so on. We have a higher controllability of our system.
And you actually make benefit on that low internal resistance, because this below 1 milliohm internal resistance is pretty much comparable with the connection resistances within your HV system already. So in terms of wall system, what that is internal resistance decrease means.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Repeat, please.
So counting on the HV cabling, your inverter, and so on, overall, in percentage, how much is this internal resistance change or decrease?
With this lower internal resistance, we have a lower current in the whole system. So we have heat reduction, cabling, and so on, and inverter, and so on.
Why do you have lower current with lower internal resistance?
I don't know, sorry.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
David, do you have further questions, or Bennett?
Not from my side.
Not from my side.
Okay, then thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity.
Welcome.
Thank you, you will be notified about the scores, and goodbye.
Congratulations to Kaiserslautern Racing Team. Great presentations, and thank you for the questions and for the answers.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Karat. And in the meantime, in the background behind us, you can already see the group challenges or the group ROCs going on. I think we're in group 5.
We are in group 5. Are we allowed to say the results of group 4? Or
I think so, yeah. That's why we're here.
Okay, so group 4 results, as far as I can see, it was Ecurier's Formula Student team from Aachen who won group 4.
Yes.
But I have to say Cure Mannheim also secured one victory.
Victory there. So congratulations to Ecurier. And then in group 5, we've got Formula Electric Muddy, eForce, FE Prague Formula, and BME Formula Racing Team. So BME FRT's driver can show off their skills again. He did very well in the autocross.
Yeah, not as good as the guys from Dürr,
yes,
but almost there.
Almost
so,
there.
Prague versus Budapest. Is that what's happening? Or cars parking right now?
No, I think right now it was Formula Muddy and Prague.
Okay.
So, and Prague came out victorious from that, so Prague has secured their first win there. Let's see. The next one is going to be Prague vs Budapest. Let's see
who's first.
How it turns out. We are still waiting for
Gergő
another
Baldi
car.
Right there, and we're probably waiting for the second car. There it is.
There we go.
Gabor.
And they are off now.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
David Kudelka and Gergő.
Kudi is back on the track.
Kudi is back on the track, ladies and gentlemen. So
it's difficult to judge here which car is ahead, actually, because they're running on completely different layouts, and they're all seeing completely different parts of the track. But we will soon see, because when they get back to the start-finish straight, we'll see how they are lined up. It does look like Kudi is a bit ahead.
Yeah.
But now he's on the longer run, so now he should.
So there's a shorter and a longer run.
Yeah. And of course, both drivers have to drive on both the short and long runs in a single lap. So now we're coming up to the end of the first lap, and it looks like Gergő Baldi is way ahead with a 54.545 lap time. And now we're going into the second lap. There's roughly a 2-second difference between the two drivers, and Gergő is ahead by 2 seconds, 2.1 now. So he's steadily increasing his lead. it does look like those simulator hours and simulator racing experience plays off here.
But
sure.
you can also see that the cars are generally, and the drivers are generally way better at keeping the track. It's as you said before, it's way easier to orientate yourself in this than in the autocross event.
Yes, and also we don't have any cones here.
Yeah.
Which, if they knock over, they could. There was a lot of issues in the autocross when the cones stuck under the cars, and they either send them flying off the track or just reduce the grip to a level where the driver couldn't control the car anymore. So it's great that we see this, and it does look like
51.
Gergo Baldi has won with a 51.268 time.
Wow.
So there's one win to BME Formula Racing Team.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. That was pretty fast.
So FRT and eForce FEE Prague both have 1 wins each. And now the last run of this group is going to be Formula Electric Matti and BME Formula Racing Team against each other. So let's see if Gergo Baldi can defend his
title. So what happens if Matti wins now?
Then we've got a tie, and
I don't wear a tie. Sorry, that's horrible.
That was. Thank you for acknowledging that it was bad.
Yeah.
That was not the pun that we wanted to have in our broadcast.
So what happens if they wear a tie?
What happens if they wear a tie? Let me do a little research on that, because I think then we can expect either an extra race. There is an extra race then.
Oh, there's an extra race
deciding.
Deciding
the champion. But I want to look up the exact procedure.
The green car is back on track. I think
the green car is back on track with Ivan.
Ivan was wearing a green shirt. I think he still does.
Yes.
From his room from Yekaterinburg? No, is he from Yekaterinburg?
No, he wasn't.
He's from Moscow.
He's from, I guess.
I don't know. Okay.
From.
But not all Russians are from Moscow. That's what I heard. But there's a proportion who are.
That's a great insight into the distribution of the Russian population. Thank you very much, Roland, for that. That's absolutely fantastic.
Happy to share infos.
I hope that my high school geography teacher is not watching this, because I think we can both hope that, because it doesn't look like that stuck with us.
No, but here we are, and they are in Wimbledon and virtually, where we built this Race of Champions track. And is the time already going? I think it is already going. Are they already racing?
Yes, they are already racing.
Oh
so it's BME. It's the second driver of each team.
Really?
Yes, because there are 2 drivers for each team, and it's the second drivers of each team driving. And in case of a group,
I gave you a little homework to do here. I see.
Yes, yeah.
It's gonna keep you busy. It's okay.
There are things that that we should have done probably.
No.
This is perfectly fine, because there's some.
The teams have to know the rules.
And it does look like BME Formula Racing Team has secured another win, so we don't have to find it out that urgently. What happens when all teams have secured a single run?
Congratulations to BME, and here officially I would like to request the team of BME to send us a picture of how they cheer to their drivers, because they did well, so it's time for you guys to do well as well. We expect those hashtagged photos to arrive. I will also check FSO cheer if we have any. Oh, there is one.
There is one.
There is one. Oh, that's us.
From behind the studio.
There is one, which is us.
At least somebody has kicked off the FSO cheer hashtag. Make sure, guys, that to use that hashtag to cheer on your drivers. There's a lot of great results coming in already, so please make sure to use this hashtag.
Yes, please, because so far it seems we have no effect on the population of FS Online watchers, which is probably not true. Okay, so in a couple minutes, I think we are going to hit for the next presentation.
Well, we've got 8 more minutes until then, so because the Q&A kind of finished a little bit early. It does seem that Gareth has had a very exhaustive presentation, and there was not a lot of questions from the judges, which of course can happen. So they don't have to use the entire 10 minutes that is available to them. But we do have to keep to our time schedule. And now at 12:10 is when the next presentation is going to be starting. Until then,
you know who's going to be up?
You're stuck with us.
Racetech is going to be up.
Racetech is going to be
yeah.
up. Okay, I
They
need
are
to
the
double
one.
check you on that just based
well,
on
thank you very much.
based on your performance so far. But it is finally something. You got something right. That's perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So no more official apologies needed.
No, thank God, I had enough of those.
That's really good. And also, it does look like Formula Student Netherlands requested to keep track of the puns that we are saying in the commentary. Good luck with keeping up with that.
Well, I mean, we also have our tasks and competitions that we give you guys. So, and there's going to be, I think we could announce that. There's going to be some Easter eggs to look for throughout this commentary. And if you can collect all those, you will get words of approval from me and maybe also something else.
Maybe also words of approval from you, from me.
What?
So,
oh my God.
Words of approval from both of the commentators if you get all of our Easter eggs.
Yeah, we're going to define the numbers soon, but it's going to be around 4 to 5 Easter eggs that you can watch during the commentary. And if you find all of them, words of approval will be flying to you virtually. Okay.
That's going to be a very coveted award, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Almost as coveted as the ones that we have on the left edge of our table, because there you can see the beautiful overall winner prizes.
Those ones. Let's get a close-up of these.
Can we do a close-up of our prizes?
Yeah, please.
Because
we need a close-up of those.
Even though we have a physical, virtual event, we do have physical prizes, which we are going to be mailing out.
Oh yeah, and these are the physical prizes right here.
There we go.
I sort of feel like TV Shop. This is the last time offer. You can get these. If you win this competition, all you've got to do is compete and be smart.
Yeah, but actually there's no deal where you can get all three of them, because you would have to compete in all three categories at the same time, which nobody can do. So we're a little bit off of TV Shop's kind of deals. So if you want a good deal, go to TV Shop. If you want to compete in Formula Student, stick with us for the next still 8 hours. 8.5 hours.
8.5 hours.
Yes.
I'm excited, man.
I'm so excited.
I'm gonna get some coffees.
Coffees, Red Bulls or Red Bull coffees or something like that.
Oh, and here I'm reading Pedro Oliveira Gonzaga. He says EV category trophy coming to Brazil. So maybe it's gonna leave the continent.
Some confidence there.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, that would be the first FS event from Hungary which has a trophy that leaves the continent. No? Wouldn't that be?
I think that would be, yes. I don't think that any Hungarian FS event had victories or from somebody from a different country.
So there's gonna be some fiesta probably.
Yes.
Is that in or siesta? I don't know. Anyway, so here we have group.
Anyway,
5?
back to the group stage. So group 5 was cleared out by BME Formula Racing Team, so with 2 wins. Congratulations to BME FRT for advancing from there. And now we are at group 6 with Prom Racing, BRS Motorsport, and the Eagle Trento Racing Team.
I see.
I think that's a kind of a pun on the meaning of
On
eagle.
eagle?
Because E as in like electric, and then eagle as like if you put the two together, you get eagle. And I think that's how they would like us to pronounce it, because eagle is kind of a...
Iagle. They're from Italy, so they might be Iagle, Trento.
Okay, so I'll leave the PC up to you. Okay, so now on the track is BRS Motorsport and Eagle Trento Racing. I'm just gonna stick with Eagle.
Let's stick with Eagle. Hopsa! Well, somebody's doing different weird things. As far as I can see, yeah.
Somebody has oversteered a little bit too much, and they got into the barrier. So
I think that was BRS.
BRS, yeah. BRS has this distinctive blue livery, so they are kind of playing pinball in between our walls.
I mean, that's okay. There is no extra points for bouncing.
No.
Sorry, that's not happening. But I think the other car, which is
Eagle Trento Racing. Car number 111, Eagle Trento Racing.
Thank you. Oh, so that's what the numbers mean in the cars. I didn't know. Just kidding.
Roland, wow. Welcome to Formula Student, where each car has a separate number.
Yes.
So that we don't confuse
the
them.
separate driver, David Farina, is the one. Davide Farina is the one who's driving. And it looks like he's going to secure a victory. Obviously,
it does look like that, because BRS had some...
Yeah, the pinball trick is not going to make you fast.
Yeah.
But
So
Whoa.
Davide Farina.
And it's weird to be racing?
It looks like they have arrived at the same lap. So they've caught up with BRS Racing. So first race of Group 6 was won by Eagle Trento Racing Team. And number 1 win goes to them. In the meantime, in the background, our next CDC finalist presentation is
Getting
preparing.
ready.
And
race stack.
It looks like it's going to be a race stack. So tune in 2 minutes if you want to see race stacks.
But if you want to continue the Race of Champions, you can do that on Twitch. So go on Twitch and keep on watching if that is your wish.
To do so.
All
right. So now we're waiting for the simulator to be set up, I think, in the background. So Twitch is where you can follow the next runs. We're not going to start the next run because we're waiting for the CDC presentation to be ready. And once I get the go-ahead from my colleagues, we will switch over to RaceTech, who are joining us, I think, live from Freiberg, because that's where the Weather Academy is, where their team is situated. And we're going to be connecting Freiberg to Jör. And to other parts of Germany, because I think some of our finalist judges are situated in Germany.
Can you tell us about the judges who we have right now?
I do know that Mr. David Kish, the president of the Association of Automotive Engineers, who is behind Formula Student East.
So we should just call him Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yeah,
El
Mr.
Presidente is the inside joke that we have. So he is one of the judges. He's an expert electrical engineer. And we have Balint Hanula, who's also one of the responsibles at FS East for electrical scrutineering and electrical side of FS East. And then we've got one more person in the judging team.
Yeah, we're going to say after the first presentation is gone.
After
So
the
we have to
presentation
keep
is
some
gone,
information for the
we want to keep some secrets because we don't want to give everything away.
Yeah, because we're going to start in a minute or so, or not even that, and we don't want to take up their time.
So I think we can soon check in with the team. We've got 1 minute.
Yeah, but now we have 1 minute. It's Clara Hauptmann, I think, who we missed now.
Yes, we did, actually. So thank you very much, Roland, for saying that. So Clara Hauptmann is our last
Thank you for being with
judge.
us, Clara.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for joining FS Online, even from your remote home. So let's see if RaceTech can hear us. RaceTech,
yes,
are you here?
Hear you. Well.
Yay!
Perfect. Okay, so it's 12:10. It's your time to shine in the CDC Finals presentation. Good luck, guys. The word is yours.
Hit it.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Johannes Buschmann. I am Laura Windler, and today we would like to explain you our alternative Formula Student energy storage, the hydrogen fuel cell. First of all, we have to say that at the moment, the most efficient and kind of storage is the lithium battery and accumulator. But nevertheless, there are certain problems concerning them. So first of all, the materials in them are very rare on Earth. And the exploitation is maybe cheap, but there's also a lot of damage to the environment made when exploiting and manufacturing them. Then also the recycling of those accumulators and batteries is not very easy, and it is also not very cheap. And so the primary production costs far less, and so recycling is not really made and not really possible. So we decided to find an alternative for them.
Okay, so we opted to compare different energy storage solutions. So we found physical storages and the electrochemical storages as the main basic types of energy storages which are suitable to a Formula Student race car. For physical storages, flywheels are an option, but flywheels bear the problem that you either need an extremely high moment of inertia, so therefore the mass is pretty high, or you need extremely high rotational speeds, which is not very safe in a competition like Formula Student. So therefore we focused more on electrochemical storages, and these can be divided into two subsections like internal energy conversion and storage, and external storage of energy and conversion in the component itself. So viable solutions would be nickel metal hydride accumulators, but they have quite low energy density and also quite low power density. So
we looked forward and found aluminium-ion batteries to be suitable. But the problem is you either have very high cycle life, so in orders of thousands, but the energy and power density is quite low, or you have the opposite, you have quite high energy densities, which are up to 2.5 times of lithium polymer accumulator cells, but the problem is they decay quite rapidly. And currently there are no practical cells available, so this is no option for us. External energy conversion include redox flow accumulators and fuel cells. Redox flow accumulators are a great choice for a stationary application, like in a power plant, but the problem is you need some electrolyte cycles, and these are not very practical in environments where acceleration loads and vibration are present. So we opted for fuel cells. Our system consists of a hydrogen tank and a fuel cell stack, which is compatible to our current tractive system. It has a voltage of 550 volts, so it can be implemented in a 600 volt tractive system without any problems. And we found this as an alternative energy storage solution with conversion integrated in the fuel cell. The main goal is to have a minimum influence on vehicle packaging and therefore performance. And we wanted to have a safe competition. The vehicle design needs to be safe as well. And manufacturing also includes some hazards, so this needs to be minimized as well. The fuel cell relies on an exothermic reaction of hydrogen and oxygen to produce water along with energy. And this can be calculated from the standard Gibbs energy and the heat of formation of water. And therefore a theoretical energy efficiency of 83% can be obtained. However, in reality, the efficiency is lower, about 60%. So the loss of efficiency can be explained in different ways. We opted for a quite simple explanation. So every energy which is lost in the conversion can be dissipated into internal resistance of the fuel cell. And we found with a tolerance of our membrane chosen with nominal of 50 micrometers, which is expanded in humid conditions like in a fuel cell to 858 micrometers. And with a tolerance of 3 micrometers, we have 1.2% change in efficiency due to the tolerance of the membrane. However, because of the relatively low efficiency, quite much cooling is needed of 11.2 kilowatts. And we found it must be about 4.5 kilograms for the cooling system. However, safety is the main concern. So the controllers for gas and coolant flow needs to be quite reliable. And as well, monitoring is employed to detect leakages in hydrogen lines as well as cooling lines. The hydrogen storage is a quite tricky component in our system because hydrogen has by far the highest energy density, but it is very low density. So the problem is that we need either extremely high pressures of about 1000 bars or extremely low temperatures below 20 Kelvin, which is not very suitable. So we opted for a MOF, which is metal organic framework adsorption storage solution. This is a tank filled with this metal organic framework material, and it absorbs hydrogen at relatively moderate temperatures of 77 kelvins or minus 196 degrees Celsius, like liquid nitrogen is. And it is possible to store at this condition at 100 bars up to 50 grams per liter of this material. So this is our solution for storing hydrogen with low pressures, which is suitable in a Formula Student race car. Because of that, it needs to be cooled. There's a cooling jacket with liquid nitrogen, and also to keep the energy efficiency of the cooling as good as possible, a perlite and vacuum insulation outer mantle is employed. This also is responsible for the mechanical strength and for preventing accidents if a crash occurs. The tank itself is made of aluminum walls, and it accepts also the quick couplings for hydrogen and liquid nitrogen, as well as the expansion valve for liquid nitrogen cooling. Rules, requirements, and changes. The vehicle packaging is comparable to our current accumulators. So the influence on the packaging changes of our car is quite minimal. So as you can see, the size compared and volume left and hydrogen storage on the right is comparable. And also the connections like high voltage connection and low voltage connection are identical. So therefore, we have found out with our lab time simulation that a point loss of 6.3 points with our new storage solution is acceptable because we found out that the sensitivity for power is much higher than the sensitivity for weight. So we opted for the most power possible, so 80 kilowatts for our fuel cell. The rules changed is required are that fuel cells need to be allowed, as well as compressed gases and flammable gases need to be allowed, and these rules need to be revised. As well, new rules are going to be induced, so there should be strict filling and working procedures stated in the rules, as well as the hydrogen needs to be supplied by the event, so no team has to carry a hydrogen tank with it around, so this is quite a safety concern, as well as the coupling for the hydrogen should be standardized.
We also thought about the development and financial resources. And first of all, the hydrogen fuel cells are already available and they can be just used and packed into the modules like in a normal LiPo accumulator, and the effort is not much higher. As you can see, the MOF storages need a bit of research to be able to be produced in mid-scale and also large production. And this can also be supported by the Formula student teams in cooperation with their universities. You need 4 to 5 experienced members to do the switch in the course of a year. And the financial efforts from the student teams are about 31,000 euros. We calculated this on the basis of analysis of fuel cells and also an additional amount to these designed MOFs. To sum this up, we think the hydrogen fuel cell is a viable solution to solve the energy problem. And if all the safety measures are applied...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because the 10 minutes is over.
Okay, thank you for your attention. We are now open to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Clara, do you want to start with questions?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for your presentation. My first question would be, how would you make sure that no risk can occur with a hydrogen tank, and what's your safety strategy like that you don't get any leakages in the car?
So of course, standards need to be applied, like professional work has to be done, like an electrical connection. It is also already employed to only use tools suited to the application. So couplings need only to be installed with the correct tools, for example. Thickness of tubing needs to be specified by the rules. This is something which can be calculated, but to be on the safe side, it should be specified by the rules. Leakages, of course, hydrogen is a very small molecule, so it diffuses through everything nearly, and it's quite complicated to keep it in the system. But one option would be to allow a leakage rate, which is quite low, because there's no other option. Every system is leaky, and there need to be sensors in confined spaces which detect hydrogen and set off an alarm.
Okay, in your opinion concerning this, is a hydrogen car safer than a lithium-ion polymer battery car?
I wouldn't compare the safety in the same manner because the chemical background is quite different in lithium polymer accumulator cells and hydrogen, but I think it is possible to produce a hydrogen-driven vehicle to same safety standards and risk standards like a normal electric vehicle.
Okay.
I have one question regarding that subject as well, that if something like that will be implemented in Formula Student, and I can more likely imagine exchangeable hydrogen canisters rather than the refilling system or refilling station. What are your pros and cons between these two solutions for refilling the hydrogen inside the car?
So your option would be fuel canisters with
like standard canister, which you can exchange in your car.
Yes, so this would be possible because the fuel cell stack and the hydrogen storage tank are replaceable, so it's no problem if they can be supplied by the event and put into the car.
And what do you think, which approach is more safe?
Well, it depends on how you measure the safety. And in our opinion, it's comparable with canisters from the event because they are used maybe between multiple vehicles. Maybe they are not observed at any time, but usually the energy storage, like an accumulator of a team itself built, is observed all the time because of safety reasons. So we think it's comparable. However, the solution chosen is up to the event, but we think the canister supplied by the event as well as the self-manufactured energy storage are possible.
Thank you. Clara, please proceed, and sorry for the interruption.
No problem. So I have one further question. What other changes would you have to make on your car concerning like energy consumption during autocross or endurance?
What do you mean with energy consumption?
Like, would you need like a buffering battery or something in the car, or what other?
So this is not needed because the hydrogen fuel cell is delivering constant power output. So there's no need for a buffering cell or no need for an additional accumulator. So the fuel cell is running all the time and supplying sufficient power.
So you wouldn't use any recuperation?
So this is another topic, and it's also quite complicated because in order to recuperate, there needs to be water split into hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen, of course, is released into the atmosphere, but hydrogen needs to be put back into the tank. And therefore, it needs to be compressed because the operation pressure of a fuel cell is about 8 bar, but the pressure in the tank can be up to 100 bar. So there's a pressure differential which needs to be overcome, and this is only by additional power uptake. So there need to be a compressing mechanism which compresses the hydrogen produced in the fuel cell and puts it back into the tank. At the moment, we don't think that it is very practical in our approach. So in our current case, there's no recuperation, but we think that it is not very necessary because it's still a concept which needs to be developed, and we already have seen that recuperation bears the possibility to win a race, but for a concept vehicle with the first year's introduction, we think it's not very practical.
Okay, thank you.
Point loss with this concept. With the development of fuel cell technology, can you expect this score loss to become a score gain overall?
Pardon, can you repeat the question, please?
So you mentioned 60-point point loss, sorry.
Yes.
And with the development of fuel cell technology,
correct, yes,
or even become a gain.
What do you mean with gain?
To get a point gain with the fuel cell technology over the battery technology.
We think we can gain points if we develop the storage and also the MOFs further. So yeah, we can gain the points again, but this needs more development time. And for now, we accept the point loss because it's, yeah, the most performance is brought by LiPo accumulators at this time, but because we focus on other criteria, we think this point loss is acceptable.
At the current stage, because the problem or the point loss is introduced because the efficiency of the fuel cell is so low compared to a lithium polymer accumulator. We are comparing a lithium polymer accumulator to a fuel cell with a hydrogen tank. Therefore, the system is at the moment 28 kilograms heavier than a lithium polymer accumulator. But if the efficiency of the fuel cell is increased to, let's say, 80% instead of 60, then we would gain points back, of course. But this is with current technology which is available, so it can be bought at the moment.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And do we have any other question?
Not from my side.
Not from my side.
Okay, then thank you for your presentation, and you will be notified about the scores.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Racetech, and congratulations.
Absolutely, congratulations to Racetech. And we've got some news for everybody who's watching FS Online right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have the official results for the autocross event for the combustion and electric categories, which will be posted to our social media after we read them out.
Yes.
So I think we can get them out into the live stream.
Maybe even behind
soon,
us.
Or behind us.
I don't
We'll
know.
see
Oh,
what
here it
happens.
is.
Or in full. So,
Combustion, autocross, results.
you want to start us off, Roland?
Well, we could start it off. Yeah, FSU Sigurd, they were the ones from Yekaterinburg who lost the track, the DNF. But then comes Team Bath Racing with 62.241. And then Cardiff Racing is the next one, 67.673. I didn't read the cone mistakes.
Exactly. I was just going to mention that the final result is on the far right. So
yes,
that's the actual time. You can see the penalties as well. DO is a cone down or over. OC is off course, and JS is the jumped start. So that's what we mean by those abbreviations. Yeah. So we were, where did we leave off from? CTU Kartech was last.
Yes, CTU Kartech was the one that is next, 64.943. Then Rennstall Esslingen, then BMW Motorsport, then Pravega Racing, TU Brno, Hawks, and the top four is FSU PV team with Jorge David Garcia. I think they're the one from Brazil. Yeah.
They're from Valencia.
They are the one from Valencia, I
yes.
mean to say, which is not in Brazil.
That's very true.
Yeah. And then comes Unimaribor. They're very close to each other. Unimaribor Grand Prix Engineering with Nick Storzak, 60.229. Who was the second?
UPB Racing Team. Jan Kurbs posted a 60.192. And the winner of autocross seems to be Arabona Racing Team.
Woo! Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, from the city of Győr, Miklós Jech was the driver, and his time, he was the only one going under 60 with all the penalties, 59.997, if I remember.
799, but
yes.
you got the digits right. That's whatever. That doesn't mean anything. But it's very interesting to see that even in the simulator run, we got a very close race by the end. Because if we check the first four results, we can see that they're all within 1 second of each other. So it's a classic close Formula Student style finish. So even online we give you some exciting racing. And now we can see
the electric vehicles for the autocross.
Absolutely.
Is what we're seeing. And we have Prom Racing. They didn't get in there. But the second last is Hercules Racing Team. Cedric Heberstreit, 137606. And then comes Kaiserslautern Racing Team, Karat, with Khalil Majoub. Yeah, they had some difficulties at the beginning with the cones and the track. And then comes VHZ Racing Team, Eric Vogt, 112. And then we are going under 100. Here
Yes.
comes eForce FEV Prague Formula with David Kudelka.
Kudi.
Kudi, his name, his
Yep.
nickname. And then LU Motorsport, Jack Lancelot, the guy with the cool name. He hit a lot of cones and he also went out of the track and he also jump started.
Got them all. Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all. 88.298. And comes Racetag Racing Team. They were the ones who were just presenting.
Yes.
And Martin Butner, 82.737.
And then we go on to Formula Electric Muddy. Ivan first off posted an 82.237.
No cones hit. He was
No
the
cones
only
hit,
electric
yeah.
car that had no mistakes.
Well, in the second half of the field, because we've got 21 electric cars, and this is the second half of the field. because
Yes.
We want to make sure to display everything in a legible way.
I couldn't
so-
finish my sentence. Only electric
Sorry
car
for-
on this sheet.
Yeah, sorry for taking up your, like
It's
literally
okay.
taking words out of your mouth.
It's
So
okay.
I'm really sorry for that, Roland. And then Default Dynamics, Sven Helms' time was 77.239 with the cone mistakes, and then Cure Mannheim posted a 77.178. So actually quite close racing, even in this part of the field.
Let's see
and
the
then
next
we can go to the top
sheet.
electric cars.
Let's see the
Let's
top.
see
The
the
top,
top
top.
finishers.
The tip top.
We've got that already in our background
Yeah.
screen. So
UPC Eco Racing, Paulo Ortega Gomez.
with a 76.921.
Oh, yeah. Are they the one from Brazil? No. I always mixed it up.
I don't think so.
Okay. I will find the Brazilians.
We will find the. I think. Yeah, we will find the Brazilian
Yeah.
team at some point.
So Ampera Racing, Larsen Keller Machado Correa Jr. I think that is.
I have a strong
7-4.
suspicion that
that is him.
that
I
they
knew.
might be from.
I knew he was close. And then BRS Motorsport, Daniel Rutgen, 71.724 with one cone mistake. FSB Racing Team, Zvonimir Ercegovac, 70.568, and we're almost getting under 70. And then comes FSB Racing, DHW, yeah,
DHBW.
DHG, that.
that from
car
Stuttgart.
Number, yeah, car number 17. Matthias Henschel, 70.224.
Absolutely. And then if we go, thank you. I see what you did there.
I see.
Ecurie Aix Formula Student team from RWTH Aachen. Fabian Otten posted a 67.04, but with 3 cones knocked over, it turned out to be a 70.04 final result. And in the top 5 of the electric class, only 1 cone was knocked over by the BME FRT driver. So let's go on. Number 5 in autocross in EV is Too Fast E Technology. Garvit Agrawal posted a 68.565. Then Eagle Trento Racing Team's Mirko Paoli, Mr. M, I remember. I think,
Yes,
I think
Mr. M.
It was his nickname, 67.836. Dynamis PRC with Marco Mandelli's 66.902 takes number 3, so the bottom part of the podium. And then in second place, BME Formula Racing Team, Gergő Baldi with the overall fastest time. However, he knocked over 1 cone, unfortunately. So that came out to be 66.38. And the winners of autocross are Arus E with Alvaro Torres' 65.636.
A big round of applause to all the drivers who got up even in 4:30 a.m. If you're talking about the Brazilian team, to be a part of this first online autocross in a simulator. It was great to connect all these parts of the world into one competition, and I think you guys did a pretty good job, and it's obviously a very tough environment to change from a physical driving into a simulation driving. It's just completely different, and there are people who are still are in that tough environment right behind us in the group stages of the Race of Champions.
Yes, absolutely. So I also want to congratulate all the drivers, and I really, really appreciate all the effort that has been put in by the drivers, because we've seen some really amazing simulator setups at home. So congratulations to everyone who put in all the effort for setting up rearranging your living rooms, or bringing in your racing car into your homes. Or I actually saw on Instagram one of the teams who have been provided with a cool, huge TV screen in front of one of their old cars. I think I'll try to look it up somehow if I can do that. Congratulations to all of you guys. really amazing job. Absolutely fantastic. In 3 minutes, we will go over to the concept design challenge. So the combustion concept design challenge. I can see that the Rennstall is going to be the first combustion team presenting. They are preparing in the background. In the meantime, what we see on the track right now is...
So what do we see on the track? That is
I want to find that
Henry
out.
Dury and the Arabona Racing Team. I have a feeling that it's combustion.
It is. Wow, your feelings, your intuitions, Roland, are... They never fail you, unless they do. But they, most of the time they don't fail you. So it does look like car number 16 and car number 79 are racing against each other on our Race of Champions track.
And this is the first group in the combustion category, if I'm correct, and Cardiff and Arabona Racing. And the Arabona Racing team are the winners, not just of the autocross, but also of the first combustion.
Of the first combustion category. It does look like they have won that. So congratulations to Arabona Racing team. Looks like they have prepared well for the simulator.
But we also have CTU CarTech. Those guys can never be underestimated. That's what I'm saying. And they are very good.
Yeah, so we will see what happens with them. If you want to follow the live feed of the dynamics in the background, you can see it on Twitch, where there's no commentary, but you can see the raw feed and you can keep up with the action on our Race of Champions style track. The next race is going to be fought between car number 79, Arabona Racing Team, and car number 33, CTU CarTech.
But it's time to get back to the statics, if I'm correct, because here we have Rennstall Esslingen with us, and they are getting ready to present their concept design challenge final presentation, and I'm excited already. They seem to be excited. So we are going
all
to
very excited. So I think we can do a sound check already because it's 12:39. So
it's
we've got
12:40 already.
12:40.
Time flies.
Wow,
you know?
It's just
Crazy.
we're rushing through this day like there was no tomorrow. So Rennstall, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely perfectly, loud and clear. So take it away, guys. Good luck with your presentation.
Enjoy.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Philip, and welcome to our presentation about our 48-volt hybrid system. As you have read in our report, we've taken into consideration 5 different arrangements of hybrids, and we've chosen the biggest one. So in this system, we are featuring 2 front wheel, close to the wheel traction motors combined with a motor generator directly linked to the crankshaft. So the whole system is the biggest out of the 5 we've taken into consideration. It weighs about 25 kilograms, including the battery, the most complex, but it offers us a wide range of functions, and we see a lot of performance in it. So we want to first focus on the battery. You've asked us whether we want to run one big 48-volt battery with a DC-DC converter down to our 12-volt required by our control units. Or we want to run a separate battery for the control units. And the answer is quite short. We really want to run a separate battery, even though it's quite a bit heavier. That is mainly due to reliability, because reliability is our overall goal, and we want to finish the endurance no matter what. And if we only have the 48-volt battery, system fail would cost us the event. So therefore we want to run a separate battery, and we've compared 2 different options, a 12-volt battery or a 24-volt battery, and we will go for the 24-volt battery because it's a little bit lighter, and we want a small DC-DC to go down to the 12 volts. So the answer is, yeah, as I said. The second thing is the fuel tank size evaluation. So normally before endurance, the question we want to ask is what kind of lambda we want to run. Do we want to run a rich map or lean map, and gain or lose efficiency, or gain or lose power? So therefore we've done the same thing with 2 different strategies for the hybrid system. Down here you can see lap time over power from our lap time simulation tool. And the red lines you can see here are the non-hybrid combustion vehicles, and the black lines here are the hybrids. And we've had a look at the two extremums at lambda 1.15 and lambda 0.85. And so we have basically two strategies to compare. One is the maximum efficiency and one is the maximum power. And if we have a look at the different lap times and efficiencies, it turns out that it is better for event points to go for the efficiency plan. So overall, we save 900 milliliters of fuel, even though we have slightly better performance through the power. So we have more power and better performance with that. And if we have a look at the strategy, we want to run for the endurance. So normally we want to use 90% of our SOC from the 48 volt battery during one endurance. We constantly have to monitor that. And if for some reason our energy runs out, we have to change the strategy. So as you can see here, we are reaching a corner from a long straight, and there is an optional charge mode here. So we can coast, so we still stay on the full throttle and no longer using the whole energy to further accelerate, but losing a little bit of it to recuperate. This gives us a long time span and we can recuperate very much, but we only do this if very needed. After that, hard braking, of course, full recuperation mode. And then corner entry, we are using our four-wheel drive system with the torque vectoring to gain some agility to turn the car in. Mid corner, we are improving the handling by the four-wheel drive system, and the torque vectoring and corner exits, we are stabilizing our car with it. And as soon as the car is stable, we go full throttle with all engines and boost the car out of the corner. And with our current battery size, we will be able to almost boost the whole event. So all the straights are almost completely boosted. This slide, we have to take a little bit soft, because this is only the result of our lap time simulation. So we've done some rough estimations. How much time will we lose through the extra weight? How much time will we gain through the extra power? And how big will be the difference due to the torque vectoring? So we had a look into our lap time simulation and made some estimations. And the end result will be, if we compare our hybrid car to only non-hybrid competitors, that we will have a gain in performance in all the sub-events. So only the autocross lap, which is kind of a zero, we are gaining some performance in the other events. But yeah, for sure, we compared it to non-hybrid competitors.
All right, hello everybody, my name is Michael, and I want to give you the answers to the questions for the F1. And they were basically about the recuperation potentials from the MGUK and the MGUH. And first, the MGUK is the motor generator unit, which is basically mounted on the combustion engine, has a fixed gear ratio, and there are allowed 120 kilowatts for supplying and recovery. And so to find the solution, we considered some influences, like I said, the F1 regulations, like aerodynamic forces, transmission, and engine brake torque. And as you can see in the diagrams, there is the brake power, for example, for the MGUK, the friction brakes, front and rear axle, and the ratio for the recuperated kinematic energy. So to answer that question, so on the left side it's over speed and the right side is over time. And to answer the question, which was how much braking energy can be harvested at 300 kph, this is about 2% of the kinetic energy, and from a braking maneuver from 300 to 0, it's about 14% in average. Then let's look at the MGUH. So that's basically a motor generator unit which is included in the turbocharger. So it is in between of the turbine and the compressor, and it is used to recuperate thermal energy which would be lost through the wastegate. So we can see that in the compressor diagram. So at low volume flow rates and low compression ratios, the MGUH is used to boost. So it's basically to overcome the turbo lag. And at high volume flow rates and high compression ratios, it is used for recuperation. Or said, the thermal energy which would be lost through the wastegate. Here we've got an overview about the MGUH system. So in the middle, you can see the combustion engine. On the top, there is the turbine. On the bottom, there is the compressor, and in between the MGUH, which is about 90 kilowatts. So that's the value that Mercedes publicated. And as we can see, the MGUH is able to increase the engine's efficiency through the use of thermal energy. So from about 45% without the MGUH to about 51% with the MGUH. And to find a comparison between the possibilities or which can be recuperated from the MGUH and the MGUK, we simulated a lap in Assetto Corsa with a Ferrari F1 car, and to estimate the brake time, this is about 20 seconds, sorry, and with the 102 kilowatts in average power from the MGUK, which we got from the other tool, we come out at 0.57 kilowatt hour per lap, and with the MGUH, we've integrated the wastegate open time, which is about 35.8 seconds, and the 90 kilowatts, it comes out at 0.9 kilowatt hour per lap. That means the MGUH is about 57% more than the MGUK. So that was our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Your timing is pretty much spot on. So
yes, thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Really nice presentation, impressive. So now comes the question time. Fellow judges, who has questions?
So the most important for me, I hoped you will show us your general overall concept at the beginning. You gave pretty good answers to the questions, but if I haven't read it, I couldn't understand your overall concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, so this is mainly due to the limited amount of time that we had. So we thought you maybe already have read it. But I can quickly show you the concept here. So basically we have, as I said, the three motors.
Sorry, it's not necessary. It was just some kind of feedback.
Yeah, okay.
That we missed it in the presentation time.
Okay.
And another question from my side. Your answers were brilliant and good research, but regarding the percentage of the recuperation during braking, one question. Have you considered that a significant amount of the braking energy at 300 kph is coming from the air drag?
Yes, of course.
We did that. So the ratio of recuperated kinematic energy, that is, so it's maybe that's a little bit of misunderstanding, because in the plot there is just the brake power, but it's definitely not just the brake power. So we considered the influences of aerodynamic drag and the combustion engine brake torque. So we assumed, I didn't know exactly how that works, but so I assumed a constant engine brake torque, and which is multiplied by the transmission from the gearbox.
Yeah, so here you can see all the volumes we have assumed, and as you can see here, we have a drag coefficient of 1.1 and a lift coefficient of 2.3. So that were the values that we used to calculate the thing.
Fine. And the other answer regarding MGUH is brilliant.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
One question from my side. Can you tell us what is necessary to implement this system in your car? Which money, which time, and so on?
So sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it, please?
What is necessary to implement your chosen concept to your car? Which time do you need for it? Have you the financial resources?
Okay, yeah, so the financial resources, I think, will be relative, because a system like that will give us a lot of advantage in gaining sponsors, and therefore, I think finance-wise, we will gain more money through new sponsors than we will spend. In terms of times, so the car that was planned for this year's season will be manufactured for next year's season. So the monocoque is already on the way. So it will be a very tough one to implement it for the 2021 car. But for the 2022 car, it will be no problem. There will be sufficient changes in design. So for example, I've chosen one design example here, the front upper wishbone, which is currently the push rod is currently mounted down here in order to have a better angle, but it has to be mounted at the top in order to give enough space for the front motors. And currently there's a collision with our rim, so therefore we have to change the geometry of the front axle quite significantly. And also package-wise in the back, we have to take into consideration when designing the rear frame. So we have a hybrid chassis with a space frame in the rear. We have to have a close look whether the starter generator will fit inside the frame. But it's a narrow one, but we might can manage it to already implement it in this year's design. So small changes have to be done there.
And regarding you talked about torque vectoring system. How much time do you need to develop the system that it will work? Have you thought about it?
Yeah, that's quite a tough challenge to implement that. But we already have rear wheel steering, which kind of requires a similar analysis in our car. So we already have like some logic parts and some starts in there. So I think it will be possible for 2022 to implement this, even though it's a quite interesting thing. So we will find a lot of new members who will take care of this part.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, from our side, we don't have any further questions.
Okay, so
sorry, maybe you can give me a second.
Yeah. Go on.
Just for my notes.
Okay.
Yeah. What are the necessary changes in the rules that you for this system? Safety aspects and so on.
Yeah, safety aspects. I think it's quite a safe system indeed, because we are under the 60 volt limit, so we can keep the standards for the safety relatively low. So with the current safety standards, we would already be able to manage a system like that. But in terms of rules, the biggest question for us is the calculation of the efficiency. Because one team might run to battery empty, one team might have separate batteries for 12 volt and 48 volt. So it will be quite difficult to estimate the efficiency of a car. So that will be the most interesting part.
So maybe an answer from my side. What we thought about is the 48 volt. Maybe if it is possible, because it's sometimes, or I thought it's quite difficult to find motors for 48 volt, and maybe it would be easier if we go up to 60 volt, so that we are still low volt, but or that it's not allowed of maybe that the battery is allowed to have like 60 volt, and maybe that would helpful to gain maybe another 10 volt to gain a little bit of RPM for the motor. And so what we think was would be a necessary thing to because to implement such a system and the effort that it would be kind of necessary or useful, that maybe that's not just for 1 year, or that we have maybe maybe an opportunity to run this 48-volt system for the next 2, 3, 4 years or something like that, and one event. So maybe that some other events in Europe will adapt this regulations.
Okay. There are 2 minutes left. I got really keen on the topic how fuel efficiency measurements could be made fair, and yeah, that's really a tough one. Any suggestions on that?
Yeah, I think there's no other way than monitoring all the currents that go inside every battery that's installed. So to monitor all the energy storages that are in the car, and to maybe apply some formula for the recuperation, as like we've seen for the electric cars,
yep.
A similar one, and so the teams can do their calculation about the strategy.
Okay, good.
And one other thing that we might thought of, so maybe for our team it's not that big challenge to implement such a system, because we are quite a big team. We have a good university with a lot of resources to build on, but maybe for smaller teams it will be crucial, and I think it's necessary to give them the opportunity to compete with us, even though they cannot make this huge step in implementing such a system. So I don't know how a possible rulebook could look like, implementing both non-hybrid and hybrid cars, but I think it will be very interesting to see non-hybrid car racing against hybrid cars. So every team has to take into consideration whether this huge implementations are worth the performance.
Okay, thank you for this thought. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, our time is up.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really nice presentation, and good answers were given. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats. Yeah. So we can go back to the studio.
Congratulations to Esslingen, to
Absolutely.
Renstal.
Congratulations to Renstal. And now, as you could see from our little transition screen, we have our first studio interview coming up today. And this is going to be with someone who has a lot of relations to what we are doing today. So I can welcome virtually in the studio Mr. Dani Bereznai, who is an esports Formula One driver for Alfa Romeo Racing. Hi, Dani, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Absolutely perfect. Welcome, and welcome to the studio. Welcome to FS Online, and thank you very much for accepting our invitation to talk with us. My name is János. My fellow commentator here is Mr. Roland, and we're going to be asking you a couple of questions regarding your life in esports, because I think that's a very interesting and relevant topic to what we are doing today in Formula Student Online.
Oh, yeah.
So Ron, take it away with the first question.
So the first question is how do esports build on or expand the world of motorsport? What's your take on that? What is the relationship, and how is that compared?
I think esports has more of a cross-marketing effect on motorsports rather than a rival, because I think the younger generations who maybe start playing games earlier than watch the real sport, they will eventually watch real sports as well after playing the games. And the same as some older people who like motorsports, and they maybe want to try out how it could potentially feel to drive a real car, but obviously it's very expensive to, for an example, drive a Formula car, then they can try it on the simulator. So I think these two businesses totally good together, and they are not rivals to each other. They really just help to build each other up, and I really like to be in that family, which is, at the end of the day, is the same.
Well, which category are you? You seem pretty young, so are you the one who started playing video games and got into that? Or your father was a Formula One fan and told like, hey son, you should do this, sort of?
No, actually nobody watches any motorsports from my family. I started to play video games, and then when I saw Formula One on the TV, I didn't even know that it's an existing thing, but I instantly get the sense that I'm playing the same game and these are the same cars, and it's so amazing that I can watch the real drivers to race out there, and then I can challenge myself as well behind the computer.
That sounds pretty great. So it does look like this is something that you're passionate about and really feel like you're a part of since your childhood, which is very cool. And I think it's a really cool prospect for anyone who is watching us, that esports is a kind of an egalitarian business where anybody can join in. So my next question would be, we see a lot of footage on what Formula One drivers do in their lives. So we know that they're training a lot. We know they're kind of in the spotlight, but we don't really know much about esports racers. So what is your day like? What is your life like? Do you also have trainings and testings and testing regimens like Formula One drivers do, or do you do something differently than that?
Yes, I think in terms of working hour, we have more things to do than a real life driver because we are actually available to test unlimited times. In F1 esports, for an example, the cars are totally equal and the cars are also set up by the drivers, so all the results are on the driver's hands. There are no engineers who can help us out. There are no test drivers who can help us out. We have to do everything kind of alone, and obviously we have a team. I am the esports driver of Alfa Romeo Racing. There are multiply of managers who help us in this process, but at the end of the day, while in real life you only have 3 practice sessions, a qualifying and a race, and maybe pre-season testing 4 or 6 days maximum at Barcelona, Catalunya. We train every single day on a track that we choose. We can damage unlimited amount of cars. We can try any kind of extreme setups to reach that optimum, to reach that potentially maximum level that we can reach, and that's very different compared to real motorsports. But at the end of the day, in a fair field, if you watch a race from maybe a couple of meters, sometimes you can't even decide which is real and which is not, because the graphics is so amazing. We drive the exact same cars, we drive on laser scanned circuits, which is pretty exciting. And to be honest, since I started to watch Formula One, since I started to play games myself, I always was a fan of maybe becoming once a real life driver, but it's not reachable at all, because obviously when you are like 11 or 12 years old, you are already too old to start, and real motorsports is really, really expensive. So you kind of need your parents to decide on your future. While in esports is very accessible. Any age you start and you are persistent with your practice, all the environment is equal. You can really show your talent, and maybe not a real racer, but you can be some kind of a racing driver in some kind of a real team as well, and be part of this family that we all love.
Well, this morning we had a lot of Formula Student teams try this experience, and they were running simulators, and they had all kinds of setups. Someone was sitting in a car with a TV in front of him, somebody was using a controller, somebody was using wheels, somebody had gloves on, somebody had VR glasses on. What is your setup, if you could just explain that very briefly?
Yeah, so we use always the same setup that we use in our official competitions, so we don't need to get the hang of it when we get to the arena, because most of the big esports competitions are LAN events, which means that we are in the same place with all the other drivers, and the computers are physically connected, and there are TV broadcasts, real commentators as well, so it's all built up nearly like a Grand Prix event. And we use a play seat currently, which is a seat very close to Formula One sitting position, or probably any Formula car sitting position. And we use wheels and pedals. Wheels have force feedback, so you can feel what a real car should feel, at least in the wheel itself. And our pedals are also sensing the pressure, so there is not a potentiometer in the pedals. It's like close to the hydraulic feel. So the more you push, the more you brake. And for an example, to brake at 100%, I need to push out 85 kilos with my left leg. So quite realistic in that sense as well.
So you don't have VR glasses on, you're looking at a monitor or a display?
Yeah, we are looking at a monitor. I think it's better for broadcast as well. Maybe not the best experience, but TV needs to see our face, needs to see our emotions. And also maybe some players would get sick with virtual reality. So I think monitor is the goal for most big esports competitions in the close future.
That's pretty cool. You mentioned that you basically have unlimited testing time. Now, speaking from my experience in Formula Student, teams would take advantage of this, and they would actually push their driver to the limit and have them practice 24/7. How much of this unlimited, kind of virtually unlimited testing time do you use? So what does your day look like? Do you get up at 8 a.m. and then get in the simulator and have it running until midnight, or what's your game plan?
My game plan is to practice between 30 and 40 hours a week, which is basically a full-time job. The hard thing about that I'm also creating some content on the social media, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, for Alfa Romeo Racing, for myself as well, and also have some real-life training as well. Maybe mostly cardio and some other things that help me stay focused and accurate with my body coordination. So all in all, I work around 60 to 65 hours a week, but to be honest, I really enjoy it. And I could work less if I wanted, but this sport is really based on your results. So the results speak for yourself. Nobody cares how much you work. I could work 2 hours a week if I'm Senna and I'm still the champion. Nobody cares, but I'm probably not that talented, so I need to work very hard to maintain my top positions, to be able to extend my contracts with the team and leave the job of a dream for myself for the long term.
Well, congrats for that. We only have a short time left. Where can we see you next time if we want to tune in to one of your races?
The official F1 esports competition will be held between September and December. I think there will be 4 events, but to be honest, we don't know so many details yet, but on the official Formula One site, it's all advertised usually, so I think there we will be followed.
Thank you for your time.
That's pretty awesome. Thank you very much for your time, Donny. Thank you for joining us here at FS Online, and we wish you all the best of luck for your next competitions.
Yeah, and get back to driving.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take care.
Have a nice day.
Take care, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, that was our first studio interview, and we are now a go for the next combustion concept design challenge presentation, which is going to be given by
Hawks
Racing. So, Hamburg, can you hear us? Hamburg, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing.
Absolutely perfect. Okay, so it does look like you have a pretty nice setup for the presentation. The floor is yours. Take it away. You've got 10 minutes for your Concept Design Challenge final presentation.
Hit it.
Okay. Dear judges, dear teams, we are proud to take part in the CDC finals and welcome you to the presentation of our hybrid powertrain concept. First, we want to introduce you to the integration of the electric motor and battery into our powertrain. Next up, we will discuss the impact on the vehicle performance and our team resources before we conclude this presentation by discussing the challenges and restrictions of the new hybrid competition. So let's start right into the first chapter. The latest Hawks powertrain offers the perfect conditions for upgrade to a hybrid system. Our powertrain with its V2 engine and clutch is installed longitudinally in the vehicle. As you can see in the schematic on the right, the self-designed gearbox contains a bevel gear stage in order to replace the conventional chain drive. The final drive is realized by a spur gear stage. This transmission design enables the electric motor to be mounted directly on the transmission input shaft. This leads to several benefits. First, a very low additional mass is necessary to integrate the electric motor's components due to the given housing architecture. The electric motor is positioned before the transmission, so it requires a low torque and a high speed, which leads to a lightweight and efficient motor design. As the latest Hawks powertrain uses the mentioned space for bearing the transmission input shaft, the electric motor is added by hardly enlarging the powertrain's length. This secures a short, unchanged wheelbase, which leads to a high vehicle agility on the curvy Formula Student tracks. Furthermore, our hybrid powertrain concept requires the same amount of gearing components as these are manufactured by a highly utilized sponsor. This modular design secures a high maintainability, which again leads to increased testing time in a tight season schedule. In order to release the dense engine bay package, the electric motor can replace the starter motor, assuming the transmission is set to neutral. Package-wise, the electric motor size is limited by the clutch outer diameter and the fixed wheelbase. This leads to a maximum diameter of 140 millimeters and a maximum length of 50 millimeters. Based on a comparison to a stock electric motor, the realistic peak power output is estimated to 6.5 kilowatt, which is a gain of 12% through the combustion engine power.
So, after we now took a look on the electric motor of our hybrid concept, let's next focus on the battery. To calculate the battery size, we first calculated the electric energy consumed per endurance lap with our lap time simulation. This suggested that we would consume around 160 kilojoules of electric energy during one lap and would be able to recover about 20 kilojoules. So we can recover about 12.5% of the engine energy. Combined with the consumption of the standard low voltage components in our car, we concluded that a 32 amp hour battery at 48 volts would be sufficient. Such a battery could, for example, be realized in a 13S1P cell stack with pouch cells from a manufacturer. Such a cell stack could then be packaged below our monocoque in the aerodynamic splitter. This packaging has a lot of advantages. Firstly, it offers a low center of gravity and a lot of mass on the front axle, both of which is ideal from a vehicle dynamics standpoint. Also, it is not interfering with the engine auxiliaries in the back of the car. However, there are also some downsides to this design. Firstly, there is relatively long wiring needed to the motor, and an additional firewall over the battery cells to protect the driver is also needed. So, after we now presented you our concept, let's focus on the impact and the benefits of the concept. Firstly, for the lap times. Our lap time simulation showed us that we would gain a benefit of 0.18 seconds on one endurance lap of a length of 63.5 seconds. This is a relatively minor improvement compared to the large effort put into implementing a hybrid system. For the other disciplines, for skid pad, you do not need much engine power, and therefore it is not really relevant for this discussion. The acceleration event generally profits from more engine power. However, there are also just little points to be gained here, so we did not focus on it that much. For the autocross, the track layout is comparable to the endurance, and therefore we did not look at it separately. For the financial impact, hybrid powertrain is quite expensive. The costs for the parts and the manufacturing would amount up to around 12,000 euros, and the development would keep 7 engineers busy for 12 weeks. A benefit of such a system would be the increased efficiency of the drivetrain. Because we are able to recover braking energy, we are able to reduce our fuel consumption over the endurance and therefore gain a higher efficiency score. Therefore, our long-term goal would be also to implement an electric turbocharger into the design to maximize the engine's efficiency. This could then be compared to Formula One's hybrid system, where you have an MGU-K and an MGU-H. The MGU-K is a motor mounted on the drivetrain of the car and is able to recover about 20% of the braking energy per lap. The MGU-H, on the other hand, recovers waste energy from the exhaust gases. And when one takes a look at the fact that 1/3 of the fuel energy is lost in waste exhaust gas, it is clear that this is a large untapped source of energy. This MGU-H is also mainly active during the acceleration of the vehicle, which would be around 80% of the lap time for a race car. Therefore, it can be concluded that the recovery of exhaust gas energy is a lot more efficient. It's a lot more to the efficiency than the regenerative braking.
So our conclusion. Implementing a 48-volt hybrid yields just a little benefit. So in a purely performance-driven competition, this benefit is too small for the average team. So our proposal is to focus more on efficiency in the competition with maybe some rule adjustments. First, to limit the fuel mass at the start of endurance. Secondly, to limit the battery capacity. This would give the whole competition a bigger focus towards efficiency. Also, the electric system regulations should be adjusted. For example, to let out the HVD and the data logger. This would ease the implementation of such a system and not compromising safety.
So now let's also take a look on the impact on the target group of Formula Student events. The target group, of course, is the Formula Student teams. And for those to be powertrain is a long-term project for most teams. Therefore, the CB class must remain on the events even after 2023. Secondly, the teams attend multiple events with one race car in one season normally. Therefore, a hybrid powertrain must also be allowed on more than one event in the Formula Student calendar. And lastly, as we all know, Formula Student Germany, another event, presented a different vision for the future in last autumn. And since this is also an important event for many teams, there might be a conflict of interests which system to implement for the teams here. And now for the financial impact. Hybrid powertrains, as previously discussed, are expensive and require a lot of manpower to actually implement. This is because they, for one, combine the expensive components of an internal combustion engine and those of an electric drivetrain. And also a lot of self-development would be required from the teams to be able to create such a system. Not every team will be able to create a hybrid powertrain, therefore. And especially the hurdle for smaller teams will be a lot higher. So this might be contrary to the ideals of the Formula Student. This now concludes our presentation on our concept design. We want to thank you for your attention. We also want to thank our sponsor, Puff Events, for letting him use his equipment. And we will answer your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your very, very nice presentation you have given. Let's come to the questions, I'd say. There were some questions before where you could prepare. So the first one I would like to start off is, there was one track which was taken in account for your decision making. Why did you take, let's say, only this one, and how did you handle this during your decision?
Yeah, so the track we used was the endurance track from the Formula Student Germany in 2012, and we basically this is one of the tracks which was already prepared for our simulation software, which was Optimum Lab. And we decided to use only one track because in the rulebook, the layout of the track is pretty strictly described. Therefore, while the curves might be different, like the length of straights and the radius of curves is limited. Therefore, the Formula Student tracks all should be similar when doing such a performance analysis. And therefore, we decided that it would be sufficient to mainly focus on one track.
Okay. Next question. If there isn't any special questions from the other judges, the next one is, how many % of the braking energy can be harvested in theory at 300 kph on a Formula 1 car with a regular MGUK? What do you think?
So we had this in our little Formula 1 X course. So based on some sources on how the MGUK is used in the Formula 1, excuse me, you can see on the right side the acceleration and braking energy over one lap, and the blue line is the energy that can be harvested with the MGUK. And therefore, you can see that you can harvest about 2 megajoules of energy, while 10 megajoules of braking energy occur. And it means that about 20% of the energy can be harvested in the best case.
Okay, how did you take in a, sorry,
the question was, how many % can you harvest at 300 kph in the very moment?
That depends on how much you push on the brake, because as long as you only brake slightly, almost all energy can be taken up by the electric motor.
Have you seen a Formula One driver pushing the brakes softly?
No, of course not. Therefore, with
full acceleration.
Yeah, with these large braking spikes, only the small percentage can be actually made up by the
Tell me a figure.
Excuse me?
Tell me a figure.
Yeah, that would be. I guess it was about also about this 20%. So of course it varies a bit based on the actual braking process, but 10 to 20% when hard braking occurs in such a situation.
Okay. Next one. Which device adds more to the fuel efficiency of a Formula One race car, MGU-K or H?
Yeah, this is also what we discussed with our electric turbocharger. So the MGU-H is also some kind of exhaust gas turbine, and therefore is able to recover the waste exhaust heat, which is a previously untapped source of energy. And when we also compare that with the MGU-K, which only is active during braking and only can take like 20% of the braking energy, it is pretty obvious that the MGU-H recovers a lot more energy over the course of a race, and therefore also adds more to the energy efficiency, because every energy that we can recover from the vehicle in some way is fuel that we do not need to burn.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding efficiency calculations, you made also your calculations. During your simulation, how did you take the downforce in account, the effect of downforce during the Formula Students competitions disciplines?
So we had, like in the software we used, we are able to adjust some parameters of the car, of course. And there's also the downforce coefficient and the drag coefficient in the optimum lap simulation. And therefore the optimum lap then concludes how much downforce is actually applied at the moment, and therefore concludes how fast it can go. And with this, we already we considered the downforce of our aerodynamic package.
And I would like to add to this question that due to the aerodynamic downforce, of course, the normal load on every tire changes, so the friction coefficient changes as well. So this is also implemented in the software that we use for our lap time analysis.
Okay, and you made your fuel consumption calculations according to the optimum laps model?
The energy consumption calculations. So in the optimum lap, we could see how much the electric motor would be used in this special scenario based on the torque curve of the two motors combined. And with that, we can then, over the course of a whole lap, we can calculate how much energy is consumed by this motor. And for the braking events, it's the same, but just in the other direction. And here we also have to take a look at the maximum current, which is mainly limited by the battery, so which also limits the braking torque which can be applied by the motor.
Okay, thank you. Good. Any further questions? Peter, maybe?
Yes, one question. How many concepts you compared with each other before you have chosen yours? And what are the aspects which says this is the right concept for you?
We compared 4 different concepts because we had the first concept we chose for is, as you know, the electric motor behind the clutch. We had one concept considered that has the electric motor just between the engine and the clutch. And we also considered wheel hub motors on the front axis just to increase the traction we can have on our vehicle. And big factors for our decision were, of course, the feasibility, which includes the costs, the development effort, of course, and we also considered dynamic factors just as the unsprung mass, which is increased a lot with wheel hub motors. So we decided not to package wheel hub motors on the front axis. And another factor is that we just for the latest Hawks powertrain, we need many gearing components, and this is also a big factor because our sponsor is very highly utilized. So this is just the limit of our gearing components.
And I would add to this, we also consider just using an electric turbocharger on its own, but which of course would be good for efficiency, but we did not consider it as our main solution because just an electric turbocharger normally isn't considered a real hybrid powertrain, and therefore we decided to not focus on this solution.
Okay, it looks like
no more question.
No more questions from me. So Peter is also okay. So guys, again, thank you very much for your very nice presentation. Thank you for this question and answer session. I think it was really cool, well done. So thank you guys. Guys in the studio, you can take the show back if you are ready.
Thank you also for
Thank you.
the opportunity.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Congratulations, Hawks, and thank you very much, Alex, for the show. It's back here with us, and congrats again for the amazing presentation. But we have somebody very special with us today.
Somebody extremely special. So I'd like to introduce you guys, Dr. Sándor Kling, actually, if I want to be very, very exact. He used to work exactly for Red Bull Racing, and now he's a contracted engineer by Red Bull, and he's also technical manager of his own business here in Hungary, Kling Technology. Hi, Sanyi, can you hear us?
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much for agreeing to have an interview with us here at FS Online. So I think something that would be very interesting to the teams, which you have actually gone through, is the transition from Formula Student into Formula One. This was, I think, quite direct for you. So can you please tell us a little bit about how Formula Student prepared you for the world of Formula One?
Well, I think Student and Formula One are very similar. The difference is probably the size of the team. That's the main difference. Otherwise, the task is the same. You have to design a car, you have to make researches to make sure that you have the best parts, and then you have to test the car, and then you have to race with it. So it's both the same. I mean, it's the same in both categories. Difference is just the size. So if you go to a big Formula One team, you have to focus on very small details of the parts. Maybe you have to work together on one part with another group. Whereas student, you have to design several parts in one, or maybe an entire suspension, depending on what the.
Well, you're slightly breaking up, but we can put it together.
I think so.
Process the information, and I hope you can still hear us very well. Still, what are you said there are a lot of similarities. What do you think? What were the qualities or the skill set that you gathered in Formula Student that landed you where you are right now? What leads to success in this sense?
Well, I think university. Of course, very important, but the practical side of the engineering in Formula Student was much more important. So basically, we learned deeply how to work together in a team, how to relate with different skills or differences in real life. So I think in that term, Formula Student was very, very important for me to get into Formula One.
We wanted to touch on the engineering work itself a little. And what are the similarities and what are the differences between the engineering methods in Formula One and in Formula Student? Because you said that the basics are the same, but obviously there are some differences in methodology.
Well, it shouldn't be different. Science is science, so yeah, maybe you have more time sometimes in Formula One to go more into the depths and understand more what's going on, why it happens. Whereas in Formula Student, normally you are in a rush, and if there is a team of like 30, 40 people, it's always a rush, and everybody is happy if the part is ready. And it's even better if they can spend more time, maybe during a thesis or something like that, if they can more go into the depths. But as I said, engineering and science is science, engineering is engineering, so it shouldn't be different.
Cool. Well, that's awesome to hear that the laws of physics don't change from Formula Student to Formula One. But it's actually quite surprising to me that you said that Formula One engineers, you feel, have a little bit more time on their hands to go into the depths of their exact designs. What actually we meant by this previous question was that the methods of engineering. So do you use more of a do you focus more on sort of PLM methods, like involving full life cycle tracking of the car's parts? Like, do you work in a virtual environment more than in Formula One or than in Formula Student, or do you think that even the tools that you use for engineering are the same?
Some of the tools are the same. Some of the software are the same. The main difference, well, a big Formula team consists of like 100 people, whereas a big Formula One team is like, I don't know, 1,400, 1,500. So if you think of the factory teams, the engine and the car as well, that's easily 15 times bigger than a student team. So the main reason why you can go more into the depths is just 10 times more people working on the same thing. Okay, not the same, but the goal is the same. You want the car to go as fast as possible. So, yes.
So, obviously, in a very ideal world, if we would have this COVID situation, we might have this conversation out on the Formula Student track. How did this whole COVID thing, this whole virus story change that work that you just mentioned? I mean, we're talking about 1,500 people who cannot be, obviously, in one place. Even the smaller groups cannot meet up. How did the engineering and development world in Formula One change because of this crisis?
I'm at the moment not working for them. I'm at home on my own project, and maybe at the end of the year I'm going back. But I have information only from my colleagues from the UK, and in teams which are here, they have more space, so they could separate the people and divide the offices, so the people can be more apart from each other. Other teams, much space, they do shifts, so they do half of the team works one part of the week, half of the team the other half. So everybody is focusing on security to make sure everybody is healthy and safe.
Yes, well, health is really a priority now in this COVID situation, so that is quite understandable, and it poses a huge challenge for everyone. You mentioned that you're working on your own project. Can you tell us a little bit more about this, or is it something secret that you're working on?
No, not really. There are some parts that maybe not that interesting here, but I'm basically working in two projects now. One is the family business, where I am the first generation of the family. So it's not that much engineering, but rather I rely on what my family did, manufacturing and selling garage doors. There are some development as well, but it's not as exciting as for a student. But I have also another project is developing a carbon fiber wheel for mass production for road use, and this is more engineering, but hopefully I can go back at the end of the year again if the situation allows. I mean, the COVID situation, and then I can get back again to proper engineering.
Let's hope so that happens.
Oh yeah.
Let's wish so. So I think we have maybe time for one more question if we have some. So I don't know, Roland, if you could ask maybe a last one.
Have you been following actually this event, or in general, are you still following Formula Student if your time allows?
Well, I was a judge in this event, so this is how much I followed it, which was, I think, very interesting, and I think that Formula Student Online is a good response to the current situation, because I think, as mentioned earlier, that Formula Student basically prepares the engineer for real life, so how they have to work together, how the code should be done, and business presentation and whatever. And at the moment, this is how the business, how the life is. So everything is online. Everybody has to prepare online, and maybe the interviews and everything is going to be online. So doing an online presentation was very interesting from both sides, both from the student side, that how they had to prepare, and both from our side, that from the judges' side, that so it's not like they are in front of you and you can ask a question. So it was different. It was a little bit challenging at the beginning, but by the end we could get used to it. So I think it was an interesting experience.
Thank you very much for your contribution, and stay with us, because right now we have one team ready. Thank you for this interview. It was good to see you, man. Oh, you're there. And have a great day, and see you around.
Thank you, Shani, for joining us. Have a nice evening. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay, and here we have FSUPV with us. They are up and ready for presenting. So let's see.
FSUPV, can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly.
Absolutely perfect. Then it is time for your concept design final challenge. So please take it away. The floor is yours.
Hit it.
Okay. Welcome to the FSUPV team Design Concept Challenge presentation, where I, Álvaro Moratinos, will cover the main specifications of the team's first prototype, including an electric powertrain. Motivation to develop this new vehicle concept comes from the possibility of improving powertrain efficiency without losing performance and approaching current automotive industry. It will result in valuable knowledge in electric powertrains, basic to establish this concept as a transition to a completely electric vehicle. FSUPV team restrictions include following the CV Formula Student rules, which fit best to the specifications of these prototypes. Effects of other rules or scenarios will be also studied. FSUPV 06 prototype will be used as a basis to relocate the maximum amount of resources into the new powertrain development and to ensure project feasibility. Moreover, the Drag of Experience in electric powertrains also encourages to use commercial components to ensure safety and reliability. Main design guidelines of this prototype design will include the direct verification of concept performance in terms of competition points and to ensure a correct packaging, avoiding major changes in the dynamic behavior of the car. Hybridization benefits will be studied comparing the energy used in an endurance event and the points obtained as a function of the energy substituted, Results clearly show a linear increase of the points obtained in dynamic events as the energy substituted by the electric motor is higher. Then, a correlation between combustion vehicles' fuel consumption and energy used by electric ones is applied to check its effects. Correlation used in Formula Student driverless rules for efficiency event scoring is used in this case, which also shows the same tendency. A minimum amount of energy substituted per lap is needed to make the hybridization worth it, with only 2.8% of extra energy needed if the correlation is applied. As a result, the new powertrain main design goal will be to maximize the energy provided by the electric motor. Once establishing the optimal value of electric energy, a cyclic flowchart will be followed, constantly controlling our key performance indicators. A powertrain layout study is carried to choose the most suitable electric motor. To do so, we will firstly introduce the concept of coupled torque. It represents the torque produced by the electric motor once hitched to the combustion powertrain with its optimal gear ratio, which will be discussed further on this point. P0 and P1 positions are initially discarded as these positions do not allow to disengage the combustion engine when desired. P4 layout is discarded too, as no motors meeting voltage and dimensions to include them in our wheel assembly are available. As seen, LEM95 motor is chosen as it shows to be the best motor in both positions. Gear ratio between the combustion engine and the electric motor will define the so-called coupled torque and the RPM range of operation of the electric motor. Because of the RPM operation range, the best results are obtained when the electric motor operates in the full range of the combustion engine. Lastly, comparison between P2 and P3 layouts is performed according to the specification shown before, proving the P2 layout as the optimal one for a hybrid concept. Regarding battery design, first steps to sizing will consist on choosing the optimal cells. Discuss of two sizing methods is also done, establishing the capacity method as the most restrictive. A high-drain battery cells research is conducted, as these cells will have to provide high current values at low voltages. Main objective will be to achieve maximum capacity. Following the battery desizing, 14 cells connected in series are needed to meet the 48 volts voltage. Then, energy to complete the endurance event is calculated, obtaining that 15 columns connected in parallel are needed. On this first approach, without braking regeneration, our battery would consist in 210 battery cells and a weight of 15 kilograms. After calculating the amount of energy regenerated, the number of battery cells decreases to 168 and a weight of 12 kilograms. 0.733 kilowatt-hour will be regenerated in a full endurance event. This energy will be now compared to F1's braking regeneration system, and the study of this car's exhaust gas regeneration system also will be carried. To calculate the regenerated energy in a full stop at 300 kilometers an hour, we will consider vehicle's mass as the minimum established by F1 regulations, 733 kilograms, including Cadragua. The NTUK power will be established as the maximum allowed, 120 kilowatts, and both differential and electric gearing efficiencies will be applied. Knowing the total amount of energy released during the braking event, the maximum energy to be regenerated is 0.27 27 megajoules, which represents an 11.37% of the total energy. To compare NTUH and NTUK regenerative systems, comparison around a Monaco lab will define our worst case, as this track has the lowest full throttle acceleration percentage. Electric power is set to the maximum allowed of 120 kilowatts, knowing that 38 seconds of the lap have spent accelerating, 4.5 megajoules of energy will be deployed during the whole lap. 2017 season track data analysis shows the tractive energy needed. The NTUK system will regenerate up to 10 megajoules, which must be limited to 2 megajoules because of the current F1 rules. The NTUH will have to regenerate the remaining 2.5 megajoules. According to fuel mass flow restrictions, Monaco's fuel consumption is calculated. Assumption of a 30% losses in the exhaust system lose to 13 megajoule regeneration of the total fuel energy, which widely covers the 2.5 megajoules required. The larger amount of energy regenerated by the NTUH system proves that it increases more global powertrain efficiency, even if energy regulation from the NTUK were removed. Following concept development, lifetime evolution as a function of mass and power will determine the most suitable combustion engine for our concept. The addition of extra power to our 85 horsepower engine will not result in a lifetime improvement, which leads to a combustion change to a less powerful but more efficient engine. Single-cylinder engines comparison shows that the KTM 525 obtains the minimum lap time. ILTOPS obtains the maximum amount of points in the endurance plus efficiency event, as fuel consumptions are predicted in a self-developed BSVC MATLAB Simulink model. Final integration of the electric motor will discuss whether this new powertrain will increase overall torque or substitute it from the combustion engine. In addition, the engine will be disengaged when the electric motor is able to supply all the torque demand. Different electronic throttle maps were tested, and the best results were obtained with 100% torque increase and 100% torque substitution maps. On dynamic events where only lap time affects the pocket gain, benefits of increasing overall powertrain torque are easily proven. However, in the endurance plus efficiency event, we check that torque substitution mode is more beneficial, despite the loss of performance in the endurance event. Regarding packaging, new elements of the powertrain subassembly will require great effort to fit in our chassis. Main packaging goals will include not to compromise the COG position while maintaining the current packaging to avoid modifications in our monocoque. Current rules compliance will be also ensured while guaranteeing great access to work on the car. The introduction of the hybrid powertrain leads to changes in our car concept. Regarding the powertrain subassembly, different systems redesign will be mandatory. Dynamic behavior of the car must be adjusted while wheelbase and track changes, and a new damping setup will be studied, as well as changes in our aerodynamic balance. Lastly, FSUPV-OC's current wiring will be maintained thanks to a voltage converter, and the previous battery will be removed. The introduction of the new electric motor battery and the combustion engine has increased the team expenses to €4,400. For that reason, a budget allocation must be carried to ensure project feasibility. Using the FSUPV-OCs as a basis allows us to reduce the cost in aerodynamics, chassis, and dynamic subteams. In addition, previous thermal treatments of a four-cylinder engine will be saved, investing the maximum amount of resources in the electronic subteam. Prototype hybridization will be developed as a 2-year project following a Microsoft project plan. This year will mainly cover system full redesign, whereas the second one will focus on implementation and control. 18 members will be needed to carry the project on time. 70% of them will be former team members from the different subteams, and the rest of them will come from the FSUPV Academy, our training center for first-year students, which provides the team with high-quality members. As a conclusion, the development of our vehicle concept results in a vehicle with approximately the same mass of the FSUPV-06, which includes a regenerative system capable of substituting up to 0.2 kWh of energy per lap. In addition, up to 3.7 liters will be saved during the endurance event, together with a 66% reduction of the carbon dioxide emission reduction. Lastly, overall comparison of the results in dynamic events shows a general improvement of 5% in all competitions against the FSUPV-06 results, resulting in only 4% deviation from sensitivity studies. To sum up, the hybrid concept represents a strong opportunity to get in touch with the current automotive industry and a completely feasible development. However, we believe that the maximum voltage must be enlarged to live up to the future technologies. Additionally, the FSUPV team feels really motivated to develop this concept, as it would represent an intermediate step for the full electrification of our prototypes. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, congratulations. It's maybe one of the best presentations I have seen ever. Just one remark.
Thank you very much.
Compressed a little bit too much in the 10 minutes, too much information, but it is brilliant.
Yeah, our heads are just smoking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice.
So my first question, there may be a slight misunderstanding. We asked with the Formula One braking,
yes,
percentage of the harvested energy at 300 kph and not from 300 kph to zero.
Well, the energy has been calculated in a braking event, which stops the car from 300 kilometers an hour.
Be careful. Exactly in the very moment you are still running 300 kph, how many % of the braking energy can be harvested by the MGU cage?
Well, it can. I think that's the numbers we shown previously. It's 0.27 megajoules, which represents an 11% of the total energy deployed during that event.
that you are calculating the whole braking process from 300 to 0. We are just exactly at 300 in the very moment.
Yes, we calculated the energy we can regenerate when we stop the car. We calculate the energy that is dissipated at that braking event, and then we calculate how much of this energy we can obtain, these are the numbers we obtain.
Okay, but again, you show here a percentage for the whole braking process.
Yeah, I think so. There, because of the braking event, kinetic energy is there is a transformation of kinetic energy of 2.38 megajoules, and and only 0.27 megajoules of that energy can be regenerated because of the braking time of the car, the different efficiency mentioned, and we also take into account the effects of rolling resistance and drag forces.
When we are at this point, how did you consider the downforce and the change of downforce?
We made an energy calculation of the downforce force, assuming the medium speed of the event, which is where. So as a result, we calculated the downforce at 150 kilometers an hour, and then we calculated the distance it will take to the Formula One car to perform that deceleration, which is stated as 104 meters.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, maybe it was I think last question from my side. Maybe it was in the presentation, but it was really stuffed with information. Did you make a comparison regarding which component is adding more to the fuel efficiency, the MGUKs, like kinetic energy recuperation or the thermal energy recuperation? That was in the presentation. Okay, sorry.
Okay, it was fine. Maybe then one question from my side. I'm a little bit wondering the 66% saving in CO2 due to the hybrid system. It looks highly or overestimated.
Well, we make an assumption of the fuel reduction, which was stated in 3.7 liters, and according to that fuel reduction, we perform the equilibrium in terms of chemistry, and we stated that amount of the carbon dioxide.
Sorry, what was the baseline? The original car was with which engine?
The original car we were using Honda CBR 600.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Fine.
Okay, how it works out. Good. Peter, maybe questions from your side?
Maybe how many show me the slide with the compared concepts? If I've seen it.
We cannot hear you, Peter. Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, please.
Can you show me the slide compared concept, which you have compared with each other?
I think the question is about which concepts were compared, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we compared different concepts. We firstly tried to implement front motor from motors in the front wheels, but after performing a market study, we discovered that the torque, the motors that could meet rules restrictions and to fit in our wheel assembly produced a very little torque, with only resulted in a 6.5 point gain in competition, and due to its high resource investment in terms of development, we decided to discard them. In addition, we also performed a variable gearing study in which we also stated that the amount of torque provided by the variable gearing was not valuable in terms of competition points. Then the other comparison we made was different power chain layouts, and we made a final comparison between P2 and P3 layouts, which seemed to be the best power chain layouts according to the motor we selected.
Thank you. For me. Any further questions?
Nothing from my side.
Okay. Good. Just a sec. Yeah, maybe last question from me. You said this is an interesting concept for you and could be even the way into electrification for your team. What do you think, in which year could your team realize such a concept?
Well, we decided to take this project as a 2 years project because we considered that the redesign that must be made into our car is quite complex, and we also will need some testing because of the combustion engine change and to correctly fit our new electric motor. Microsoft project plan was then in which we stated a first year that will cover our redesign phase, and then a second year which will be based on implementation and testing. And we established that 2-year goals based on the experience, on the lack of experience of the team in electric powertrains.
Okay. Good. You see, we are asking things what you already told, but it was just really that much of information. But thank you again for explaining this to me once again. So, okay, I think we are out of questions. So thank you very much again.
I'm nearly out of time.
Nearly out of time. So thank you again very much. It was a really, really nice job what you have done there. So congratulations to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And in the studio, if you can hear us, we can go back to you. Thank you.
So congrats and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the studio, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
We've been following closely FSUPV's CDC challenge, which was the last CDC final in the combustion class. And congratulations goes out to all of our CDC finalists. You guys did really well, and you really showed us your amazing engineering prowess, which has taken you to the finals of this challenge. So, our complex parallel programming continues this afternoon as well. So we've got actually 3 things going on at the same time.
Crazy.
Which is, absolutely crazy. So as you could see from our little introductory transition screen, we will be starting with the driverless track drives, which is number 1 of the things that are going on.
And the number 2 is going to be the business plan presentations, which is going to go parallel. So we will have the similar format that we had before. That we will listen to the business plans and then get back to the driverless track drive and then do this back and forth.
Yes, and on Twitch, there's going to be some more Race of Champions action for the playoffs for the 12th and 16th places for, or actually 9th to 16th places in the electric category and 9th to 12th places in the combustion. So if you're interested in those playoffs, follow our stream on Twitch.
So yeah, on YouTube, Business Plan, and Driverless on Twitch, we are going to have Race of Champions playoffs. So make sure you switch back and forth, and you stay tuned and stay up to date of FS Online.
Absolutely. So we've mentioned this driverless track drive event, which is always a tongue twister for me. So the track drive itself is a longer autonomous challenge than the autocross. In autocross, the cars that went on the track did not know the track that they were on. They had to adapt to it as they went along, and they only had to compete one single flying lap. In the track drive, they know the layout already, so some information from the track has been loaded into the autonomous program, and they have to complete 10 laps on their own. And when I say on their own, I really do mean on their own, because there is no external lap counter. The cars themselves have to count the laps that they have completed on the track. So this is one of the tricky items of the driverless track drive challenge. They do get a starting signal, but from there onwards, it's the car's responsibility to complete the challenge. At the end of the 10 laps, the car has to come to a safe stop, and there are some qualifications or qualifiers for that as well. So the car has to come to a safe stop 30 meters behind the start-finish line. So if they cannot do this, even though they completed an entire track drive, they will be DNF'd. So this is quite a crucial moment for the teams. Our first team that will go onto the track is going to be eForce FE Prague. Of course, all the cones that are knocked over are all counted and added to the team's final time, just like it is in every single other Formula Student event, except for our own Race of Champions format, where there are no cones to knock over.
Oh yeah. So we have 1 minute, and I think the guys in Prague are getting excited. I think they're from Prague, yeah?
They are from
Czech
Prague.
Technical University, that is Prague. So I think they are getting excited, and we are also getting excited to see some driverless action. As far as I know, how long does it gonna take to do the 10 laps? Maybe 10 minutes?
The laps themselves are not that long. So the track is according to the rules, it's between 200 and 500 meters long. And the car has to do this in 10 times exactly. So we'll see what happens. eForce has been experiencing some technical issues in the previous days in the track drive. But they had until this morning at 7:30 to fix these. So I'm pretty sure that there was some intense coding going on through the night. We'll see what happens. And as far as I'm concerned, they are ready. It's 2:05. So let's switch over to the driverless simulator. Let's see the screen, and let's see if eForce can do their track drive. So take it away, guys.
Here they are. Number of 10 people are in the team, which is, I think, very small compared to a Formula Student team.
And they have started.
So
it does look like they have started.
4.9 meters per second, multiplied by 3.6. Yeah? Good.
Why are you doing this to me, Rocky? That's like 20 kilometers per hour. So, roughly.
Well.
No, actually, it should be more than that. Whatever. No, it is. It is around that. Why are you?
I'm just
You're teasing me.
I'm
okay,
teasing
one
you.
cone.
Oops, one cone.
One cone, which is going to be
on the track.
Carried out. It's going to be very interesting to see what the car will do with this cone in the next lap, because of course, our more eagle-eyed viewers could notice that the cones on the right side of the car are yellow and on the left side are blue. This helps the cars guide themselves along the track.
Oops.
Or they can get outside the track as well a little bit.
And it came back. I mean, it's amazing.
So it's going to be interesting to see what those misplaced cones will do to the algorithm.
Oopsie.
Something flew away and another one flew away.
Probably crashing the track on driverless is not the best thing, but you don't really have a say over that what the car does. It's very exciting for me to see what's going to happen. How is this going to affect?
Yes. So the first lap has been completed by the eForce car. That's already worth a congratulations to the guys in Prague. I'm pretty sure that they are quite happy. If you want to show how happy you are, just make sure to post it on Instagram.
Yes.
So let's see what the car does. It doesn't seem to be quite too phased by the missing cones or the cones that are in front of it. It just keeps eating them.
And I have a Pac-Man feeling a little, but
especially in this view where you can see only the dots from the top.
But still, I mean, it's keeping the track. It's still on track, going well. And this is where it went out the last time as well.
Yeah.
So
it does
might be
like
a feature, not a bug.
Yeah.
You know,
it could be a feature that they didn't really like the original track layout, so they're
like,
rearrange
come on,
everything.
guys, we can do better than that.
Yeah.
And this is where it also left out, but it seems to follow the track very well.
At least it finds its way back to the track quite quickly, actually. So that's really cool. Second lap is done quite consistently, so the car's speed increased a little bit now to 7 or 8 meters per second, but now we have slowed down a bit back to the 5-ish. Wow, this is really cool to see, because in the track drive in the physical event, it's usually a case that the team might have their their autonomous system running quite well, but they might not have had time to integrate it quite well into the entire system of the car, and the car might be malfunctioning. Of course, that is not the case here. So the car is given, the car is always functioning, so it is only the test of the autonomous systems.
So yeah, they have about 8 people working on the car itself, and they have some major landmarks. In 2010, the first driverless team did not exist, but eForce Electric was founded, which is cool. And in 2015, AMZ beat them to the first DB team to actually exist. There's an actual comment that I'm not going to read out. In 2018 December, some 2 lunatics decided it would be a wise idea to create a driverless division for eForce. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. Well, history proves them wrong, maybe. In 2019, after laying out plans, more mad lads joined in spring in order to fail miserably to build an RC car prototype over the summer. However, they did to get our first sponsors and new recruits in autumn, and have decided to really build the first driverless car in 2019-20 season. Just when they got the work on the actual car, they got the corona hit hard in the face. Unfortunately, not literally, and thus we are happy to be able to try out competing against the established teams, at least online. We are happy that you are doing this, guys. Seriously.
We're so happy to have you guys here, eForce Driverless. I think you guys have completed your 3rd lap. Is that correct? Have you been counting?
I haven't been counting, to be fully honest with you, but I think it was the 3rd lap, and now we are coming to the 4th.
Car probably, we'll see if your car can do a better job at counting laps than 2 commentators on this online.
Yes.
So this is a good challenge for you guys. If you do stop after 10 laps, you will show us that your driverless system is better at counting laps than us.
This was the 4th lap, so the 5th is starting now, right?
Write
in the YouTube comments if you are better than.
Okay.
Sending a care package to Hungary with the world map and a calculator for the presenters. Thank you very much, Formula Student Netherlands.
Thank you, FS Netherlands. That is very kind of you. We need a huge map because we're all completely lost in the world.
Dutch are good in maps and also in watches, so or clocks. That's what I read in a magazine.
Yeah, but they are sending us calculators. So are they good at any? Are they any good at calculators? Do you think?
I'm not sure. They are very good at money, so probably they're good at calculators.
That's true.
So this is the 5th lap, and also we asked some jokes, and he says, one person asked, už to jedzie, is it driving yet? Another responds, pospak tu peko. Yes, even backwards. That was my Czech at its best.
At its peak?
Yes. Tak. So...
They also have a saying in the team that anything works if you use big brain solutions. I'm not quite sure what that means, but...
Me neither.
Let's hope that they did use big brain solutions here. It seems like the car is going quite steadily in its 6th lap right now, if I am correct. But we might be off 1 lap.
Well, it could be.
We'll find
out.
out.
The Dutch calculators did not arrive yet, so we have to wait a little. Lap
It does look like we are bad at counting.
Yes, we are.
But that's okay. We just missed by 1. That's fine.
I mean, it's lap 5.
You know,
lap 5.
we're only
we disqualified.
Yeah, so we're disqualified, but eForce driverless is still in the game.
Yeah.
And the good thing is that our mistake actually percentage-wise decreases as we go along in the competition.
Amazing.
So, that's
you are just showing your math skills here, impressing me.
at least I'm impressing you. Probably not anybody else in the.
What I find very interesting is that the car is not that much being affected by the cones it took. I'm not sure if somebody's going to answer this question to us, because we are going to have somebody from the driverless.
Yes, so Joffrey is going to be here from the driverless side, and I think the reason might be, I suspect that the reason could be that the car has a track layout already loaded in its autonomous system, and I think it's trying to keep to that somewhat. So it might be able to override the signals that it gets from its sensor inputs. Thank you for helping me out there.
No worries, no worries.
So yeah, I think that might be it, because there has been some pretty major rearrangements done to the to the track.
Some tough restructuring right there.
But yes, it's also quite important for us to be able to keep to the schedule. So we might have to switch over to the business plan presentation. We will talk to our officials if we are able to show the entirety of driverless.
Okay, while we do that, so in 2 minutes, so we are going to get on to the business presentation of Too Fast. And we're gonna listen to their presentation. In the meantime, we are going to start another lap. Well, I'm not gonna say which number it is, but I guess it's
lap 7 was finished.
I think.
Okay,
it's
we're back on track now.
We're
so lap 7.
Okay.
There's only 3 more laps to go. So what's gonna happen now is that we will watch the entirety of the driverless track drive of eForce driverless, and we will have a bit of a delay in the business plan presentation. So the BPP guys who are in the call already, you're fine to wait a little, and then we will switch back to you. And I think we're going to make up for the lost time during our interviews, which we might.
To be honest with you, compared to Formula Student event, the general event, I think our ability to keep time and
so the Swangarian clock is
the Swangarian
clock is ticking
it's very good.
At its most exact.
Yeah,
so
it's amazing. We just created a new word. I love it, Swangarian.
Yeah.
So
we need to use that consistently. So lap 8, it looks like the car in that particular section of the track where it left off even in the first lap, it is slowing a little bit from lap to lap, but still it consistently finishes the laps that it needs to do. So lap number, where are we at? Lap number 8?
We are lap number 8.
Lap number 8.
We are in the lap number 8.
In the lap number 8. Are we?
God,
we can lose track of the laps.
So bad.
From one to the other. Lap 8 is finished. We are getting some help.
No, it's lap 9.
Yeah, so lap 8 was finished.
Yes.
So we are now on lap 9.
Lap 9. Yes. Yes.
So a lap and a half to go for eForce FE driverless to complete their first ever track drive in the online driverless simulator, live online driverless simulator.
Oh my God.
Of Formula Student Online, which I repeat again was jointly developed by MI Team Delft and the Association for Automotive Engineers in Hungary. So this was an international effort, and I think you can see that this is quite a beautiful environment and quite an exciting environment to watch some driverless competition going on. And eForce FE's car is going towards starting its last lap in the track drive.
But does it know? Is it smarter than we are? That is the question.
Are you smarter than 2 Formula Student commentators?
We'll have to see, because this is the last lap, and it has to stop 30 meters.
30 meters beyond the finish line. So it does look like it knows that it's in its, that it at least counted until 9. So
you think so?
I think so, yeah. Well, it's still running, so it hasn't given itself a stop signal.
True.
It's going to be interesting to see if at the end of the lap, the car knows that it should finish the drive. So let's see.
I'm
We're
excited.
not even that much behind.
I'm on the edge
schedule.
of my seat right now.
Yeah, I'm not that much on the edge of my seat because I'm anxious to fall off, but I can confirm you that Roland is on the edge of his seat.
I am the edge of my seat. Let's see. I
with
think the Czech
excitement.
guys are also. eForce driverless, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are.
The last couple
lap.
of corners separate you from
the first
crown,
ever
online driverless track drive finish.
Let's see what's gonna happen. So cheer
Last
for
turn to the left, and let's see if the car will stop after the finish line. It is approaching the finish line right now,
And
taking out even more cones a little bit.
Loves
and
to
this
eat
is
it.
where we see the finish line.
And 30 meters,
it
and
has
it stopped! Ladies
So
and
congratulations.
gentlemen. Woo.
Congratulations to eForce FE Prague, eForce Driverless. You guys have done it. It seems to me that you guys have finished successfully in the driverless track drive, so congratulations.
Oh yeah.
So we're only 2 minutes behind schedule, so I think the team for the business plan presentation is ready. Can you guys hear me in there?
Too fast the technology, right?
Clear? Good luck with your business plan presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. My name is Garvit, and joining me once again from Slovenia is my friend Jan. And we're here to talk about our new initiative, Project SimStars. But first, a short view back to the past, to the early 2000s. It was the dawn of a new millennium, and my hero, Michael Schumacher, was hustling his Ferrari to all his victories and championships. And like millions of others, my friends and I, we used to watch in awe. And being kids, we all wanted to replicate him and become racing drivers ourselves. However, we eventually realized that opportunities in India were practically non-existent, and none of our families had enough resources to fund a racing career, and that was that.
Growing up here in Slovenia, I had a similar experience as well. Many of my friends, who I know were talented, never got a chance to prove themselves in a competitive racing environment, for the same reason that their families just didn't have enough money to even get them started. So when Garvit and I met for the first time a few months ago, we started thinking about why this high entry barrier exists across the world, and if there was a way to help those young people who might now be watching Lewis Hamilton take all his victories and championships.
So the answer we found lies in sim racing. Over the past few years, sim racing has proved that it can help develop some basic skills that are needed to do real-life racing. Take, for example, Enzo Bonito, a well-known sim racer. Now, Enzo had only ever driven a race car on a simulator at home when he was invited to the Race of Champions in 2019 to go head-to-head in a real race car against ex-Formula 1 driver and Formula E champion Lucas Di Grassi. Surprising everybody, Enzo won the race only through the skills he had acquired by sim racing at home.
This really inspired us. So we started thinking about how we can take advantage of the sim racing technology to make racing more accessible for enthusiasts and work as a breeding ground for talent in the racing scene. Now, with a mission in mind, we set ourselves on a search for a solution. And what we came up with is a concept that we call Project SimStars, a new dynamic championship for aspiring racers across the world. The concept is simple. Each year, over the motorsport off-season, when no other motorsports are there to watch, we'll organize monthly online sim racing challenges that anyone with a computer and a passion for racing can join. The challenges are connected in a season during which participants collect points based on their positions. Each challenge will take place on a different racetrack, and participants will be able to train on the track as much as they will want. However, they'll only be able to have 3 timed attempts on the track, so planning is key. At the end of a season, we'll organize a big real-life event where we'll invite the top 10 players in the season to compete against each other in a half simulated, half real-life race. We'll also be inviting established racers to take part in the final race for comparison to home-taught racers. This would allow hidden talent to shine in front of the racing world and lead to exciting rewards, including professional guidance and testing opportunities. Of course, to do this properly, we would also need a suitable race car. There are some requirements. The car has to race on tracks built inside stadiums by drivers who are not professional racers. And it has to have the right dimensions so multiple cars can race at once and are also easy to identify from a distance.
Now, thankfully, our friends at Too Fast Racing form an excellent team of motorsport engineers who've developed the EB20, a high-tech electric race car that has been designed specifically for our purpose. With an advanced four-wheel drive, 140 kilowatt electric powertrain, the EB20 has the perfect amount of power combined with great handling characteristics that offer the driver the perfect race car experience without him having, well, race car experience. And being less than 1.5 meters in width and 3 meters in length, the dimensions of the EB20 allow multiple race cars to race on the track at once while being easily identifiable to a spectator seated at a distance. And what's more, the impressive aerodynamics package also doubles up as a nice space for advertising.
Now, talking of spectators, we believe that with the right format, we can make our events an entertaining experience for any young motorsport enthusiasts, regardless of whether they watch our live stream from home or decide to join their friends at the arena. Another big focus for us is building an online following by sharing event live streams and interesting content, such as compilations, commentaries, and news from the community. Building a good viewership will make us very attractive to advertisers that are looking to target racing and esports fans. Along with ticket sales, this will be an important source of revenue for us. But Garvit, how will we grow our audience?
Well, as was shown through our market research, most of our potential audience is young and spends a lot of time online and especially on social media. Therefore, to build our audience, we would have to concentrate our efforts on digital marketing. Primarily, the focus would be on running social media ad campaigns targeted at racing fans under the age of 25. We also plan to partner with prominent people in the sim racing community, such as YouTubers and influencers, to further increase our reach. And as we get closer to a live event, our marketing efforts will also focus on racing enthusiasts that are located closer to our event location.
Wait, but Garvit, aren't there existing series like F1 Esports and Gran Turismo Nations Cup that draw these huge audiences? How can we expect to compete against them?
Well, that is true, but you see, we're doing things a little differently. Firstly, the competitions you mentioned use their respective racing titles like F1 2019 and Gran Turismo. And while they make for good entertainment, the games themselves are targeted at casual gamers and accurate driving physics are not their primary goal. Therefore, we have partnered with Assetto Corsa to be our platform since it is one of the most realistic softwares out there as compared to the other titles. And also for this reason, Assetto Corsa is one of the most popular choices within the sim racing community, and therefore we can expect to have good participation numbers.
Right, and to bring our series even closer to reality, the geniuses at Too Fast Racing have also succeeded in building a realistic model of the EB20 in Assetto Corsa. This way, the car will perform almost identically to the way it performs in real life.
Now let's take a look at our market. The global esports audience has grown tremendously in the past few years. According to Deloitte, the European esports audience is expected to reach 105 million people in 2020. It is also estimated that around 5% of esports viewers also watch racing games. So that gives us a cool potential audience of 5.25 million people just in Europe. And these numbers are expected to grow by over 20% each year. On top of that, the COVID-19 crisis has increased interest in sim racing dramatically in the past few months, evident by the over 200% increase in sim racing related Google searches.
And since a good chunk of our revenues depend on finding advertisers, we'll offer 4 packages differentiated by ad placements and frequencies. Considering the numbers and profile of our target audience, we believe that these ad packages offer great value to any interested brand. And to keep our ad revenue projections fair, we've analyzed 4 different scenarios, each with a different number of advertisers each year and subsequently different revenue figures. According to conservative estimates, even in the worst case scenario, we can be profitable by year 2023. And what's more, just like in major sports events, we would also try to bring in sponsorships for our live spectacle. These sponsors simply add to our revenues our operating costs. As co-founders, we've together invested 100,000 euros and require additional 500,000 euros from you that will be used to set up our operations and order our cars. In return, you receive a 35% stake in the firm, making you the largest shareholder of Project SimStars. According to our projections, using the discounted cash flow method, you can expect a return on investment of 22% in 5 years, depending on the development of the business, of course. Our plan is to organize the online phase of the competition over the coming months. In this time, we expect 10 EB20 race cars to be ready to race when the live event is organized, hopefully in February. This few months would also allow us to build a larger online following and have at least 10,000 online viewers for the live event. In addition, going by current trends, sim racing is getting the attention of TV networks. So it may just happen in the future that you see Project SimStars on a television screen.
To conclude, Project SimStars is not just an opportunity for you to invest in an industry that has seen and will keep seeing tremendous growth in the coming years, but it is also a chance for you to work with a highly motivated and passionate team that believes in integrity and humility. We thank you for joining us and hope to work with you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
So thank you to Too Fast for your amazing presentation about Project SimStars. Speaking of SimStars, the next stars of our simulation are Ignition Hamburg, who are ready to go on the...
I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed of how you connect these, man.
Connecting things is what we do. So, Ignition Hamburg is ready for their driverless track drive run. So let's see if they're going to be as successful as eForce FEE Prague.
Are they going to be the stars of this simulation?
Look at that. Look at that.
I'm learning from the best. So the track is put back on track by our track marshals, little digital guys putting back all the cones to its place.
They're running around.
Placing
back the cones. And the car should be ready to go. So whenever it gets the start signal, we're ready to commentate.
Oh yeah, from Hamburg we have this car made. And they are participating in driverless since 2017. And let's see, are they better at counting laps than we are?
We haven't really raised the bar too high on that. So, let's hope so. One of the teams has already beaten us in counting, so let's hope that
it's gonna stay the case.
Well, however, unfortunately,
what happened?
Unfortunately, it does look like that Hamburg's effort is already over before it could have begun.
Really?
Yes.
What do you know what I
am
don't?
Getting some information from our marshals that Ignition, they have started, but their car.
They're on the track.
Yeah, so their car is driving, but I got the info from the marshals
that they have no drivers.
Yeah, I think. Whoever is counting the bad puns, that should definitely go on there. It's right up there with the Thai one previously.
But the seriously sad news is what we get the information that it's they're not in the race. It seems like they're going.
So I got the info from our marshals that the Ignition has received a DNF for some reason. So it does seem like the car has sent the finish signal, and even though they are driving on the track now. Their car. So what happened right now, to summarize it, is that the car has sent the finish signal and started driving after it has sent the finish signal, which is something that cannot happen according to our rules. So we are back to the studio now, it seems. So the weird thing happened that the car thought at one point that it has finished the race and then it started driving, which is of course something that should not be happening with an algorithm. The algorithm should follow the exact rules that have been set up by the driverless rule set, which is available on our formulastudiontonline.com website. Now I'm not sure if we're going to switch back to Hamburg's car driving around on the track.
But can't we just take a look at the Race of Champions?
I think
isn't that an option?
We might be able to. And well, just to drive home that DNF, the car has driven into the wall as well. So
well, we're sorry, Ignition.
We are
Hamburg,
sorry, Ignition, that you
this is always so sad to see when you put in the work and the effort, and and then it's not working. We are really sorry for this. Still, great job, and next year you're gonna not finish before you start. That's
yes,
an
let's
important
hope
thing.
that that happens. We will talk a little bit to our background crew now, because technically we have some time left until the next presentation, so we might be able to check with the driver competition. Although the thing is that in 3 minutes we have to start our next business plan presentation. So we hope that until then we can show you some of the racing that is going on in the playoffs for the electric group. In the meantime, Team Bath Racing is getting ready for holding their business presentation. So we'll see if in this quick time we can see what's happening in the playoffs. Our studio crew in the background is working hard in connecting the right items. So
probably not like this.
Yeah, let's hope that there's not many cables that have to be unplugged and plugged into. This is not an old school telephone connection center that like in the early days of telephones. So
yeah, we're gonna have Team Bath as a business plan presentation is going to be up and running, and the as far as I can see, the Zoom is already ready to rock and roll. But so what's going to happen in the next approximately hour is that we are going to see a couple more business plan presentations, while we also go back to 2 more driverless, which we will take a look at.
Yes.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have some studio talk.
Yes, some studio interviews.
Is it going to be like live, like people are going to come in? Like
that is actually what's going to happen.
Oh
physically, we're going to have more people in the studio.
I'm not sure if I'm ready for that.
Yeah, that's something that we have to still prepare ourselves for. But I think that starts at, we've got about an hour for that. So calm down, Rolly. I think you can process this information.
I'll do my best.
Take a chill pill, and we're going to be quite nicely ready for our 3 interviewees who will be, I think, introducing later on.
Yeah.
Because
we're not gonna.
We don't want to ruin the surprise.
No,
it's just we have to keep up the tension a little bit.
Yeah.
So in 2 minutes or in a single minute, we are going to switch our audio and video feed over to
Bath.
Team Bath.
Great Britain.
Yeah, Great Britain.
It's a beautiful city. I'm not sure if you've been. If you haven't, you should visit. They have like an amazing castle park and all that. It's a lovely.
I haven't
place.
been to Bath. I studied in the UK for a year, but I was near Stratford-upon-Avon. Yeah, well, I mean, why would we know? Because our geography has...
the map did not arrive from the Dutch guys.
So the Dutch guys haven't done a really good job at sending us the map.
But here we are.
Yeah,
it's
we've got
35.
30 seconds left until 35, so let's check in with Bath. Can you guys hear us, Bath?
Yeah, hello, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Wow.
Hi, Dan, and welcome to FS Online's Business Plan Presentation Finals. I think it's time to start.
Yeah, hit it.
So the floor is yours. Good luck.
Perfect. Cheers. Cool. Hello and welcome to an exciting new business proposal from Motorsport. Today, I will start with an overview of our team and background. Then I'll introduce our product, the brand new TBR21 Formula Student Car, and our exciting business proposal. I will then explain how we will market our product to appeal to our target customers, before finishing with the finances and the return on investment that you can expect. But first, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Dan Galpin, the CEO of Next Gen Motorsport, and I've always had a passion for motorsport, having raced go-karts from a younger age. And our business proposal today will address many of the issues that I experienced growing up with the dream of trying to make it to Formula One. We currently have just a small team of 7 permanent employees across marketing and finance, logistics, build, and design. And 6 months ago, we started our design for the TBR21 race car. We successfully identified an optimal factory location in Chesterfield in the UK. And we are excited to announce that in June, we completed our first prototype car. So without further ado, let me introduce you to our core product, the TBR21 single-seater race car. So now I've introduced our core product, let me explain our business proposal. Firstly, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? The experience of not only Formula One world champions, but also my own experience as a young karting driver, are that the feeder series to Formula One are becoming increasingly expensive and less accessible, making it difficult to get noticed by bigger racing teams. And this is preventing talented drivers from realizing their dreams. So our mission is therefore to improve the accessibility of single-seater racing for anyone aspiring to take part in professional motorsport. To do this, we will create the Next Gen Cup in association with the BTCC. This is a racing series from April to October each year across 8 UK-based tracks. However, we aren't like traditional racing series. Our race series enables the best karters and esports racers the opportunity to compete against each other and kickstart their racing careers. Each racer will compete in equal machinery. This will ensure not only exciting racing, but also a fair opportunity for all drivers to show off their talent. And we will offer a direct route from esports racing to real racing. Success in motorsport no longer requires the expensive world of go-karting. The most talented sim drivers will get the opportunity to prove that they have what it takes. What's more, through association with the British Touring Car Championship, we will provide drivers with a nationwide marketing opportunity through televised coverage, social media, and online content. And of course, our mission is to make motorsport more accessible for everyone, not just for the drivers. We'll introduce a talent development program for junior mechanics and engineers who will gain invaluable practical experience working with our TBR21 car at race events under the supervision of more experienced senior mechanics and engineers. But wait, our exciting business proposal doesn't end here. In year 4, we will start development of a new TBR Plus car to launch in year 5, which will feature more power and more complex technology, such as 4-wheel steering. This series will be the logical progression from the TBR21 racing series for successful drivers. As an investor, the introduction of a TBR Plus racing series will boost your return on investment due to increased entry fee revenue leading to larger profits. And in year 6, the introduction of the TBR leasing scheme will enable the amateur hill climb and track day racer the chance to use a high-performance TBR car on a flexible leasing contract. This will provide an alternative revenue stream, helping to make Next Gen Motorsport less reliant on the race series, providing greater financial security in the long run. But to make all this happen, we need your investment. So we are looking for an initial investment of £2.4 million. The majority will be spent on building the initial fleet of 20 TBR21 vehicles, 2 further spare vehicles, and additional spare parts. So how are we different, and why is that attractive to you as an investor? Firstly, whereas a traditional race series follows the structure on screen, the Next Gen Cup will act directly to the customer. In this case, the drivers. So we will supply the cars and act as the race teams. We can retain 100% of the available profits that would otherwise be diluted by the presence of individual racing teams. And this is a key difference with our rival competitor series, British F4. This sales strategy enables us to provide increased prize money and a significantly reduced entry fee compared with our competitors, increasing the attractiveness of the series to potential drivers even further. And our style of racing also sets us apart from UK-based rivals. TBR21 cars will follow closely to each other with the ability to take most corners at close to full speed. The racing will be very high drafting, more akin to NASCAR or the Indy 500 than traditional single-seater formula. This will add to more frequent overtakes and a thrilling spectacle for fans. And this style of racing addresses the most significant issue of single-seater racing, overtaking. A 2017 F1 survey identified that 87% of fans prefer closer racing instead of faster cars, and we will provide this. Also, our direct link with esports allows us to access a promising new market both in terms of competitors and fans. Esports revenue has grown over 300% since 2012, and accessing the market now will get us ahead of our rivals. And by 2022, it's expected to grow even further and produce more revenue than the Europa Champions League and Formula One itself. So that is how we're different, but how will we target our customers? The Next Gen Cup will appeal to 2 types of customer, esports players and karting drivers. We believe that our marketing streams can access an achievable UK market of almost 500 esports gamers, with a discretionary income of above £55,000 to allow for race entry, spare parts, and additional savings that would not be spent on motorsport each year, and over 500 karting drivers competing at the British Karting Championship. The most suitable marketing techniques were selected to target our two customer markets. For young kart drivers aged 14 to 17, social media was chosen as a prime marketing technique, as 3 in 4 of this age demographic use social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram. British Karting Championship races will also be sponsored to directly reach our achievable market. And to target esports players and fans aged 21 to 35, marketing will be focused towards advertising via esports events and streams, both through attending the events in person and online advertisements. We decided to also target an older customer, aged 45 and over, with an interest in motorsport to represent the parents of karting drivers, as these drivers are likely to be family funded. As explained previously, your initial investment will mostly cover the startup costs associated with the build of our TBR21 fleet. Subsequently, through years 2 and 3, the majority of costs steadily increase with inflation, with the exception of marketing, which reduces after initial high expenditure in year 1. This will help us to promote the series without the benefit of the televised BTCC coverage, which starts during the racing of season 1 and is therefore too late to attract the applicants for season 1 itself. We will receive income from year 1 through 3 main revenue streams: championship entry accounting for 54%, sponsorship accounting for 19%, and the remaining 27% through sale of spare parts. But what does all this mean for our cash flow predictions? After the initial £2.4 million investment, our cash flow slowly grows to around £800,000 by the end of 3 years, but enabling a 20% ROI payback for our investors. However, what's even more exciting is that our model predicts that through a smaller second investment of £1.8 million in year 4 to implement the new TBR Plus racing series and subsequent leasing scheme could result in a larger projected ROI of 192%. Financial risks have been mitigated as far as possible through a £240,000 buffer in case of short-term cash flow delays. And additionally, financial robustness has been ensured through the ability to generate profit in year 1, with only 12 of the 20 race series spaces occupied in the case of low initial demand. And also, we have the ability to break even in the unlikely event of the postponement of the first year of racing, i.e. due to a global pandemic, altogether through the reorganisation of build staff and cost management. Thank you for listening.
Sorry, okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. Your time is up. So thanks again and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Bath. Congratulations.
Absolutely, and welcome back to our studio, where we will continue with another track drive session, this time from Karlsruhe.
Yes, KA Racing Driverless is what we are going to have on the track, and we're going to see on the track. It would be yellow and black, but it's going to be red right now because we use a generic car, because honestly, the most important thing is the algorithm and see how that works. Can it count to 10? Is it going to...
I heard from our officials that we should be expecting fireworks from KA Racing. So
fireworks?
Fireworks.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully not literal fireworks, but we are expecting a good run here. So they have been placing consistently high in the previous runs. And if you remember in the morning for the autocross... I do remember our amazing morning. Their autocross, they were quite faster than the other teams. So we will see what the car can do on a track that is actually known to itself, and where it can use some more data than in the autocross. So let's see.
The nickname of the software is Gunther. So let's see, Gunther, how you doing? And they have been doing this since 2017. And they have a joke, but I will say that later because the car is on the go. Whoa, it's going 12 meters per second, killing the cones.
Killing a lot of cones.
Killing a lot of cones.
But still, well, it's kind of interpreting the track layout a little bit liberally.
I have a Carmageddon feeling right now, what's happening.
Well, Thankfully, it's not pedestrians there
Yeah,
with cars and spikes and all sorts of saws. Oh no!
Oops!
Oh no!
Oh! Maybe saved.
That is a wall. Let's see if the car actually has 30 seconds to recover from this, but I'm not sure if it will be able to do that.
Gosh.
Wow. Okay.
Karlsruhe Spirit.
Karlsruhe, I hope you won't put this on me jinxing
Well,
your
we can
run.
say fireworks. There were some cones flying, some walls being hit.
That's not, by the way,
that's not what
Karlsruhe, that's not what I meant. So that's not what I meant, guys.
Okay.
When speaking of fireworks, that's an unfortunate DNF.
It is a DNF, and honestly, yeah, it was very. Günther was too anxious to get on track and show us what he's got, and.
It did look like Günther couldn't be contained.
No, yeah,
so,
Günther was just going for
Günther
it.
was just beside himself for getting all throughout the track, and yeah, that is a sad end to Karlsruhe, but hopefully you can still salvage some points from previous days' runs. So
far, the only car that was able to finish this simulated environment was the E-Force.
E-Force
of the
FE
Czech
Prague,
Republic.
yes. So
Wow.
out of the 3 teams, E-Force, you are doing really well for today's runs. Of course, we have to mention that in the driverless run, there were 3 days of competition. This is day 3, and this is where you can earn the most amount of points. In fact, you can earn 125 points in track drive today and 75 in autocross. And in the previous 2 days, you could earn 50 and 75 respectively. So today is worth as much as the previous 2 days combined. So this is actually where it counts, and it does look like E-Force FE Prague has what it takes to show everybody up pretty much.
Oh
in
yeah.
This, in this
well,
competition
we still
today.
have a Formula Student team Delft, you know, and they're the teams who are very strong in this game. So we'll see. We'll see if the Prague's consistency is going to be enough for Delft's extra speed and accuracy. We'll match it, because so far, yeah, KA Racing was.
KA Racing, there was speed, but there was a questionable accuracy.
A questionable, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can relate our geography knowledge.
Well, I'm not sure.
Although of course that is a much more complex issue than solving a driverless simulator is a little bit more complex than placing ourselves on the map.
Yeah, well, what they wrote, we asked for a joke, and they said, "What do you call it when computer science majors make fun of each other?" It's cyberbullying.
Yeah. Boolean, that's actually Boolean. Boolean is actually a logical question. So it's true or false question. And that's what Boolean is. That's used a lot in computer science. So
now I understand the joke. I will laugh.
There we go. So Karlsruhe, your joke definitely hit home with Roland. Okay, so in about 5 minutes, we're going to start the presentation.
Yeah, business keeps going, man.
Business is going. Business is steady for us.
Business is steady. Ampera Racing is going to be presenting its business plan in the next couple of minutes. And in the meantime, do we still have the playoffs? Or that's over now?
I think the playoffs are on a break right now, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes, they are.
But I think we've got 5 minutes if we can switch over maybe to the dynamics. I'm not sure.
Well, of course I'm seeing the dynamics. It's not too dynamic right now.
Okay, so if dynamics are static, then we probably shouldn't switch over there, because we can show statics over here.
No.
And of course, I'm asking everything on the studio from on the fly. So let's not overwork our guys who have already been preparing an extreme setup. So just to give you a little bit of a background to our viewers about what the studio setup here is, in order to be able to live stream Zoom meetings, we have to double basically the efforts that are required for a single Zoom call. So we've got one computer, which is the host of the Zoom meeting, and then we've got another computer whose image we are actually streaming live to you on YouTube. So this is actually already quite a complicated setup. And then the studio's audio feed actually goes into the Zoom call, and I'm starting to lose track of what I'm saying right now. Wow. So the setup is actually really complex. I've seen a diagram of it, which I still to this day don't understand. And thankfully, I don't have to. You do need diagrams. You do need flowcharts. Everything is better with a flowchart.
That's true. That's true. I give you that.
I'm just telling you.
I give you that. So while we are in the flow, in 3 minutes, business presentations will start. And a big thanks to our sponsors who make this event possible for us. Our distinguished sponsor, MVM, and also our sponsors of Audi Hungaria and PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thank you very much for your support, and also for the Széchenyi István University, which is hosting this amazing event. So we are sitting in the city of Győr, and it's also hosting another amazing event called the Formula
Student Symposium, yes. Before we talk about the symposium, we must mention our fantastic cooperative partners who have helped us realize this event. So thank you goes out to Formula Student East and the Association of Automotive Engineers who are behind that event. Thank you for collaborating with us on this amazing FS Online. Thank you goes out to the Netherlands as well, to the Dutch guys, Formula Student Netherlands. Thank you so much. And FastTube, MI Team Delft, both of you have been instrumental in realizing the simulator,
and
as well as DRF Liga. Thank you so much for collaborating with us on this event. So we've got we're 2 minutes out to the presentation of Ampere Racing. I'm anxious to see what it's going to be about. I've been missing out on these business presentations, but
I just watched some of the Bath one. That was an exciting one, but because you were eating your lunch.
I was having lunch in the background. So
yeah, we eat.
Yeah, we're also humans, so these little candies will not sustain us through the entire day. So we're eating while you guys are.
And congratulations, we've been through halfway of the
That's
event.
true.
50 minutes ago was halfway of this Formula Student Online event.
We've already been here for 6.5 hours.
I know, it's crazy.
Or 6 hours.
Yeah. Good company, nice guys.
Good company, nice presentation, nice people being present. So yeah, absolutely.
So what's going to happen is we are going to see 3 more presentations, if I'm correct. But I might be wrong.
4 more, including Ampere.
Yeah. I see counting is not my thing.
Yeah, it does look like we're not the best at
counting. Thank God I'm not an accountant. So let's hit the Zoom channel, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, can you guys hear us on the business side, Ampere? Are you guys there? Okay, not yet, but we'll just keep on speaking then.
Yeah, Ampere Racing, let us know when you are in the call. We can see your screen, we cannot hear you.
Yes. So what's going to happen is that obviously we're going to have one more driverless, as we said before.
The final showdown between MI Team Delft and eForce FEE Prague. So that's going to be exciting. Make sure to tune in 10 minutes.
And then what will happen is that we will see a couple more business presentations, and then we're going to have some studio talks, physical studio talks. Extra people coming in. And then we will go into the Race of Champions.
Wow. All right, I heard from our colleagues that Ampere Racing is here. Ampere guys, can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect.
Is everything going?
Yes, we can hear you as well. So the floor is yours. Take it away. 10 minutes for your business presentation.
Thank you. Greetings, investors. We always believed that by giving the right tools for people to prepare them for the future, we can transform the world. My name is Eduardo Castro, Ampere CEO, and here with me is my partner, Rafael, our CIO. And today, we are going to talk about one of the most important aspects in the human society, education. Speaking of education, have you ever heard people in engineering complaining about how hard it is to study and to learn contents from the books, classes, videos, saying that they can't keep up with the new technologies? Well, we understand those people, as we lived to the current education engineering system, and it gets worse because the automotive industry is changing quickly and need updated professionals. Both students and professionals, and even the current learner adopters, are desperate because what they found today aren't the best methods for learning. The process to prepare professionals for the future lacks interactivity and engagement. But what if I told you that we found an effective way to improve the learning process by making it engaging, efficient, and unique?
We introduce you our new digital educational platform, which provides content with a totally new approach by using tech to bring our learn by doing methodology to the e-learning world. This makes the experience as fun and enjoyable as possible and unleashes the full potential of our car as an educational tool. In order to achieve this, we ask you for an investment of $300,000. We have already changed the traditional learning process when we first improved on the outdated sit and listen only teaching methodology. We did it by introducing interactive experiences of our car. At the time, our goal was to ensure long-lasting knowledge by providing courses which students would not forget. Later, looking at this business model, we saw the chance to pioneer once again, and we came up with a digital, engaging, and always challenging solution. We believe that this is the future, and thus we're moving online. In this completely new course structure, we deliver an online environment, implemented in a game class fashion alongside a simulator with a model of our car. But enough talking, let's show you a brief demo of our product. People like João, an engineering student, can easily find our platform through social media and YouTube channels. After an easy registration process, João can watch high-quality classes on demand, optimized and with contents chosen specifically to his needs. The online platform has also a game-like educational system that helps put theory to the test. There's also a simulator linked to the class's contents to show how a real racing car behaves in real life. Feedbacks are naturally available, and the user experience is also optimized via machine learning.
Amazing, isn't it? All those features together alive with our game changer, the AMP 220. Our full electric prototype was developed with our methodology in mind and uses the car as a learning tool, with its best features, modularity, maintainability, and ease of implementation. All of that translates into a suspension and motor mounts, a straightforward assembly process, and a robust design. The AMP was designed and built in-house with the help from partners and outsourcing of more specialized parts. And combining the AMP and the online environment, it allows the students to experience an engaging way they experience through the game class model, which is more captivating. Second, it is efficient. For only by translating theory to reality and practicing, people can really visualize the progress. Lastly, it's a unique tailor-made learning path because we use AI to enhance the UX. But now you may ask, why us? And I will tell that our team has a large experience being responsible for important projects in the e-mobility. In addition, 3 of our co-founders have occupied leadership and C-level positions and represented the company in both national and international events. Well, let's meet them. We share the dream of transforming people with technology. That dream started in 2015 when we got together in São Paulo to change ideas into performance. Digging into Ampere's history, we can observe that we hold the knowledge of making courses with electric mobility. This snapshot shows that we have acquired a great know-how on both course making and teaching, and here are some examples of the most required ones from our list. In addition, we have conducted a study to estimate the overall interest of our courses, and the results were striking. 85% of people are satisfied with their content, 90% truly learn from our methodologies, and 82% of people want to know more about electric mobility.
Thanks, Eduardo. And how would this new online model improve these numbers? Currently, we make on-site experiences and classes using our prototype. However, we found ourselves limited due to logistics and scalability. Therefore, in practical terms, the new online open courses and simulator mean an opportunity to upscale our business because they widen our customer reach and improve cost effectiveness. Furthermore, the online platform will allow us to upgrade the current on-site courses to a hybrid model, in which theory classes are held online and practical activities use our car during the on-site stages. This boosts our results due to better logistics, which enable a more extended course calendar.
That's right, Rafael. And what is going to launch our business further will be the imminent disruption at the automotive industry. As you can observe, we are migrating to a new meaning for our cars. We start to think about the environment. And the first signals towards this green future will be the massification of the EVs, which boosts the level of technology on board cars. However, this change will carry on as we see companies focusing on delivering driverless cars to improve driver safety and convenience, and also shared services known as e-hailings. All those changes will implicate in a greater transition from the car being viewed as an asset to becoming a mobility service, transforming the automotive industry into a true mobility ecosystem. So, with all those changes taking place, there is a clear need for highly qualified professionals, since more and more projects demand knowledge from multiple engineering areas. And yet, the current educational solution for this gap comprises of monotonous classes without flexibility nor hands-on experiences.
As Eduardo just said, this disruption indicates the idea is pioneering and worth investing. However, is it the right time to act? Fortunately, impressive figures from the e-learning market do say so. This insight corresponds to this market's high CAGR of 40%, more than 100% increase of demand for online general courses, and expected value of $20 billion by 2023. These numbers strongly state a clear message. The future is online. We plan on reaching B2C and B2B markets. On the B2C side, there are students and engineers who are looking for new ways to study and maintain ahead of disruptive technologies. Regarding the B2B share, there are universities and companies that look for an agile implementation of digital learning. They look for great learning experiences without the need to build specialized teams. And what about our competitors? First, we have Coursera. Despite a complete set of courses, there's not an interactive environment for you to test your knowledge. Next, we have simulators like BeamNG. Even though it recreates complex physics, there's not a catalog of courses. And lastly, there are the virtual engineering centers. They deliver incredible tools for project studies, though they focus on delivering engineering solutions instead of learning opportunities. As you can clearly see, our company combines the strengths from each one of these business models, and also as the online platform. But now, let's take a deeper look into our numbers. Rounding it up, we ask you for an investment of $300,000, which will secure a total profit of $660,000 and a ROI of 20% via the 20% equity share by 2025. This initial investment will be divided among two main expenditures, the online environment development, followed by course production. However, other relevant business expenses are vehicle production with 3 more cars and marketing, with special events and social media. We would like to emphasize our own expansions in PV, valued at $500,000, the 20% expected CAGR by 2023, alongside the ROI of 20%. All this thanks to a resilient, online-oriented business model, which secures great return rates and positive future perspectives, even amid the current crisis. Finally, we must point out that our business model's debuting will see its break-even point by 2021 and keep growing year after year. This means much stronger results and translates into a 5 times increase in profit, totaling the $660,000, with 2 cash inflow factors, the online platform and the hybrid experiences.
Thanks, Rafael, for the financial details. But before we end our presentation, let's sum up. Our problem is the actual engineering educational system that is outdated. Our solution, an online platform with game classes in which the AMP act as a learning tool. And we are the best team to do it because we leave the old-fashioned system and we have a great know-how on e-mobility. Key indicators for our success are both the disruption at the automotive industry and the e-learning market growth. Our mission here is to shape the future to a sustainable, technological, and educational reality, providing the best learning experience to our customers. That's how we can transform the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Brazil. An amazing presentation. And I see a lot of support on YouTube. I mean, it's full with Emperor Racing and a lot of Brazilian names. I think there's a connection. I'm not sure.
I'm guessing. So, this is going to be the finals of the driverless truck drive.
Yes.
It's the final playoff. We can see if MI Team Delft can beat eForce FEE Prague. I heard it from the backstage that the team has actually turned up their simulator to 11, which I suspect KA Racing has done, which has not done them much good. So we'll see how MI Team Delft's car can tackle the grueling challenge of completing 10 laps and counting to 10, which has eluded us as commentators.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not gonna be easy. I mean, we've seen many different kind of mistakes, like when the car said it's finished, but it didn't even start, so it was obviously a bit lazy. And last time it was a bit too fast and taking too much risks. So far, the only working tactic was the Czech tactic, which is to be slowly, take it slow, make mistakes. You know, just go with it, just live with it, like, okay, it happens. Hit a bunch of cones, go on and off track, but still, just finish in time.
Finish, and then you get the scores.
And you get the scores. 10 laps is 10 laps, that's it.
So let's see how MI Team Delft will do in the driverless truck drive challenge. So we've got the screen up already, and
so
let's see if the car starts, and let's see what speed it can do on the track.
car number 485. And there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Nice start. There's no DNF at the beginning. The speed is not as tough as the KA1. And I'm seeing some steady.
Yeah, but it also does look like that they keep to the track. So they adhere much more strictly to the track limits than KA
so
Racing has done. And so far it's
Don't jinx it for
working.
them.
Yeah,
you jinxed it for KA, don't jinx it for them, please.
Thanks for putting the blame on me, Roland. That's so kind of you.
Well, you have to blame someone. I mean, it's a simulation. They cannot blame the car.
True.
So we have to blame you.
True, of course. Yeah, I'm the root of all the problems.
Yes.
So KA Racing, my bad, officially. So let's see how MI Team Delft. Whoa, I just got a bit of a scare there that they shot for the wall quite vigorously, but now they are.
Yanni, why did
I
you?
literally.
Why did you do that? For
I need to
heaven's
stop.
sake.
Oh God.
Why? Oh my God, no! No, MIT Team Delft is trying to
I
crash
need
through
to
the
stop
wall.
speaking.
Oh
I
my
need to stop
God.
speaking. That is.
What's the DNF? What's the DNF, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm struggling for words. I should have struggled for words before, not now.
It's okay. Just you have to make sure that it's not voice driven the simulation. So we have nothing to do with this. We're very sorry for this, Delft.
I'm mortified. So I'm really, I hope that you guys don't take this the wrong way. But still, congratulations for getting the simulator together and for being able to compete in the simulator, because this is all huge accomplishments. So hats off to you guys still.
Yeah. So congrats. So it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, that it was the Czech team, was the only one who was able to finish
today. But don't forget that we have to count all the scores from yesterday and the day before.
Oh yeah.
So there is still hope. We won't know the results until the end of the day.
I'm excited.
Until our virtual awards ceremony. So stay tuned for that to find out if eForce FE Prague will still be crowned champions of the DV category at FS Online.
We'll see. But until then, we are going to have one more business presentation. Actually, a couple more, but the next one is going to be from Pravega Racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. So they're joining us from India.
Yes.
And in the meantime, it sounds like that they're ready with the Zoom. But in the meantime, we have some results for the Race of Champions playoffs for the 9th to the 16th places. We don't know exactly everybody's finish because I don't remember the autocross results from the top of my head now. Because that kind of plays into the playoffs here. So just to
can we put
get
this
you up to
behind
speed,
us?
Yes, it would be nice to have the
Then we can
results.
do like weatherman, and then
then you will be just like that. Okay.
Yeah, I would
Good.
love that.
Good. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this, Roland.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Wow, that's fantastic. So, that's the west for us, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the west. Anyway, so this is where we started off from. These were the 8 teams who got into the playoff area of the EV category. So it was BRS Motorsport, Emperor Racing, UPC Eco Racing, DHBW Engineering, Cure Mannheim, eForce FE Prague Formula, Default Dynamics, and the Racetech Racing team. And from this playoff match between Racetech Racing Team and Default Dynamics, Racetech advanced further, and they have actually beaten Cure Mannheim as well, who were the winners of the 101 versus 67 round. And then Racetech Racing Team continued to sort of the semifinals of the playoffs against BRS Motorsport, and Racetech came out as the winners of the playoffs, so they placed 9th. BRS Motorsport are 10th. And then the rest of the places are determined between these teams. So the 10th and 11th place are decided between the teams who came second from these matches, and then the rest are decided from these remaining teams based on their autocross results. So we are going to have the final results up and ready on the website soon, probably after the awards ceremony.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Race of Champions Group League forecast, and we will go and see
or
the
postcast,
next,
basically.
Postcast.
It was the postcast, so just keeping with the times. I think that have the CV finished? The CV hasn't finished maybe for the 9th to the 12th playoffs.
CV?
The combustion playoffs. I don't think that they have finished yet.
I'm not sure. I'll check. I'll check on Twitch.
Or we might not. They might have finished, but we might not have the results for them yet. So we will wait for that, and we will show you once they are ready.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
also on the Twitch you can see the EV playoff results if you want, if that's what you're following. And in the meantime, we're getting ready, and our amazing business judges are also ready. We could have seen them for a short while because we have a whole bunch of amazing people who are supporting this event. So we can be in front of you and talk to you through the camera. Thank you very much for all the judging now, and also for all the judging that was done before based on the videos that the teams sent.
Yes, so just a little insight into the operations behind FS Online. There were actually 105 design judges who were judging the incoming team material that the teams have sent in. I'll bring up some numbers later on about the total number of video hours that the judges have watched, because of course every single team sent in up to 20-minute videos about their subsystems in the car. So if you think about 45 teams with 7 subsystems each, that's already over 300 video submissions, and each of them with 20-minute length. That's a good number of hours. That's a good number of hours. We're almost filling YouTube's capacity.
It is generally. I really admire the commitment of all the sponsors and supporters who are delegating judges and everybody who is a judge to go through all this documentation unlike a normal event which they have to go through, and also hear that they're committing their time, mostly their free time, to give proper evaluation of all the material that the teams created. So a big hands out to them, because without them, you know, I can't even count the laps, so I would not be able
me neither,
to judge
so,
it.
you know, both of us are completely useless at this. Well, I shouldn't say that, because I also used to judge.
Yeah,
so
he's not.
I'm normally able to count to 10 at least. So yeah, but you must remember that not only the teams are doing this voluntarily, but the judges as well. They're devoting their free time to FS Online, which might have been even sort of more of a commitment than an actual race, because in an actual race you come to the competition site and you dedicate one day of your life. And in one day, judging is done and you can go home. But this time, even though we've spread out the judging period for about 2 weeks, it was still a lot of time to review all the videos, go through them, watch them, and give them proper feedback. So really, I also want to extend a huge thank you to all the volunteer judges who have participated at FS Online.
Thank you very much, and here is the time of the judging and the time of the presentation. All the way from India, Praviga Racing has joined us. Can you guys hear us?
Yes. Can.
Lovely, so fire away, it's all yours.
Okay, Kushagra, let's begin then. To respectfully disregard the concept of impossible, these are the words we live by at Pravega Motorsports. Today, we will accentuate this and explain to you why Pravega is the way to go. Welcome to our business case presentation. I'm Adarsh, the founder of the company. Now, for the past few years at Pravega Motorsports, we have been running a successful local business out of Las Vegas, which amalgamates both the thrill of motorsports with the zeal of betting. All the race cars were manufactured with a relatively small scale staff. In addition to that, the license which allowed us to conduct sports betting on the premises was of a smaller value as well. Then it struck us. We thought, let's go big. We aimed to tap into the ever-growing market of motorsports with a slight twist of our own. And here's how we went about doing that.
Presenting Trading Paint. In this race weekend, 10 teams of retired veteran drivers will participate to compete with a unique premise where drivers will impose challenges in form of handicaps on fellow opponents on custom-made modular tracks. Penalty points granted at the start of the season will be used by drivers to inflict car-based handicaps to fellow drivers. To gain advantage over each other, the penalties to respective teams will be decided based on bidding. Each driver will have an initial budget of penalty points with which he can bid for car-based penalties to other drivers. After each race, the drivers will be rewarded with some prize money depending on their standings, which they can either cash in or use to replenish their penalty points for the upcoming races in the season. This will create space for varied, interesting strategies adopted by different teams. Wait, there is more! Our live audience will also get the chance to participate in the race with help of our bidding mechanism. Wondering how that will be done? Well, our audience can opt for 3 unique packages. Extravaganza, wherein the audience will additionally have premium access to the lounge services and will have the privilege to make use of our bidding mechanic to inflict track-based handicaps on the drivers of their choice. Experience, wherein the audience will have the additional privilege to experience our dynamic betting system. Spectacle, wherein the audience can feast their eyes to an exhilarating feature race. On the other hand, our virtual audience will be able to enjoy this event on Amazon Prime. We invite fans from all over the world of both motorsports and gambling alike to join us in this avenue to have a luxurious and exhilarating weekend getaway.
Now that was an astounding presentation, wasn't it? Hi, I'm Shwet Sharma, the CEO of Pravega Motorsport. Now, I think you have a little understanding of the business idea, so let me tell you what we're looking for. An investment of we use that money, you ask? Well, the investment that you make into our company will be primarily channeled into these 3 streams. First of which is the event facility setup. Second would be the manufacturing and R&D. And finally would be the video production for Amazon Prime. Now, we performed a thorough customer survey of the casinos and sports betting held in Las Vegas and found that Trading Paint is way ahead of the curve in terms of entertainment, convenience, and returns by an average of over 40%, while marginally lagging as compared to the top casinos in luxury, as shown in the graphs here. Now, let's move on to the market, shall we? According to the market analysis conducted by our market research team, Las Vegas holds a prominent top position amongst these 5 cities, having the highest gambling budget and highest sports betting revenue, thus making it an inevitable choice for our venture. Being the mecca for gambling enthusiasts from all over the world, Las Vegas has a humongous amount of sports betting revenue. Our projected market share is just over $65.6 million, which bags us a massive 3.8% of that market. In terms of tickets sold, we expect to capture just over 4.4% of the Las Vegas market in just a span of just 3 years. Well, by now I think it's pretty obvious where we have chosen to host our racing spectacle. You've got that right, it's Las Vegas, featuring the highest average betting budget of any other city in the world. Vegas entices over 42 million visitors every year, featuring the longest racetrack in the States. Spring Mountain is where we will host our races. And lastly, with our backers like the Venetian, people will feel comfortable both betting and bidding. But now let's move on to our target market. The customer base we aim to focus on comes under these 3 main demographics. Number 1 would be the tourists and entertainment seekers. In general, every 4 out of the 10 people visiting Vegas have the primary purpose to seek entertainment, making them one of our key targets. Next would be the professional gamblers. The high stakes betting odds and constantly changing scenarios of the entire season will invite the whales of the betting world. And lastly, the motorsport enthusiast. What do us enthusiasts want? On the limit racing, our hero driver fighting his way to the top, we have it all. Now lastly, we have planned an impeccable 3-way marketing strategy to capitalize on our business. We will corner the social media aspect with the help of our renowned veteran drivers. Next, we will target the national market through the Venetian, marketing on all fronts. And lastly, our video production partners, Amazon Prime, will provide a premier showcase to market the broadcast, drastically increasing the television rating points. But now, let's have a look at the finances.
Hi, I'm Kashish, and I am the CFO of Pravega Motorsports. I'll explain to you briefly the finances involved in this new business venture of ours, which we very strongly want you to be a part of. We have different revenue streams to diversify our marketing model and increase our margins as a result. We expect the majority of our projected income from the ticket sales, the television broadcasting revenue, and the revenue earned through betting and bidding margins. Now, I know an asking sum of $10 million might seem a bit grand at first, but I assure you, the thoroughness of our plan will sort out all your worries. Our projected break-even point in a realistic scenario lies in the 6th quarter as shown in this graph here. Drawing from our calculations, you can expect an ROI of 57.8% by the end of 5 years as shown in this graph. To provide the veteran drivers with state-of-the-art vehicles, we manufacture the PRV20 at our production facility in Houston, Texas. The race car features powertrain platform of the KTM 390 and our in-house developed CFRP rims, bodywork, and a potent aero package. We supply 2 race cars per team along with homologated spare parts for a sum of $40,000 each. At Pravega Motorsports, we believe that you get as much as you give, hence accentuating our priority for responsible betting, in which we follow strict frequency and deposit limits, have heavy screening to prevent underage gambling, and use our reach and prominence to market ethically and responsibly by mentioning all the risks associated with gambling in our advertisements. Also, we prioritize the driver's safety by taking all the necessary precautions. For example, implementing a 7-way racing harness for all the cars and an onboard fire suppression system. Now, in view of the current pandemic situation, we've decided to make certain changes in order to ensure the safety of both the audience and the teams. We're going to have closed-door races until the pandemic dies down. To facilitate the premium audience, we're going to have specialized VR experiences to simulate the thrill of actually being at the track using 360-degree cameras mounted on the cars. And of course, a safety bubble will be strictly followed by all the teams. Also, we plan to reduce the operating costs during this period by a significant margin. Sometimes all good things don't last, and we want to ensure that if and when things end, both the parties walk away without any major losses. A friendly acquisition would ensure greater value generation, lower capital costs, and greater revenue enhancement for both the parties.
By investing in us, you are investing in an exciting opportunity to enter the market of gaming through a unique perspective of motorsports. You are investing in a company set out to redefine entertainment. And maybe one day you can put your money where the money is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks, guys.
I think we will go back to studio. So thanks again and have a nice day or evening.
Yeah, you too.
Be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pravega Racing. I really like this. Put your money where the money is. I think it's good.
That's a wise idea to get our money. Put your money where the money is. Absolutely.
It's very fun.
So, as you could see from our transition, we have a studio interview today. And this is quite a special studio interview because we have a physical guest present with us. So now we don't have to join through Zoom. We can introduce to you the captain of Urbana Racing Team, Gabriel Gudra. So Gabriel, welcome to our studio.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Gabriel, are you proud?
Yes, of course, we are proud. I have high expectations from the dynamic events, and let's see what will happen at the end of the day.
Because what we saw that you guys were the fastest. Am I correct? Janos?
You are correct again, Roland. You can't miss.
Love it.
It's
love
absolutely amazing.
So that's what the question was about. Did you guys expect to be so good digitally?
Yeah, we prepared a lot, especially for the dynamic events as well. In a couple of weeks ago, we started the preparation. Yeah, we are proud.
Cool.
Congratulations from the FSO team, for sure. So, Roland, what is our first question to Gabriel?
The first question was this one. That was actually a question. The second question is how
not only can I not count laps, I cannot count questions either. So there's videographic proof of that.
Yeah, the question is, you're here physically with us, here in Győr. The university is hosting this event. Still, your team had to react the COVID situation. What did you guys do to keep up the work, but also to stay safe?
So yeah, everything started in the middle of March, and from March until the beginning of June, we couldn't be here, couldn't visit our workshop, and couldn't go with the assembly of the ERT-07. So we switched into remote working. The first weeks were pretty tough for our teams, so we have to get used to the new situation. But I think we can get through these challenges and keep the work, the passion of the team.
And how? How did you keep the members motivated? I mean, you know, Formula students, you get in a workshop, you work until 10, you listen to fun music, you
10
cracks jokes. Okay,
that's an early finish.
So how did you keep the guys motivated and the girls?
Yeah, I think one of the most important thing that management should do in these situations that set a new target, a new goal for the whole team. In February, we qualified ourselves to a couple of good competitions here in Europe, the Formula Student East, Austria, and Germany. And by this situation, every of the competitions were declined. And that's how we had to make a suppose to work with the team. And that's where Formula Student comes. And now we had the opportunity to challenge ourselves and put more effort on the documentations and to dive deeper in the engineering fields.
Do you think this is an advantage for your team? So do you think that this time could be used well, and do you think that the team has gained new skills throughout this crisis?
I think yes. Some of the capacity of the team members are freed during these months, and we were able to concentrate into long-term projects and into deep engineering knowledge and on the documentation as well. So yeah.
Nice.
We prepare for the future.
Did you end up building your car, or are you planning to use it, or did you switch into a new concept early on?
Currently, we are under assembly process. We will finish the car in the next couple of weeks, maybe 1 week later. So we would like to finish our test plan. But we reorganized the next season. From April, we preparing for the next generation race car from the aerodynamic parts as well. We would like to develop a CFRP monocoque until November and start manufacturing it in December. And we also invested into an electric vehicle concept from that month as well. Yeah, the money that we saved by the competition declaration, we would like to invest it into future strategy projects.
Look at that, taking advantage of a situation. That's really
great job.
Making lemonade when life gives you lemons.
Yeah, that's
amazing. So switching to monocoque, how did that come about? What pushed your team towards this direction?
Yeah, you know, it's we wanted to do it in previous years as well, but we couldn't save enough money and couldn't separate enough capacity people who can work with it. But now we had every of these. So yeah, we're expecting good results from it as well.
Nice.
And this is, I'm not sure if I'm saying a secret, but you're about to be at the end of your Formula student career.
Yep.
How did that affect you personally? That you know, this should have been the last year with the FSCs, or I don't know, which is the last event that you registered to, and the biggest party of all, and going crazy. How do you feel about that?
You know, I can't do much about it. It's a bad situation, but I can go through it. It was a good opportunity for the future leaders, for the future managers of the Autobahn Racing team to try out how a Formula Student team is going on with this Formula Student Online, and I'm expecting good results in the next season because we have more time to prepare for 2021.
So, what do you think? How will the field change? I mean, our Autobahn Racing team was always very famous for its reliability from the first year on. But now, you know, a lot of teams have the time to be reliable. Where do you think? Where is going to be the cutting edge of ART?
You know, maybe testing. That's what will make a successful season. If we will be able to finish the next generation race car for example, in 2021 April, then we will have the chance to test enough for be a top team, be in the top 50 of the world ranking list.
Shooting for the stars.
Oh yeah, always.
That's a good target. As Roland has mentioned, you are coming towards the end of your Formula Student resignation, which was actually quite long, as I know from experience. what do you think was the best moment for you? What would you look back with the fondest memories? What do you think stood out really the most from these past couple of years?
2029 Formula Studentist, the previous Formula Studentist competition was a really, really good competition in our case. Last year we put a lot of effort to prepare for that competition, and we have every of the scenarios in our mind. We prepare for every events as well, and success paid off. We were able to step on the third step of the podium on that race. That's the one. The next one is also that year, the Formula Student Cherry Publishing competition. We faced with an engine problem during the dynamic days, but we kept on going. We kept on the motivation, and the work that's supposed to be around 4 hours fixing, we made it within 1.5 hours. So I was really proud of the team that time.
Wow. Nice.
Maybe we should learn something from them a little bit and shorten the broadcast for today.
Well, we cannot do that because the viewers are expecting content.
Of course,
János. But it was also, if I can ask a little bit about Senjin as well, because they are a partner of Arabona Racing Team. What do you see? How are they handling the situation, and how are they using the time that they have on their hands?
We have a good collaboration with Senjin. We also made some of the events together, the static events together. I think we are in a good path for the future. They will also have some good and big modifications, big steps forward, and we'll have a new engine in the next next year in our race car.
Cool.
What are you keeping in the car then? You're changing the chassis, you're changing the engine, you're changing pretty much everything. What do you think this is going to bring to the team? Do you think they have enough time to test the new concepts?
I think yes. We will carry on the components of the ART07, that year's components. That's how we would like to save time, capacity and money as well. So I think yes, it will be a revolution in our case, but I think we will be able to finish the car soon.
What will you miss the most from your years of Formula Student?
Passion and teamwork. That's two
things that was amazing. Well, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for being present.
Thank you for the invitation.
Great to see you, because we have Dynamics PRC ready with their business plan.
Absolutely. So business plan presentations are continuing now that we are done with the interview.
Yeah.
So we've got 1 minute until it starts.
Maybe I closed it too early then.
We'll see.
Oh,
you
now I feel bad. We have to sit with Gabriel.
Now we're just going to be like twiddling our thumbs in awkward silence with their awkward penguins running around the studio. I can see all of them right now around us.
But that could not, that will not happen. How are you going to spend the rest of your summer, man? Tell us.
We're working.
That's the FS team spirit.
I think so.
Free time, work.
No, there's no free time. Free time? What free time?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna do PRC right now. Let's see if they are up and running. Are you guys there? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Ready.
Enjoy your time. Nice suit. Hit it.
Thank you.
So we can start.
Okay.
After this short video you have seen, you may be wondering why and how such insightful and delicate emotional aspects are bound to the adrenaline, enthusiasm, and excitement that we all know characterize a racing car and its environment. Well, in the next 10 minutes, we will show you our innovative business idea. In order to realize it, we are looking to gather 40% of the needed equity capital. In exchange, we will guarantee dividends, which are about 10% of the net profits, and in 5 years, your share will value almost 4 times today's value. By investing in this project, you will allow the creation of a reality which will improve the social conditions of the people of tomorrow. But we will get to that later. Let us introduce ourselves first. I am Giorgio Cefis, the CEO of this project.
And I am Federico Brambilla, the CMO.
Before entering the detail with our idea, let's make just a step back. Dynamis is an Italian company founded in 2004, specialized in designing and manufacturing racing car prototypes. It has become a recognized brand all over the European market thanks to the quality and reliability of its product. In 2020, the company introduced its first electric prototype, the DP12E. Results of 15 years design and manufacturing experience, it has become our most performant single-seater in terms of power, ease to drive, and safety, becoming soon the benchmark in this sector. Its reliability, handling, and safeness that made it the most suitable vehicle for this project. But where does our idea come from? Well, from the will to take the emotions proved in the experience of a racing car and applying them constructively in another environment. Also from the desire to design a solution to a problem that nowadays keeps vexing our society, the drug abuse. This solution is called Medicine Through Motorsport, MTM. Now Federico will introduce you to our innovative business model.
Thank you, Giorgio. Our project consists in a residential clinic hosting 45 customers in the Italian city of Ravenna. This place has been selected both for its huge motorsport tradition and for the incidence of the addiction phenomenon. Thanks to the help of experts, we designed an innovative and personalized rehabilitation therapy which enriches the traditional one with our consolidated experience in the motorsport environment. Let's then explain the general guideline of a typical therapy inside MTM structure. The therapy develops in 4 stages. The first 2 steps are focused on the traditional medical aspects, such as the personal meetings with the psychologist and the group activities that aim at re-educating the patient misconception of having fun. In the 3rd stage, the patient experiences the core of the MTM experience, which represents the real added value of our project. It consists in 4 activities designed to give a transversal vision of the motorsport life. Firstly, we have the theoretical lectures, where motorsport experts will explain all the aspects and principles at the basis of a racing car prototype. Then, we have workshop activities, which represent the practical application of these lectures. The patients will engage in the gradual construction of a real DP12E. Then, thanks to the simulator activities, the patient will practice the driving of a racing prototype in a completely safe and accommodating environment. This stage aims at mitigating the initial impact of driving a real race car. But finally, the crowning of the whole rehabilitation path will be the track activity, where our client will face his last challenge, driving a real DP12E. MTM finds in this experience the key and the sense of the whole therapy, since the patient will be able to prove to have finally taken back the control upon himself, upon his emotion, but most importantly, upon his life. Coming back to the structure of the therapy, the 4th stage is focused on the social reintegration of the patient, especially from a job-related point of view, where a key role will be played by MTM's business network. Then, one of our company's main concerns is to guarantee to everyone in the structure a completely safe experience. For this reason, apart from a specific training made from our staff, MTM implements a series of safety measures focusing on general clinic precautions in order to safeguard patients' protections, workshop-related features to avoid any potential injury while working on the prototype. Most importantly, a track-tailored safety system based on a LiDAR sensor equipment that will prevent any possible accident. Looking now at the market in which we want to enter, we identified 4 main competitors. The first 2 companies analyzed are Galimberti & Partners and Villa Silvia. They use an innovative magnetic technology and propose a drug-free solution, but their still alternative approach is missing the human contact. Then there are Onlus and public structures as Narconon Gabbiano and San Patrignano, which implement traditional rehabilitation therapies. Focusing now on the marketing analysis, we identified our potential customers by joining drug addiction market and the motorsport one. Then, by applying several filters, such as the income, the driving license, and the geographic area, we broke down the market to estimate the dimension of our business. Thus, we identified our typical customer. We refer to a middle-high income client base with drug addiction and motorsport passion. In this way, we identified our client, and now we want him to find us. MTM promotion strategy is developed through 3 main channels. The first one is our website. In this market, these represent the most powerful and effective promotional means. Moreover, when the psychologist cannot provide the adequate service to their patient, it is common that they require the support of a residential clinic. So we will leverage on this opportunity to get in touch with our clients through partnerships with medical structures. Last but not least, we will hold seminars to sensitize young generations about risks and diseases of substance consumption, proposing our solution and our way to treat this social issue.
Now, I want to show you our financial proposal. As I have anticipated you at the beginning, Dynamis will participate in the new venture with 60% of the needed capital. we are here today to gather the remaining 40%, which is about 156,000 euros. The total equity capital will be utilized to take possession, refurbish the rented building, construct the workshop, acquire the prototypes and simulators, and start eventually the activities. In addition, to have liquidity to cover the expenses of the first years, we will need a bank loan of 150,000 euros. Speaking of costs, let's see how they will be distributed. We can say that the safeness and well-being of our occupants will be our priority. Therefore, human presence will be the key cost figure. Facilities expenses will take only 28% of the total. Part of them are rent expenses. This last solution is functional because it guarantees us the correct balance among operative expenses and the initial investment. Focusing now on the revenues, they will come from the monthly fee of 3,000 euros. In the most likely scenario, we consider having, on average, 41 patients. Therefore, we expect to make around 1.5 million euros per year. With this forecast, we expect to have a few losses in the first 2 years. Then, when the clinic will be in its operative state, it will generate net profits around 180,000 euros per year. Giving a look now to the most used performance indicators, we can say that the ROI and ROA in 2024, the last year of our forecast, will be around 25%. Instead, the return on investment will be even better, reaching a respectable 41%. Focusing now on your personal return. As managers, we know our first goal is to create value for the shareholders. According to the equity value evaluation with the perpetuity, in 5 years, your investment will value almost 4 times as what it is today. Therefore, you will have the possibility to sell your shares at a dramatically increased value. In addition, before the maturity of your investment, you will get 40% of the distributed dividends. The dividends quota will be the 10% of the net profits. The remaining capital will be reinvested in order to broaden our horizons. We plan to enlarge our business to the B2B market, selling our services to other medical organizations, as we consider this a useful and practical solution to grow our businesses and parallelly increment our network in this sector. After having settled in this market, treating other warning addictions such as alcohol and gambling may be considered as well due to the compatibility of their and our therapy.
While planning our future, we need to look at our present. In the view of the recent events, we analyzed a new scenario comparable with today's reality. We plan then to deal with this situation by enriching our offer with a customized online service. We will provide home, online psychological assistance, online lectures, a toolkit, and a small simulator to guarantee everyone our motorsport activities. The new configuration will allow us to reach more customers. In addition, we will have some extra costs to implement this new proposal. But this solution, even if less aligned with our human contact desire, is surely the best way to attenuate the impact of the forecast scenario, as shown in the data above.
2020 has been a difficult year, and the whole world has changed. Together, we have the power to make 2021 the beginning of a brighter future. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will head back to the studio. So thanks again and have a nice day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Bye.
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 Thank you for Dynamic PRC from Italy, and it was amazing to hear all this optimism because they're from Milan, northern Italy, and they've been probably the hardest hit by this whole COVID situation. It was amazing to see these enthusiastic guys doing their presentation, and their positive ending there was really fabulous.
Absolutely, a lot of work done there, so thank you very much, guys, from Dynamis. As you could see from the transition, we have another studio interview today with our distinguished guest, Dr. Borna Honula, who is the Dean of the Audi Hungaria Faculty of Automotive Engineering at the Széchenyi István University, and he is also one of our finalist judges for the Concept Design Challenge. Welcome, Borna, to our studio.
Hello.
Thank you very much. And you are here, and we have 10 minutes to talk about the concept design, so we're going to pick your brain a little to hear what you have to say about this. So what was basically the challenge, just very shortly, and what do you think? Why is this a good challenge for Formula Student?
The CDC, I guess it's one of the most or best added values of the whole event, because till now, hybrid concepts were not allowed by the rules of Formula Student. And I have really the feeling that combustion cars are really very sophisticated and only some refinement can be done on combustion engines in the last time or recent time. And on the other side, even battery electrical vehicles are made a little bit from cookbook. So the most teams know exactly which parts are to buy or to procure. And they put them together, some software, some suspension, and you have a fast car. And let's say, what is Formula Student going about? It's education. For education, you need a complex engineering task, a real challenge for young people. And my feeling that the hybrid car is far more challenging to develop and to refine than a combustion one or a pure electrical one. So it's one of the arguments for this concept. And on the other side, I'm convinced that in next decades, hybrid cars will give us the majority of our mobility instruments in the world. So there will be a good sponsorship situation while the real world is running hybrid. Formula One is running hybrid, not by accident. It was a good decision.
Yes, so Borna, you have mentioned that the developing a hybrid car would give teams a much more complex engineering task. Can you elaborate a little bit on this, what the complexities are and where these come from in developing a hybrid car?
Let's say on one side is the technical point. There is a combustion engine with fluids, mechanics, vibrations, dynamics, and so on. On the other side, the control system, so the interaction between both systems, and of course, energy storage, battery, power electronics, and e-motors. So more components and more to integrate. But one of the most important points from my point of view, that if you have new rules, totally new rules, you have a new situation and far more space to move. You have several new dimensions to move, to try to make experiments, and it's really challenging and really interesting, I guess.
And how was this particular challenge? How were the technical solutions that you saw? Is there anything you would like to highlight, or what is your opinion in general?
So the teams, the concepts I have seen, they were really smart. There was a logical thinking behind, a good decision making, and on the other side, they were of course realistic. The smaller team cannot dream about MGU-H like the Formula One electrically assisted turbocharger. It's really hard work to develop, and on the financial side, it's not easy. And they developed plans to make it step by step, a realistic plan, what to achieve in 1 year, in 2 years, in the third year. So it's a very, let's say, well-designed thinking and adult approach how to solve this issue.
And what was your feedback? What did the team say? How did they like the task? Did you have any feedback on that?
My feeling, they love it because it is new. And new things are really challenging, inspiring, and it's very, very important. And I guess that most of the people feel that it might be a good chance to develop rules for hybrid and to introduce it in real Formula Student.
Wow, that's great news. It sounds like that this should be something that you encourage to be part of the competition later on. Can you talk a little bit about the road relevance, so to speak, the closer relevance to the industry of this hybrid challenge, like why this would prepare maybe the students better for the professional life?
Let's say in today's life, I do not see any pure mechanical or electrical engineers. You have to have an idea about both fields, and a hybrid electrical car is a very good field of exercise to learn both sides, and the combination and the interaction of both sides. Sensors, controls, actuators, everything together.
So it sounds like this is something that should be integrated into the actual Formula Student competition. And do you think that there is a chance for this? Do you think that with proper advertisement and proper sort of backing, this could be done?
I will fight for it.
That's very good to hear. That's very good to hear.
It is amazing to hear. Yeah.
Roland, I'm looking to you for a next question.
Well, there is a next question, and that is, how do you find this event? You've been in so many Formula Student events. What do you feel? How did the students cope with this situation, and how was it from your side, on the judging side, to cope with this situation that you're not present, you're not next to the cars, you cannot touch it, feel it, you know, be a part of it, but you are watching this through a screen?
It's interesting. From my point of view, I have the feeling it's harder for the judges to get familiar with the totally new situation. On the other side, the teams were really well prepared. So we have seen presentations, I had to say they were fantastic. Well prepared, 3 seconds ended before the deadline, the time deadline. But very well structured, with a good English, with a good structure, a good concept. So I enjoyed it.
Also, what do you think? How is this going to affect maybe future events? Because previously the show was always taken by the cars, you know, screeching tires, and everybody expected that. But now it was more academic than ever, no?
I do not know. It copes very well with the virtual world. We are doing a lot of things in a virtual reality. And I have the feeling this event or something similar will stay with us. Even in a world after Corona or COVID, because it gives other possibilities and other field for exercise to get more practice and training. I do not know if it's before racing season or after, no clear feeling, but it should stay with us.
And this also gives new opportunities to teams from other continents. For example, we have a team from Brazil with us. We have Indian teams with us. Do you think it's new ideas and new perspectives arriving?
I guess it's a fantastic opportunity to link with faraway parts of the world, because it's not necessary to transport a car. It's physically cheaper. Maybe it's more environmental friendly. And there is another point. Of course, there are some teams and countries, they have not the financial possibilities to buy all the expensive components, everything. But in such a virtual event, maybe they can provide the same performance.
Still, what do you miss from this event? What is it you're craving a little that is not a part of this?
It's my personal feeling, the noise.
The noise. The noise.
The noise is something that I'm missing as well. So it was always a lot of fun to not only see the cars on track, but hear them also from the commentator booth. So yes, I think, Borna, I feel your enthusiasm, or I feel your feeling about this.
Well, the only noise we can make is with our chairs. That's the only one we can do. And
the
thank
sad
you.
wheel noises.
Yeah, the sad wheel noises. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you, guys.
And we really hope that that in the next years this hybrid story that you discussed will be a part of Formula Student.
We will go for it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, Borna, and thank you also for your time that you dedicated to Formula Student Online for judging. And I'm sure that the teams really enjoyed the CDC.
I guess it's a well-invested time.
Yeah, cool.
That's really great to hear. So thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And now we are going to go back to our business presentations. We're going to have Hawks from Hamburg. Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here.
Sure.
Cool. Okay. Well, the nice setup stayed, so hit it.
Thank you. All right. Before we get started, we would like to thank our sponsor, Puff Events, for making this broadcast possible. Without their support, the Hawk Studio would not have been possible. All right. One second. Just some technical issues. Okay. Dear investors, today we're here to present you a great opportunity. For €1 million, we are offering you 20% of our equity shares, promising you a return on your investment of 50% after 3 years. But before you sign the deal, let me introduce to you who we are and what exactly you are investing in. My name is Janis, and presenting with me is Flynn. Our team has been part of the Formula Student for several years. For us, the Formula Student is not only an engineering competition, it's far more than that. We've made countless friends, learned endlessly for our lives, and become part of the greatest community in the world. We will show you the solution for the toughest challenge the Formula Student community is facing today. It was only a few months ago when the world was hit by the COVID pandemic. We are facing new and unknown difficulties. Days of social distancing, cancellation of numerous events, and a ban on group gatherings. None of us are able to pursue our most beloved passions. Many of us feel empty and left behind. We asked ourselves, what could we do? What should we do? And what would we be able to do to help better the situation? When the night is darkest, even the smallest spark of idea can create something amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will fight the current situation together. We will bring back our community, and we will bring back the passion. But most importantly, we will give everyone a chance to get all of this from home. Let me introduce to you the Formula Student Manager. The Formula Student Manager is a real-time racing game. It combines the knowledgeable aspects of building a race car with the excitement of racing. Players face the difficult task of managing their own race team, as well as constructing their car for the best in-game performance. Once their car is built, they will be able to join games online, as well as compete in different tournament settings. But before we bore you with any further information, why don't we jump into the game and you can have a look for yourself.
Welcome to the beta version of the Formula Student Manager. This is the main screen, where we get the most support information quickly. First, let us take a look at the team. Here we can see who is part of our team, the progress on our car and its components, and anything we can do to improve our headquarters. We should check if we got any new messages. It seems like we still have to build some parts before the next event starts. As you can see, we still have to build a front wing. Before starting, we have to know how to finance this. Who gets us the materials and tools to design and manufacture components? We will need funding from sponsors. There are 3 sponsors to choose from for the aerodynamic parts, thus for the front wing. It is important to have the budget in mind. We have to pay for new parts and improvements for our HQ. All right, now you got a quick overview over the management part of the game.
You can see it's a really cool game, but there's just one more feature making the game just so great. What I'm talking about are monthly online tournaments. There are 2 modes, the one for all and the team mode. In one for all, one person is caring about all features on his own. In team mode, a group of up to 4 people just split up, so everybody has a specific role. At least one plays the driver and at least one plays the manager. The best one and the best group of each month get a real special prize. So what are the players actually able to win? Well, it's a day with a real racing team. It's a day with a team from Hawks Racing. Next to visiting the workshop, talking to engineers and learning a lot about racing and race cars, the winners will be able to do an overwhelming activity. They will be able to drive a real race car. So what kind of car I'm actually talking about? Here are some facts. The liquid-cooled 2-cylinder 4-stroke engine produces 60 horsepower and wings combined with a low mass under 250 kilograms, an ultimate high acceleration from 1 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 4 seconds, and a maximum speed of 110 kilometers per hour. A progressive and effective aerodynamic design comprising a front and rear wing, as well as special designed side ports, enables safety high-speed cornering, which definitely brings a lot of fun. But the coolest of it all, it's absolutely unique, meaning this car in this way only exists one time in the world. Naturally, with a ride like that, enormously cost approaches us. The finances has to be planned well, for sure. But before we check this, let's have a quick look at the market. It's a fact that 150 million people all over the world play video games on the newest game consoles and even more play on PC. To be just a bit more accurate, let's split up by genre. For this, we asked 1,000 gamers how often they play racing games. As you can see, 22% said they're playing racing games regularly. That's confirmed roughly 33 million players just on console. Well, that's a good number, but we just made another for us, much more important study. Therein, we asked the same 1,000 people how often they do in-game purchases. Here, 13% of all players said they buy expansions for games regularly, which means for us that about 4 million people are ready to buy expansions for racing games.
So much for the market. Now let's get down to business. We require a sum of €1 million. For this investment, you will receive 20% of our equity shares, which will be repaid in form of dividends with an ROI of 50% after 3 years. Your money will be well invested. We will use the majority of the investment for human resources and speed up our game development. 25% will be used for the overall business cost, like office equipment, car maintenance, and legal fees. The marketing cost that we have planned for the game release will be 14%, leaving us 10% of your investment for the gaming infrastructure, the server costs. According to our financial simulation, we will start generating profits in 2021, hitting our break-even point already in the second business year. In the worst case scenario, we assume our revenue breaks down to 20%. In this case, we must reallocate our resources. For this case, we developed a strategy that shifts revenue from 2021 to the current year. By the time the game is officially released, it will be free to play. However, for only $6.69, the customer buys early access to the beta version of the game. They will be able to enjoy the game before anyone else. Therefore, players who would have gotten the game next year will do so this year and help us negate the profit deficit of the worst case scenario. So much for the worst case. The success of our company will not be determined by the amount of games we sell. Our modern business model strives with a high player base. We will generate 55% of the revenue with in-game tournament spots. With those spots, the player can qualify to drive with the 816 race car, our unique selling proposition. We expect 1/3 of the revenue from in-game purchases, cosmetic items that do not give the player an unfair advantage, but only enhance their gameplay visually. Another major income will be the in-game advertisement. In the future, we plan to expand our revenue streams. We expect to generate profits through sponsoring partnerships in the esports sector and by developing a mobile version of the game. To make this investment successful, we have set ourselves 5 major milestones. First, we will immediately start the recruitment of our development team to ensure the game release in December of this year. 3 months later, we want to invite the first tournament winners to our workshop. In 2021, we aim for a player base of 1.7 million people, our 4th milestone. Following this plan, we will reach our last milestone at the end of next year, and you will receive the first dividend payment.
In the beginning, we showed you our business idea and what has been driving us to pursue this adventure. We elaborated on the problem our community is facing and the solution we are striving for. The Formula Student Manager combines entertainment with competition. This sparks excitement in the player. We not only offering gamers all over the world to connect through mutual interests, but also through teamwork and education. By our unpaid cooperation with Hawks Racing, we are bringing the players in touch with the Formula Student, which will grow this community unquestionably. Through this, we can offer players a new way to experience racing and Formula Student. Our product is unique because it combines management strategy with real-time racing and the chance to a real-life racing experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to join us in our journey to create an online platform that connects like-minded players and gives them the opportunity to experience the Formula Student from home. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hawks, for your presentation. Have a nice day, and we will go back to the studio for another interview.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I think the guys from Hamburg just made the motto of FS Online to experience Formula Students from home. We are in the same concept.
Does sound like that. So
seriously.
Yeah.
Well, but we have an amazing interviewee today with us, and that is Zsófia Bodó. A big round of digital applause to her. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Zsófia. Thank you very much for your work at FS Online, because she was one of the people responsible for the driverless simulator, which is basically going to be the topic of this interview. So. Can you tell us, please, the story of this driverless simulation? Because this was a joint effort with MIT Team Delft, and I think the viewers are all really excited to hear about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really was to be mentioned. So the reason for making a simulator and to kind of validate the autonomous system for the teams, it has came up like from year to year. Also in FS East. 2 years ago, we have been talking about that it would be nice to make a new way of validating the autonomous framework, but we didn't really put the effort in it. And after COVID happened and we had to cancel and we decided that we moved to FS Online, we started to think about what we can do and what we can do with the driverless. And when we introduced the concept of the online event, Meet Team was approaching us, and then they said that they are really excited about the driverless category, and what if we made a simulator together. So that was the point where I guess these two ideas came across and met each other.
That's very cool. Has MIT and Delft or have any of the parties worked on this simulator before? And did you guys join the development at first, or did you start from scratch together?
We started from scratch. So I guess right after we decided that we are moving online, and we had the idea that okay, now we are starting a simulator. That was the point where we had to start the development. So it was kind of a rush hour for 3 months. But I really hope that the teams enjoyed it, and I think we were just so excited during this whole day and to see it happen.
What is the biggest difficulty to create in this?
I think one of the biggest difficulties is that first you have to make the whole environment. So you have to create the tracks. You have to create tracks that are compliant to the rules that we are having for DV Dynamics, and then each DV team, they are having different sensor suits. So these are kind of the eyes of the cars, how they are perceiving the environment, whether they are using lidars, whether they are using radars, cameras. So I guess it's almost infinite possibilities, and we wanted to make a system that is suitable for all the teams who are applying. So we had several discussions with the teams about their sensor suits that they are using.
Wow, cool. And you mentioned that there is multiple possibilities of integrating different kinds of sensors into the simulator. Were these options tailored for the teams that are participating in FS Online? Or now, if anybody else approaches you that, hey, for instance, I don't know, Zurich or some other driverless team wants to join in later on, maybe next year in the competition, could they be integrated really quickly as well, or would they need also the same amount of discussions as the current teams?
I think like when we were developing, we really wanted to focus on the teams who are applying now, because in the end we were responsible for providing them the environment. However, it is possible for new types of sensors to be integrated and to be developed. So the project is open source, and it can be reached. So if it's a new team is coming that they want to incorporate whatever sensor, then there is a possibility.
Awesome. That is a pretty cool addition to the world of Formula Student. Can you let us into the secrets of how it works and what it does exactly?
Absolutely. So there is an Unreal Engine that is responsible for making the world happen. So creating the environment, and this is where we can create the tracks, where we can create the scenery that makes it look cool and that it makes it enjoyable. And also this is what is responsible for the control. There is a so-called ROS bridge, which is it works as an interface between our system, like the simulator, and for the teams. I guess I haven't mentioned that the teams are using their own autonomous system, and there is a huge integration development effort, but they had to put in the last couple of weeks so that they can join to the simulator like this. And in the back we were controlling it today, so I think we were acting as track marshals, but in a studio, that okay, now the next team is going to be this and that. We are choosing autocross or track drive, and we are using the map of competition day 3 because this has been the third day of the DV competitions.
Well, the physical environment is taken. It's it's not there. Still, as you could see in in the competition itself, it was still challenging. What do you think? What are the main challenges of making such a system work?
I think one of it is definitely that this is a new system, and the teams were also preparing for on-site events, and thus they had to integrate their system to our system. They got their own cloud instances for the computational effort, and they got in the last 2 weeks they could develop it. I guess this was one of it. Also, they had to slightly modify their sensor suits because we tried our best, but we couldn't get the exact same position. For example, when you are using a LiDAR, it is very important for you that like compared to the center of the gravity of the car, where it is placed. And if you place it like 10 centimeters different place, then you will get different results, which could result a lot of cone hits, for example.
Wow. It sounds like the teams have had to put in a lot of work to get everything ready from their side as well.
Yeah, I think I really have to say that hats off for all the teams who have been participating, because they put lots of efforts. Starting this week, we had testing days, and compared to, let's say, testing day 1, what we did see in the last 3 days, it was amazing, really.
Also, congratulations to the teams from here as well, from the studio. We enjoyed your runs quite a lot. So we've talked about a lot about this simulator, but I have another question about it. Is that it did sound to me that this is something very relevant to the industrial practice. Can you tell us a little bit about this? How this is replicating some of the industrial environments that teams will be working in?
Yes, I think that using a simulator in the automotive or in the autonomous world is kind of an industry-specific thing that for validation, and I think it's very important that when your autonomous or ADAS car is out on the field, then if something happened, it's very, very hard to kind of trace back to where exactly the error came into the system. So making a simulation is putting an observer somewhere in the autonomous pipeline, and thus it is able to create more knowledge about how the system works. And I think I really have to say that what the Team Delft guy was doing in the last couple of months, it was absolutely a relevant and very well developed simulator with many features that are able to, let's say, have testing or validation plans with several different sensor sets for an autonomous car, for example.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your work and also for the work of the whole team, also in the Netherlands and also in Hungary and everywhere in the globe. It was great to see some insight and hear some insight of that. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jofi, for being here with us, and thank you for answering all of our questions that exhausted the driverless simulator topic. And so now we go live with our last business plan presentation of the day, which is going to be presented by
Arussi.
Absolutely. So guys, can you hear us from the studio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely, perfect. So 10 minutes for your business plan presentation. Take it away. Good luck.
All yours.
According to international statistics, children are able to learn up to 3 times faster than an adult, assimilate ideas without even being aware, and learn 4 languages before the age of 7. While parents focus on their children's fun, we know that their minds are amazing and cannot be wasted. Good morning and welcome to our business plan presentation. I'm Paula Muñoz, CEO, and this is my partner, Jesus Carrillo, COO of our company.
We come from Arus Motorsport, a company with 6 years of experience, dedicated to design and manufacture competition single-seating cars, based here in Europe. This year, Arus will be presenting an evolution in its electric car, with new battery autonomy, which is the most promising model today. With it, we have found a business idea that could just not be missed, an idea favored as well as compromised because of the pandemic situation we're enduring due to COVID-19. An idea, however, that will allow children to have fun and learn from the safety of their homes.
Our first animated series, which pretends to become the seed that sows engineering interest, sustainability, and happiness in the little ones. And of course, for our most thrilling project, we couldn't think of a better company than you, with so much experience in the animation world and your highly qualified throwers. For that reason, we want you, FS Production, to collaborate with us in the development of this innovative cartoon. So today, we will present you our product, our company, and its business model. But first, Jesus, let's dig into our market.
In order to determine the geographic location where a series will be broadcasted, we have carried out a plan using the TOPSIS methodology regarding European countries and taking into account demographics, economics, spectator data, and motorsport fan-based criteria. The country that shows the most affinity with cartoons is Ireland. In order to validate our demand in Ireland, we carried out an exhaustive analysis focused on both our target profile and product nature. This study consisted in the display of a pilot episode in 5 different Irish schools, and we studied kids and parents' opinions. So we studied kids' behavior, and we defined our target profile, kids between the ages of 5 to 10 years old. With this target profile and 4 different criteria, we cemented our market. Obtaining 255, we realized that we will have around 155,000 potential customers just in the same first year. And lastly, we have used this study to characterize ourselves from the rest of our competitors. According to other animation series that could be found in the current market, we have applied 2 different criteria to position them: complexity of concepts and age.
You may now be wondering how we are going to achieve this target and explain such complex concepts to the little ones. Well, as you all know, kids are great imitators. So let's give them something great to imitate.
We present to you Artoons, the educational cartoon where children will learn and enjoy at the same time, based on the new Arus electric single-seater, the ART20E. Divided in 63 chapters, each one based on a different subsystem of the car, our tiny friends and a little girl will live incredible adventures, exploring the functioning of the car.
So, let me introduce you our main characters. Hussy, a friendly tire of the ART, a clumsy wheel who is always dizzy because it's spinning most of the time. Jumpy Springle, a fantastic shock absorber, a smiling spring with an energetic behavior. The little nuts, they all have the same appearance, and they admire Jumpy Springle so much that they are always following it. And finally, our main character, Sabine, an enthusiastic girl who represents all those kids that start in the engineering world. All these characters will accompany the kids in the discovery of the fantastic world of electrical mobility and mechanical engineering. Being our single-seater, the center of attention of this cartoon, we will bring to the children the opportunity to understand what will be the future of mobility. And what a better example for this than the ART20E.
The way Artoons will be visualized is pretty simple. We will sell broadcasting rights to the main TV stations in each country, and those will broadcast it through their apps, websites, YouTube channels, and of course, television. Taking into account the data we obtained from the multi-criteria analysis, these were the results. We plan to expand through these 5 countries in the first 5 years, selling our broadcasting rights to only 50% of the production cost, allowing us to have greater access to the main TV station. You may now be thinking that working with streaming companies such as Netflix would be a great idea. However, As you can see, Netflix, HBO, and other subscription platforms tend to offer original shows over external productions. Taking that trend into account and the fact that we are a whole new show, we prefer to broadcast our show via free-to-air TV channel.
But our business model won't be based only on the broadcasting of the series.
In the animation world, things work differently.
The success of great animation series is due to the understanding of how to reach children's interest. All this can be seen reflected in multiple products that accompany the kids in their educational process. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be the core of our business model, the merchandising of our tunes. We will offer educational toys for those kids who want to play at the same time they learn. Regarding logistics, we will externalize the production of our merchandising, working without stock and supplying our products directly from the factory to the sale points.
Being merchandising so important to our business, a large investment in marketing is needed. We based our marketing strategy in both brand agreements and advertising in order to appear in the day-to-day of the kids, but not only for children. We want to show the parents that our little toys can be the seed that inspire the kids to achieve their greatest goals.
So, we have talked to you about our product and how we will reach our market. Now, let's talk about how together we can make this business profitable.
As a company settled in the animation world, what we ask from you is the production of the first season of the series that we estimated in 2.9 million euros. What we offer you in return is a 21% ROI in the fifth year, 25% on equity shares, and a 25% board on our table. And how will we make a profit out of Artunes? Well, Artunes has two sources of income: merchandising sales, which will provide us with most of our revenue, and of course, selling our broadcasting rights to the main TV stations. Here you can see our first 5 years. And as you can see, we will hit the break event and start making profit at the beginning of the third year.
To sum up, we have brought you this beautiful business plan, giving children the opportunity of knowing the ART20E. We hope you join us in the task of creating a brighter future, because we believe that the children watching us today are the engineers of tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank for all the teams who presented today for your work. And now we are going back to the studio. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Well, congratulations. I'm reading like amazed comments here on YouTube. Like everybody's like, whoa, incredible, no words, amazing, espectacular, vaya abuso de anuncio, incredible arroz, all these. This was my Portuguese.
Much better than mine.
Well, so impactada, very, very good job. Congratulations, and congrats to this Brazilian supporting team who are behind you guys. So
absolutely.
Great.
So thank you very much for the active comment section, and thank you for all the business presentation participants, because guys, you did an amazing job. It was great to see you on the screen.
Really, really high quality stuff.
Absolutely high quality stuff. So now we are going over to the Race of Champions.
Yes, that's was the sound effect. I just came off it. So Race of Champions, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to see the finalists, are we? Like the champions?
I think so. So this is going to be the all-deciding, ever-present, all-deciding.
Could we put this up behind us? Let's see if we can.
So first we're gonna. So the procedure is going to be the following, I think, to let our viewers into the little secrets behind the ROC knockout stages. There's going to be a direct knockout, so whoever wins the race advances forward. First, we're going to start with the top 8. Then we're going to whittle this down to the top 4. Then from that, we're going to have playoffs for the third places and then the finalists. So that's what's going to happen now. The finalists are going to run after a short break where we can slightly talk about the teams who are participating in our final. So this is going to be like a little bit of an endurance in the sense that we're going to have a separate final, just like in endurance races, and we can see the absolute climax of the FS Online.
I'm so excited for the absolute climax. That's crazy. The question is that we have this little sheet, this blue sheet in front of us. If we can put that up behind, not just the simulation, that would be amazing. So we can.
And we're going to have another weather forecast. This is going to be actually weather forecast. So now we're not going to have a postcast, we're going to have a forecast. So if we can have the Race of Champions EV top 8 playoffs up behind us, that would be amazing. Studio.
Which was created by the graphics team. So thank you very much for the work of the graphics team. They are supporting Formula Student East as well very strongly. And also I think Netherlands was very involved in the communications.
So the graphics, the graphics and the communications was truly an international effort here at FS Online. So the magazine that you guys can see on our website at formulastudentonline.com, under the About Us tab, I think, you can find more than 50-page magazine about the event. There are interviews with renowned judges of Formula Student. There's interview with a team. There's team pages, so all the teams are present who are in the competition as well. So make sure to check that out. That was done by our Dutch colleagues. So congratulations, big hats off to both Paul and Amira. Thank you very much, guys, for your work. It was absolutely amazing. And then the rest of the graphics work, that was done by the same team that's behind FS East's crazy lunatic graphics. So thank you guys for that as well.
Thank you very much. We don't have the board up behind us yet. I'll try and see if somebody else can support us with it. But still, as Janos said, we are going to see 8 teams. Yeah, 8 teams. All together compete with each other in the Race of Champions format, which is, by the way, writing history at the moment.
Absolutely.
This never happened in a Formula Student event, such a race forming, and this is also something in Formula Racing itself, which is something very, very unique.
So we can see it on the on our playing screen for sure. So the Race of Champions format is not something that could be organized very easily in a physical Formula Student race, because in a physical Formula Student race, safety is the #1 priority, of course. And on the ROC track, which you will see shortly again, you could see that there's not a lot of runoff areas. So that cannot be solved in real life, but of course in the virtual world we can take
virtual world is amazing,
ourselves. The virtual
but
world is absolutely
here
amazing.
comes
so
the Race of Champions forecast, ladies and gentlemen. You guys don't see us, but we already offer. Oh, here we are.
There we go. So this is our EV board, EV top 8. These are the teams that we are going to decide between to who goes to the top of this leaderboard. So we're starting
to be in the top of the food chain. That's the question. Yeah?
Top of the food chain.
It's right here.
Absolutely.
So EV.
EV top at car number 51, Arus E. Then FSB Racing Team with car number 54. Then BME Formula Racing Team, car number 14. Number 64, Kaiserslautern.
Oh, yeah.
Then number 90, Dynamis PRC. Then Ecurie Ikes at number 99. Number 111, Eagle Trento Racing. And then number 31, Too Fast E Technology, last year's FS East dominant dynamic team.
Well, this is the time to cheer. This is the time to show your support. It's already 4:30, so you'll probably have some beer in your hands. And if you can, send some pictures of FSO, hashtag FSO cheers. I didn't give up, Janos. I didn't give up
That's a good thing.
Receiving pictures. If not, I will take many of myself.
Yeah, we're just going to, if there's no more pictures, then we're just going to start taking FSO cheer pictures here in the studio to make it trending. So guys, please help us out with that. Make sure to show off what you've got at home. Make sure to show off your watch parties, even if they are digital, over Zoom.
Oh yeah. So if you look at the garage, we can. If you take a look at the garage,
Quite a lineup.
We have a very nice lineup of cars who are getting ready for the ROC, which is going to start right now, if I'm correct. Oh, and
we've
very
got
important,
a feed with the drivers as well.
I love that.
That's
the best.
Really fantastic.
Okay, let's see who the drivers are. I don't know who's who.
Yes. Okay. We've got, I think we're going to have a table very soon. Just a second to bring this up. We're struggling with the dynamics here.
That's okay.
Not the dynamics. I'm struggling with the technology, sorry.
Yeah.
Which is a surprise after not being able to count to 10. So yeah.
But it's been already almost 6.5, 7 hours since we've been, 8 hours, more than 8 hours we've been doing this fun.
So we fulfilled the standard work day. I think it's time for us to go home.
No,
just kidding, we're not leaving.
No. So 8 hours since we've been doing this fun times, and now let's conjure up who we see, and then let's see some cheerings. I'm going to read some YouTube comments.
Do read some YouTube comments. In the meantime, I think I have found...
Cristina Horicani from the business presentation judge, she thanks the teams for the amazing business presentations. And also Formula Student Netherlands is with us, and they also congratulate to all the teams. So congrats. And we have some Hungarians saying Kaira or Bona Racing Team. And Aros has a very strong support. I think the Brazilian FS community is doing it. Maybe we're going to see a picture of them on Instagram. I don't know.
Maybe. If they use the hashtag FSO Cheer,
will they?
We will see a picture.
I'll check if they already put it up.
If they do. This is going to be an interesting, tense moment. Maybe I should take the edge off a little bit with something else. So I think we're going to be starting with the EV category. And if I'm correct, we are seeing Alvaro Torres from Arus and Petar Macaroon from number 54 FSB Racing on the track. So we are getting the cars on the track right now. We can see the two drivers already focusing really hard on the challenge ahead. And
here we go.
We are off the knockout sessions for the electric racing at Formula Student Online 2020 are away. So it seems like Petar is the one on the longer section of the track, so on the left, while on the right, which is going to constantly change, by the way.
Well, actually, Petar is the one. I was talking about the driver's view. Petar is the one with the blue-white cupboard in the background. And on the right, we have Alvaro Torres from Aros. What tells you this is T-shirt, which says Aros.
That's great. That's well spotted, Rocky. Well spotted. I mean, you've got eagle eyes.
I got eagle eyes. So let's see who is ahead. Everybody is driving very nicely. No mistakes. No walls hit.
I so hope that you. Not for the team's sake, by the way. I just so hope that you jinx it for someone as well, because I don't want to be the bringer of bad luck to all teams.
Don't worry.
Okay, I think that's going to be etched into everybody's memory that I've ruined. I've single-handedly ruined the driverless track drive for everyone.
Single-handedly jinxed the driverless. But
this is turning out to be quite a competition, I think. It's going to be interesting to see. The finish line is going to be very interesting to see, because the track layout actually doesn't really show us a lot about who's winning and who's not winning, and I think this is the second lap. So we are in the final lap of the race. Remember, we are running 2 laps, which means actually 4 times crossing the start-finish line because of the layout of the track. I'm not going to go into explaining any more detail about that. Because,
don't. And I'm not going to count the laps. So.
And look at that. It does look like
a car.
No, wow, Rocky, that is amazing observation from you. Your eagle eyes are not deceiving you.
No, it isn't.
So it does look like car number 51, Alvaro Torres, has brought it in for Arus. So the first race has been won by Alvaro Torres. Ooh. And now we are going to see playoffs between Fernando Guerrero and Zvonimir Ergovat from FSB Racing Team, because in the knockout stages, we've got 2 drivers from each team, and they all race against each other. And if one team can win with their from 2 goes, then we're going to go forwards. And then if they don't win, then the 2 best drivers are going to go ahead for each other for a third run.
Okay, we'll see.
Compete. So this is going to kind of determine the length of this section as well. So we might finish a little bit early.
Oh, I'm excited.
That's in the. You're excited for finishing early?
No, I'm not excited for finishing early. Nobody is excited for that. I'm excited for the whole race and to see if there's going to be a third round. And I'm just checking if I'm correct, if I remember correctly, FSB, they are from Zagreb. So it's amazing. You know, right now we have Brazil and Croatia competing.
Are we sure that this is Brazil?
Yeah, Aris. Aris is Brazil.
I don't want to ruin your...
Don't ruin it. Maybe. Oh yeah, no. Oh God. Oh yeah, I ruined it. I'm just gonna go and disappear. What's happening there?
I'm so sorry.
Aris is not from. I messed up.
Something definitely has happened on the track. So we're trying.
There's
to
some lawn mowing happening for some reason.
Yeah. So it does look like Alvaro Torres is again the driver for Arus. And then from FSB Racing, Zvonimir Ergovac is on the track with car number 54. Let's see who comes out best of the 2 of them.
Yeah, ours is from Andalusia. Well.
Oh well.
I just lost the eagle eye.
I think you've just lost at geography,
I just did.
which is pretty consistent with our performance.
It is
today. So
it is.
Guys, don't get offended. We're just bad at maps.
Yeah. So what's happening? I see the same driver driving.
Yes, I do believe that Arus is only able to join us with a single driver, and it feels a little bit like car number 54 is a bit behind from what I can tell. Let's see, I can see it from here in the...
it doesn't mean any penalties, that only one driver is available, or you don't know?
I think we might apply some sort of a correction for that.
Yeah, because he's more experienced, he knows the track very well.
Yes.
Oh, what happened? Oh, he's not happy.
The race has finished, from what I understand. But I am unsure about the result. In the studio, it is difficult for us to see who has won the race because we can't clearly see the liveries of the cars from this far away. So, okay, that was race 1, and Arus has advanced. So it does look like Arus has advanced. So it does look like Alvaro Torres has beaten the FSB drivers.
Well,
both
congratulations
of them.
to FSB anyway. And
yes, congratulations. And your final position is going to be determined by your autocross result, because that's what's going to decide between the last couple of drivers. Okay, so now we are going on to race 2, which is fought between number 14 BME Formula Racing Team from Budapest and number 64 Karat Racing Team from Kaiserslautern in Germany.
And we're going to have Baldi Gergely and Khalil Majoub against each other on this virtual track.
We'll see which driver of Kaiserslautern is going to join, but hopefully it will be Khalil.
I think that is Gergely. If I'm correct, on the right.
Yeah, that is Gergely. It's kind of, the T-shirt is kind of giving it away.
Is it?
Yeah, because that's the Mira T-shirt from
true story.
From his team, from his esports team. I think we are still waiting for the image to be changed for the Karat Racing driver, and now we are getting the 2 cars onto the start-finish line.
All right, so let's see, ladies and gentlemen, the second race of champions. So far, they have to compete with Valencia in the next. Go, and here they go.
And we are off. I think the start was a little bit better caught by the BME Formula Racing Team driver. So Gergely has kind of reacted a little bit quicker for the start than Khalil. But we'll see how they can tackle the difficult twisty circuit at the ROC track. Of course, remember that Gergely from BME Formula Racing Team was technically the fastest driver, but he knocked over a cone in the autocross. And it's kind of a head-to-head game
yeah,
as far as I've seen. So this is going to be an exciting photo finish maybe here at FS Online.
And also there are no cones this time, so that's going to help him out. But you have to be very careful because the edge of the map is, or the track is not fun to hit.
Yeah, so this is just like in real life. If you hit the curb too hard or if you spin out in the wrong place, you might get your car stuck because remember these are still Formula Student race car models, so they don't have a lot of ground clearance. They're not really designed to model on or rearrange some
not
of
really
the
SUVs.
Yeah. So they're not. Thankfully, they're not SUVs.
Yeah.
I would hate to see some boxy off-roader being driven fast around the track, which is where the world is going, unfortunately. Nice. So this is the finish of the first half of the second lap. I feel like
Gergo is ahead.
Gergo is ahead. Gergo is ahead by a comfortable margin in the end.
Yeah.
And he's so calm. Like the looks on his face is he's very
like he
calm,
would
very
be
composed.
Just playing on the weekend, you know, like okay.
I see a bit more focus there. So
yeah, all right.
when I game on the weekend, of course I don't use any
I'm very
of the...
focused.
Well, of course you are focused, but I am. I take it a little bit more easily.
Okay.
So, but it does look like Gergo has won this race. So, congratulations to BME Formula Racing team. I think Gergo has been the best champion of the race. Of course, forgive me if I say something incorrectly because.
Ooh, you see, that's where he was letting it off. Okay, the stress is gone.
Yes.
Congratulations, good job, and good job to you, Kaiserslautern, Khalil. Really. Great job. And now we're going to have Kardos Gábor.
Yes.
And Niklas Eberts.
Let's see what happens between the second drivers of these teams. So the second driver for Formula Racing team is Gábor Kardos, and for Karat Racing team, it's Niklas Eberts.
Okay. They're ready in their seats.
Yes.
Nice setup. Sitting straight, very ergonomic. The other one is in a race car.
It does look like it's a homemade race car setup.
Yes. Nice.
And I think it's Niklas.
No, on the right is Gábor. You can see the shirt. I think there's a BME logo there.
I'll trust you on that.
I think it looks like a little Rubik's Cube on his heart.
True.
What do you think?
True.
Eagle eyes back on the track.
You're beating me with your eyes, Rocky. So.
Okay. So.
It's really cool to see these professional setups at the drivers' homes.
Oh yeah.
They all want to be as ready as possible. Okay, we're switched to a different camera now, but we can see Gábor driving on the inside line. So let's see if this is going to be a straight path for BME FRT for the next round, where they will have to battle Arus E.
Well, actually, Gábor is an experienced guy. He's got more than 1 year of Formula Student driving experience, and he competed in amateur simulator leagues in the recent years, mainly in Assetto Corsa and R-Factor and Race Room. So he's not going to be easy to beat, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we'll see. It does look like Niklas is giving it quite a
hard
go.
time?
So yeah, it does look like a little bit that he's giving him a hard time.
That's because he at least owns his steering wheel for 4 years, ladies and gentlemen.
Really?
Yeah, he's got his own steering wheel for 4 years, but he doesn't really have any simulator experience. But you know, when you're very much connected, Nikas, that's his nickname.
Okay.
If you're very much connected to your wheels, you can perform well. That's nice.
I guess so. It's like it's an emotional connection, just like between the car and the driver.
It is.
That's your instrument, so you must do it. Although I did see quite a big gap between the two drivers in the end, but not really.
I don't know.
It's
sure
going
about
to be a close finish, but I have a feeling that car number 14, Gábor Kardos, with BME FRT, has been the champion of this race.
Let's see what our Excel sheet says.
And yes,
yes,
it
that's
is
what
true.
it says.
So
it's
congratulations, double victory for BME FRT. So we don't need to have a playoff race in this group. Congratulations, BME, you are through to the next round.
Yes, and congrats to Kaiserslautern as well for participating in this amazing simulation. Here comes.
Absolutely.
The
and
next
congrats,
race.
guys, for being here with us in FS Online.
Oh yeah. Kardos picked up the bag. That's what it's reason in the comment. I don't know what it means, but Hopefully something good.
Maybe there was a secret bag on the track. I don't know.
A bag of money?
Oh, well, you know, put the money where the money is. So.
Oh, yeah, we learned that
Yes,
today.
we learned that today. So, so what's up next?
Next, we are going to have Dynamis PRC with Marco Mandelli, Mr. M, I think it's his name. No? That's Mr. M?
I think Mirko Pauli from Eagle Trento Racing was Mr. M.
So bad. My memory is failing. Maybe it's the 9 hours of commentating is starting to hit me. But who is the other team?
All the time, I am not gonna escape this. Also, guys from Ecurie Ikes, tell me if I'm pronouncing your name right. If not, just let me know how to do it because I've been struggling with this. So Ecurie Ikes with Fabian Otten on the track against Marco Mandelli from Dynamis PRC. Let's see what happens. Both drivers are really focused. Fabian seems to have a replica of kind of a replica of a Formula Student experience with the seat being quite low and the steering wheel in his lap, while Marco is running for a more traditional kind of upright setup. Maybe better for visibility.
Yeah, you never know. It's the living room setup. That's how we choose. Nice.
I must say that the drivers have picked up quite a bit of pace compared to autocross. So I think that with each lap, they are getting more and more comfortable, and we see some really stellar performances. So yeah, R-Factor is not an easy simulator to use because, of course, it's one of the most realistic ones. So you can really feel everything that the car would be doing in the real life, and you really have to be delicate with your inputs. But it does look like these two drivers are on top of their game.
Well, let's see. How is the victory gonna go to Dynamis or to Ecurie?
They are closely matched, and we are entering the final round. So I don't think that there was even 1 second between the two cars, as I could see it, because there was not even one car length in between them at the start-finish line.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good indicator of what was going to happen in the last lap.
So is it going to be Mandarino? I think it's an M, the nickname of Marco Mandelli.
But it's not Mr. M.
But it's not Mr. M. Thank you for pointing out my mistake again.
Well,
you're lovely.
I know.
So let's see who the victor is, because I think that was the end.
They have just crossed the finish line, and we are waiting for confirmation from our Dynamics team, who was the winner. And once the green light comes on for us, we will let you know. I have a feeling that it was Fabian.
No, Marco Mandelli was the...
There we go, pointing out my mistake. It's just back and forth with the mistakes. So,
and now we're gonna have Eduardo Cesaro and Felix Diepers. Ooh, we are man, and the man with the blue cupboard.
Wow. Okay, another VR setup. Let's see if that helps.
Carlo Torlone, nickname is Torlo. 5 years of similar experience, only virtual driver for this competition.
Carlo Torlone is not driving right now. Eduardo Cesaro is driving. So you guys have misled us.
Yeah, well, the team has misled us. But let's see if we get any information on the other driver.
So car number 99, Ecurie Ikes.
His nickname is Fedora.
Fedora?
Fedora.
That's a type of hat.
Well, it is, but he doesn't wear a hat. That's strange.
That's really strange.
And then his physical location is at home in his roommate's simulator in Aachen. His simulator is much better than his. What a nice roommate.
That's a very nice roommate for sharing the simulator for a competition.
Years of simulator experience, the question is, does Mario Kart count? Then like 18 years, otherwise like 7. I think Mario Kart counts, man.
You think so?
Yeah, don't drop bananas.
We don't have any bananas here on the on
turtles.
On the track here. But actually, if I remember correctly, back a couple of years, KA Racing's Driverless had a business plan presentation where they proposed an idea of a virtual racing with VR glasses and VR enhanced experience where you could pick up power-ups on the go. And I don't think that this was driverless. This might have been electric, because for the electric car you can actually, if you drove through something like VR, it's gonna give you a boost or probably not spin the car around like a banana in Mario Kart, but still.
Formula Mario student kart.
But it does look like Mario Kart does play off.
It does,
because,
it does. And I have good news for the ladies. It says, other single and ready to mingle, tall, dark and handsome, Sagittarius. You can find me on Instagram under that stuff, Lucky MVH.
Lucky MVH.
Lucky
so
MVH.
ladies,
So if you wanna,
Lucky MVH is
if you're not going on a
waiting
date
for
with
you.
a dinner, if you're not going on a date with a winner, that's what I meant to say, then this might be your
But they
chance.
would go on a date with a winner because Felix has actually won the won the round. Yes.
So we can have a third one.
I think we must have a third run here. Yeah.
Excited.
That's exciting.
Then
This
who's
is the
driving?
first. Wow, that's a good question.
Hopefully not me. I'm pretty bad at that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well.
I never driven it, so I might be very amazing. I just
Yeah,
just don't know.
there might be some hidden talents here.
Yeah.
We actually have a simulator set up right outside
Do we?
our studio. Yes, we do.
Okay.
But
maybe I will join the
have
race.
you would have to leave the studio
Ah.
to do that, and we don't want that.
I would never leave you alone.
Thank you. Please don't. Please
We are
don't.
inseparable. It's been
Yeah.
more than 9 hours now, so
Basically.
I'm just gonna miss your voice when I go to sleep. I will just hear you. So what's gonna happen? Who is going to drive? That is the question. And
I think we're going to have a rerun with the winner drivers. So Marco Mandelli and Felix Diepers are going to go against each other.
that sounds very logical, Janos.
See? See? Not just a hat track, my friend. Not just a hat track.
Not just a hat track. Okay, so Marco Mandelli and Felix Diepers they are going to hit the tracks and show us.
This is the all-deciding round.
But that's not.
And we've just started.
Is it Marco?
It is Marco.
With the VR?
No. Marco is in the
Felix
red
is with
t-shirt
the
and
VR.
Felix is with the VR. Your eagle eyes are deceiving you
Yeah,
at times.
I know. It is very deceiving. Okay. So we're gonna see what positions win: the upright, straight upright, or the more FS-like, you know.
Well,
the wheels
Marco
are
has
on your
definitely won
shoulder.
his event, so.
Yeah, but Felix
so
won
has
his.
Felix.
You know what? I'm rooting for Felix.
You're rooting for Felix?
Yeah,
You're
I'm
rooting for the
rooting
VR guy?
Felix, yeah. So we are going to have a bet, and this is at stake.
That's at stake? Okay. Well, I'm going to place my bet on the Italian temperament of Marco. Let's see if he can make up. I think he was a little bit behind after the first round, but let's see if he can make up for it with some
Fedora
skillful
good.
driving.
I mean, German precision is going to pay
Yes,
off.
but the Italian temperament. I mean,
well, true.
What are Italians famous for?
Italians, many things. I love
Many
Italy.
things, many things,
I
many
love to
things.
visit that place. So good food. What? But.
And fast cars.
And fast cars.
And fast drivers.
Yeah. And no fast food, thank God. Okay.
Well,
here we are.
We have entered the final round of the challenge. Let's see. Let's see which one of us is going to get the coveted award.
Coveted award.
The little piece of candy that we have here to sustain ourselves. By the way, we haven't eaten that much, so.
No, thank God,
It's not that visible.
I don't want to get diabetes.
Yeah.
on this
Hopefully, we
event.
won't need an ambulance by the end of the day here. Look, it's going to be a really close finish
that
because
is
they
a
are
really
very,
close
very closely
finish.
matched. Wow. Okay. And the winner was I think it was Fedora. I think, but just by a nudge. So it was.
Let's see.
Was very close.
And
it is
Felix
Fedora.
Diepers.
Well, you have just won Roki.
Thank you very much.
The piece of candy. So congratulations.
This is my
Roland.
prize. Thank you very much, Felix.
You have done well. You have done well.
Thank you, EcoRace. I will enjoy the fruits of your work.
See, you guys have worked for something that Roki is actually taking the fruits of for. So there you go. That's
amazing.
That's
but
it. So race 1.
is this going to be our last preliminary, like first round?
This is the race, the last
first
qualifying,
round?
the last first run. Yes,
Okay.
so the last of the first round. So this is the last run for the top 8.
Okay.
And it's going to be between Eagle Trento Racing and Too Fast E-Technology.
It's also like this is going to be, if I'm correct, it's going to be a German-Italian competition again.
It does look like that.
It does look like that.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
Well, I
Okay,
think
drivers are getting ready.
We see
and first is going to be Mirko Pauli, Mr. M.
Mr. M.
If I'm not
here you
mistaken.
are.
From
Mr.
Eagle
M,
Trento
the
Racing,
man.
and Garvit Agrawal from Too Fast E-Technology, who actually was their business plan presenter as well. So quite a multitasking guy here.
He is a multitasking guy. Mr.
And let's see, the start, equally good start for the two teams. And quite close racing into the first corner. Then, of course, the two layouts separate a little bit. And one of them goes to the inside of the track, and then the other one continues on the outside. We are arriving to the crossover bridge. And let's see, the end of the first round. Bit of a difference between the teams. And I have a feeling that Too Fast is ahead, judging by their car livery, but I could be wrong, but that does look like a Too Fast livery on a car. Let's see where we end up at the end of the first full lap.
That is very much head to
Then,
head.
well, there is a bit of a
Could be
gap
made up.
now, so let's see how we're gonna finish, because that's what matters in the end. We are on board with Garvit from Too Fast. And then
with Mr. M.
With Mr. M. So I think Eagle's livery is the one with the green, so I was mistaken the last time. Sorry.
Happens.
Yes, and now we are entering the final stage of the competition with the last half lap left to go. Garvit guided the car skillfully through that fast, complex section of a chicane and left-hander. And now he is turning back to the end of the track. Let's see where we are.
Oops.
And it does look like Garvit was the winner.
You think
with a bit of a celebratory drift at the end.
Nice.
It does look like he overcooked it just at the right moment. So let's see who the winner was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Garvit Agrawal.
Or Mirko Paulo, we don't know yet.
I do, it's right
You
here,
do?
man.
Oh, wow.
It's
okay,
green.
your computer refreshes more quickly than mine.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
I don't know if there's something to be proud of,
we need to decide this on the simulator, which one of us is quicker.
Okay. So, but before we start that simulation, we have our next two amazing drivers, Davide Farina and Dominik Stark.
Dominik Sterk. They're all ready to go. Let's see who wins this.
I think Davide. Which one is Davide?
Davide is on the right.
With the blue walls.
Yes, with the blue walls, I think.
And Dominik is the one with the books in the background. That means he's a man of education.
You think so? Well, this is an educational competition after all.
What?
So, which event have I been presenting so far?
Oh gosh!
Oh, well, where am I?
So let's see. This is very much a head-to-head race. Both drivers are well prepared.
Do we know something about the drivers? Do we have any
Well, not
background
much.
information?
You know, Too Fast was. If about your second driver, he's the one who loves electric shocks, especially on his tongue. That is why he drives crazy. This is one information that was shared with us. Thank you very much.
Wow, okay. So let's see if the electric shocks have wakened him up for this afternoon's racing.
Maybe we should also try that to wake us up.
That would be a bit of a radical solution.
You
don't
think
you
so?
Do we need to go that radical?
No, we don't have to. But Davide Farina is a pilota pazzo, and he is in Comano Terme. Well, we got actually 38077 Italy. That is a zip code. We're gonna send you some postcards. And
Okay.
He's got 8 to 10 years of experience in simulation, I think, and 2 years in Formula Sim driving. So he's gonna show and maybe lead us to a third round, because you know it was Too Fast winning the previous one. And now
yeah, so now they have a good chance. They have a slightly better chance of advancing to the next round than Eagle Trento Racing. But this can all change at the end of this lap. And I think it might even have changed because
yeah, it looks like it.
It does look like Davide Farina has won. So now we're gonna have
What? Davide Farina has won. That is the excitement you gotta give in, Janos. That is amazing. That means a third round, ladies and
We've got
gentlemen.
another round coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, the two best drivers of this group, Davide Farina and Garvit Agrawal, are going to face off on the Race of Champions.
In an epic battle.
In an epic battle
Man
for the
versus
next
man.
round.
Italy versus Germany. We're gonna see who is the fastest. Well,
So-
it's time for a bet. So who do you
Time
bet
for another
on?
bet?
Yeah.
Okay, this time I think I'm gonna put my money on the Germans. So too
Yeah?
fast. Yes.
You're gonna say too fast?
I'm gonna say too fast.
I'm with you, Davide. Let's go. So let's put out these stakes.
Let us place our. Let us raise the bet. Next time we should bet two. Although that is a dangerous game that we're playing. there.
Well, it is obviously gambling is not encouraged in any form. It's a purely academic event. We can only gamble in candy. So let's
We're
see.
only gambling because we've been here in the studio for 9 hours already,
Yes.
and counting.
Yes.
So we need something to entertain ourselves with. And
Well, we don't need anything. It's just extra because this is entertaining, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Garvit
what more
and
do we want?
Davide.
What more do we want, really? We've got live feeds of 2 drivers from 2 different countries connected through the wonders of internet into the studio here in Ur for our own enjoyment.
The World Wide Web, as we see it. And right now, a race of champions, and we are writing history, ladies and gentlemen. There's never been a race of champion. From Formula C, the Netherlands, we got Badpan number 7. I'm not sure which one it was. But thank you that somebody's counting bad puns.
We're only at 7?
Yeah, we got it.
I think we're doing well.
Yeah, we're gonna go up to 10. I'm pretty sure.
You're sure? Well, you're here, so
Yeah.
that ensures it.
That is So let's see.
Look at the close racing there, Roland. We're coming to the end of the first lap, I think. No,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the end of the first lap, and the 2 cars ran through the finish line, start-finish line, head-to-head. So this Candy's fate
Yeah, in the meantime,
is still very much open.
Mohit Thakur says technically it's an Indian in the German car. We don't know, we don't assume. We are only assume the car's nationality. So let's see, Garvit or Davide. I have my money on you, Davide. So you gotta be the man.
Bring it home, Garvit. I'm a bit hungry, so
Come
I need
come
some
on.
sustenance. Please, Garvit, make
Pilota
sure.
pazza, forza, forza. Let's go, man. I'm excited.
Well, soon this is going to be decided.
It is.
We are coming, I think, to the last of the turns, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Wow,
Whoa,
okay.
whoa, that is a head
Pretty
to head.
close,
That is
pretty
very
close
close,
racing.
ladies and gentlemen.
And across the finish line, I have a feeling that I won't be left unfed.
Oh, you think so? You
I
think
feel
so?
like
We'll
that.
see soon.
I feel
We'll
like
see.
that.
It's only a question of
I feel like
seconds.
that.
I'm
And we
excited
find
for
it
the
out.
official
So,
results.
Let's see.
Garvit, Tagarel, too fast.
Thank you very much,
Technology.
Garvit. Thank you so much. Now I am going to be able to
Enjoy
sustain
thy,
myself for the rest of
candy.
the evening for 4 more hours of broadcast from here from the studio.
Yes, hit it, man.
That is kind of like I've got a little bit of tear in my eye.
This is victory sweet. That is
sweet.
that is-
Victory is very sweet. So cheers to you, Garvit.
It's okay, no hard feelings, Davide. Thank you very much for your contribution, much appreciated. And now, what is happening now? We've been so involved in these. Are we going to see the next round? You are eating, so you cannot answer.
I'm
my
sorry.
question.
Let me kind of
enjoy.
Let me kind of enjoy my moment in the
okay.
sun with a little bit of a.
We should have the forecast back behind us. Can we do
Yeah,
that?
I think our.
Could we have the forecast because
I
we
think
have
our
the
graphic
information?
I think our graphic designer on stage is working.
Yeah, but
or on site.
we have the information, so we can
We
just
have
tell
the
them.
information. So we've got actually our forecast here.
Yes.
Good luck picking out the.
So we
the
had
teams, Roland.
Autobahn Racing. No, we had. Who do we start with?
So this is going to be
In the
the Race of
category?
Champions knockout stage for the combustion category, Roland.
Yes.
Because we've got top 8 EV, top 8 CV, top 4 EV, top 4 CV, and then the finals.
You're amazing.
Well, sorry, first the 3rd places and then the finals.
Brain is amazing.
You see, still.
So combustion,
So
ladies
now
and
we've
gentlemen.
got number 79, the local team, Arabona Racing Team,
The
running
fastest
against
guys.
the fastest guys, running against 254, Pravega Racing. Then number 153, which is
Team Bath.
Team Bath, and then number 94,
Rennstall.
Esslingen.
Crazy
Number
guys.
58 is going to be
UPB
UPB
Racing
Racing
Team.
against number 95, which is FSUPV team.
FSUPV.
And then the last round is going to be 169 Hawks Racing against CTU Kartech.
Kartech.
So stick with us for the next about half an hour where it's going to be decided who advances towards the finals of the knockout stage of the Race of Champions format.
And get ready for a digital combustion sound that is going to hit your speakers because we are going to see some combustion action happening. And we have 2 drivers ready already. And see who wins the first one. And I think the race number 1 is...
we will see what the number 1 race is before we go into that. We've got a little bit of a time, and I am sharing some very, very important information with our viewers.
Tell us.
Due to some technical settings, wow, okay, that's a good thing that we don't have the driver live feed in the on air. So, due to technical reasons, we are going to split our broadcast after the knockout session.
Yes.
So, from 7 o'clock onwards, there is going to be a new YouTube stream link, which is posted to all of our channels right now. So make sure to check out our Facebook, which is facebook.com/formulastudentonline, and our Instagram, instagram.com/formulastudentonline, or find us at Formula Student Online on Instagram. Make sure to check this out because the new link is going to be where you will find the Fun Videos compilation and the awards ceremony, the all-awaited awards ceremony. So make sure to do this.
It's not out there yet, so don't worry. And I don't think anybody has Instagram. We didn't see any hashtag posts, so that obviously says that nobody's using social media and everybody's very academical and technical. You know, there is this thing called Instagram and Facebook. You could use it in hashtag photos of yourself, how you cheer, and where you watch this from. Anyways, I already gave up on that.
I mean, it's a good thing that we're an educational event because we can educate the public on what social media to use, even though it has a couple billion users so far.
Well, you should learn about these things. The main thing is that we, as in a normal event, the award ceremony is in a different location as the race itself. So that is what's going to happen. We're going to have a different stream. So please follow the stream and please be with us because it's going to be fun. We also have a fun event with some competitors posting in some fun videos. So make sure to check that out. It's going to be like, you know, there's this famous European sports channel with this program called Watts or something where they make funny videos. Well, it's going to be better than that.
It's going to be more Formula Student than that.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be way more Formula Student than that.
That is a promise we can
make
keep.
sure to tune in for that. And in the meantime, check our social media feeds where the link is soon going to be posted for the stream of the fun videos. But now we are connected, and it is Arabona Racing Team versus Pravega Racing. So
Rudi Rao is on the left. He's got a second driver as well.
And Zsolt Farkas is on the right with Arabona Racing Team. So
let's see.
Arabona Racing Team's second driver has a pretty cool setup with their sponsor wall in the background and kind of a cockpit, Formula Student cockpit. And it does look like Prudvi is also very well prepared for the knockout stage.
It looks like a nice business setting with all this wide
wooden
furniture in the back. But I gotta be honest with you, he's got a tough job. I mean, to be honest, to be the fastest team, Pravega Racing, that is not going to be easy.
That's not going to be easy, but let's see what the Indians can do against the Hungarians. So, of course, Zsolt is the second driver of Arabona Racing Team, so he wasn't the one who posted the top time in autocross. So maybe, who knows if he can be beaten. Very close at the end of the first lap, so the cars were side by side with each other. Huge focus from both of the drivers, I must say. Let's see if anybody can get ahead and gain on the other one. So Pravega is definitely pushing really hard on the track, and it does look like Arabona has gained a slight advantage, but we will see where they are at the end of this round because we are coming up towards the last sections of the second lap. Zsolt is definitely using those curbstones to cut the lines a little bit and make sure to hit the proper apexes. And now they are turning into the last corners. Pravega is on the better line, but it looks like Zsolt has made a mistake just at the end, giving the win to Prudvi, to Pravega Racing. So let's see what happens. That was spectacular. Just at the last corner, a little bit too much throttle, and you spin out. So that's how easily you can sort of make a slight
Looks
error.
like
Just a slight error.
Prudvi has won. It's proved.
Prudvi has won, yeah. So he has proved
himself.
that he's worthy to be a driver for his team. So now we're going to have Miklos Jec, the fastest driver from autocross, against Kasisz Kandelval from Pravega Racing.
Who's obviously a Volkswagen fan, as you can see.
Well, or maybe Volkswagen is their sponsor.
Could be.
I bet it is.
Well.
We've been betting so much with these candies that they're going to be gone by the end of the day.
Yes.
And we're going to be in the hospital.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Miklos Jec.
Somewhat of a better
Kasisz.
start from Arabona. It does look like that. Let's see.
Honestly, I don't think Kasisz chose the most ergonomic setup with that cable and sitting so close to the wheel. I'm not a racer myself, but that seems like a bit of a trouble.
Let's hope it's not going to put him at a major disadvantage, because Miklos definitely looks like he has a setup to enable him to win. Reading each other's minds.
That's it. 9 hours. That's
Let's
what it does
see.
to man.
Yeah. Let's see if Arabona Racing Team can keep up their lead. It does look like Miki is ahead by a comfortable margin, but so was Zsolti, and then just one mistake. And
Just one mistake.
Stuff can go wrong, but it is still pretty close. You can see that the cars are quite well matched at the end of the first lap. So,
and
let's see
Kasisz is driving
what
from
happens.
Rajasthan, India, and he's got 3 months of simulator experience. And now we're gonna see if there's information about the Arabona Racing Team driver, Miklos Jec. His nickname is Dinya, which means watermelon, because his head shaped like it. That's what they wrote.
I was deliberately staying away from that, but just as you started reading it off, I was gonna let you down that rabbit hole. So thank you, Arabona Racing Team, for sharing that piece of information with us. I think we are coming towards the end of the race. Let's see who crosses the finish line first.
Yeah.
And it was Arabona Racing Team. So
crazy, Miklos Jec, ladies and gentlemen.
Another win. So another third round for the first group.
Who are you betting for? Well, I think we both want to bet for Djur. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but we're going to be biased. So let's not bet this time.
Let's not bet this time.
Because I'm actually a bit concerned for our health.
Oh yeah, so much sugar. So yeah, because actually Miklos has won the IAV Silver Bear Cup 2 times at the Fast Tube Simulator race at Formula Student Germany. So he's got some experience in that. But
he's won some teddy bears.
He's won some teddy bears. The question is it going to be enough to beat Prudvi?
Well, we're going to find out very soon. So they have lined up at the start line, and soon we're going to be a way to go.
Here we go. Stop. And
they're
there
off.
it is. Miklos.
Very good start from both of the drivers. Wow, this is going to be an exciting race.
Opa.
And no,
Who is that?
Prudvi has spun.
Prudvi
has spun. But he found his way back to the track. So
the only way to win is Miklos makes a mistake. But
yeah, that's a disadvantage for Prudvi.
It
But
is.
anything can happen, as you can see in the first round. At the very last corner, there was a mistake, and the win was handed over to Prudvi. So let's see how consistent Miki can be. I remember from my time at Arabona Racing Team that he is actually a very consistent driver.
He looks like a consistent man. Let's just look at it. He looks like consistency. I think if you would look this up in the definition, you would see a picture of Miklos.
Well, I remember pictures of Miklos where he doesn't look like the image of consistency. But here, whenever he's in a race car, for sure, we could bet that he would deliver times to the 10th. So when we checked his
to the 10th.
To the 10th, exactly. So he is definitely a worthy competitor in this event. Let's see what happens now. So we're coming up to the first half of the second lap.
Oh yeah.
And he has a comfortable lead over Prudvi, I think.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. We see
Prudvi is just coming up to the start-finish line. Unfortunately, that mistake at the beginning did not help his efforts in defeating Djur. So
yeah, Djur is marching on, but to be honest with you, it was a bit tougher than I expected. I was thinking, they're going to be a bit more easy easy peasy victories, but it is shows
You
Formula
never know.
Student.
You never know. Formula
Formula
Student is
like
unpredictable even in a virtual world.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Exciting racing. Congratulations to both drivers, and congratulations to Mickey for getting your through to the second round. So congratulations, guys. You are through to the next round.
And you know who we're going to get next one? So we're going to get Team Bath, ladies and gentlemen, and Rennstall Esslingen. I'm very excited because usually when you see the Esslingen guys, they have very fast cars under them. So they get
and
the
they also have
technical
really good
advantage.
drivers.
Yeah,
So.
and they get really good drivers. So let's see. Is it going to be Sam Baxter, who's going to be the winner from Team Bath Racing, or Pascal Balauf?
We'll find out soon. This is going to be an Anglo-German
competition.
That's
we'll find
probably
out.
a better word than what I was going to be using.
Yes. Let's stay in the competing side of history.
Let's just be peaceful here. So let's see what happens.
All right.
Somebody's very excited.
Sam is ready. I think Sam is on the
ready,
right.
and Pascal is also.
Yeah, he's got to do a bit of laundry there, but that's okay,
Yeah.
Sam. It's not a problem. Don't be bothered by that. And Pascal is on the other side. There's the wash. There's a poster of cars. He looks. You look at that. I mean, Pascal looks like the face of commitment. Look at that.
Yes, for sure.
That is crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Flying start. So, let's see. Both drivers were really quick on the quick off the line. Of course, we don't have traction control in the simulator, so the traction control must be the right hand of the driver, right foot of the driver. Sorry.
Yeah, or hand.
Well, they seem to be using racing wheels, so hopefully they don't have some sort of a weird setup where they have to give the throttle a bit more with the buttons.
Yeah, so the first driver is Tim from the Esslingen side. He's been a full-time team member since 2018, and he's responsible for test organization, kinematics, and vehicle dynamics. A little bit too tall, but still fast enough. I don't. Can you find it? I cannot find it. Maybe my eyes are not working.
Well, look at your eagle eyesight, letting you down.
Well, it
this
is
time.
letting me down. It's getting tired. But maybe a candy for a prize.
Candy for a prize.
Okay, so
yeah,
let's see what's happening on the track because we've been focusing on
Let
Excel
us
sheet.
do that. So
I think, well, that's what it looks like to me.
That what?
That it's.
You have
it's
started
Sam.
so confidently. Is it Sam ahead?
What is James Bealey?
So,
What's this is driver two?
We will see soon. So this I think is. Let's see if this is the end of the race. Yes, this is the end of the race, and I think of the two teams, it's Team Bath who comes in with the first victory. So
and
congratulations.
Sorry, it was James Bewmy who was driving. My bad. And now we're gonna see Sam Baxter. Hey Sam.
Wait, okay, so we might have given some wrong information because we were looking too much at our Excel sheets.
Yeah.
Roland, we have to focus on the
on the real world.
On the real world,
yeah.
World. So not on the digital world. So the real digital world.
The digital.
Because the first face-off between Team Bath and Rennstall Esslingen was decided. And it was actually Team Bath who won.
Yes.
We got some incorrect information on the Excel sheet previously. It was just updated.
Yes.
So it was Team Bath who came in first in that race. James Bewmy, congratulations for your effort. Let's see what your teammate is going to do against Eric Benz.
Is it going to be? I don't know. They mixed up the
driver.
drivers. I don't know what's happening.
You
see, that's Sam Baxter.
Sam
Baxter. Have Sam Baxter, that's for sure. Sam Baxter is on the right, if I'm correct, on the black T-shirt.
And
Eric
Benz.
Benz. I think the name, Benz.
That says a lot. That is quite a strong name.
That's a reputation.
In the automotive context, that is quite strong. So there's something to live up to.
A reputation to live up to, but it looks like to me that it was.
It looked like that there was a jump start. So.
Yeah, it was.
And then
what
a
happened?
spin. So
a spin.
I think we might have
and an
jinxed
off-road.
this.
Yeah. Sorry, Eric.
Back to the track with Eric Benz. Let's see if he can make up for the lost time. That would be quite a maneuver to make up for that lost time. But we never know.
It's all.
We'll see what happens.
It's all up to
Sam.
Sam. If Sam is going to mess up, then Eric will have a chance to make it up. Eric doesn't look happy, I can understand.
So I think for us to be impartial, we must jinx it for everyone because we've jinxed it for so many people now.
Well, you jinxed it. I never jinxed anything.
What do you mean you never jinxed anything?
I never jinxed
I'm pretty sure that Roland has jinxed something as well, not just me.
Maybe
so.
Eric Benz I jinxed. Sorry, Eric.
Yeah. You started with this whole malarkey of keeping up the reputation of the Benz name, so I'm gonna put that on you, okay?
Okay.
Well, but after my disastrous efforts at commentating for the... whoa, okay.
What's happening?
Eric
Sam?
might have been stuck a little bit. Well, this is actual wheel-to-wheel racing, so
racing. Maybe we're gonna
this
see a
is something that
takeover?
we...
Are they gonna?
Wow, it might happen. It might even happen.
Come on, Sam, can you do it?
Sam, can you do the first ever overtake in the
On the
Formula
Race of
Student Online
Champions.
Race of Champions track?
Don't worry, nobody can get injured.
let's
It's
see.
virtual. It feels very real. Oh, look at that. He's falling. And there he goes.
Yeah, but still no body contact should be done between the two cars because then both of them are going to spin out. So let's see if we can execute a clean overtake between the two. Although it does look like Eric has picked up a lot of pace and composure. So I think Sam is coming up to the end of his lap, and Sam Baxter takes it away for Team Bath Racing. Congratulations, Team Bath. I think you are advancing to the next round, and it does look like that.
Congrats, Team Bath. That's what I was really excited about to see if it's the drivers, what's the result, and Team Bath really showed how well prepared they are.
Yes, consistency was the name of the game here, I think. So they haven't made any mistakes, and they were really quick on the track. So congratulations, Team Bath. You are up against Arabona Racing Team in the next round. That's gonna
you are up against Mr. Consistency, Miklos Jec, and
yes.
he's the one who's...
Or Mr. Watermelon.
Mr. Watermelon.
Whichever we decide to call him.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going to happen in the next round. In the meantime, getting ready for the next round in the combustion category knockout stage is UPB Racing, number 58 from Germany.
And number 95, FSUPV team from Spain. Yes, it's there for
Attention, grade, all non-essential personnel.
Yes,
So,
what I'm saying in Spain.
although I can't really say this very confidently, but I believe that our geography for once has been correct.
We still see Mr. Benz up on the screen.
And I think our Zoom team is working heavily on fixing that.
Yeah. Schokolade.
Schokolade mit ganzer Nüsse.
Mit ganzen Nüsse, vielen Dank. Ich liebe Schokolade mit ganzen Nüsse.
Oh my God, Schokolade. I can hear the song playing in my head, and it is just conjuring up the worst memories.
And they are the best memories.
Are they the best memories when you get woken up for a stupid techno song at 5:50 a.m. in the morning in a campsite where you're...
Well, if you're on a Formula Student event physically and you're in a campsite and it's happening, it is the best memory. Because right now it cannot happen.
You know what, Roland? I would want to agree with you, but I cannot agree on that. I cannot argue with that. Cannot argue with that.
Argue.
So
Okay.
I can agree and I cannot argue. So,
Okay. But here we have Jorge
congratulations.
Garcia.
So, Jorge Garcia against, I think it's going to be Jan
No,
Henry
Henry
Ebbing.
Ebbing.
Sorry,
Henry
Henry Ebbing versus Jorge David Garcia. Jorge was the autocross driver for FSUPV, and he has spun. He has done a bit of like a Mario Kart style spin, but he caught the car quite quickly. So that was actually a 360, which is something to be highlighted definitely. We should do a highlight reel of some of the dynamics moments. So that was very cool. Congratulations, Jorge. That was very nicely kept. Can't have been easy to collect composure after
Because
that
Jorge
spin.
is actually a mechanical engineer and he's got interest in programming, and he was the test there for developments for the racing simulator of the team. And let's see if I can conjure up some information.
So FSUPV has their own racing simulator by the sound of those things, and we have the man behind it driving, so we are expecting a lot from him. And they are, I think, coming up to the end of the... Wow! Such a close finish, but
What happened?
if I had to call it, I would give it to Henry Ebbing, which is still a formidable performance from Jorge Garcia because he has spun. But it does look like Henry is extra excited. So
Der Schokoladmann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch mit ganzer Nuss.
does look like that ganze Nüsse help you advance in this competition.
does.
So congratulations, Henry. you have given your team
You've
a
got
bit
the
of a
nuts.
lead in this racing group.
Yes. Okay. So let's see the next.
I have a feeling what you were going to say, and I think it's a pretty good thing that I kind of cut you off there.
Yes, it's very good. We're going to have Jan Kuops and Antonio Ortiz Poveda. You have to be careful with people with 3 names. I have 3 names, and I'm very dangerous on the track if I'm running around.
You are very dangerous, but you're dangerous for an entirely different reason. You're not dangerous for the victory. You are dangerous, full stop.
True.
So let's see what our playoff is going to look like.
It looks like that Jorge is playing from his bed. Is that his bed?
I think he's just really relaxed.
He's chill.
He's super chill.
He looks like a chilled man. He's got a toothpick in his mouth. Or is it? No, it's a radio. Okay.
Wow,
So-
he's got a team radio as well. Just like Jan. Jan also has some microphone connection as well. That headset, very professional. It looks like a Formula One team's race engineer. So we are through already with the first half of the first lap. Antonio looks to be ahead.
He is right now from UPB Racing. Jan is in Paderborn, and he's got 8 years of simulation experience, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that's a hell of a lot of experience.
years.
Let's see. Even for us, that's a lot of years.
Oh, yeah.
Could we count to 8? You think?
What?
Could we count to 8? You think?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think the number of puns is already at 8.
Really? Is it?
Yeah. With my previous one that you talked over.
Okay, FSN guys, make sure to record Rocky's number 8 pun because we don't want to miss out any of these golden moments here at FS Online. So in the meantime, we have gone into the second lap. I think the first half of the second lap is going to be gone once we cross over the finish line. So we are in the final round of the game. Let's see if it's going to be FSUPV or UPB Racing from Paderborn.
Jan Kuops or Antonio Ortiz Poveda.
And remember that UPB Racing has the lead so far with 1 win, but I feel like Antonio Ortiz...
What is happening? There was a huge correction there.
There was a huge correction. I think Jan has been left slightly behind. And FSUPV...
Is they going backwards?
Wait. Jan has spun, I think, and crossed the finish line backwards. That's not something you often see in Formula students. So FS Online has brought us that as well. So it is the dead heat between UPB Racing and FSUPV.
Okay.
Exciting last round.
We gotta do the next.
We gotta do the next bet.
The next
okay,
bet.
hold on. You're gonna pay for my hospital bill.
No,
Please
don't worry.
select the one.
This is the one we are playing for, ladies and
That's the one
gentlemen.
you're playing for. So is it going to be UPB Racing from Paderborn or is it going to be FSUPV?
Well,
let us know. Let us know in the comment section
Yes.
who do you think is gonna win, and make sure to cheer for your drivers. So we could do sort of like a Formula E online cheering where you can actually call in and give some SMS boost to the
it would be amazing.
drivers.
I mean,
it would be amazing to do
if
that.
people would really react to our
Yes,
interaction
I feel
efforts,
like
we
we've
could
got-
do that. But
we've got
so
more
far,
than 200. We've got more than 200 people watching us, and
Yeah.
it doesn't look like any of them are using social media.
You know
so
what happened? Probably they muted us and they are listening to music and watch this.
That could be what's happening.
That would hurt our
Hurt
feelings.
our
But
feelings, yeah,
what
but
I
still.
say is my candy is on Henry Ebbing. That's what I say.
Your candy is
What
on
do you
Henry
say?
Ebbing.
Schokolademann. Mit ganze Nuss. Los
okay,
geht's.
just because of my chocolate memories, I'm gonna go with FSUPV
Okay.
because that's not scaring me to death, and that's not scaring me
Los geht's.
awake. So
Schnell fahren, Schokolade essen.
rapido, rapido, FSUPV, and that's the extent of my Spanish.
Nice. I love the accent of your Spanish. It's very nice.
Not quite as far-reaching as yours, but still,
Okay.
I'm trying my best. So,
What are you doing, man? He's looking at his phone. Come on, look at the frame, or the display. I'm not sure. Does it
So,
look like to you as
Jan-
well that it's
it does look like Jan is not even looking at the screen.
Henry was had he had the wheels in hand? What the hell?
I don't know what Henry
Come
was
on,
doing.
don't make me lose my candy, brother.
Please don't make him lose his candy because he needs it more than I do.
Get your act
I'm
together.
already ticking from sugar overload, so please save me from passing out.
Come
Let's
on,
see if
Henry.
Antonio can be consistent.
Is he
Antonio
even
was very,
racing?
very fast. He doesn't look like he's racing, but he is still in the race. So
No, it's a different driver. We have Jan.
So Jan was placed on the track
I don't know.
by some mistake.
I don't know what's
What
happening.
is happening?
I think we had a spin as well on the Spanish side.
Really?
Yeah, we had
Have
these
we had a spin?
very hectic wheel movements, which are never
Okay, the
good.
cars are very close into the
I
finish
don't know
line
what's gonna happen,
against
ladies
each
and
other.
gentlemen.
And we still haven't crossed the final finish line. There is 1/2 of a lap to go. Let's see if it's going to be UPB Racing or FS UPV team in the top 4 of the combustion class at FS Online in 2020.
2020.
Also, one of our commenters on YouTube has said that it's time to make history this year, because if a team wins overall at this competition, they win the entire season, because they're going to win all the events of a season. So if you want to write history,
So let's see,
and
who
if
won?
you want to win all the events in a Formula Student season, make sure to win.
Henry Epping has won, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
UPB Racing is going to the final, so I think, Roland,
it's time.
It's time for a candy for you. Through your hard work and dedication, you have earned the trust of
Sure.
Formula Student Online commenters, and you can eat from our trusted bowl of candies, which have kept us going for,
It's
well,
going to keep us going.
9 hours now.
No,
It's exactly
4.5
9 hours.
more.
It's 5:31 in the evening. We've been on air for 9 hours.
I feel amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, be on air for 9 hours. It makes you feel fresh.
It makes you feel fresh.
Yeah.
As you can see from Roland. Yeah, he's fresh as...
But we're going to go and see if it's going to be Hawks or CTU Kartech.
Wow.
Is it going
what
to
a face-off is going to be.
Hamburg or Prague?
The really blue car versus the blue and red car.
And
Fire
here they
away,
go.
guys. Off they go.
Philip Clear and I can't pronounce his
And
name.
Gatso Peter Jürgen Rasch.
Gatso Peter Jürgen Rasch.
It's a lot
I like
of
your
names.
name. I like your name. It has a rhythm. Gatso Peter Jürgen Rasch.
Didn't know that you could also rap.
Well, I can.
You can? Okay, well, it's time to show that off later on, maybe in the fun videos section. We can contribute with our own fun videos.
Whoop. Watch out. We have to be careful because somebody just hit the wall. And I think it was Philip.
Was it Philip?
Or it was, no, Gado. Gado is in the blue. Yeah.
Gado is in the blue car. He's driving for Hawks. That's an electric blue car, which is funny because it's actually a combustion car, but that's a striking color scheme, very easily noticeable in the field. So congratulations, Hawks, for picking that.
Yeah.
Well, we give the teams complete
and they're
freedom here,
ahead.
and they are ahead by quite a bit. So it looks like Philip might have made a grave error with that mistake. Gatso is still ahead. We have gone into the second lap, I think.
They say Gatso Rasch is new to our team, but already giving it all. I can see that. I can see
Yeah,
Gatso.
definitely giving his all to this, because he has gone into the last half of the second lap with a very comfortable lead over Philip from CTU Kartech.
But Philip's name is too fast for you, so there is a chance that he is from Karlovavari and he is going to show.
Well, unless he finds a wormhole on our Race of Champions track, I don't think that he's going to be able to make this up, because they are going through the finish line. Although I have to say that Philip has closed the gap by quite a big margin to the end. So congratulations, Gatso. You have scored the first win for Hawks Racing. Now let's see if Adam Wilewski can make it 2 for 2 for Hawks and get their team to the next round, or if it's going to be Dominik Hosek from CTU Kartech.
Dominik Hosek. I'm not sure. Dominik, his nickname, doesn't have one, but he's a new member to Kartech members, so FS driving experience is non-existent. This is his first simulator experience, to be exact. 21 hours of experience as of right now.
So is
it
it
might be already more than 24 hours. I don't know.
Could be.
Sometimes
Who knows?
it's past.
Let's see if it's
but
going to
he's
be
the car man. Look
beginner's
at that.
luck. Okay, he's going all out. So he's going all in for this, and a very good start for him. He was very focused on the start, and I think he's ahead by looks like by a car length into the first corner. Of course, it's a bit tricky to judge because one of the corners has a smaller radius, so he's basically on the inside line. And it does look like some more experience could have been helpful for the CTU guy, because he has gone into off-road mode.
Has he?
Yes, he was just off the track a little bit, so...
Well, we see, because Adam is the suspension specialist and he has some similar experience, so there is a chance.
that Adam tried out the suspension of the Hawks car. I don't think it was the Hawks car because it's very, very bright blue, and I would have noticed if they were off.
No. I'm just saying that he is also not a simulator expert. That's what Dave wrote. So there is a chance that he might make a mistake, and then
we never know until the last. As we could
back.
see from the first face-off between Arabona Racing Team and Pravega Racing, we will never know until both drivers are across the final finish line on our Race of Champions track. Now they are into the second lap, well into the second lap. The first half of it, I guess.
Oops.
And yes, Dominic is trying hard to keep the car on the track. He might have had a bit of an easier experience if he fiddled a little bit more with the settings of the simulator. So they could change the simulator settings for the suspension and some of the gear ratios, I think. So maybe some more user-friendly settings could have been helpful here. But it does look like Adam is quite consistent so far. He is arriving towards the end of his second lap.
Oh yes, he does, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like that Hawks Racing is going to be
onto the finish line.
But actually, if you look at it,
yeah,
Dominic was not that
far off.
No.
So hats off to you, Dominic, for making up for the lost time.
Yeah.
And congratulations goes out to Hawks Racing, Adam Wilewski, for getting your team through to the next round.
Oh yeah.
Where they are going to be facing off UPB Racing. So we know the top 4 from the combustion class. It's going to be Arabona Racing Team versus Team Bath, and it's going to be UPB Racing against Hawks Racing.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
Do I look excited?
You look very excited.
Of course I look excited. I'm thrilled. So now we're going to switch over to the electric class again. Maybe we can even bring up our fancy chart here.
Let's do it. Let's do a better forecast.
I'm not sure if it's ready, so I might have spoken too early.
No, they're quick guys. I just wanted to actually
let's
stand
see
up a
if
little.
our wow, and I was right. It is ready.
And
So,
also, don't forget, very important information before we get into this one is there's going to be a server change on the YouTube channel at 7 o'clock before the awards ceremony and before the fun video section. Stay with us. There is going to be a server change which was announced on Facebook, on Instagram, and also is going to be in the YouTube comments section and also in the description of this video. But
yes, so the link is already in the description of the video. Make sure to click on that before 7 o'clock to join the other stream once we are finished with the knockout rounds here at FS Online. So here we have our fancy weather forecast or competition forecast. So what are we going to see, Roland?
we are going to see an upheaval of Formula Student electric cars coming in from the west. As you can see, there's going to be Ares competing with the BME FRT. That is going to be the first competition. And then later, what we will see is...
Number 99, are you doing this on purpose? Ecury iX Racing Team, who is coming in against Too Fast E Technology. So these are going to be the 2 playoffs that we're going to have here.
Yes.
And then we'll see who goes up into the semifinals, and then from there to the finals and the third place rounds.
So this is not going to lead to the finals?
This is not directly leading to the finals because then we're going to have
the semifinals.
The semifinals and the finals. So
nice. Smart man. Yeah. Okay, so that's the plan right now.
That is the plan. Let's see.
How much time do we have?
For this to start?
Yeah.
A couple of minutes, I think.
A couple of minutes.
So
I'm just going to take a seat then.
You just take a seat, please, because
and
you're riveting with excitement, Rocky. You can't even get yourself set down. You're just like really jumping on the action.
Yes, I am very excited. And if you just joined us, we are sitting in the city of Győr. This event is hosted by the Széchenyi Shrine University. Thank you very much for amazing host. It's also hosted, Formula Student Symposium is hosted by this event. And also we have amazing distinguished sponsors, the MVM, and we have amazing sponsors, Audi Hungarian, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and some nice and lovely and hard-working cooperative partners.
Because our cooperative partners are Formula Student East, Formula Student Netherlands, and FastTube, MI Team Delft, and DRF Liga.
Yes.
And we can see FastTube's work right now in the simulator with Arus and BME Formula Racing Team on the track right now. And I think it is Alvaro Torres against Gergely Baldi. Let's see who is going to advance through.
As you can see, Gerge's face is the face of commitment. Actually, it's Gerge. I also received that in the comments, that he's not Gerge, he's
Okay.
Gerge.
We need to modify our own information.
Yes, it's okay, but I think he doesn't have an easy job, or does he? Is he? He's very well ahead, no? Well, no, ladies and gentlemen, no. It looks like to me that Arus is strongly in the back of BME.
Yes, well, it is a close competition, so we'll see. Of course, you have to remember that both Alvaro and Gerge are really, really strong drivers. They were both very, very strong in the autocross, so this is quite an evenly matched race. Gerge is taking a safe and steady approach with quite high speeds though on the track. And don't forget that this is all happening live, so the drivers are currently sitting at their homes racing in rFactor 2 with a bit of a drift from Gerge.
Yeah, but he could regain control.
Yes, he hasn't lost any of his composure. He's really focused on the job at hand. And he's turning
really
into
driving
the
in the
start-finish line. And he is across the finish line, and I believe that Gerge Baldi has scored the first win for BME Formula Racing team in this group race.
Congrats, man. I think I did. Yeah, and it was Baldi Gerge.
Congratulations, Gerge, for this. Congratulations goes out to Budapest. So let's see if their second drivers can also compete against each other, and let's see what the results of that are going to be. Gabor Kardos and I think it's
Fernando.
Fernando. We have a different camera feed, so I believe that it's going to be Fernando.
Yeah.
So now we see in action the second driver of Arus. And go!
Ooh,
whoa, that looked like a
was-
wheelie to me from Gabor Kardos at BME Formula Racing.
And that is
team.
Alvaro.
Yeah, of course you have
Torres.
to remember that one of Formula Racing team's earlier cars actually did do a wheelie in an all-Hungarian competition. So that's something to remember. Okay, let's see. Let us see how this race is unfolding. So now they are arriving to the first half of the first lap, and it looks like Gabor is
ahead.
Either
But
well
what
ahead
happened?
or well behind, but it was only one car.
Well, he's somewhere for sure.
crossing the finish line. What a commentary!
I know.
Rocky. He's
I know.
somewhere.
He's somewhere.
He's somewhere. That's amazing. He's somewhere in the universe driving something, or doing something.
Oh, doing something.
Doing something with something. Now.
Oh, they are head to head again.
Actually, it does look like Arus is ahead now. So
Torres.
Alvaro is definitely working for that promotion, maybe in the team. Who knows? Promotion. Who knows how teams reward their drivers?
In Spain, you never know. Okay.
We always had a fun saying in our Urban Racing team that the salaries are multiplying by a single number as you go up in the team ranks. So the department leaders are earning twice as much as the engineers, and then the team captains are earning twice as much as the department leader, which is exactly still zero.
Yeah, the base number is zero.
The base number is zero, so you can multiply it with whatever you want. Anyway, after that little bit of a break, let's go back to the commentary because
Let's see, is it going to be Gabor or
Gabor is on
it
the
going
inside
to
line,
be
but it looks like Arus has scored a win. So we're
Torres.
gonna have another face-off between Gerge Baldi and Alvaro Torres, the two better drivers of the team. Congratulations, really exciting racing for sure. That was riveting to watch. So congratulations goes out to Arus, who have secured a win for themselves. So it's a dead heat now. Let's see what's going to happen with the two faster drivers. So Gerge Baldi is getting ready, as well as Alvaro, and they are going to go head-to-head to determine who goes on to the next round.
Spain versus Hungary. And this is going to be Andalusia versus Budapest. So exciting moments.
Gerge is ready. Lights out, and off we go. An equally good start from both of the drivers. It looks like that. Gerge is cutting the lines really, really close. He was driving so close to the wall. It's really exciting to watch. Let's see how the competition unfolds.
Well, it is Alvaro who's pushing it to the limit as
Alvaro
well.
is
so-
really pushing the car to the limit. Yes, a lot of hand movements, but that might.
Yeah,
seem
look
that
at the
he's on
focus
edge of
on the faces.
of the grip. Gerger seems to be ahead, but we will see.
But this is.
We will see how well
Racing
he can
champions.
He can keep up that lead. He's also using the curbs, as we could see. So
Is that an advantage?
we'll see if that's going to bring him an advantage. It depends. Really, it might unsettle the car a little bit. And they are coming up to the end of the first lap.
Yes,
And it is a pretty evenly matched
It
lap.
looks like
but
Gerger is a bit
Gerger
ahead.
is a bit ahead.
But this
so
is
let's see if Alvaro can make
very
up for the
close.
lost time.
Very close, ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting.
Look at the racing going on. Gerger is sliding the car slightly, just a bit, just a touch, just to give us some cool experience that we're really watching some tight racing.
Well, we are for sure.
It looks like Gerger is going into the second half of the second lap with the same kind of advantage. Let's see if he can maintain his lead until the finish line.
Or can Alvaro make it up?
This is an exciting face-off for the drivers. You can see how much effort.
Ladies
the
and
teams
gentlemen,
are
here
putting
we
into
are in
that.
the finish line. Is it? Is it the
And
finish line?
Across the finish line goes Gerger Baldi. Congratulations.
Gerger Baldi.
It did look like a sigh of relief from his face, and there is a bit of a smile as well. So
Oh, there is.
congratulations goes out to Gerger and also to Arus, to Alvaro Torres. Congratulations, guys. Very nicely fought races, and BME Formula Racing team is through to the next round.
Which is?
Which is deciding who goes into the top two for the top two and who goes for the third place.
Oh my God. I'm not sure if I can take more excitement today.
You're not sure?
I don't know.
Well, Roland, I mean, this is
Drink some
a
water.
very, very tough environment. So only the strongest can stay here. I hope that you're up for the job.
But
So-
you know who's going to be next?
You keep doing this to me. So it's going to be number 99, Ecury Ix Racing Team.
Yes, and Too
against
Fast,
Too Fast
E-Technology.
E-Technology from Munich. So it's a German face-off. Aachen versus Munich. Let's see who goes against BME Formula Racing Team for the top slots
Let's see
in
Gerger.
FS Online. We'll still see Gerger, but it's going to be changed up for one of the drivers from Too Fast. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see who's first. Okay, I believe Fabian is the first to drive from number 99, Ecury Ix Racing Team.
Mhm.
And then who
Yeah, it
is
is
going to be
Fabian
the
Alten.
driver from Too Fast?
Is it going to be Garrett?
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
This is going
It's
to be
going to be
Dominic.
Garvit.
What? Oh, it's Garvit. Then it's Felix. No?
We see Garvit's feed in the video.
Yes.
And Felix
Felix
is going to
is
be
the
the
other
first
one.
one driving from Ecury Ix. Okay. So, drivers are getting ready. And go!
Here we roll, ladies and gentlemen.
Into the...
That's a pretty head-to-head start.
That's a pretty head-to-head start, yeah. Same time into the first corner they go. And let's see how they're going to end up competing against each other in this grueling Race of Champions style knockout at Formula Student Online 2020.
Live to you from all around the world. And we're talking to you from the city of Zurich. Nice place. You should come and visit. But Ecury are Too Fast E-Technology. You can make your bets in the comment section of the YouTube. So let's see. I'm excited.
Are we
And this
coming
is
up
a
to the end of the
head-to-head
first
race.
lap?
Look at that.
That
Look
is
at
an
that.
absolute head-to-head race. We might even need a photo finish here. Let's see what's going to happen with the head-to-head racing in the final lap. So we have just started the final lap of this playoff, of the first round of playoffs between Ecury Ix
So
and
there is
Too
the
Fast.
first lap and there's the final lap. Am I correct?
Yes, because the second lap is the final lap.
Yes, yes.
Wow. Your
Well,
logic, Rocky, your logic is just...
It never fails me.
It never fails.
That's what I would say. It never fails me. I'm just good at it. But I'm not as good as them driving. This is real. I mean, they were up in the morning, you know, so you can see the lights changing. Garvit is being hit by sundown and up in Germany.
We are getting hit by some suns above us with the studio lights.
Ooh, here goes.
That's the finish line, and
I think it was Felix.
I think it was Felix. Yes, Ecurie IX has bagged the first win. Looks like those VR glasses are helping.
Ah, it
in
is
the end.
Felix.
So, Ecurie IX, congratulations. You have scored 1 win. Let's see if you can keep this winning streak going against Dominik Sterk from Too Fast E-Technology.
Yeah.
So Fabian Otten from Ecurie IX is facing off with Dominik Sterk from Too Fast E-Technology. Let's see what this race is going to bring to us. It looks like the cars have been set up on the track right now, and we will see who goes up against BME Formula Racing Team. Go! It is a go.
It's a
Another
head-to-head start.
Wow, very evenly matched players here against from the 2 German teams. What do we know about the second drivers? Can you bring
the
up some
second?
information
Yeah, I can
from
hit
your magic sheet?
I can do the magic sheet. I have one. So Ecurie race. We are looking at Fabian, right?
Yes.
So he's in Aachen at the moment, and he started when he was 6-year-old with Formula 1, 2005, and PS2. Paused for a couple of years in the FS driving experience. He doesn't have any FX driving experience. And the other team we have is
Too Fast E-Technology. It would be interesting to see if these are the drivers who would drive for them in a physical competition as well. Just to see the performance of the drivers.
Well, Too Fast only gave the information of the tongue and the electric shock. I don't know which driver likes that.
Okay, let's just assume that both of them.
Let's assume both of them like to be electrified in the tongue. Very weird.
That's a weird tradition.
It is, but we don't
I've
judge.
Seen a couple of them.
We are open guys.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if that gets you going, then a little bit of an electric shock never hurt anyone.
Somebody
right?
likes loose chocolate, somebody likes electric shock.
Yes.
Yeah. Up to you.
Is this
so, whoa, there was a wall hitting.
Yeah, Fabian is definitely going for it. He's oversteering the car into the start-finish straight. He's keeping up a lot of pace through the corners. So
yeah, because if a Fabian is gonna
a very
win this,
formidable contender, and it does look like he has a bit of an advantage going into the last half of the second lap, or the last lap, whichever way you want to call it.
The last second lap.
The last second lap, or the second last lap.
And ladies and
across
gentlemen,
the line goes Fabian Otten from number 99,
look at that donut
Ecurie
he's
IX Racing
doing.
Team.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like he is doing celebratory
Showing
donuts
off.
in the grass.
And doing some
So,
you see, and that's what virtual driving allows you. You would not do that with your car.
Exactly.
You would not crash your car when you
Probably
drive.
not. Probably not.
Yeah, that's
Although there was a bit of a moment for an Italian team once in the Czech Republic where they finished an amazingly successful autocross race, and the driver accidentally pushed too hard at the last corner, and there was a bit of a ditch next to the track, and the car actually fell into that and broke the front left suspension. I remember that. So
Poor
sometimes drivers might be a bit too excited at the
I
end,
can
but they were able to fix it.
I can imagine
in the
that
end.
conversation at the end with the driver in an Italian atmosphere, what he was told.
Well, there were definitely a lot of hand gestures.
Yeah,
that's as much as I
probably.
can say. But they fixed it overnight, and they were able to compete the next day. So that was something cool to see.
Now we're gonna go to combustion.
To combustion, yeah. Let's see the combustion top 4.
I'm excited. Combustion top 4, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be.
So actually, I was wrong at the beginning before, because
happened?
we do know the finals, because this is going to be the final for the electric class.
I was not arguing with you, to be honest with you, because you know this stuff better than I do. But it was weird for me that the math didn't really come
Yeah,
out. So.
well, it's math.
It's math.
And we've both proven how good we are at math.
How good we are at math. So this is
during
going
the
to
day.
be the final.
So this is going to be indeed the final. So the final for the electric class is going to be BME Formula Racing Team against Ecurie IX.
Yes. And we're going to have a competition for the 3rd place between Aris and Too Fast E-Technology.
Yes.
But first, before that happens, we're going to go and take a look at the combustion semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be in the combustion semi-finals, you might ask? Well, I will tell you right now. It's going to be Arabona Racing Team and Team Bath Racing. They're going to go against each other. And UPP Racing against Hawks Racing. So Britain against Hungary and Germany against Germany.
So
We'll see.
What's it going to be?
What it's going to be? Well, I think the man of consistency will prove himself, and it's going to be Arbonne Racing. It's going to be a hard competitor, Arbonne Racing.
Yeah, they are very strong in the dynamics this year.
Yeah.
So here at FS Online, let's see how Team Bath Racing is going to face off against them.
Oh yes. Also, as we said before, in an hour we're going to move to a different location online, which is going to be a different YouTube stream. You can find the link below in the description. You know what you should do? Just open the link right now. So when we are gone, you can find it.
Just make sure not to miss any moment of us two on the screen. So why would you do that? Why would you
I
miss
don't
any
want to
moment
miss any
of this?
moment
No.
of this. I love it.
Well, as you can see, we're almost never leaving the studio.
No,
so
I'm going to live here. This is
yeah,
my new
we're just
home,
gonna
man.
we've moved in here.
Yeah,
so
see you guys next year.
Yeah.
Until then, we're going to be chilling.
Until then, we're just going to be chilling in here.
We might look
Yeah.
a bit, beard and long hair.
Kind of two cavemen commentating
Yeah.
next year for FS Online. But so make sure to keep watching us on the second stream, which is going to be launched at 7 o'clock for the fun videos and the award ceremony.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So.
Okay.
And now.
I feel like
they're still setting up.
They are setting up something because.
But let's talk a little about what's going to happen. So when this is over, not this whole thing, but this Race of Champions, then we are going to switch streams and we're going to go into the fun video section.
Which was actually aptly named Fun Unrelated Community Content. If you are wondering what
that sounds very fun.
That does sound like very fun. If you were wondering what the abbreviation FUCC meant, that means Fun Unrelated Community Content, which was sent in by the teams over the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
And I can promise you some pretty good action there. So make sure to tune in. There were 8 different categories, and we're going to go through some of the submissions in each of the categories.
And then we're going to do the first ever online Formula Student video awards ceremony, which is I think is always the peak of an event.
That's always the peak of the event.
It's crazy.
And I mean, with these wonderful prizes up on the go, I think it is definitely worth to. Can we get an image of our wonderful prizes? So,
well,
the ones you can see right now, the ones I'm pointing at, we will soon see them.
You see?
I think
this
Roland
is
going
what
to
we're
highlight
talking
them.
about, ladies and gentlemen.
So the overall winners of EV, CV, and DV categories are going to be receiving these awards very soon, within about 2.5 hours. We will know who these are going to.
I'm not saying we can make up for the atmosphere that you guys are making, but you can make up for it. And we received some footage, which is going to make up for it. So I think it's going
for sure,
to be...
a lot of teams have sent in cheer videos. If you feel like you're going to be in the finals and you want to appear there, if you feel like you're in the top 3 of your overall category and you haven't sent in a video, make sure to do that. So.
But right now, here we are back on the racing tracks with Electric. Is this the final?
Electric.
No, it's the third
no,
place?
it's not the final. It's for third place.
Third place.
It's Too Fast E-Technology against Arus.
Arus.
And I think it's Dominic Sterk
I'm pretty sure.
against Fernando Guerrero.
Yes, the man with his back.
Is he using a keyboard? Or is he using a...
I'm not sure what he's doing.
Yeah.
Is he like switching views or something?
I don't know. It's weird what's going on his camera.
I don't think we are looking at a person who is driving from the RST.
Maybe not.
Pretty still.
No,
he's just looking at it. So
yeah, he's just a spectator from Arus, but
yeah,
would be nice.
There
we go.
Yeah,
so it is
Alvaro
Alvaro
Torres
Torres driving.
I know that face.
It's familiar so far to us.
Dominic Stark. Alvaro Torres.
Who's ahead?
I don't know.
We should see it soon because.
Whoopsie, whoopsie, that was a bit of oversteering.
Dominic likes to drift, it seems.
Oh,
which is cool. It's cool to watch.
It is.
Might not be the fastest way to go around the corner, but it is really cool to watch.
Well, only judge at the end. But you know, Alvaro Torres, he is a very good driver. He's a hell of a driver.
He has been very consistent so far, and he has been also very fast.
Yeah.
Which is the 2 keys of winning at Formula Student.
Really? Consistency and fast?
Yeah.
And speed?
Well, you need speed. Speed is good.
You need speed.
Speed helps.
Speed helps?
Yes.
Maybe this way is a race. I don't know.
It's just like a Paulo Coelho quote. Speed helps.
Speed helps. Formula Student Online. Speed
And,
helps.
well, speed did help Alvaro, because Alvaro crossed the finish line first.
Alvaro
and
Torres.
he has bagged a win, so he
From
has
Spain.
got his team one step closer
To the third place.
Third place. Okay, so now we will see. I think Arus is only participating with a single driver, so we might see some penalties. I think they had difficulties connecting another driver due to the situation. I'm not sure what we have received some input from them, and I think that our dynamics team is trying to work out a solution to this.
Because I can see right now
We can see two names, but we cannot see two drivers driving for
Garvit up and running.
Fernando. No, we do have two racers for ours. Sorry for that.
Be more optimistic, Janos.
I should be more optimistic.
give
So
up
it's
so
Fernando
easy.
against Garvit. Okay, we are not seeing the proper feed from the simulator.
But we can see
yet.
the faces, and they
we can see the faces.
us.
They are already
They're
driving.
doing like this.
Yeah, and there we go. So now.
But now they see.
Now there's the feed for the competition. Let's see if Arus can maintain their lead and go into third place in the electric. Well, it does look like they will go through third place because they have a comfortable lead right now after
very
the first
comfortable
half
lead.
of the first lap. So let us see who's going to be third in the Formula Student Online Electric Race of Champions Super Special.
Garvit was doing so good before, and now it looks like. Well,
He
no, he's
is
still back in the
somewhat
race.
behind, but he is back in the race. I think that is still up for grabs. So we'll
Yeah,
see. We'll see who can be faster in the second lap because they have just entered the second lap.
I
Let's
would
see.
say never underestimate Garvit Agrava.
Okay, Rocky,
That's-
you would
that's
you
my
would
new
know
saying.
this. So that's your new saying.
That's a new
I
saying.
think that's going to be a saying in Formula Student from here onwards.
Well, hopefully, Garvit.
Hopefully this is going to keep on just like put your money where your money is.
Yeah, put your money where the money is.
Where
not your
the
money
money is.
Come on, man.
True. Okay, you
gotta
only
be
Kubota
accurate.
Classic
Consistency.
correctly. Yeah.
Consistency. Janos.
I need to learn that a little bit more. Okay, it did
Okay.
look like ours is still a bit ahead, and we're going to find this out soon because we are coming up towards the end of the second lap.
Which
Both
is the last
drivers-
lap.
Which is the last lap, very correctly said by my colleague, and it is Arus across the finish line, and this means that car number 51, Arus, with a celebratory donut after crossing the finish line, they have gone into third place. So congratulations to Arus, you are third in the FSO Super Special.
Yes.
Yeah, and
now you know what happens? Are we gonna have the final, or are we gonna have the third place
now
for
I
the?
think we're gonna go back to the combustion category, and we'll see who goes through to the final, and we'll see who is third in the combustion category. So I think our dynamics team needs a little bit of a setup time to get into the groove for the combustion category.
Okay. There's going to be a server change in an hour, ladies and gentlemen, so get ready for that. Actually, it's going to be 57 minutes from here. So,
Can you
please
believe that?
Be prepared.
57 minutes and then an hour and a half
Can you believe
after
it?
that
For
to
10
go.
hours, we've been doing this.
Almost 10 hours, 9.5.
Oh my God. There was an event, I'm not sure if you heard about it. It was a 24-hour competition organized by Audi, Hungaria, one of the sponsors.
Yes.
Well, this is similar. That was a bit tougher for 24 hours. You know?
Were you awake for 24 hours though?
I went. I slept an hour from about 5 to 6 a.m. But then
Why?
by that time I was, I was losing my mind. Like literally, I was not.
Like you are right now?
Yeah, not even.
Not to
close.
this extent.
Not even close. I'm not even close to that point.
What was the objective of that 24-hour?
The objective of that is to see human boundaries.
how far humans can push themselves.
How far humans can push themselves. It was a fun event. I wouldn't say I would do it every year, but it was an experience, a remarkable.
Not even every year. Wow, that must have been tough. So
yeah, it was.
That's what happens
tough.
when you come to Hungary.
Yeah.
You participate in events that push you to your absolute limits.
Yeah, they push you to the limits. There is a song like that, and I'm not gonna sing it, but I like that song. It's a good song. Look for it.
Thank you for giving us some insights into your music taste.
No worries, no
That
worries.
is public service that you're doing
Yeah.
here.
Here
So-
we have speed is fast as a comment. Thank you very much. Commentating is hard job. Good job, guys. Thank you, Shwet Sharma.
Thank you so much.
Appreciated.
Thank you,
Mr. Sharma. So we have a lot of support here.
The comment section has come alive.
It has.
As our energy level is going quite a little bit down, the comment sections is kind of waking up. So that we need to wake up, Ron. We need to wake up.
Yeah. We gotta do that. Maybe a KA Racing beer would help or something like that. But unfortunately, we don't have it. But we have two amazing races, ladies and gentlemen.
Zsolt Farkas from Arbona Racing Team, and it's gonna be, I think, James Bumy from Team Bath Racing.
This is the finals?
No, this is not yet the finals. This is for the finals.
For the finals.
This is the top 4 of the combustion class. So it's Arbona Racing Team versus Team Bath Racing right now, and then UPB Racing against Hawks Racing.
All right.
So let's see what Bath can do against Arbona.
Let's go. Whoa. Did you see that?
Okay,
James
that
was
is really
catching
nicely
up.
matched, and they almost went across the finish line at the same speed. So let's see how
James.
well they can keep it together. So let's see how consistent Zsolti has become after his bit of an off against Pravega. James definitely drifted a little bit there into that corner, but he could keep the composure of the car and he didn't spin. So now the first lap is done. They are going into the second and final lap, as very prudently pointed out by my colleague often.
So Zsolt Farkas and James Bumy. Great Britain against Hungary, ladies and gentlemen. We will
Zsolti
see.
has kind of missed the apex there, but...
Oh, and it looks
Okay,
like
wow.
that James is there.
James is there, but Zsolti has the inside line here. Okay. Where is James? Has he crossed the line earlier than Zsolti? Maybe
So much
he has.
earlier?
Well, we'll see, because this is the second. This was the first half of the second lap, so we might have some distance difference between the two guys. So now.
Here we have James.
Here we have James. James has a comfortable lead. It looks like that. So
Yeah, he's got a very
James has won.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
So
James
it's
Bumy.
1-0 to
1-0.
Team Bath Racing. Let's
But
see.
It's going to be the watermelon, you know? I mean, Miklos Jec.
It's going to be the watermelon?
It is. He
Let's
is
see
the
if
man
the
to
watermelon-
beat, man. And, you know, Sam Baxter's got a really... Oh, look at that. That is the face of commitment. Let's
Yes,
go.
so
Let's go,
Mickey
Miklos.
is-
Mickey. Okay, I'm a
Mickey
bit
is
biased,
facing
but
off.
that's probably understandable.
Against James, I think.
No,
Is it gonna be-
James
no,
was
James
right
just
now.
on the track.
Sam
Sorry.
Baxter.
Sorry, James was just on the track, and it's going to be Sam Baxter.
Sam Baxter?
Sam is setting up his camera. They're all getting ready to go.
Okay.
We can already see the
Sam,
Arbona
use
car
the wheel,
on
not the mouse. Okay, good.
on the line. Well,
look at the
that
face
would be
of
a special skill.
Don't miss the start, Mickey.
Yes.
He put me in the scare. He wasn't even holding the steering
Yeah, but
wheel.
he did catch the start quite
Oh my God!
quite
Look
well.
at that. He's.
But wow, it's amazing to see how similar the driver reactions are for the start. They were very consistent there. Let's see if Mickey
Look at
can
that.
turn this around for Arbona Racing Team. If he wins, he has another chance to
You
get
gotta
his team
be
into
James
the final.
Bumy, and James
He's
is
got
good,
to be James
man.
Bumy, yeah. James.
But look at Mickey. Look at Mickey. I mean, if that is not commitment, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. Look at that. He's just
absolutely focused on the job.
I wish we could look at Sam
focused.
Maxwell, but we only see here's a nice hairline, nice haircut, though, Sam. Like it.
Yeah. And some of his steering wheel.
Yeah.
So
Nice
we
steering
don't
wheel.
know how focused Sam is, but
we'll see.
I'm pretty sure that he wants to.
Don't jinx it.
Okay, should I just not speak?
Yeah, no.
I can hand the word over to you, Rocky.
Please speak. I love to hear your voice. I've been listening to it for hours. And
Just like all of our viewers on YouTube. So thank you for holding out so long with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the first half of the second lap gone. Mickey has built up a bit of a lead.
Has he?
It looks like it, but
looks
anything
like
can
it, but
happen
you
in the
know,
last
this is
lap,
Formula
so
Student Online, man.
Let's see if Mickey can keep the consistency going as he had for so long.
Mickey, the man of commitment.
The man of commitment.
Look at that.
And whoa!
Whoa, what's happening?
Something. Well, okay, it does look like Team Bath have scored another win.
How?
So Well, congratulations to Team Bath. Team Bath, you have beaten the fastest guys from Autocross.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Team
It is what
Bath
it is.
takes the
Team
victory.
Bath takes the victory and goes on to the final. Congratulations, guys. Team Bath is through to
guys
the
did it.
finals. Congrats, and congrats to our Urbano Racing team as well. You guys
Oh,
will
yeah.
have a chance to play for 3rd place.
Well, but please next time, Sam, fix your camera. We want to see you being happy. We can only see your steering wheel. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the finals is Team Bath, Sam Baxter and James Bumy. They are the ones who might bring the British team to victory, but the Germans?
The Germans
stop them?
Maybe they will. Who knows? We'll find out from our next face-off, which is between UPB Racing and
Hawks Racing. Isn't that what a hawk does? It flies.
I don't know. I'm not the man of sound effects. It does fly for sure. Yes,
Okay.
that's true. But I'm not the man of sound effects. So.
Oh yeah, let's see this, ladies and gentlemen.
You can rate Rocky's impressions of
hawks.
avionic varieties.
Well, I can do a whale, but maybe it's gone.
It does look like. Well, it seems like no.
here it is.
My wheel is still here. So if you guys can hear this.
Oh, there it is. There is our man, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rasch is there. Gatso Peter Jorgen Rasch. And we
Yes,
are going to have Jan Kurbs.
Jan Kurbs from UPB Racing.
Look at the cars. They're shaking. They're so
like
ready
shaking
to
with
go.
excitement. They're so ready to go. Yes, and they are off.
Hawks is the blue one, right?
Hawks is, as I've pointed out
Yeah, you did.
a number of times, that this is
Yeah.
the electric blue combustion car.
Ah.
Electric blue is a color, by the way.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Never heard of it.
Well, now you have.
I have.
I'm just, I'm
What a day.
Yeah, what a day.
man.
What a day.
But let's get back to focus, because here we have the competition for the finals and the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. It looks
And it
like
looks like
to
Hawks
me.
has a bit of an advantage, but I wonder if the track lengths are the same for for the two halves of the lap. I wonder, because it does look like the team from the outside is always taking the advantage.
It's confusing as always.
It is a bit confusing for us, but again, we are easily confused even
No.
even by counting to 10. So today is the day where we are confused by counting to 10. So second lap has begun. We haven't seen the shot from the finish line, so we don't know if any driver had a significant advantage over the other one. We are on board with Jan Kurbs from UPB Racing, and now we can see their car being driven on the track. First half of the second lap is going to be over, and Hawks has a comfortable lead.
Does he?
Yeah, they just went out of the image. Let's see if Gatso can keep up the pace and keep the lead until
Consistency.
the finish line.
Consistency is the key word. We
It's
learned
the name
this.
of the game.
It's the name of the game. Okay, look at that. All that blue going through. Oppo. That was.
And across the finish line, yes, we can see Gatso being really happy
Gatso,
about this.
happy man. Congrats. Oops.
First win goes to Hawks Racing. UPB, don't forget that you still have a chance to salvage your hopes for the final if your next driver wins.
Henry Ebbing.
Henry
against
Ebbing.
Adam.
A lot is resting on Henry Ebbing from UPB Racing. So make sure, Henry, to grab this to give your team another go at getting into the final.
Oh yeah. So Henry Ebbings against Adam Wilewski. Ah, the Schokolademan.
Schokolademan for president is what one of our commenters had said. So let's see if it's mit Nüsse oder ohne Nüsse.
Are the nuts gonna be enough to bring you to the finish line? That is the question.
That is the big question that we're going to get an answer to very soon. And they are off. It does look a little bit like the Hawks driver, Adam, has stalled the car a little bit off the line.
UPB had a stronger start,
had a
ladies
stronger
and
line,
gentlemen.
stronger start for
I'm
sure.
pretty sure they did.
All right.
What happened?
We need a bit of a refill, I think.
Do we? Okay.
Or I do, at least.
So, it is Adam Wilewski against Henry Ebbing. Hawks against UPB Racing.
Adam has a comfortable lead
Hamburg
going into
against
the second half of the first lap.
Paderborn. Is it Paderborn? Yeah.
It's Paderborn, yes. Let's see
Good.
if Paderborn can make up for this.
Haven't been to Paderborn.
Me neither.
I don't know where it is.
We should really do a Euro trip after COVID to visit most of the European Formula Student teams. That would be
love
quite
that.
a long road trip, but it would be nice to check in with everyone.
Hundreds of the stuff. It's a nice. Paderborn is.
Where is Paderborn?
Is next to between Düsseldorf and Hanover. Nice. Okay. Anyway.
Quite a way. Yes. So let's see what the driver is doing. They're into the final quarter of the race, so the second half of the second and final lap. And I feel like they are still comfortably in the lead compared to Hawks.
You think it's going to be the Schokolademann who brings it in?
I do think that Schokolade was the key for this race. So
It might be. Ganze Nuss Schokolademann. Are you going to be the one to take it in? And then you have to face.
Yes, it looks like that. It does look like. So Hawks has crossed the finish line second because these. Yep, we can see that Henry is very happy about this. So.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Oh, here comes
there
the
we
Schokolade.
There we go. The doping. There's some doping going on there.
There is some doping
but
going
it is allowed. It is legal.
Well, ladies and
So
gentlemen,
it
you know
is
what's going to
legal
happen?
It is legal to have some Schokolade. It is maybe even essential
It
to have
is.
some Schokolade in the FS Online Dynamic Finals to advance, because Henry Ebbing has just scored a win for Uni Paderborn. And so the score is 1-1 in the Paderborn versus Hawks race. And now it's going to be Henry Ebbing against
Versus Gazzo, Peter, Jürgen, Rasch, the man who is very good actually in this game.
He is very talented. He is very talented, and he looks like he has scored a number of victories so far today.
Actually, yeah, when he was in the race, he always won so far.
Yeah.
So let's see,
if he can keep him
Schokolademann against Gazzo.
Now you will need the power of Schokolade for sure.
Oh yeah.
So Henry, make sure to.
Should we make a
consume
bet?
Your. Should we make a bet?
Should we make a bet? Let's make a bet.
Do you want to?
I wanna.
You wanna?
Who are you?
Okay.
Who are you for?
but
I'm
it
with. You
seems-
know what? I'm with Schokolade.
You're with Schokolade?
I'm with Schokolade. I'm with Henry Ebbing.
Okay, we
here.
still need some time to set everything up, because I
It's
think
okay.
we've got the wrong video feeds so far in the background. Who are you putting your sustenance on?
I'm saying it's Henry Ebbing, Schokolade.
Mit ganze Nüsse.
Mit ganze Nüsse.
Okay.
Winnen.
Let me go with UPB Racing as well. So
You want to go with you? We
we can both have a. we can up the games.
Okay, so if we lose
So
this, it's gonna be the camera guys who are gonna get this candy.
Yeah. So the camera guys also need some encouragement.
Part of my heart is for you, Gazzo, Peter, Jürgen, Rasch. Don't worry, you're not left alone, hidden man. But
Well, it's
maybe.
actually 2 people for Paderborn and 2 people for for Hawks, because there are 2 camera guys following the race very closely.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Let's go.
Who wins. Yeah, Gazzo is very excited.
For
Why
some
do we
reason,
have-
I see Arabona Racing Team.
Yes.
He's a nice guy.
Okay.
Car is also Zsolt Farkas, Arabona Racing Team.
Wait, sorry. No, we have. Okay, we have completely missed out on the action.
Did we?
We did, because Uni Paderborn actually scored 2 wins. I think. Did they?
No.
I think so, because this is the playoffs for the third
It's
place.
Hawks. That's
So
Gazzo, Jürgen, and Rasch.
it is.
right there.
Yes, that's the only logical explanation for that would be that we have missed the one victory of UPB Racing.
I
Did
don't
we?
know. I'm not sure
gonna-
what's happening. Let's just pretend everything is.
Yeah, let's just pretend everything is
we understand
going
everything,
normal.
ladies and gentlemen. That is
Okay.
Arabona Racing Team,
So,
and that is going for the 3rd place. To be honest with you, so it was UPB Racing 1, and it's Hawks against Arabona Racing Team. Yanni is right. This is what I'm getting as a message.
Yeah, it looks like we were very excited for a competition, but that competition was not happening. So, I think
it's 9 hours of commentating. It's not really.
Yeah, please,
supporting
guys,
her.
do forgive us. It's been 9 hours of commentating, and it is difficult to keep for us to keep track of everything
Actually,
that's
9
happening.
hours 50 minutes. So.
This is the playoffs for the third place. Arabona Racing Team versus Hawks Racing, and it is Zsolt Farkas against Gazzo, Peter, Jürgen, Rasch.
Yeah, actually, Gazzo is very good at this. He's just dominating.
Gazzo is a formidable contender.
He is.
It's going to be very interesting to see their face-off. And let's see how much Arabona Racing Team can make up for the lost time that they had. at the beginning of the second lap. Gazzo is already arriving, and it is across the finish line. So Gazzo has won with his traditional signal, win signature of the thumbs up after crossing the finish line.
Is this an international sign of victory? Probably signifies happiness. No?
Kind of, yes. Yeah. I don't know of a culture where this is something negative. So let's hope that this is a universal approval. Gazzo, congratulations for winning the first round of the playoffs for the third place. And now this is going to be Miki Jecz against Adam Wilewski.
Well, Miki is a tough contender, and he is, I think, ready to prove himself again. And I think he's the stronger driver. And Gazzo was the stronger driver from Hawks.
Yeah, based on their performance during the day, I think we could say that without offending anybody.
Yes.
So, but we'll see what will happen. Let's see if Adam gets a better start than last time.
Oh,
and no, it does look like Adam is having some issues with the start. He gets bogged down all the time.
I don't know. Maybe somebody's holding him back. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe somehow his controls are not as delicate.
Could be.
But Miki seemed to spring ahead a bit from the start, and now it's the end of the first half of the first lap, and Miki is already coming across the finish line.
Ooh, look at that speed.
It does look like a comfortable lead.
But what's going to happen now? Because I'm totally confused. Now, if Miki wins...
If Miki wins, Miki is going against, I think, Gazzo.
This is what we taught the last time with UPB and Hawks, and then we were left fools.
Yeah, so I want a confirmation from the background crew that if I'm correct. So if Miki wins this, then is it correct that Miki has to go up against Gazzo? Please confirm me, guys, from the backstage. And our backstage is still
thinking.
Either not paying attention to me,
or they just want to put us in an uncomfortable situation.
Or they just want to put us in an uncomfortable situation.
I think that's it. I'm curious because
so it's the end of the first half of the second lap, and Miki looks like he is going for Gazzo. I'm gonna pretend that scenario is what's happening in the end, because
I would love it.
That would make for
yes.
Okay, there we go.
Our dignity is saved.
I got something right in the end. So let's see that face-off. It's gonna be Gazzo versus Miki in the
it is going to be.
place. So let's see what's gonna happen. This is the all-deciding last race for the third place in the combustion category.
You know what? I just made the nickname for Gazzo. He's going to be the Emoji Man.
The Emoji Man?
Emoji Man. Is it going to be Emoji Man against Watermelons, or the Man of Commitment? Probably Man of Commitment is a better.
Let's go with Emoji Man and Man of Commitment.
Emoji Man or Man of Commitment. Write your preferences in the comments. Who do you support? We have already 226 viewers at the moment. And see.
Okay, do we want to make the bet right now? Because the two candies are still waiting their rightful owners.
Would you bet against Miki?
I don't think I.
No.
I don't think I could go to my workplace with a
we're
sound.
not gonna bet against Miki.
With a safe mind. So I think this is not something that we should bet on.
But here we go.
Let's see the start.
Emoji Man against the Man of
Commitment.
Commitment.
Emoji Man against the Man of Commitment, and they are off the line at the same time. So Miki is on the inside track right now, taking the longer route. Let's see what's going to happen here. This is an exciting race to watch, because the two drivers have been very successful throughout the runs today.
Yeah, they're both very good.
They are both very fast, and Gazzo is a bit ahead, but I think that Miki was on the longer run.
Miki is hitting the
Miki
walls
has
a
hit the
little.
walls a little bit. It looks like
did you see that?
Yeah. Okay. Both of the drivers are feeling the pressure right now,
getting tired,
because they are getting anxious to push the cars beyond their limits at times as well. So let's see. Now we're gonna have the first indicator of where we are in the competition. Wow, Miki is on the inside line, so this might be very close across the finish line. So it is Hawks going into the second lap with a bit of an advantage, but Rocky is already at the edge of his seat.
I am
also moving up. We cannot wait to see how this unfolds. So,
is it going to be?
So far, Hawks has the advantage, but let's see if Miki can make up for some of the time.
And there it is.
And there is the Arabona car turning onto the straight, but
ladies
the
and gentlemen,
Hawks car I think, is ahead.
Well, it might be. We don't know.
It is ahead. You
It
can
is
see
ahead,
You can
is it?
just see it at the edge of the screen in the corner.
Yeah, see.
So let's see if the Hungarians can come into the third place or if it's going to go to Hawks. This is an exciting playoff. Just imagine what the finals are going to look like.
I don't know. I'm so excited. I'm
Yeah,
gonna fall
and
off my
oh
chairs.
my God,
Oh,
it looks like Hawks is ahead, but it is a formidable race.
is.
Congratulations.
Emoji Man
takes the lead, so congratulations to both
Hawks.
teams. Very exciting playoff for the third place overall, and the third place in the FSO Super Special goes to Hawks Racing, car number 169. And yeah, you were right. They were doing the little hawk sign. So
were they?
Yeah, he was doing the hawk
You see,
sign.
I said.
There we go.
Well, they were doing
Katso
like
is
this
very,
instead?
very, very happy. Congratulations, Miki, as well. You did very well on
We
this
could do the
race,
watermelon
so
sign as well.
that's the watermelon sign. So that's the watermelon sign for Miki. Congratulations.
Great job to both of you. Really, really nice. Don't forget that in a half an hour we are going to change the servers. And we are going to get up on the finals, ladies and gentlemen, pretty soon. And we are starting with, are we starting with combustion or electric?
We are starting with the electric finals. Electric
That
finals,
is.
it's going to be BME Formula Racing Team against...
Accurace Formula Student Team from Germany.
There you go. I got you there. I got you there.
You did get me.
Finally.
You were
Let's
fancy.
see.
Because I was looking at my phone. But here we have Badi Gergő. Look at that. Look at that man. I can see his
Face of
face already.
commitment.
He is very ready. So here we have BME FRT against Accurace Formula Student Team. This is going to be a tough one because BME has a very, very strong driver in the face of Badi Gergő. He's really, really one of the top drivers actually.
Yeah, well, he's one of the racers for the esports team of Mira. I think right now he's not competing, but he has some simulator experience.
Right
but he's competing in FS Online, but not
well,
in
but
the...
that is the competition that matters. The only competition that matters.
True. Very true.
Thank you very much.
Your logic is infallible again.
It
so
is.
I'm sorry. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't ready for such a professional presenter, so I hope that my occasional mistakes don't bring down...
Don't drag yourself too much in the mud. We've been doing great. Both of us. There's a 5-minute break. That's what I'm listening here.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, I could also take a 5-minute break.
Yes,
or like
so,
a minute. Can I leave you here for a second?
You can. Yes, you can absolutely leave me here for a second, and I
or
would actually...
You know what we should do? We should play the video.
I think we should play the video.
We should play the opening video.
I think we should play the opening video because we haven't seen that for a while, and I think that's a very exciting video.
Yeah, so please play in the opening video.
Let's do that, and
how
then
we started
we'll return.
the day.
Yeah, and we'll return with the electric finals for the FSO Super Special. So, take it away with the video, please, from the studio. All right, Roland.
Well, we're still, it's still us.
It is still us. So let's pretend that we're not anxious to get off screen for 2 seconds at least.
Okay, just for the records, AccuRix is spoken as AccuRix, not AccuRix. Greetings from Aachen.
Finally, I got the answer to the burning question that I had in my head for the better part of my Formula Student career, actually, because I've been commentating at FSEs for 2 years now, and I've had trouble pronouncing your name, guys. So sorry for that so far.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna remember AccuRix for the rest of my life. So thank you for pointing that out, and thank you for being with us in the comment section on YouTube.
And here's the video.
My professional life has revolved around Formula One for almost 20 years now, but the sport never had to conform more to a new world order than in 2020. It's remarkable how quickly everything was changed, and it's remarkable how quickly its sister, Formula Student, was changed. And it was changed by you, the teams and the organizers who both worked tirelessly to keep the spirit alive. This is an unprecedented international effort. This is a common vision of a university, of competitions and of teams. This is Formula Student Online.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is time for the combustion and electric finals of the FSO Super Special here at FS Online 2020.
Oh yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a very, very strong and exciting day. Since 8:30 in the morning, we've seen static presentations, we've seen driverless challenges, we've seen autocross, we've seen race of champions, eliminatory phase, we've seen business presentation, we've seen
We've seen concept design challenge, we've seen interviews, we've seen where am I?
We've seen
interviews,
each other.
we've seen each other,
Oh
we've
God.
seen almost everything except for the teams, but that is also coming up later on.
The teams? What teams?
The teams in the fun videos.
Oh, the fun video
the fun
team.
videos. There you go.
I'm excited for that. And we are getting to the end of this Formula Student event, this ever first Formula Student online event. So if you've been with us and you've been following us, you are a part of history, my friend.
Absolutely.
that's
Everybody
insane.
behind their screens at home, you are all part of history. Thank you for being with us for this grueling 12-hour day, almost.
It was amazing. I loved it.
It was amazing, yeah. Let's do
really?
it again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tomorrow, every day.
Yeah. This is just going to be our life from now on. We agreed that we're going to move into the studio anyway.
Yeah.
So in a couple of minutes, we're going to be starting the electric finals. One of the drivers had some difficulties joining into the queue, so we want to make sure to work those out. In the schedule anyway, it starts at 6:40, so we are still on time in the Swangarian according to the Swangarian clock.
Oh, yes.
So let us hope that we can fix the connection and make sure that everybody who deserves their place into the final can get there, and we'll see who will be the dynamic champion of FS Online 2020. That sounds good, right?
Oh yeah, and who's if you just join us, who's in game? Who do we have?
So
I think it is.
It is between a Hungarian team and a German team, and the German team is car number 99, Ecurie X from racing team, and then the other car is car number 14, which belongs to
BME.
FRT.
Ooh, many letters. Love
Sounds
the letters.
sounds like some exciting racing.
And then did we already see the combustion results? No, I don't think we did.
The
Because we're gonna have
combustion
Team
class,
Bath and UPB Racing, no?
That's going to be the combustion final.
Yes.
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
So first we're going to see who is the first place, who will become the champion of the Super Special of FS Online in the electric class, and then we're going to go over to the combustion, which is decided in between Team Bath Racing and UPB Racing. So first we are starting with the electric. And I think that the drivers are ready.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes, so it's going to be...
I see Paddy Gergő.
Yes, Gergő is there.
And on the other side, I think the man with the VR glasses is Felix or Fabian?
I think it's Felix.
Is it
Fabian
Felix?
was the one with the blue T-shirt.
Oh yeah, who with the hairline.
Yeah, with the hairline and everything. So, yeah.
With the hair. Okay, so we're gonna have 2 laps and then another 2 laps and see who's the winner of the first.
That's only gonna happen if a team can secure 2 wins in a row.
Yeah.
So if it's gonna be 1 win for BME, 1 win for Ecurie, or the other way around, then we're gonna have a final playoff match between the 2 winners.
Breaking news, ladies and
Breaking
gentlemen.
news.
We are going to start with the combustion finals right here. So that's it. There's no more information to add, but that we're going to hear some engines roaring and see the combustions are going to start the finals.
So technical difficulties happen in real Formula Student events as well. Well, you've never seen that happen,
I've
right?
never seen
No.
it. Everybody's perfect.
It's not like it sometimes happens that somebody spills oil all over the endurance track, and you have to have a huge truck clean it up, taking up about like 4 hours of your time.
Yeah.
Or it's not like sometimes teams lose parts on the track, maybe some
Never
wheels, wings. This never happens in Formula
Never
Student
happened.
in real life.
Never
So.
seen it.
Yeah, in FS Online as well, we have some technology which can sometimes give us some issues to solve, but
I mean,
our
so far,
background crew is on it.
I mean, a huge round of applause to the background crew. I mean, basically connecting Brazil to Hungary, Germany to the UK, and all around the world is brought up here into the city of Győr, into this very studio, and then to your very homes. I'm not sure if you need anything more than that, because what you need right now is the
Some
combustion
racing.
finals, racing. And I can see, ladies and gentlemen, James Shibumi He is, and against the Chocoman, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a real strong face-off at the beginning. I mean, they are probably the...
We're already starting with the chocolate, so, I mean, what more can you want?
I don't know.
There is some chocolate.
Maybe some
mit
ganze
ganze
Nuss.
Nüsse.
That's all you want. And basically, it's Nuss, it's not plural. And basically what happens is...
I hope it's not just one nuss in that chocolate.
Big nuss. Okay, so here we have...
off, and there was no clear winner at the start, so there was nobody who had an advantage at the start. Let's see how they're going to be facing off on the track.
Henry Ebbing against James Bumy. James is very good. He did the laundry, as you can see already.
That's true, eagle-eyed, very eagle-eyed. The prize for continuity is not going to go to Team Bath Racing for sure.
But
doing laundry halfway through the autocross. It does look...
He's that confident, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, whoa, that's so high speed.
So the first indication for us of this competition is coming up soon because they are nearing the end of the first lap. They are turning into the
Here we
final
see
lap,
James
and
Bumy. We can tell by the British flag in his car. And
it's very close. It is really close.
Man,
They were both in the on the finish line, so this is a very closely matched.
And it's I believe that both of the drivers are. They had better performances before. I think Chocolademan and James, they are top of their team.
They're on top of their game right now.
Well, it looks like James is very fun.
James looks like he was slightly ahead, but I didn't see the feed from our favorite Chocolademan. So even the second half of the second lap is hiding some surprises for us. Now they are approaching the finish line, and Chocolademan is on the inside, don't forget, so he has a bit of an advantage in terms of the track. But he has lost control a little bit of his car.
What happened?
So I think James has crossed the finish line first. The first victory, I think, goes to James Bumy. I hope that our dynamic officials can confirm that. But
Chocolademan is usually happier after a race.
Chocolademan is usually happier after a race, so I believe that James has taken this one.
Congratulations, Great Britain. And now we are going to have Sam Baxter up here with us and Jan Korbs.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm Korbs, actually.
So
here's the chance for UPB Racing to make it because, you know...
if UPB gets this win, we're going to have a third round. If it's Team Bath, then Team Bath are the overall champions.
But if it's UPB Racing?
We're going to have another playoff.
What?
If it's UPB Racing, then it's going to be one win for UPB, one win for Team Bath, so we're going to have another playoff.
Let's do that. Or
so, let's do it. We'll see.
We'll see, but it's a head-to-head start, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, and they go into the first corner almost wheel to wheel, only a single wall separating them. So,
Jan Korbs against Sam Baxter.
All right. Anxiously waiting to see them go towards the first finish line crossing. Although this is not as in the... no! And it's a huge off from Sam Baxter. He
What
has
happened there?
spun the car.
Oh my God.
And now he is... he probably has fallen behind with that.
You think so?
So, well, you know.
You put it probably right there. I'm pretty sure that he's...
You're pretty sure?
I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to drive this thing.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm not a driver myself.
Yeah, but I mean, still. I'll give you this, Rocky. Okay. So I think at the end of the first lap, UPB Racing is ahead. So.
But you know what that means? More combustion fun.
Exactly.
Because then we're gonna have a face-off between James Bumy.
Unless something happens on the UPB Racing side.
Ooh, don't jinx it, man. You have such a bad reputation, and
you know, at this point,
you just don't care.
At this point, enough teams hate me already. So I think,
but
what the hell?
It looks like to me.
It does look like Jan Korbs is being very consistent so far, and he has begun the final quarter of the race. So the second half of his second lap is underway. He is on the bridge, crossing over towards the finish line while Team Bath Racing are still in the twisty bit of the circuit. And then across the finish line goes Jan Korbs. And with that, we are going to have a third and final face-off.
You know why he won? He didn't hit a curb. That's why.
I sincerely apologize to all of our viewers. for the puns that my colleague has forced upon you. I hope that Formula Student Netherlands is watching, because I think that counts for more than one pun, because that was bad enough.
No, it was amazing.
It was amazing.
And now let's see who is the most amazing, because we are going to have
James Bumy and Jan
Jan
Curbs.
God, we're syncing, man.
We're synced up. We're synced up. So let's see the ultimate face-off in the combustion class between Team Bath Racing and UPB Racing. So.
Okay. Jan is getting ready. But James Bumy, man, he is going to be a tough nut to crack.
Absolutely. He looks very, very calm.
And there they go.
Off. They both got a pretty good start.
I think UPB was a bit stronger on the start.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay.
You know what? I'm betting on UPB.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on Bath.
All right. So let's see. Let's see. Actually, I should have betted on Bath because I live there. But now I'm with you, Jan.
You've just betrayed your former,
No, I did not.
Your former residence.
Yeah, I did.
So to speak. So Bath is ahead by, not by much, but
Well,
by
not
a
by
little.
much, not by
We'll
much.
see. At the end of the first lap, I think is a bit more indicative, because I'm still not sure if the distances in the first halves are the same. I don't think that they are.
I don't know.
So
I don't know. I'm not good at counting, as everybody knows.
Am I good at counting though?
Well,
I'm
you
not
are
either.
better. I'm not.
Think so?
I'm not saying it's good, but you are better.
Okay, so at the end of the first lap, it is UPB Racing that's ahead.
Yes.
But Team Bath are definitely going fast into the beginning of the final lap of the... This is actually the final lap of the combustion race and
final.
FSO. So...
Oops, 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 oops.
And...
no!
no, James has overcooked it a bit. So
History repeats itself.
History does repeat itself. Let's see.
God.
And this is the final quarter of the race. Can Jan Curbs stay away from the curbs? Jan Curbs stay away from the curbs. Rocky, you have ruined me.
I ruined you.
For sure. Let us see what happens.
There's still a chance, you know?
There is still a chance, yeah. I mean, you can see that in the first heat, Arbona Racing Team has made a mistake in this very last corner, but it looks like Jan has not done that, and it is with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I can announce that the winners of the combustion category of the Super Special at Formula Student Online 2020 are UPB Racing. So
UPB Racing, the
congratulations, UPB Racing. You are the winners. And second place is Team Bath Racing. Team Bath, congratulations. Big round of applause to you guys as well.
Oh,
you
yeah.
have fought really valiantly, and you've made it to the finals of FS Online. Congratulations. That was very exciting racing.
Congrats. I liked it.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
So even though there was no physical racing going on, I think that the efforts of the drivers, and of course that goes to Roland. Congratulations, Roland. You have earned a little bit more.
I did, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Chocolademan deserves even more chocolate.
Yeah.
So make sure, guys, at UPB Racing to buy up all the chocolate with Gantenisse.
And there he said, I've never seen Jan that happy before.
Okay. Well, I think that's what FS Online brings you.
Yeah.
Unexpected turns of events. So
Oh, yeah.
we have seen Jan very happy, and we have seen some unexpected.
Formula Student Netherlands says, well done to all teams in the dynamics.
Don't forget, Formula Student Netherlands, that we are still ahead of our electric final.
Oh, yeah.
I hope. That's what should be happening now.
Yes.
I hope that we can have our EV final, because I hope that the technical issues have been figured out.
I'm pretty sure it was a tough competition, I would say. I mean, probably to race in this environment is totally different of what you've been practicing, what the guys have been practicing for years. And it's also a lot of pressure. I mean, you're probably sitting in your home all alone, you know, focusing.
You don't have the physical presence of your team cheering you on, so it's really builds up on you. And also, our dynamic official, Jolt Nat, has told me that he was expecting these third playoff events only to happen in like maybe 10 or 20% of the races, but we have seen so much more than that.
Yeah.
So this just shows you how evenly matched the playoffs were and how evenly matched the groups were. So I think there was some exciting racing going on, and I loved watching that. And of course, don't forget that there is going to be an EV final now with BME Formula Racing Team and Ecurie X Formula Student. So car number 14 against car number 99. The server is being set up in the background, so I hope that the drivers of BME Formula Racing Team and Aachen are ready. and ready to roll.
Also, don't forget that in a couple minutes, well, after the electric vehicle finals, we will change stream. And you can join the new stream for the fun videos and the award ceremony at around 7 o'clock. And the new link is in the YouTube description and also in the Facebook and also on Instagram and also everywhere in the world. So you can find it, check it, watch it, love it. That's what we recommend.
Check it, watch it, love it.
Check it, watch it, love it.
You're gonna check it, watch it, and then immediately love it.
Oh yeah,
we can assure you about that. So,
so we're gonna have BME FRT and Accurace up and running pretty soon, hopefully. But if not, then we will just entertain you for the rest of your life.
And Schokolademan is entertaining us. I think he has changed the chocolade. There is a message on it, but we cannot read it.
Make it closer. We cannot
Henry,
see the message.
can you move the chocolate a little bit closer to the...
And he's got a beer
He's got a beer
bag.
already, so he's celebrating.
God.
Well, that's well deserved. So now, Chocolade ohne Nüsse.
There is the message.
What is happening with Chocolade ohne Nüsse? Why are you doing that? Yes.
What is it?
Chocolade ohne Nüsse.
Ohne Nüsse.
Your eagle eyes. Where did you leave your eagle
I had to
eyes?
go closer. Yeah.
All right. Congratulations to UPB Racing. And there's one more chocolate.
Oh my God.
There's all the chocolate in the world.
He's got St. Nicholas coming to his home.
Looks like in the summer.
Okay, but I mean, come on, James. You should like open up an ale or something. I mean, don't be so sad. You're just sitting there.
You also deserve a beer, James.
Get a beer or something, or a whiskey
so.
or whatever, a gin. And just get ready to celebrate because
a gin and tonic would be so
a gin
nice.
and tonic would be amazing with some nice fever tree.
All right. So I feel like the electric finals are happening. So the teams are being put on the racetrack. And BME FRT's car is already up there with Gergő Baldi. He's going to be in the first run. And he is going to be set up.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams asking if the stream is going to be available after we are done. And yes, it will be online. So you can rewatch this 10 hours of fun. I mean, I'm going to probably just do this next weekend with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Actually, she's my fiance, so we might just spend our...
Congratulations, I didn't even know.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go.
Announcement to more than 223 people. Well. So it will be online.
It will be online on YouTube.
channel.
On YouTube channel. It will be online. So let's hope that the gods of YouTube are allowing us to keep that stream on there.
The gods of YouTube.
Yes.
What do they look like?
I've never met them.
You never met them?
I've never met them. I would love to meet them though. Yeah, we should organize a meeting with the gods of YouTube.
The gods of YouTube. Okay, and now as we can see there is some from Gergő, a little
There's
drifting.
some warm-ups. Yeah, Gergő is actually doing
ready.
some show runs. If you're watching it, and I think that the UPB guys are congratulating the Bath Uni with a little bit of a posted message on their chocolate. So it's good to see the camaraderie being kept between the teams.
Oh yeah, it is always amazing. Awesome final, Bath. That's what they're saying.
Yes, absolutely. So congratulations
and a sip of
to Team
beer.
Bath as well.
God, I envy you, man.
Yes, that beer. It's something I'm looking forward to, but I think we can go. We can also do that in about an hour and a half. I know that it feels like this is never going to be over because it's just so much fun that you don't want this to be over.
It's not
but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end at some point, and FS Online is also going to do that. So I hope that there is some warm up for the electric.
But the only problem is that we only see Gergő. We don't see
I think
the other driver.
That's why there is some warm up for BME FRT.
Yeah.
We hope that to bring Accurace X also online. So that's why there is a bit of a delay in our finely honed machine that is FS Online in 2020. So I think in the meantime, we should give a huge amount of thanks to the sponsors of this event. We have a distinguished sponsor, which is
they're right behind you, man.
So they are right behind us. Thank you very much for their support even in these difficult times. And then our sponsors are Audi Hungaria and PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thank you very much for supporting FS Online and keeping the FS spirit alive even in these tough times. And not only do we have sponsors and a distinguished sponsor, but we also have some cooperative partners who are
Formula Student East, Formula Student Netherlands, also FastTube, ITU Delft, and
DRF Liga for the combustion simulator.
And also we have dozens of, or hundreds maybe, hundreds of judges?
Hundreds of judges.
Hundreds
in the
of
hundreds.
judges.
105 design judges were there to judge your work. So, and let us not forget about the CDC and the business presentation judges as well. I don't know their exact numbers, but the business plan presentations were also quite a lot of content to go through, and they have watched every single one meticulously to give proper feedback on it, which, by the way, is detailed static feedback is, I think, going to be available next week on the formulastudentonline.com. Please, the statics guys, please confirm this, but that's what I've heard so far. If it's going to be available a little bit later on, guys, please bear with us. We have been working tirelessly in the past couple of months to get here. And I want to also mention one more supporter of the event, or actually two more supporters of the event. Because first of all, the host of this wonderful studio and our wonderful broadcast has been Széchenyi István University. They have been instrumental in setting this up. And then the Ministry for Innovation and Technology in Hungary has also kind of pulled us up into the big leagues with a lot of support and a lot of advisory support as well. So thank you very much to the ministry for their support in setting up the broadcast and also bringing in a lot of judges. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and thanks for everybody who's on the technical side of this event, who have been working hard, putting the audio, putting the videos, putting the Zoom calls, putting everything back on track. I would say it's been a great team effort from each side, and I think, the game has changed, but I think the spirit and the effort and the work that was put in and the passion, that stayed, and it really shows on this event. And also, to be honest, it feels amazing that we've been doing this for 11 hours or 10 and a half, and I'm fresh like a peach.
A peach?
I don't know, that
fresh as a peach, okay.
Fresh as a peach.
Well, Rocky is fresh as a peach. And I really wanted to highlight this before as well, that guys, even though you're only seeing us on the screen right now, the possibility of us being on the screen is made real by an amazing crew around us. So there's a lot of cameramen here and a lot of sound recordists and there's a lot of sound engineers and the background staff who are working in the background to keep the servers running, to keep the Zoom calls running, to get the right people in Zoom, to get the correct feed out into the cameras. This is all, it all requires a lot of manpower. We've got, I think, more than 10 computers out there just to keep everything running, just to be able to, for us to speak to the presenters, just so for us to be able to hear them, for us to see the drivers on the screens. So really, this was a huge team effort, even though you're only seeing us. This is just a really small fraction of the crew.
And thanks for all of you who are tuning in. More than 200 people all day, or up to 300 at most of the times. So that's a lot of people from all around the world. And we sent some comments saying, what an effort, great job, congrats to complete FS Online crew, especially you two guys, you ran a verbal endurance ride for the whole day. Thank you very much. They are glad to keep the Formula student spirit alive. So thank you very much for all the supporting feedback, even though you didn't take any pictures, which we definitely requested about 16 and a half times. Anyways, maybe
16 and a half?
Yeah.
When was the half one?
Oh, this was the half one. And
that's true.
and really, it is much appreciated.
It does mean a lot to hear all of your support, because honestly, this is a bit of an endurance for us, but it's all the support is keeping us going. So thanks so much.
Yeah, and I think it's what just Hanno Labarne said, just like 4 hours ago. What he said is
4 hours
that
mean nothing to us now anymore.
Yeah,
it's a completely different perspective.
It is. That it might have a perspective, this kind of event. I'm just a speaker, so I'm not speaking in the name of the organizers, but it's very exciting for me to see how much you are connecting how much we are connecting the world, and teams can participate who would not be able to participate, and they can do this with way lower financial investment and lower financial burden, and can be a part of this global event.
Yeah, so I think that would be the unique opportunity that FS Online could take later on, maybe organize at a different time in the year, but kind of like a virtual sort of race camp for teams to get some feedback early on in the year about your concepts and about your designs and some static preparation as well.
And Ashutosh Gupta says, after party at my place. So Ashutosh,
where's your place?
Where's your place? We might go and crash it. Hundreds of
you never know if we have a private plane waiting for us somewhere that could take us anywhere to the globe. So, you know.
Well, we don't, Janos.
Really?
I'm sorry
why
to say.
Why are you saying that?
I'm sorry, I ruined it.
I think I kept up the tension.
You kept it, but
it would have been so nice to believe that there was a private plane waiting for us, but
there is not. But we have an amazing. You know what we have? An amazing electric vehicle final competition.
Yes, we do.
Is it? Yeah, it's electric, not combustion.
It is electric. Yes. You're keeping up with the times. That's
good.
Yeah.
So that is
bear with us for a moment. We are still figuring out some technical issues in the background, but I think the racing afterwards is going to make up for all of this waiting. So I'm pretty sure that EcuReX and BME FRT are going to be bringing us some amazing action.
Oh yeah, pretty sure. So that is exciting. In the meantime, write some best moments that you had, what you liked.
What was your favorite moment of our broadcast?
Yeah.
Was it when we lost count of the laps at number 3? Or was it when we completely failed at geography? Or was it actually a riveting and exciting combustion final? Or the statics? Let us know in the comment section what you loved the most, because we want to hear your feedback.
Yes, and we asked in the forum for some jokes from the team. Your favorite safe to broadcast joke as a team.
Make sure to run through that, I think, before reading it out loud live on air, because even though we requested safe to broadcast, I think safe to broadcast might mean a little bit different for some people than us. Okay.
Well, I didn't find anything safe, so we will just keep on with the endurance.
You didn't find anything safe?
No.
Wow, okay. Thank you for the teams for keeping up.
Well, it says, Bohush David says, the best was calling Yech Mickey a watermelon for sure. Avira says puns. He likes that. Well, the puns are good.
Congratulations, Rocky. You have found your audience. You have found your audience, I think, with the puns.
Fair moment. So. Jan Curbspun. Hope he doesn't hit the curbs. Yes! Woo!
Okay, but I think that was my pun, to be honest. Or
you don't take my puns.
Okay, that was a mutual. That was let me take credit for something. Okay, we're using the action. Oh my God. Okay, and they have started. So Gergo Baldi and Felix Diepers are on the track. I think Gergo got a bit of a better start. Do you think?
A bad start?
A bit of a better start.
A better start. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know.
Maybe. Hopefully. Definitely.
You know, whatever. Because we.
Okay, Rolly. You know, this is the final time that we can bet on something.
Well, I'm not gonna bet against Ben now. I'm sorry, I cannot do that.
I don't think I can either. So I think we're gonna skip out on the bet.
Somebody's gonna eat this.
If there are Hungarian teams competing.
No, we cannot. We cannot. But we still.
Just to let you guys know, they live in the same country as us, and they will find us. So
they know where we live.
They know where we live. So I don't think that we should.
But here we have Felix Diepers. Yeah, is it Felix?
Yeah, we're on board with Felix Diepers on the Race of Champions track at FS Online, and they are going into the final straight of the first half. So we're on board with Gergo Baldi now. We have changed drivers.
Amazing Hungarian driver. He's been putting on one of the best performances as you
definitely
in this competition. It would have been exciting to see some combustion electric mix-up, you know, like the best of the best. Maybe have that category.
It's a future idea for the next FS Online, maybe. Right. Okay, they are through the finish line at the end of the first lap, and I feel like Gergo was a little bit behind. So
you think so? Well, but we never know the lengths, you know. So we always mix those up. So
we're gonna see some good action, I think, by the end of the track here. So. This is the first half of the second lap, and now it looks like Gergo is ahead.
All right.
Okay, so
getting confused, Janos.
Wait, was that the end of the race? That was the end of the race.
And was that end of the race? And Baldi Gergo had the first victory.
Congratulations, Gergo. You have inched your team a little bit closer to that sweet victory in the electric finals of the FSO Super Special here at Formula Student Online 2020.
Oh yeah, now we are going to have a face-off between Gábor Kardos and Fabian Otten. if I'm correct.
Yes.
And this is going to be the moment when Ecurie X can be.
I'm an expert on pronunciation.
Yeah, you're good at that. Number 99 will be back on track and has the chance to go for a third round.
Yes, and the winner of FS Online's FSO Super Special takes home 100 points.
What?
So yeah.
Like actually carried it home?
I mean, if they print it out, they can carry it home for sure.
I recommend that.
Yeah. So make sure to bag those 100 points.
Is the 100 points going to stay in Hungary or is going to go to Aachen?
We will find out soon. So let's see the second drivers of BME Formula Racing Team and Ecurie X. It's going to be Fabian Otten versus
Gabor Kardos.
Gabor Kardos, yes.
Or
no, I think we're seeing.
Because I think, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how we're going to make up for that. But it's Baldi next again, because the problem was that we had some technical difficulties with the other drivers, and it's Felix Dippers and Baldi Gerge. I'm not sure what happens because we had that also on the electric side. So I meant to say the combustion center. So.
Yes. Okay. So Gerge Baldi is out on the track again against Fabian Otten.
This is unfortunate, but it is amazing to watch, so let's watch it.
It is really cool to watch. So I think this is going to be the first half of the first lap.
First half of the first
lap?
lap?
We'll see soon, because if it changes to the second lap. No, I was incorrect, so it was the second half of the first
You were incorrect, but that's okay.
That's
Everyone
okay.
forgives you.
Oh, thank you. Well, at least you do.
I do. So let's see. But
so
is the track
Gerge went into the second
Gary?
lap with a bit of an advantage. Let's see if he can keep this up and running until the last of the corners. As you can see, even in the last corner, the standing can change here at FS Online's virtual event. But Gerge looks to be carrying a bit of a lead. There is a bit of a drift from the car. Don't get too cocky.
Don't. But I think he knows the limits of the simulator, so...
I think so too. He is very composed and extremely focused, so we might have those 100 points staying in Hungary.
Well, we might do, ladies and gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that we can officially announce, I think that it has remained, the crown stays in Hungary, so those 100 points go to BME Formula Racing Team. Congratulations, you guys have won the FSO Super Special. Congratulations, car number 14 BME Formula Racing Team. You guys are the champions of the FS Online EV Dynamic. And then second place, don't forget, goes to number 99, Ecurie X Racing Team. Congratulations, Ecurie. You guys also rock. Congrats.
Oh, yeah.
Great show.
Great show. Amazing racing, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to start to have some rest. The drivers are going to have some rest. They'll probably open up a beer like UPB did. Enjoy their well-deserved times. And please stay with us because we're going to go to the other stream right now. So we'd like to ask you to just click on the other stream and then well, we will be back in a couple minutes.
I hope the other stream is already loaded in your computers. It's in the video description below. So if you haven't done that, click on it right now. We're going to take a small break from this broadcast, and this live broadcast is going to be ending on YouTube, but we're going to continue with the fun videos and the awards ceremony in the end on the other live feed. So make sure to click on the video that's in the description of this current stream. Thank you for bearing with us so far, and see you again very soon.